Chapter 2042, Wrath 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. I don't need anyone's protection. Get lost and scram to the East Governor estate. Jun Lingshan stood up in haste and his chi and blood was somewhat unstable, causing him to cough out blood. As a result, his pale face became increasingly white. If something happened to the Yun family, how can I answer to Feng Er? Tell me, how am I supposed to face her in the future? Sorrow could be seen across Jun Lingshan's face as he weakly leaned against the bed, with tears flowing down from his aged face. Grandfather, father, Jun Lingger suddenly stood up and said, I'll head to the East Governor estate and look at the current situation. If worst comes to worst, I'll fetch Grandfather Yun and the rest over. After speaking, she turned and prepared to leave the room. Jun Xuan hastily stood up. Lingger, stop there. Father, don't make Grandfather angry anymore. Furthermore, Grandfather is worried about the Yun family, and by going there to take a look, at least it'll make him be at ease, wouldn't it? Jun Lingger quick-wittedly answered. Jun Xuan sighed. It'll be better for me to make a trip there instead. Lingger, stay and accompany your grandfather. I'll return soon. He was also worried about the Yun family. If the East Governor estate was incapable of protecting him, so what if they brought them back? At least, he could protect the Yun family. Just as Jun Xuan wanted to walk out, Lin Ruobai dashed into the room while feeling excited. Grandfather Jun, my master has returned. My master has returned. Xiao Bai's master, wasn't her master. Jun Xuan was distracted for a moment before joy flooded across his face. Even old man Jun, who was in an extremely weak state, had sat up and looked out the door. Outside the room, Yun Luofeng and those with her were currently walking over and seeing her appearance. Old man Jun finally relaxed after worrying for so long. She's back. She's finally returned. As long as she returned, all problems would be easily solved. After all, in Jun Lingshan's heart, Yun Luofeng was not only a genius but also an omnipotent god. Sister Yun, Jun Lingger was filled with joy as she walked to Yun Luofeng's side. It's great that you've returned. Many things happened in the 7-province continent these few days. Facing everyone's happy faces, Yun Luofeng lightly nodded. I know everything. I came here to treat old man Jun and the other Saintly Virgin tribe members. As for the grudge with the Qin family, I'll settle the debts with them shortly. Old man Jun looked over to Yun family members standing by Yun Luofeng's side and relaxed. It seems like the crisis has been resolved. We have to thank those from the East Governor estate and especially Miss Hong Luan. She wholeheartedly helped the Yun family this time. Other than the South Province, there were some other factions that stood by and watched when a crisis struck the Yun family. Therefore, Hong Luan originally intended to gather everyone, and even if they were incapable of dealing with the Qin family, they could at least stall for time. Who would have thought that after finding out the Qin family's strength, they all immediately escaped? Although the West Province Academy wasn't capable of helping, the elders had dispatched some experts. Unfortunately, there were already countless casualties during the fight in the Jun family. Yun Luofeng was Huang Yingying's benefactor, and naturally, the witchcraft clan had stood on Yun Luofeng's side. The Central Province's previous governor was on great terms with Jun Lingshan, and he also personally brought men over. However, as the distance between Central Province and Strid Province was too far, they did not manage to make it on time. Chapter 2043, Method to Resurrect Hong Luan 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The Saintly Virgin tribe's previous actions had indeed incurred Yun Luofeng dissatisfaction. However, they had assisted the Yun family with no second thoughts, causing her to eliminate any existing ill feelings towards them. Even if they helped on Lin Ruobai's account. The Phoenix and Dragon tribe were Yun Xiao's slave, and only they were able to locate Yun Xiao. As such, both of them had collaborated to open the path towards the Fengyun continent. Unfortunately, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao had left before they managed to find them. Hearing Jun Lingshan's words, Yun Luofeng's eyes dimmed as her expression was filled with a stern killing aura. Sensing the weird atmosphere, he was momentarily stunned. Why? What happened? At this very moment, the room's atmosphere was one of grieving. Old man Yun glanced at Jun Lingshan and slowly said, Hong Luan is dead. Hong Luan is dead. Jun Lingyitan coughed and his complexion turned flushed red, scaring Jun Lingger as she hastily went to his side to ease his chi and blood. Are you speaking of the truth? Miss Hong Luan, she's... Jun Lingshan was somewhat unwilling to believe that Hong Luan was dead. In reality, he wasn't familiar with Hong Luan and only met her a few times. However, Hong Luan had died to protect Feng Er and her family, so how could he not lament over such a sincere friendship between them? Thanks for your help during this time. I'll treat your injuries first and I'll settle the debts with the Spirit God continent shortly. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes as a cold glint streaked across. Even though Qin Luo died in her hands, she was only an outside disciple of the Qin family. Yun Luofeng didn't believe they would muster large forces to the 7-province continent for Qin Luo and even dispatched a heavenly god expert. Therefore, there must be another reason she was unaware of. Yun Luofeng constantly sensed a huge conspiracy enveloping around her. However, this conspiracy did not cause her to be timid but instead, ignited her raging fighting spirit. The 7-province continent was in a state of shock due to Yun Luofeng's return. Hearing his subordinate's report, the South Province's governor immediately stood up as his expression was unsightly. Yun Luofeng has returned. Didn't she leave the 7-province continent? Why did she return so soon? Upon recalling Yun Luofeng's methods, it caused the South Province's governor to feel scared. After all, when the Yun family needed help, he chose to turn a blind eye and even chased away those from the East Province who came to request for help. If Yun Luofeng heard of his actions, then... The more he thought, the more anxious he was, as his expression was filled with worry. Unfortunately, he had overheard things. Even though he chose to watch with folded arms, Yun Luofeng would not find trouble for him due to this, because everyone had the prerogative to act in their own self-interest. Of course, when the South Province encountered any crisis in the future, she would also turn a blind eye to them. Governor, there's no need to be worried. The elder was silent for a moment and said, Yun Luofeng offended people from the Spirit God continent, and any single expert from there can eliminate her. Now that she's powerless to protect herself, why would she find trouble for us? Hearing his words, the South Governor gradually relaxed, but his brows were still furrowed. His tone was of helplessness. I don't know if my initial decision was correct or not. I've never been in contact with Yun Luofeng before, but I know of her personality. Now that we watched with folded arms when the Yun family was confronted with a crisis, she'll certainly ignore the South Province if we require her help in the future. Chapter 2044, Method to Resurrect Hong Luan, 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The elder mockingly sneered, Governor, I feel that there's no harm in drawing the line with Yun Luofeng. This girl stirs up trouble wherever she goes, and now that she's attracted this trouble, it'll definitely be a burden to our South Province if we don't draw the line here. Furthermore, he paused for a moment and continued, the Seven-Province continent is very peaceful and the South Province is also the top-notch faction. If we don't provoke those monsters from the Spirit God continent, who else could find trouble for us? As for requesting her help, it's even more impossible. The South Governor thoroughly relaxed and threw the news of Yun Luofeng's return to the back of his mind. At this very moment, this elder wasn't aware that the Seven-Province continent would indeed be confronted with a heaven-shaking crisis in the future. Those friends who helped Yun Luofeng would survive under her protection, and as for those who did nothing to help the Yun family, they weren't able to arouse her slightest sympathy regardless of how they knelt down and begged. You weren't at fault for only being interested in saving yourself and watching with folded arms towards the Yun family. Who wouldn't care about their own lives? And how many would be willing to throw away their lives for someone unrelated? Therefore, Yun Luofeng would not find trouble for the South Province for this. However, at the same time, don't even think of requesting her help in the future. You can choose to pay no heed and she can do the very same. Simply speaking, this was an eye for an eye. Other than the South Province, some other middle-ranked factions were cowering, afraid that Yun Luofeng's fury would involve them. Just when everyone assumed that Yun Luofeng would cause a blood storm upon returning, the entire Seven-Province continent was unusually silent, which was out of their expectations. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Seeing that Yun Luofeng hadn't taken any actions, the South Governor finally relaxed. It seemed like she was also afraid of the Spirit God continent and didn't dare to take revenge. In this case, he presumed that she wouldn't make things difficult for the South Province at this critical juncture. Upon knowing this, it had been a long time since the South Province Governor was so relaxed, and he continued doing whatever he was doing before Yun Luofeng had returned. At the same time, he no longer paid attention to Yun Luofeng. Currently within the Saintly Virgin tribe. Hearing that the people from the Witchcraft clan and Central Province arrived, she went out to welcome them. Naturally, Huang Yingying was leading the Witchcraft clan, and the lead for Central Province would be the previous governor, Mu Dong, which was also Zheng Lingshan's old friend. You're here. Seeing these people, Yun Luofeng's expression became gentler as she asked. My lord, Huang Yingying apologetically glanced at Yun Luofeng. I came late. Mu Dong stayed silent, but he was continuously sighing with a helpless expression. Even if you came earlier, you wouldn't be of much help. Instead, it would add on to unnecessary casualties. Yun Luofeng slightly quirked her brow as her tone was of indifference. Huang Yingying bitterly smiled. She was doing her utmost in cultivating and was very near to reaching God level. Even so, she had still yet to break through to God level. Actually, no one dared to utter a single word when I brought the Witchcraft clan here. Huang Yingying's eyes were very bright as her appearance looked graceful. However, Senior Mu Dong's action was opposed by those people from the Central Province, but he overrode the objections and came. Mu Dong smiled. In any case, I've been long-time friends with Old Man Jun, so how could I look on without helping? As for the others, there's no need to care about them. Even though I'm no longer the governor, I still call the shots there. Chapter 2045, Method to Resurrect Hong Luan, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng did not reply, and Mu Dong waited in silence. After a long time, she finally spoke. Now that you're here, I'll inform you about my plans. I will certainly return this grudge of the Qin family killing Hong Luan. Even if I exhaust everything, I will use their lives as compensation for her death. Perhaps understanding Yun Luofeng's internal thoughts, Huang Yingying was respectful. From the moment you saved me, I was your maid. No matter what you intend to do, I will lead the Witchcraft clan and stand by your side. Mu Dong also smiled. Isn't it just a Spirit God continent? I've lived for a long time, and to me, life and death aren't so important anymore. Feng Er, no matter what you intend to do, we will always be your backing. In the face of their honest thoughts, Yun Luofeng's eyes contained a bright glimmer. All right. Then right now, I shall declare to everyone under heavens that Yun Luofeng will be waging war with the Spirit God continent. She revealed her aggressiveness and said with a chilly voice. In addition, Huang Yingying, go and invite all the factions within the Seven-Province continent, and I'd like to see how many are willing to fight alongside me. Yes, I understand. Huang Yingying answered deferentially. There were many factions in the Seven-Province continent, and other than the few main provinces, there were also huge sects, and they were a huge force to be reckoned with when united. Furthermore, there was no lack of existences that could rival the Witchcraft clan and the respective governor estates. Mu Dong glanced at Yun Luofeng as his eyes contained complicated feelings. He was also an experienced person, so how could he not know Yun Luofeng's true motive? She merely wanted to make use of this chance to know which faction stood by her side, so that she could make a decision. Following Yun Luofeng's departure, Huang Yingying immediately went to carry out her orders. Not long later, those elders from the West Province had rushed over in succession, and even the little Lolita Ji Fei that was saved by Yun Luofeng had come together with Nzi Hao along with the Ji family's men. As for Hu Li, there was no need to be concerned about his choice. He had already sold himself to Yun Luofeng for 10 years, and obviously, he can be uncommitted during such a crisis. Not long later, those elders from the West Province had rushed over in succession, and even the little elite he had already. Other than that, no one else had come. After all, the enemy Yun Luofeng was facing wasn't an ordinary one. They were experts from the Street God continent, and how could they compare against them? Therefore, the other factions naturally didn't send any reinforcements. Within an unadorned room, Yun Luofeng sat cross-legged on the bed with her eyes closed, while her soul had entered the God Code space. Under the azure blue skies, the green grasses seemed exceptionally lush. A red-robed lady's body was laid on the ground with her hands across her chest. With a serene and peaceful expression, seemingly fallen asleep, she completely lacked the aura of a dead person. Xiao Mo, do you really have a method to resurrect Hong Luan? Yun Luofeng shifted her gaze to Xiao Mo and asked. Xiao Mo was silent for a long time. I'm not 100% confident. Or should I say, I don't even have 50% confidence. Tell me the method. No matter how difficult it is, I won't give up. Yun Luofeng's expression revealed determination. Xiao Mo paused for a moment before speaking. Do you remember what the medical God Code said previously? With the medical God Code, treating the dead isn't impossible. If you had returned before Hong Luan stopped breathing, you could have cured her on the spot. Unfortunately, you returned too late. Chapter 2046, Method to Resurrect Hong Luan, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng's eyes dimmed. She was indeed late in her return. Otherwise, Hong Luan wouldn't have died. However, if you are sufficiently strong enough in the future, you can directly pull her back from the netherworld. At that time you'll be able to resurrect her. However, the precondition is that her soul hasn't been extinguished, else it's impossible to revive her no matter how powerful you are. According to your explanation, would I be able to resurrect my father when I'm strong enough? Yun Luofeng had questioned the old man regarding Bai Ling and Yun Yang's matters. Yun Yang was indeed dead and his corpse was intact at that time, allowing the old man to identify him at first glance. As for Bai Ling, there was a female corpse within Yun family's ancestral tomb, but the corpse was beyond recognition. As her figure was somewhat similar to Bai Ling and coincidentally laid not far from Yun Yang's body, the old man Yun had assumed the female corpse to be Bai Ling. It wasn't until now that he knew that it was a mistake. Nonetheless, Yun Yang was definitely dead. Xiao Mo glanced at Yun Luofeng and shook his head. I asked you to preserve Hong Luan's corpse because there's some chance of resurrecting her. However, Yun Yang's corpse has turned to dust and you can't resurrect him. What about reincarnation via seizing another's body? Yun Luofeng questioned. Impossible, Xiao Mo helplessly replied. The preconditions are too harsh. You coincidentally encountered a suitable corpse that matched your soul by chance, allowing you to be reincarnated to this continent. If the conditions aren't suitable, it's almost impossible, and even if it succeeded, it'll cause a backlash and the soul might even scatter. Yun Luofeng gently sighed. It seemed like it was truly impossible to revive Yun Yang. Master, did you know there's the existence of the netherworld in this world? Xiao Mo continued speaking. Don't ask me how to go there, but I can tell you that only souls can enter the netherworld. Once your physical body approaches, it'll disappear and you'll only know the road there when you pass away. Living humans won't know of the path and souls of the netherworld aren't allowed out. Xiao Mo noticed Yun Luofeng's darkened expression and continued speaking. However, what they don't know is that while souls in the netherworld aren't capable of leaving in a normal situation, there's a method to leave. That is, if they can break through to the Monic God level, they can occasionally travel to the continent. Monic level? Yun Luofeng quirked her brow and asked. Xiao Mo nodded. Don't assume it's easy to attain Monic God level. The netherworld is extremely unsuitable for cultivating. The conditions to break through are much harsher than the outside world. Unless you obtain a stroke of luck, you'll probably never break through in your entire life. Yun Luofeng no longer continued asking as she slowly stood up and said, the matter of vital importance now is to clear the poison in my mother's system. Today, it'll be the last day for the detoxification. Furthermore, her breakthrough was also imminent. Yun Luofeng glanced at the red-robed lady and her voice contained an unquestionable determination. Hong Luan, even if there's only 1% chance, I will also resurrect you. I will never let you wander around the ice-cold netherworld alone. After speaking, she no longer lingered around as her sight shifted away from Hong Luan. In the next moment, her white silhouette suddenly disappeared among the green pasture. Chapter 2047, Bai Ling Breaking Through, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Bai Ling was already waiting for Yun Luofeng in the room, and upon seeing two of them entering, a faint smile quirked on her gorgeous face. Feng Xiao, you're here. Yun Luofeng nodded. Today is the last day for your detoxification. After today, the poison in your body will be completely neutralized. However, I've sensed that you're on the edge of breaking through, and if you make use of this chance, perhaps you can reach Monic God level. A trace of surprise flashed through Bai Ling's eyes. Being able to neutralize the poison was already out of her expectations. Never once did she imagine that she could break through to Monic God level. Yun Luofeng turned and looked at Yun Xiao. Help me. To assist my mother in breaking through, it requires 2 Monic God level experts to provide assistance by her side. Yun Yi had been dispatched to Feng Yun continent, and the only 2 Monic God level cultivators by her side were only Little Bug and Yun Xiao. The treatment this time around did not end as soon as before, and Yun Luofeng had been cooped up in the room for several days. However, Yun Luofeng wasn't aware that the Qin family had once again sent troops during these few days while she was treating Bai Ling. This time, they clearly called for the Saintly Virgin tribe and Jun family to hand over Yun Luofeng. On a mountain reaching through the clouds where the Saintly Virgin tribe was located, the entire sky was dark and gloomy. Countless men wielding swords stood among the skies and were even more densely packed than those dark clouds. The leader was a handsome man with an arrogant appearance. It's him. The grey-robed elder of the saintly virgin tribe recognized this man in a glance and became emotionally excited as her eyes were filled with fury and hatred. He was the one who took away our tribe leader back then. You're saying that this bastard took away my mother? Lin Ruobai's breathing became irregular due to anger, while her doll-like face was radiating flames of fury. The man swept his gaze beneath him, and upon spotting Lin Ruobai's delicate and adorable appearance, he was astonished but regained his calm very soon. Hand over Yun Luofeng, or else our Qin family will certainly destroy your saintly virgin tribe. The man slightly raised his head as he spoke in an overbearing tone. He never expected that someone in this god-forsaken place was capable of killing a heavenly god-level cultivator. Thus, he was compelled by the circumstances to personally make a trip here. In your dreams, Zheng Lingshan stepped out with his chest stuck out. You'll have to step over my old bones to touch my granddaughter. Other people also stepped out in succession. In the face of the terrifying enemies in the skies, none of them had cowered, with the sole reason that there was someone they wanted to protect in this saintly virgin tribe. It seems like that woman Yun Luofeng did return. The graceful man gently laughed, and his laughter was filled with contempt and mocking. Since she's being an ostrich, then I'll have to force her out. Qin Yuan's eyes swept across everyone, and upon raising his hand, a powerful energy struck down with a bang. Old man Zhen's body was suddenly sent flying as blood rained down from the skies. However, Qin Yuan did not end his life. He only wanted to torture them so that he could force Yun Luofeng to reveal herself. If he killed them, wouldn't that be uninteresting? Who is in Yun Luofeng's family? Qin Yuan smirked as he scanned across the crowd. Chapter 2048, by Ling Breaking Through, 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. I am. Old man Yun walked out without caring about those trying to hold him back. The old man looked fearless with both his hands held behind his back while having a serious and proud expression. Trashers like you are only capable of relying on your spirit god continent's advantage to bully us. If you have the capability, then kill me. What are you considered as by using us to threaten our granddaughter? Old man Yun had long exploded from rage. In particular, the Qin family had killed Hong Luan. Such a good lady like Hong Luan had died in the hand of these trashers, so how could he be polite with them? If it weren't for those trashers standing too far away, he would have spat on them. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes as killing intent gushed forth. However, he realized old man Yun's plot and restrained his killing aura. It seems like Yun Luofeng is merely so-so. Cowardly and timid, hiding in this saintly virgin tribe and lacking the courage to come out. Even when her family members' lives are in danger, she's completely indifferent about it. Is someone like her worth your protection? Lin Ruobai released a loud wail and pounced towards Qin Yuan. Her petite face became flushed red due to anger. I won't allow you to humiliate my master. Lord Ruobai. The expression of the saintly virgin tribeswomen changed drastically. They wanted to stop Lin Ruobai, but they were too late as she had arrived before Qin Yuan. Bang! Raising his leg, he fiercely kicked towards Lin Ruobai's chest, causing her to crash down from the sky. Feeling her whole body falling apart, she couldn't even get up due to the pain. Qin Yuan flung his sleeves and said expressionlessly, if it weren't for your resemblance to her, I would have ended your life with that kick. Lin Ruobai pressed her chest as her furious eyes glared at Qin Yuan. If expressions could kill, Qin Yuan would probably be killed over 1,000,000 times by her. Lord Ruobai. The tribesmen hastily ran to Lin Ruobai's side and lifted her up with heartache on their faces. Lin Ruobai was their saintly virgin tribe's successor and the last descendant left behind by their leader. If she was kicked to death, what would happen to them? Lin Ruobai stayed silent as her petite figure trembled from anger and her expression was unsightly. Old man Yun tightly clenched his fist. Hong Luan had died for them, and these people before him were in a dangerous situation due to the Yun family. How could he be aloof in this situation? Enough! He loudly shouted as his reddened eyes turned towards those experts in the skies. The person you're aiming for is my granddaughter. As Feng's grandfather, I ought to bear all the danger for her. I only wish for you to let these innocent people off. The man coldly snorted. If Yun Luofeng doesn't appear, everyone here today will have to die. Of course, you'll be the first. After speaking, the man raised his hand and a sharp wind sliced down. Before old man Yun managed to react, he felt his chest hurting as fresh blood flowed out, dyeing his robes red. Father, Yun Qingya and Ning Xin's expression changed while they hastily ran to old man Yun's side. They then took out a stalk of spirit medicine to feed him. Old man Yun's breathing was very feeble, but at least, it was stable. Yet, his face seemed extremely white under the sun while his lips trembled. Chapter 2049, by Ling Breaking Through, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. These people were too strong and they were powerless to oppose them. Old man Yun tightly clenched his fists as he felt powerless. Qingya, lift me up. Seemingly making a decision, he stood up with the help of Yun Qingya. His footsteps staggered and swayed. So what if your Qin family is powerful? After killing me now, my granddaughter will avenge me one day, haha. At that time, not only the Qin family, the entire spirit god continent will suffer a calamity. Old man Yun clenched his teeth and made this speech while a glimmer shot out from his eyes. That's right, he was prepared to die. All these years, it wasn't easy for Yun Luofeng to have reached her current strength, and as her grandfather, he had never once helped her. She had endured so many hardships, and since he was incapable of providing help, then why be a burden? Even if he died, he would never allow the Qin family to use him and threaten his granddaughter. You're intending to force my hand and end your life. Qin Yuan evidently knew of old man Yun's intention and sneered, don't be anxious. In any case, all of you will die, sooner or later. After speaking, Qin Yuan slowly lifted his hand and released a command. Everyone, attack. However, don't end their lives just yet, and it's fine to cripple them. I'll like to see how long Yun Luofeng can continue hiding. Yes, young master. When orders were given, his men dived down and the entire saintly virgin tribe was in a state of battle. Of course, the situation was one-sided. Even the weakest from the Qin family were of god-level cultivation, so how could people from the seven-province continent be their opponent? Therefore, only sounds of wailing could be heard throughout the saintly virgin tribe. Howl. At this very moment, a dragon and phoenix cry sounded from the skies, and upon looking up, they saw the dragon and phoenix clan bringing reinforcements. The leaders of the tribes had appeared during their wedding back then, and waving their hands, their followers had joined in the battle. Qin Yuan sneered. They were only an ordinary dragon tribe and not those ancient dragon tribes from the Strud God continent. So how could they withstand the Qin family's experts? They were simply dreaming. Therefore, Qin Yuan did not regard them of importance. Just as he was looking away, he suddenly noticed a group of humans standing on their backs. Qin Yuan was momentarily distracted. Before he managed to recover his senses, one of the handsome young men brandished his sword, and the god-level experts of Qin family who were extremely fierce earlier on had been struck. Instantly, the skin burst open and they dropped from the skies. Everyone fighting was struck dumb, and some were staring dumbfounded at the strangers who came to help. Qi Ling, shall we compete to see if the Lufeng Kingdom's experts or your Tianqi Kingdom's experts are more powerful? The handsome young man smiled and turned to look at the man standing on the dragon while provoking him. That man heartily laughed. Great idea. Let's compete to see which side is more powerful. The winning one will become Miss Yun's assistant and the other can't have any objections. Sure, then let's begin the competition now. The young man's smile appeared premature, but his aura was very strong. While riding on the phoenix, he seemed even more elegant. Chapter 2050, by Ling Breaking Through, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Miss Yun. Hearing their address, everyone was somewhat distracted. Could it be, the Miss Yun they mentioned was Yun Luofeng? There are actually so many experts under Yun Luofeng. Looking at their strength, all of them seemed to be above god-level cultivation. Qin Yuan's expression changed slightly. His lowered eyes contained a gloomy glint as he coldly gazed at the men fighting against his Qin family experts. Long Shi, Junlingshan finally recovered and questioned while looking at the young man leading the dragon tribe. They are. Oh, I encountered them when I was in the Feng Yun continent. Following that, Long Shi recounted their meeting. Not long ago, while he and Feng Qi were in the West Province as guests, they coincidentally heard what the Qin family declared, and so they immediately decided to search for Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. Unexpectedly, not long after they arrived in the Feng Yun continent, they found out about Yun Luofeng's achievements there and also found out that she had left. As a result, just as they were thinking of ways to leave the Feng Yun continent and meet Yun Luofeng, they bumped into Yun Yi, who went looking for Qi Su and everyone. Yun Yi was the puppet by Yun Luofeng's side, and it was impossible for Long Shi to not recognize him. Therefore, they had linked up together and left the Feng Yun continent. What's more coincidental was that they encountered the Dragon and Phoenix tribe along with other helpers the moment they left the Feng Yun continent. As the Dragon and Phoenix tribe was located in the closed-off Beast province, it was very late when they found out about the Qin family's threat towards the entire continent. Even so, those elders were still Yun Xiao's followers, and they immediately ordered experts of their two tribes to set off. Upon arriving in East Province, they got news of Yun Luofeng's return, along with news of her gathering help. Therefore, it had resulted in the situation of Qi Su and the two tribes arriving together. HMPH, noticing that the Qin family was gradually falling into a disadvantaged situation, his expression turned chilly as his aura suddenly gushed forth. He was a reverend god-level cultivator, so how could he allow the Qin family to lose face here? As Qi Su saw Qin Yuan's expression, he smiled in contempt. Do you think only your Qin family has reverend god-level cultivators? Aren't you belittling the strength of our Feng Yun continent? After speaking, those reverend god-level experts of Feng Yun continent released their auras, causing Qin Yuan's expression to change completely. Reverend god-level. Other than our Strud God continent, there are other reverend god-level cultivators. Impossible. Where are you from? Seemingly feeling that Qin Yuan's expression was lacking, he unconsciously sneered, frog at the bottom of the well. Just a reverend god-level cultivator scared you off. I haven't even brought out our Monic-level experts. Monic god-level experts. Qin Yuan stiffened. Even within the Strud God continent, the number of Monic god-level experts they had could be counted with one hand. Their huge Qin family only had one. And Yun Luofeng actually had Monic god-level experts under her. Boom. Just as Qin Yuan was in disbelief, a figure descended from the sky and crashed down, causing a huge pit in the ground. The man was tall and sturdy, looking very strong while being expressionless and stern. His aura was similar to a raging huge river, overflowing without stopping. In that instant, Qin Yuan's expression could only be described as being horrified. Monic god level. There was actually a Monic god level expert by Yun Luofeng's side. Why wasn't there this information from their investigation? Chapter 2051, by Ling Breaking Through, 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Although they didn't know what a Monic god-level expert represented, they could make out from Qin Yuan's expression that a Monic god-level expert was stronger than him. Yun Yi, you. Old man Yun stroked his chest and eased his breathing. He even used a gentle tone to ask, when did you break through to Monic god level? He suddenly reacted after asking the question. Yun Yi was only a puppet, so how could he possibly speak? Yet, the scene that happened shortly shocked old man Yun. I'm not sure of the specifics, I only know I broke through after consuming a few heavenly bolts of lightning. Yun Yi scratched his head and his previous grave and stern appearance changed. However, lightning tastes good and I hope to have a few more. Old man Yun's mouth twitched and sounds of sucking in cold breath could be heard. As a puppet, Yun Yi actually had his own thoughts. What did this mean? It meant that Yun Luofeng was already capable of creating a human. However, breaking through after eating a few heavenly lightning bolts. and even hopes to have another taste. What did he mean? Does he think that heavenly lightning was controlled by his family? Retreat. Qin Yuan gnashed his teeth and ordered. Just as he wanted to turn and retreat, an explosion suddenly sounded from not far away. Shortly after, heavenly tribulation lightning appeared. Seeing that, Yun Yi's eyes immediately brightened. He released a low roar and hastily flew towards the lightning. His expression was as if he saw a delicacy and couldn't resist the temptation. In fact, the bolts of lightning were a delicacy for Yun Yi as it could provide nourishment for his body. Of course, right now Yun Yi's strength was at the demonic god level and next would be the true god level. Nonetheless, the true god level wasn't that easy to reach and no matter how many heavenly lightning he consumed, he wouldn't advance to a true god. However, other than making a breakthrough, the lightning could temper his body, causing it to become more robust and this was a benefit that was hard to come by. Qin Yuan's legs went soft as his body trembled. Monic god level. It's another monic god level expert. Oh god, what kind of monsters does Yun Luofeng have by her side? Even their Qin family with numerous years of history only had a single monic god expert. Qin Yuan no longer cared for the others. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's sight was on the heavenly lightning, he turned around with intentions of escaping. Spotting that Qin Yuan was about to escape, Qi Su immediately shouted, "Block his path." Instantly, all the reverend god level experts moved and shot towards Qin Yuan. However, just as they were about to reach him, Qin Yuan disappeared into thin air. That's right, he had disappeared and no one knew how he achieved that. TSK, we allowed the bastard to escape. Qi Ling was somewhat vexed. If they could capture him, perhaps they would have a hope to enter the Strud God continent. Qi Su pursed his lips without speaking as his eyes were filled with fury and his handsome face became grave and stern. This. Lin Ruobai blinked her eyes. Can I ask, what is a monic god? She overheard from the Qin family men that Yun Yi was a monic god. And now, her master's mother had broken through to a monic god. Yet, she wasn't aware of the concept of a monic god. Qi Su glanced at Lin Ruobai and patiently explained. Above god level would be heavenly god level, followed by reverend god level. That guy's strength is at the reverend god level. As for the monic god level, it's beneath the true god and above reverend god. Chapter 2052, by Ling Breaking Through, 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Qi Ling continued, in this word, a true god has yet to appear and so monic gods are the most powerful existences. See. Everyone sucked in cold air. So it turns out, Yun Yi had become so powerful. Even Bai Ling had broken through to a monic god. Ms. Yun has yet to tell you about this. Qi Su was somewhat shocked. Yun Yi, Little Bug has all reached monic god. Although young Master Yun Xiao is also a monic god, frankly speaking, even Yun Yi and Little Bug together wouldn't necessarily be his opponent. It could be said that young Master Yun Xiao is an unequaled existence. Oh, there's also Miss Yun. Even though she's only a reverend god right now, her strength is comparable with a monic god. Previously she had already defeated a monic god expert. Even though Lang Xinyu fell into Yun Xiao's trap, everyone back then could see that Lang Xinyu wasn't Yun Luofeng's opponent. Therefore, it wasn't wrong to say that she was comparable to a monic god. Old man Yuns felt somewhat giddy. Earlier on, he intended to sacrifice himself for Yun Luofeng to escape, but who knew that his granddaughter's strength could rival against the strongest in the continent. The pleasant surprise came too fast, and some hadn't managed to react. Just as everyone was caught up in astonishment, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao walked over, while Bai Ling stood by her side. The smiling intent in her eyes had instantly disappeared upon witnessing the scene before her. Yun Luofeng saw the blood on old man Yun in a glance and her face darkened. What happened? Grandfather, why are you injured? After asking, she turned her sight towards those experts of Qin family. Qin Yuan had indeed escaped, but everyone else was left behind. Thus, it was expected that they shouldered Yun Luofeng's fury. Did you injure my family? A sinister and eerie smile hung on her lips as killing intent gradually surged forth. The Qin family troops could only smile bitterly. They were led here by Qin Yuan but he escaped and left them behind. This time, not only would their skeletons be destroyed, probably. Even the deaths wouldn't be painless. Yun Luofeng ordered, hack them to death and hang their corpses outside the East Province gates after the death. Have them face the East Governor Estate and repent forever for Hong Luin's death. Not only did they harm old man Yun and others, but more importantly, they caused the death of Hong Luin. From the start, she had sworn to offer their souls to Hong Luin. All their expressions changed. It was fine if they died, but they had to be humiliated by her even after death. This was something no one was willing to endure. Looking at their flustered faces, the sneer on Yun Luofeng's face deepened. Since you dared to kill my friend and invade the Yun family, then you must pay for it. At this very moment, Yun Yi had walked to their front. Facing a monic god like Yun Yi, they were completely incapable of resisting. Since Yun Luofeng returned, the various factions in the continent had dispatched their spies to the Saintly Virgin tribe, wanting to know of their every move. Therefore, the news of the Qin family dispatching experts to sort her into the Saintly Virgin tribe couldn't be concealed from the various factions. After hearing this news, there was only one reaction in their hearts. Yun Luofeng would die without a doubt. Chapter 2053, Various Factions Shock 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yet very soon, another piece of news arrived. Reportedly, those Qin family's experts that intruded into the Saintly Virgin tribe had perished there. Yun Luofeng had even tied the corpses outside of the East Province city gates for everyone's viewing. This news had scared everyone as they never expected this kind of ending. Among them, the South Province's governor was the most frightened. Previously when the East Province came asking for help, they had kicked him out. The meaning behind their actions was to inform those Qin family experts that they were unrelated to them. In his opinion, Yun Luofeng couldn't win against the Qin family. However, what's with the current situation? All the Qin family experts are dead, and there are even more powerful experts under Yun Luofeng. Governor. The elder who came up with the idea was also frightened by this news as he spoke timidly. What should we do now? What else can we do? If it weren't for your idea, I wouldn't have offended that woman Yun Luofeng. The South Governor's expression was very unsightly. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth and said, immediately retrieve our heirloom and send men to the Saintly Virgin tribe to apologize. Yes, Governor, right now, this was only the viable method to ease both sides' relations. Other than the South Province's governor, other factions had also thought of this method as they sent their men to the Saintly Virgin tribe at once. However, when they arrived there, Yun Luofeng and company had returned to the Jun family. Therefore, they had made this trip in vain. Even so, they weren't discouraged as they rushed to the Jun family after that. At this moment outside the Jun family, it was a hubbub as everyone was sticking out their head to look around. Yet, none of them dared to forcefully enter the Jun family. The Jun family's guards were similar to door gods, as they blocked before everyone like an unmovable mountain, with grim and stern expressions. Miss Yun passed on an order. Regardless who requests a meeting, everyone is rejected without exception. Facing the unreasonable Jun family's guards, no one dared to resist. We brought priceless gifts to request for a meeting with Miss Yun, to apologize for our previous mistakes. Could you be flexible and let us in? Apologize, the Jun family's guards sneered. When the Jun family required help, where did they disappear to? Now that Yun Luofeng returned and even massacred the Qin family's experts as an example, these people have all suddenly reappeared. Wanting to get benefits by not facing dangers. Would there be something so good in this world? With Miss Yun's identity, would she care for your gifts? Hurry up and get lost. Everyone's expression stiffened. Indeed, she might not look upon their meeting gifts with her status, but they were the most priceless treasures they could take out. Everyone, a man slowly went up and cupped his fists. I'm from the South Province and the governor tasked me to offer our heirloom. Furthermore, the South Province is willing to obey Miss Yun in the future. The South Province's governor was finally smart for once. To get rid of Yun Luofeng's ill feelings towards them, perhaps this was the only feasible method. And that was, to be her slave forever. Unfortunately, he attached too much importance to himself. Yun Luofeng has Monic gods as her subordinates, so how could she possibly care about a small South Province? As expected, after hearing his words, that guard sneered, what do you think you are? In the past, didn't you run the fastest? When the East Province asked for help, weren't they beaten and chased out by you? Now you want to become Miss Yun's slave. In your dreams. Chapter 2054, Various Factions Shocked 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The man's expression was ashen as he had never been humiliated this way. In particular, the other side was a bodyguard. However, that guard was a Jun family subordinate and also under the wings of Yun Luofeng. No matter how discontented he was, he could only bear with it. Can't you? Whoosh. Before this man finished speaking, a stern and brave figure came out. Yun Yi's sturdy muscles radiated a dazzling light under the sunlight and his body stood perfectly straight outside the door. His pair of unfeeling eyes then coldly swept across everyone present. Anyone who dares to stop here will be killed without exception. Following the words, killed without exception, Yun Yi's aura spread out while revealing killing intent. Just a glance at his eyes would cause them to be frightened witless as if their heart had been clutched tight and were incapable of breathing. Get lost. After he spoke, the crowd didn't dare to linger. They scattered like birds and disappeared, seemingly afraid that they would be killed by this terrifying man if they were a second late. Yun Yi turned towards the guard and expressionlessly ordered, my master is resting and no one is allowed to disturb her. If anyone dares to come and bother my master, kill without exception. The Jun family's guards knew of Yun Yi's strength and naturally wouldn't disobey his orders. More importantly, he was already unhappy looking at those opportunists. If it weren't because of the Jun family's rule of not allowing them to casually injure others, he would have beaten them up earlier on. However, it was different now with Yun Yi's orders. Thinking of this, the guard's eyes brightened. Jun family. Above the rock mountain, Yun Luofeng was lazily leaning in Yun Xiao's embrace as she gazed at the sun. Yun Xiao, I've always been fighting all these years and tranquil times like this are few and far between. Her hand gently stroked her slightly bulging belly as she revealed a smile. Such tranquil times were too few and perhaps only after she settled all her enemies could she completely relax. I'm here to accompany you. No matter it's to fight or to live in seclusion, I'll accompany you without separating. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow as she faintly smiled and said, there's also our child. Yun Xiao frowned. It's fine with me by your side. He did not wish to have his son disrupt their time together after he was born. What about him? We can conceive another daughter to accompany him in the future, or he can find his own wife. In any case, it's fine if he doesn't bother my Feng heir. Yun Luofeng's brows twitched. If her unborn child knew of this, he would definitely make a big fuss. Before he was even born, he had been disliked by his father. Of course, Yun Xiao didn't dislike this child. Instead, in the future when their child grows up, he'll certainly have his own life. At that time, he only wished to be alone with his wife and didn't want their children to pester Feng heir every day. Master. Just then, Huohuo's excited voice sounded within her soul. Master, Master, the dragon saliva tree bore fruit. The dragon saliva tree was a congratulatory gift Chen Yuqing had given them in the past. This tree was very unique and required a dragon's urine to grow. With little bug's constant efforts, the tree had finally borne fruit. Chapter 2055, Various Factions Shocked 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Thinking of this, a pleasant surprise surfaced on her face. Noticing her happy expression, he asked, "What's going on?" "The dragon saliva tree has finally borne fruit. Yun Seo, let's make a trip to the God Code world." Within the God Code world, there were only Huohuo and Little Bug watching by one side, other than Hong Luin's corpse. Cha Cha couldn't stay still and had gone outside with Little Tree to play about. The hamster tribe was also not in the God Code world. As for Seo Mo, he went on a date with Lin Ruobai and threw the task of watching the dragon saliva tree to Huohuo while he happily enjoyed himself. The instant Yun Luofeng entered the space, she noticed a huge towering tree. Above the tree, the vermilion-colored fruits appeared plump, tender, and appetizing. "Master." Bai Xiao appeared behind Yun Luofeng and her eyes were filled with hope while looking at the dragon saliva tree. "Can you give me a single fruit to consume? If I consume this fruit, perhaps I might have the ability to appear in a human form, similar to Little Tree." Yun Luofeng glanced at Bai Xiao and nodded. She then plucked a fruit and threw to Bai Xiao. "Consume this fruit, then tell me the effects." Bai Xiao looked joyous as disbelief flooded her eyes. She merely casually requested for it and never expected Yun Luofeng would really give her one. This was a treasured item everyone fought over in the past 1,000 over years. Bai Xiao hastily consumed the fruit and immediately after, an advancement storm appeared on her. As the life tree, her only use was to grow life fruit for others to consume. Furthermore, her strength was unrivaled inside the life tree. However, this didn't account for much. In the outside world, Bai Xiao wasn't powerful or capable of high damage. She would be considered as the weakest one under Yun Luofeng. Yet, after consuming the dragon saliva fruit, her strength rose in flying speed and only stopped after reaching Reverend God level. Yun Luofeng was stunned. A single dragon fruit had such properties, to allow Bai Xiao to instantly break through to Reverend God. "Master, I think I have a general idea about this dragon saliva fruit's uses." Bai Xiao's eyes were filled with joy and only stabilized after a long time. Looking at Yun Luofeng she said, "The fruit's uses is to unleash a human's potential without limit. However, the aftermath would be the inability to cultivate throughout their life." That was to say, after consuming the fruit, Bai Xiao wouldn't have any additional breakthrough for the rest of her life after becoming a Reverend God. Even so, the effects of this dragon fruit tree were very powerful. It could unleash one's potential to the fullest and that meant that Bai Xiao could only break through to Reverend God level in her whole life. Even without consuming the dragon saliva fruit, she could only advance to Reverend God. Therefore, the fruit did not pose many detrimental effects and only beneficial effects. "Oh, that's right." Seemingly thinking of something, she said, "There's a limit for this fruit. Regardless of your potential, you can only advance to Monic God level at most. It's impossible to break through to true God with the fruit." Originally, Yun Luofeng intended for Yun Xiao to consume the fruit. With Yun Xiao's talents, advancing to true God was something that was bound to happen. However, Bai Xiao's words were similar to a bucket of cold water being poured on her, causing her to calm down. "Huohuo, think it through whether you want to consume this fruit." Chapter 2056, Various Factions Shock 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. "I'll take it." Huohuo did not hesitate. "True God isn't that easily attainable, and I don't wish to become some true God. I'm willing to consume this fruit." "All right." Yun Luofeng passed the fruit to Huohuo. "Then you can eat it right now." Huohuo nodded without hesitation and ate the fruit. Her potential could be considered as impressive and with the help of the dragon saliva fruit, both she and Bai Xiao broke through to Reverend God level. "Yun Xiao, help me harvest all the fruit on the tree. Right now, I'll help the Yun family and the Jun family raise their strength." Unfortunately, Jun Fengling and Yi Jingchen weren't here. Otherwise, perhaps they could break through to Monic God with their talents. Upon leaving the God Code world, Yun Luofeng sent Huohuo to inform everyone to await her in the hall. After giving orders, she and Yun Xiao slowly walked towards the hall. Currently, the hall was bustling with activity. Jun Lingshan and Old Man Yun were in a conversation with lamenting expressions on their faces. Spotting the handsome man and beautiful woman walking over, the entire hall suddenly quietened down. "Feng Er, Shao Er, you're here." Jun Lingshan revealed a smile as his eyes radiated gentleness. "Wanting to meet us so urgently, is there something you want to discuss?" Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders and looked at Yun Luo while smiling. "Grandfather, a seedling that I have recently cultivated has borne fruit. I intended to let you have a taste of it." "My own granddaughter cultivated a seedling." Old Man Yun's eyes immediately brightened. To him, anything that his granddaughter brought out had never been lacking. Therefore, when Yun Luofeng extended her hands, Old Man Yun had basically pounced over like a hungry wolf. Without asking about the fruit's effect, he immediately bit into the fruit. The fruit was very fragrant as the juice flowed into his mouth. Old Man Yun smacked his lips before swallowing the fruit without hesitation. He had a contented expression. "This fruit tastes good. Do you have any more? Give me a few more." Unexpectedly, an advancement storm emerged prominently with a bang, causing everyone to be shocked. This storm continued and didn't stop even after advancing to Sage Lord level, advanced rank. As a result, he directly broke through to God level. That's right, Old Man Yun advanced to God level. This knowledge caused him to be shocked silly. He couldn't make head or tails of the situation as he stared foolishly at Yun Luofeng. Others also couldn't stay seated as they all stood up. Jun Lingshan couldn't even form coherent sentences due to the excitement. This, God level. Old Man Yun broke through to God level. That's right, it's God level. God level, what exactly happened? Old Man Yun's innate talent wasn't powerful nor weak. Although his strength was weak in the past, that was because he grew up in a backward place like the Longshao continent. Coupled with his age, he had lacked the determination to continue training. If his birthplace was in the Fangyan continent, then the highest level he could reach was God level. It was precisely due to the backward Longshao continent that prevented his innate potential from being revealed. This is a dragon saliva fruit and its effects can allow unleashing of your potential without limit. It'll depend on your innate potential to be able to break through to which level. Yun Luofeng smiled. However, the consequence will be the inability to break through further for the rest of your life. Therefore, it'll be your decision to consume the fruit or not. Chapter 2057, Various Factions Shock 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Everyone was stunned when they heard her. What Yun Luofeng meant was, they also had a chance to obtain this dragon saliva fruit. Compared to other people's excitement, Yun Qingye revealed a frown. Perhaps due to the unforeseen events in recent days, it made him even more determined. Feng Er, would our fighting strength be weakened if we used the fruit to break through? As if afraid of Yun Luofeng not understanding his meaning, he continued to explain. For example, as grandfather used the fruit to break through to god level, would it result in him becoming the weakest of the same rank due to using external influence to advance? If so, he would rather not consume the fruit. However, Yun Luofeng's following words had dispelled his doubts. Second uncle, you can rest assured that there's not much difference in your strength by using the fruit and to break through normally via battles. The only shortcoming would be, you wouldn't advance no matter how you train in the future, as your potential had been completely unleashed. Her words caused Yun Qingye to relax as a faint smile quirked on his handsome face. I wish to consume the fruit. Actually, Yun Luofeng could more or less guess everyone's choice. Right now was the time they needed strength. Only with sufficient strength could they prevent another tragedy from occurring. Yun Qingye's innate potential was very strong, but so what? He was willing to work hard, but the spiritual energy in the Seven Province continent prevented him from breaking through to god level. Facing a huge faction like the Qin family, they were powerless to resist. However, with the dragon saliva fruit, it was different. Even if Yun Luofeng weren't by their side, they could still safeguard their family. As such, after Yun Qingye made his choice, the others also made theirs. Cousin, Yun Ruoshui's crystal clear eyes were filled with hope. I also wish to consume this fruit. Would it be possible? Just as Yun Luofeng wanted to agree to Yun Ruoshui's request, Bai Xiao's voice sounded in her mind. Master, Yun Ruoshui is too young and cannot bear the fruit's energy. She can only consume it after she's of age. Hearing Bai Xiao's explanation, Yun Luofeng's eyes became gentler as she gently stroked Yun Ruoshui's head. Shuiser, the power of this fruit is too much for you to bear and you're still too young. However, I'll reserve one for you to consume after you're of age. Yun Ruoshui was disappointed, but after hearing Yun Luofeng's last sentence, her eyes brightened. All right, Shuiser is very obedient. Shuiser shall consume the fruit after she's an adult. After consoling Yun Ruoshui, Yun Luofeng handed out the fruit to everyone one by one, except for Bai Ling. She was already a monic god and the fruit was useless to her. Even if she had the innate potential to advance to true god, the fruit couldn't help her breakthrough. Mu Dong was somewhat surprised. Looking at the dragon saliva fruit placed before him, he blinked his eyes. There's also my share. You're grandfather Jun's friend and you've also chosen to stand on our side during a crucial moment. I will never treat my people unfairly. A smile blossomed on her face while she spoke with force. Instantly, it caused Mu Dong's heart to tremble. In reality, he wasn't of any help that day in the saintly virgin tribe. At the very most, he was merely prepared to fight against the Qin family. However, if he acted as such after knowing of Yun Luofeng's strength, perhaps his actions would seem to be currying favor with her. Chapter 2058, Various Factions Shock 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Even so, they weren't aware of anything before then, were they? In such a situation where they did not know Yun Luofeng's strength, they came without hesitation to fight against a powerful faction like the Qin family. Even if they couldn't be of any help, Yun Luofeng had remembered their friendship in her heart. Mu Dong then accepted the fruit and remembered her favor in his heart. As such, there were constant heavenly tribulation lightning striking down above the Jun family's residence at that moment. The flashes of lightning had continued for 3 days and nights before they disappeared. As those visitors who came to look for Yun Luofeng had yet returned, they naturally witnessed the majestic affair. At once, they decided to return and report to their lord. From now on, they couldn't afford to offend any single person by Yun Luofeng's side. Thinking of this, they quickly departed, and following the departure, everything that had happened in the Jun family had spread throughout the entire continent. Due to this, the entire Seven-Province continent was in a state of shock. Heavenly lightning. What kind of existence was heavenly lightning? Only a god-level breakthrough will cause heavenly lightning, wasn't it so? However, the lightning that struck within the Jun family wasn't just a single bolt. Instead, it was countless bolts of lightning. Upon knowing this, how could they not be astonished? Of course, every one of the Jun family did not pay attention to those noises. Afraid that the heavenly lightning would descend too quickly and Yun Yi was not able to receive it in time, resulting in unnecessary injuries, Yun Luofeng had ordered them to break through one at a time. That resulted in continuous heavenly lightning for 3 days and nights. However, the increase in strength this time was statistically remarkable. The majority of them had advanced to heavenly god, while Old Man Jun, Mu Dong, Ning Xin, and others had advanced to reverent god. What caused Yun Luofeng's shock was that Yun Qingye deserved to be called number 1 back then in the Longyuan kingdom. His innate potential had exceeded everyone as he had directly advanced to monic god level. In that case, the Seven-Province continent had Yun Qingye and Bai Ling's protection, and it was impossible for the previous tragedy to repeat. Grandfather Yun was unhappy and his face even turned sullen as he felt indignation. Why did all of you break through to god level and even heavenly god level? Even my son advanced to monic god level, but I'm the only god level. Could it be that his innate potential was so lacking? This won't do. Old Man Yun glared at Yun Luofeng. Hand me another dragon saliva fruit. Yun Luofeng rolled her eyes. Even if I gave you another fruit, you won't break through anymore. Hearing her words, Grandfather Yun stared at her. Can't I eat it as a snack? He actually said he wanted to eat a priceless treasure such as the dragon saliva fruit as a snack. Probably only he could say something like that in this world. If you're not afraid of causing damage to your body, I won't stop you. Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders and gave a fake smile. Old man Yun turned taciturn and glared at Yun Luofeng with grief. I'm only joking with you. You didn't think I was being honest, right? Compared to the dragon saliva fruit, when are you going to bear a child for me to play with? Bear a child? For him to play with? Yun Luofeng's mouth twitched and only stabilized her emotions after a long time. Didn't my mother tell you that I'm pregnant? Grandfather Yun, who was originally complaining, had turned flabbergasted upon hearing what she said. What, did I hear that wrong? My precious granddaughter is pregnant. Junlingshan and others also hastily stood up and even their breathing became urgent, while their internal excitement couldn't be concealed. Chapter 2059, Yun Ruoshui and Wuyan 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Mother, you haven't told them yet. Yun Luofeng glanced at Bai Ling in shock as she asked. I thought you had informed them already. Bai Ling was also speechless. As it turns out, they haven't revealed the news of Feng Er pregnancy. Grandfather Yun revealed a grieved expression. They had hidden such important news from him. Second uncle, I'd have to trouble you to make a trip to the land of no return and bring the Yi family here. Also, fetch Tianya in the forest of no return and everyone back here. If the Qin family couldn't deal with the Yun family, perhaps they might retreat and find trouble for the Yi family instead. Therefore, she had to cover all possibilities and prevent them from targeting her closed ones. All right. Yun Qingya nodded. Furthermore, dispatch men to locate my father and mother, along with Yi Eximo and Yi Qi, and protect them all together. With the current situation, it's very dangerous for them to linger outside. The father and mother she mentioned were Yi Jingchen and Zhun Fengling, and they were the ones she worried about the most. I understand. I will settle this matter well. Yun Qingya faintly smiled. Now that he possessed the strength to protect his closest ones, even his way of speaking became more confident. Mother, Yun Luofeng turned to Bai Ling and continued speaking. I've tasked second uncle to search for the others, and as for protecting the old man and the rest, I'll leave it to you. With your presence, I'll be at ease even when I leave. Bai Ling was momentarily shocked. You're leaving? Facing Bai Ling's reluctance to part, Yun Luofeng nodded her head. The Qin family's actions aren't solely due to my actions of killing Qin Luo. There must be other hidden reasons. I'll make a trip to the Spirit God continent with Yun Xiao. I cannot let this situation to persist with the enemies hiding in the dark and us out in the open. Without knowing why, she had a premonition that the Qin family's actions were related to those people who had once chased down Zhu Qian. Therefore, she had to make a trip to the Spirit God continent. Knowing that there were Yun Xiao and two other Monic gods by Yun Luofeng's side protecting her, Bai Ling felt reassured. Leave without any worry. With me here, no one can invade the Zhun family. Yun Luofeng did not continue saying much. She then took out 5 dragon saliva fruit and passed them to Bai Ling. These 5 fruits are for old man Yi, Yi Qi, Yi Eximo and my parents. Mother, hand it to them in my stead at that time. After entrusting everything, Yun Luofeng met gazes with Yun Xiao and walked out of the courtyard. Feng Er, when shall we set off? We shall leave tomorrow. Yun Luofeng became taciturn. She had only considered increasing her family members' strength and completely forgotten about the steel and raging flame core. These members had grown and followed alongside her from the start. Such a companionship was something irreplaceable, and after she returned to her courtyard, she had called out the core and hamster tribe. Even Cha Cha and Xiao Mo had been called back from outside. Master, did something happen for you to call us back urgently? Milk Tea and the rest had stayed in the illusionary realm, and they weren't aware of the recent events. As for Xiao Mo, Yun Luofeng had already explained the situation to him via spiritual voice transmittance. Chapter 2060, Yun Ruoshui and Wuyan 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. I have 30 dragon saliva fruit left. Other than my 5 masters in West Province Academy, I have to leave 3 for the East Governor Estate people. Therefore, I have 22 fruits left. Although her 5 masters in the East Province Academy hadn't taught her anything, they had always regarded her as their disciple, and she couldn't possibly forget the grace. As for the East Governor Estate, no matter what those elders thought, at the very least, Hong Luan had lost her life for the Yun family, and just based on that fact, she would protect them no matter what crisis they encountered, let alone giving them those 3 dragon saliva fruit. Xiao Mo innocently blinked his naive and innocent huge eyes and asked, Master, how do you intend to distribute these 22 fruits? Xiao Mo, you and Xiao Bai, Cha Cha, and Little Tree shall take 1 fruit each. For the hamster tribe, it'll be the Queen, Milk Tea, and Meng Meng. As for the steel and raging flame core, Qingyan, Yi Ling, Zhong Ling'er, Ling Fei, the 4 of you shall take 1 each. In this case, I have 11 left. As for these 11, Qingyan shall distribute them to people according to their potential. Those who has performed outstandingly over these past years shall be rewarded with 1 fruit. Everyone wasn't aware of the effects of the fruit, but they knew that anything Yun Luofeng took out was extremely precious. Therefore, all their expressions contained expectation as they looked at her intently. For those who didn't obtain anything, there's no need to be distracted. There will be more chances in the future, and when the dragon saliva tree bears fruit the second time, I'll leave the opportunity for you. Once the dragon saliva tree bears fruit once, the second time would come soon. Of course, with the precondition of having little bugs urine to nourish the tree. Yes, I understand, young miss. Qingyan beamed with happiness. Her eyes were curved crescent-shaped and looked extremely adorable. All these years, she still couldn't change her initial way of addressing and had always called Yun Luofeng as young miss. However, Yun Luofeng had changed her over these 10 years. She was only a servant maid of the general estate and had always been bullied by others. Yet, it was her wholehearted attitude towards Yun Luofeng that allowed her to change her life. Recalling the past, Qingyan sighed. The former days were similar to smoke, making her feel as if these 10 years were all a dream and seemed unreal. After obtaining the dragon saliva fruit, head to one side to break through. Yun Yi, be prepared and prevent anyone from getting injured. The power of the heavenly lightning was no small matter, and many can persist when they were breaking through, resulting in their soul scattering. Therefore, Yun Yi's help was crucial during this period to block the lightning in place of them, so that they could successfully advance. Everyone was shocked by Yun Luofeng's words. Could it be, consuming this dragon saliva fruit would cause injury? But as they believed in their lord, therefore they swallowed the fruit without hesitation. It was only till that moment that they finally understood Yun Luofeng's words. Heavenly lightning appeared once again as thunder sounds rumbled before fiercely striking down. The houses had all turned to dust under the might of the lightning. Luckily Yun Yi was present and single-handedly blocked the heavenly lightning. This tall, sturdy and robust body seemed exceptionally bright among the heavenly lightning. Of course, Yun Luofeng did not let them break through together. Otherwise, if there were too many bolts of lightning, Yun Yi might overlook some. After waiting for the heavenly lightning to cease, those people who broke through were all flabbergasted, perhaps not understanding their current situation. Chapter 2061, Yun Ruoshui and Wu Yun, 3. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. It was indisputable that their potential had become extremely powerful under the nourishment of spread medicine for all these years. As such, everyone had advanced to reverent God. By having such strength in the Fengyun continent, they were considered experts that could dominate the country. Therefore, Yun Luofeng passed the remaining 11 fruits to King Yin. King Yin, select 11 to consume the fruit. After they've broken through, we'll be leaving. After speaking, Yun Luofeng stretched as she revealed a languid and tired expression. Yun Xiao, let's return to rest. Yun Xiao then carried her by her waist and walked into their room. As for the following matters, Yun Luofeng had left it to King Yin as she had complete confidence in her abilities. Cousin. Just as Yun Luofeng entered the room, Xiao Ruoshui's petite head peeped out from the door and her pair of eyes shone. Looking at Yun Luofeng turning, a resplendent smile surfaced on her puerile face. Shueisa, what's the matter? Looking at Xiao Ruoshui's puerile face, her tone was gentle. Cousin, it's brother Wu Yin that wanted to meet you and sir, I brought him here. Wu Yin, a trace of confusion reflected in her eyes, seemingly not knowing who Xiao Ruoshui referred to. Cousin, did you forget? In the land of no return, when Sister Yi-Jan and I went looking for you in the physician tower, we were abducted. The majority of those children who were also abducted had remained in our Yun family. Brother Wu Yin requested your help back then to undo the restriction placed on his body. As she heard Xiao Ruoshui's explanation, Yun Luofeng had a vague impression of that person. At that time when she saved Xiao Ruoshui, there was a young man among them. Not only did that young man know of her identity, he knew everything about the land of no return. Unfortunately, there was a restriction on his body and sir, he couldn't utilize his strength in the slightest. Following that, the young man requested Yun Luofeng to undo his restriction. Although she agreed back then, she was still incapable of doing so with her prior strength. As such, she had arranged for Wu Yin to stay by Xiao Ruoshui's side. Ask him to come in. Yun Luofeng silently nodded and said. Xiao Ruoshui's smile was extremely resplendent. Turning her head, she spoke towards the young man. Brother Wu Yin, my cousin asks you to enter. Rest assured, my cousin is very nice and there's no need to fear her. When she heard Xiao Ruoshui's words, Yun Luofeng couldn't help but twitch her brows. In other people's point of view, exactly what image did she have? Why did Shueisa think that the young man was afraid of her? A moment later, a young man in blue robes entered the room. Compared to a few years back, he had shed his childish appearance and appeared more mature in general. Miss Yun, do you remember what you promised me back then? Wu Yun's eyes radiated a bright glint as it contained expectation. Yet, it also contained fear that Yun Luofeng would renege on her words. I remember. Yun Luofeng looked towards Wu Yun. You've said that you'll be my slave and as repayment, I'll remove the restriction for you. However, I had lacked the strength back then and for convenience, I temporarily arranged you to stay by Ruoshui's side. Right now, I wish for you to follow by my side and obey my commands. Are you willing? Chapter 2062, Yun Ruoshui and Wu Yun, 4. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Wu Yun immediately knelt down with a respectful look. Wu Yun shall use my life to protect the eldest young miss in the future. With Yun Luofeng's words, even his address had changed as joy could be seen across his face. Before undoing the restriction, I have something else to ask. Where are you from, and why did you appear in the land of no return? Wu Yun stood up and his expression revealed complicated feelings. I came from the Strud God continent. As for why I appeared in the land of no return, I had been prosecuted by someone. As expected, when she first encountered Wu Yun, Yun Luofeng hadn't met anyone from the Strud God continent and didn't know of the continent's existence. Therefore, she wouldn't have identified Wu Yun's true identity at that time. Earlier, the instant Wu Yun stepped into the room, she keenly noticed that his aura was somewhat similar to Qin Luo and those of the Qin family members. Yun Xiao, it seems like our departure will have to be delayed. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow and looked at the man by her side. She faintly smiled and said, I need to undo Wu Yun's restriction. Yun Xiao's expression was very gentle as the woman's figure was reflected within his pitch-black eyes. A slight arc curved up his lips. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you to charge into the Spirit God continent together. Shueisa, go out first. Looking at Yun Ruoshui's reluctance to part, she narrowed her eyes and examined the young man standing by her side. His figure stood upright like a tree trunk and appeared unyielding. Okay, Yun Ruoshui pursed her tender lips and walked out after casting one last glance at Wu Yun. She had even helped Yun Luofeng close the door on the way. Wu Yun, Yun Luofeng crossed her arms and looked at the young man's unyielding figure with a fake smile. Answer my question honestly. Between you and Tracer, what's your relationship? Wu Yin was momentarily distracted, probably not expecting Yun Luofeng to ask that. He was silent for a while before he answered. Tracer is still a child and I have always regarded her as a little sister. Although he had answered so, Yun Luofeng had noticed a trace of struggle that flashed through his eyes. Is that so? She smiled and said, you're not much older than Tracer too. Do you truly treat her as a sister? Wu Yin lowered his head and did not answer. Frankly speaking, he was also unsure. He only knew that he felt very comfortable hanging out with Yun Ruoshui. I don't care what development you and Shueisa would have in the future, but I hope you remember this. Yun Lufeng slowly went up and pressed in closer to him. My Yun family's daughter isn't that easy to marry. If you wish to marry her, you must possess the strength to protect her and not let her be harmed in the slightest. Yun Luofeng's requirement for herself was that she can never stand behind Yun Xiao, but instead, fight side by side with him. However, her hard work was to prevent her family from getting injured. If Shueisa were to be harmed after handing her over to Wu Yin, it would be better to have Shueisa by her side and she shall protect her forever. I will protect Shueisa. Wu Yin's expression became grave and stern as he spoke in all seriousness. I don't care what background you have. No matter where you're from, if you wish to marry our family member, you can never take in concubines. Otherwise, I'll root out any budding feelings Shueisa has for you. Chapter 2063, Yun Ruoshui and Wu Yin, 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Ruoshui was her second uncle's daughter and was also part of her family. Even if she hadn't had contact with Shueisa for so many years, she already regarded her as her little sister, so how could she allow others to harm her? Thinking about his own family, he paused momentarily and answered Yun Luofeng's question. If Shueisa and I fall in love in the future, I will fight for it. What if you fail? She narrowed her eyes and continued to ask. If I fail, I'll come to the Yun family and be alive in son-in-law. When he spoke, Wu Yin was very determined. If those people opposed him or forced himself to marry a concubine, then he'd rather abandon everything to accompany her forever. All right, I hope you can keep your promise. If you go back on your words. The moment she spoke, Yun Xiao coordinated with her and released his aura. Under the powerful suppressive aura, Wu Yin turned pale. His body swayed but he was determined to stand up as his eyes radiated a glint. This is my requirement for you. I am sure you're also aware that Tracer is my second uncle and aunt's sole daughter. In the future when you wish to marry her, you'll still have to obtain their permission. However, these are all matters in the future and right now, let me undo the restriction on you first. Okay, Wu Yin's eyes brightened. Indeed, the relationship between him and Shueisa should only be thought about in the future. Even though he had a favorable impression of Shueisa as of now, it was only so. No one would know how the future developed, right? Answer, the matter of vital importance now was the restriction placed on his body. The restriction in him was more troublesome than expected and in all likelihood, the person who placed the restriction was also very powerful. If it was the Yun Luofeng of the past, she would be incapable of removing the restriction. But as of now, she had already broken through demonic god level. To her, this restriction didn't pose a problem, but even so, she had spent an entire day to remove it. Next day, early morning. Stepping out from Yun Luofeng's room, he sensed the spiritual energy within the world and his body felt incomparably comfortable, resulting in a brilliant smile to blossom on his face. This time, I'm not sure when I can return after leaving with the eldest miss. Yun Ruoshui's puerile and adorable face surfaced in Wu Yin's mind and a smile perked up his lips. So, I have to bid farewell to her first. It was easy to locate Yun Ruoshui. From afar, Wu Yin spotted Xiao Ruoshui seated at a streamlet while looking bored. Xiao Ruoshui's arm was propped on the ground while her little feet soaked within the ice-cold stream. Fallen leaves flew down and scattered on her jade-like carved face. Shueisa, all of a sudden, a familiar voice sounded from behind her, and caused her to stand up in alarm. She then looked at the young man before her at a loss. The young man frowned. It's still cold out and what if you get sick? As if she was a child that committed a mistake, Xiao Ruoshui looked repentant. Brother Wu Yin, I'm sorry. I know my mistakes. Perhaps it was due to Yun Luofeng who had asked about their relationship, he had an urge to kiss her roughly upon looking at the repentant yet adorable little girl. The young man was shocked by his internal thoughts and hastily turned around in awkwardness, for fear that he would really commit such a beastly act. Chapter 2064, Yun Ruoshui and Wu Yin, 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Shueisa, I came to bid farewell to you. I will set off together with your cousin in a short while. Xiao Ruoshui tightly bit her lips as a layer of mist clouded her bright eyes. Brother Wu Yin, when will you return? I will return as quickly as possible. Wu Yin stretched out his hand to stroke Xiao Ruoshui's head while he revealed gentleness. Wait for me here. Xiao Ruoshui smiled. Her smile was very bright, similar to a sun that brightened one's heart. Brother Wu Yin, you have to come back soon. Shueisa will wait for you at home. Looking at this little girl, Wu Yin felt somewhat reluctant to part. However, he knew that no matter how reluctant he felt, he had to leave. Furthermore, he had to become stronger. Only by becoming sufficiently strong, he could then become her pillar of support. Wu Yin suppressed his internal reluctance and walked away. He did not turn back to look at Yun Ruoshui as he was afraid he wouldn't leave after looking at her. While Wu Yin had bid goodbye to Yun Ruoshui, Yun Luofeng also finished bidding farewell to the Yun family. Under their reluctant to part gazes, she walked out the Jun family's gates. After she stepped out, she turned back to look at the Jun family, then at her family members that followed behind her. She faintly sighed, she turned to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao, let's make a trip to the East Province first. Sure. After he spoke, he held Yun Luofeng by her waist and his figure disappeared within the skies with a leap very soon. Within the East Province Governor Estate. Ever since the departure of Hong Luan, the entire estate was shrouded in a layer of sorrow. The inhabitants had also been affected by the atmosphere and became unhappy. Even the streets weren't as bustling as before. At this moment, Yun Luofeng stood outside the governor estate. Looking up at the white silk that had yet to be cleared away, traces of guilt flickered in her eyes. If I had returned one day earlier, perhaps Hong Luan wouldn't have died. Ultimately, she had still returned late. Don't blame yourself. Yun Xiao pulled Yun Luofeng into his embrace. Even if she's dead, it isn't impossible to resurrect her. Instead of blaming yourself, why don't we think of methods to save her? Yun Luofeng faintly smiled. You're right. Regardless of how difficult the future path will be, I'll never give up. This world cannot be without a Hong Luan. Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng took a step forward and walked into the East Governor Estate's courtyard. Upon noticing Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao's appearance, they were momentarily distracted before hastily rushing to report to Hong Ling. Soon after, Hong Ling slowly walked over from the front of the courtyard. Together with him were those elders belonging to the East Province Governor Estate. From the start, these elders had been opposed to Hong Luan saving the Yun family, afraid that it would incur an extermination crisis. Unexpectedly, there were powerful experts under Yun Luofeng that had even wiped out the Qin family's experts. Moreover, there were numerous bolts of lightning above the Jun family that continued for a few days without stopping, resulting in a sensation throughout the entire continent. Thus, it was impossible for them to be unaware of this. Therefore, all the elders felt extremely glad at this very moment. If it weren't for Hong Luan's determination, perhaps they might have offended Yun Luofeng just like the South Province. How could Hong Ling not know about their thoughts? He unconsciously sneered. He hadn't forgotten how these elders strongly opposed when Hong Luan wanted to shelter the Yun family back then. Right now, after witnessing Yun Luofeng's strength, all of them wanted to curry favor instead. So much so that no one within this estate that was heartbroken due to Hong Luan's death other than him. Chapter 2065, Spirit God Continent 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Not sparing these elders a single glance, he turned to Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, is there something important since you've came here personally? Yun Luofeng nodded, and as she flipped her palm, a vermilion-colored fruit appeared. This is. Hong Ling stared blankly for a moment and asked as he failed to understand her intentions. As she faced his puzzled expression, Yun Luofeng smiled. You should have heard of the bolts of lightning that strike down in the Jun family over the last few days. A trace of astonishment flashed through Hong Ling's eyes as he looked at Yun Luofeng's smiling face in shock. You mean that they broke through to Reverend God level with this fruit? It was impossible for him to be unaware of the events in the Jun family. When he heard what she said, he immediately associated the incident with the item in her hands. Instantly, his heart fiercely shook. All the elders had also stared intently at the dragon saliva fruit. They had drooling expressions and some couldn't help but swallow their saliva, as they wished they could pounce over and snatch the fruit. That's right, they could break through all because of this dragon saliva fruit in my hands. I've left 3 for you and I specially came here to deliver this to you. Hong Ling turned silent. The dragon saliva fruit's effect did cause others to drool over it, but compared to this fruit, he wished for his daughter to come back. Miss Yun, can you tell me, are there any methods to resurrect her? His eyes contained hope and pleading, and even more of a father's love. Yun Luofeng looked into Hong Ling's begging eyes and couldn't help but sigh. There's a method to save her, but I'm not confident. Hong Ling's eyes brightened. No matter if Yun Luofeng was confident or not, her words had given him great hopes. Thank you. Hong Ling's voice became choked with emotions, and when he took a single fruit from her hands, he said, I only need one of the fruits and you can take back the rest. It's better to keep such a precious item for people by your side. Although Yun Luofeng only intended to give the East Province Governor Estate 3 dragon saliva fruit, they could fight for the other 2 quotas after the governor took one. However, the governor actually pushed away such a priceless treasure. Thinking of this, all of them looked at NG Ling in fury. Hong Ling noticed the resentment in those elders' hearts, but disregarded them and pushed her hand back. Miss Yun, I'm really thankful to you. Even if you only have a gleam of hope, it has given me a reason to continue living. Hong Ling slowly shut his eyes. During this period when Hong Luan passed away, the man that was originally full of metal had aged dozens of years and even his straight back had gradually bent down. For Hong Ling, the East Governor Estate was once a place he had to protect with his whole life. For it, he had lost his beloved woman and he even forced the daughter he loved to marry the North Province's young master. If it weren't for Yun Luofeng's emergence, perhaps he would have committed an unforgivable mistake. However, after Hong Luan left him, he suddenly saw the light. What was the East Province? What were the common people? What was authority? Nothing was more important than his own family. If Hong Luan could return to his side, he was willing to give up the entire East Province in exchange. Chapter 2066, Spirit God Continent 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng glanced at the pale middle-aged man and slowly spoke up. There's no need to thank me. Hong Luan died for my family and I ought to do everything I can for her. In the future, if the East Province encounters any dangers, you can seek help from the Jun family. Since Hong Luan died to save my family, then my family will also do their utmost to protect you. Probably Hong Ling was still unaware that due to Hong Luan's sacrifice, the East Province would escape from a calamity in the future with the Yun family's protection. Since Hong Ling did not require the other 2 fruits, Yun Luofeng did not force it. She kept the 2 fruits and she bid farewell to Hong Ling before she left together with Yun Xiao. Hong Ling quietly stood by the gates and looked at Yun Luofeng's departure. He stood there for a long time before he recovered his senses. Governor, why did you reject the other 2 fruits? An elder spoke in anger. The chance to increase their strength was right before them, yet Hong Ling had rejected it. How could they not harbor a grudge against him? That's right, Governor. You're also aware of the need for our East Governor estate to increase our strength, so why did you reject such a good opportunity? You have to know, that was a fruit that can create a god-level cultivator. With a few more god-level experts appearing in our state, wouldn't you benefit too? The other elder also showed resentment on his face. If the other party weren't the governor, he would have cursed him to his face. He had seen foolish people before, but not someone foolish to this extent. Hong Ling retracted his gaze and his eyes as sharp as knives swept across those elders as a mocking smile quirked on his lips. Don't forget how you attempted to have Hong Luan chase the Yun family out when they were staying here in the past. If the Yun family truly left, do you think she would have left this opportunity for us? That elder was instantly silenced. After a long time later, he unhappily said, however, didn't the Yun family stay in the end? The eldest young miss even threw her life away for them and we deserved that fruit. Hong Ling's eyes gradually turned cold. Firstly, Hong Luan voluntarily sacrificed herself and did not request for any compensation. I, Hong Ling, am not someone who coerces others with a favor. Secondly, the reason why the Yun family stayed in our place is that Hong Luan had god-level strength, and you were incapable of forcefully chasing him out. If she had the strength of a few years back, would you have allowed the Yun family to stay? All the elders were instantly silenced. What the governor said was a fact. The reason they didn't chase away the Yun family was because of the eldest young miss's strength and they did not dare to oppose her. However, if the eldest miss hadn't advanced to god level due to luck, it would probably have been impossible for the Yun family to stay. Right now, do you have any right to ask for the dragon saliva fruit? Hong Ling held onto the fruit and looked at these greedy humans' expressions before him with a sneer. Upon noticing the gaze on his hand, the chill in his eyes intensified. What, you're thinking of cooperating and snatching away the fruit? You're not afraid of the Jun family's retaliation. After all, this fruit was given to me by Miss Yun. His words implied that, if they snatched away his fruit and the Jun family knew, they would never let him off. As expected, when they heard Hong Ling's words, their mouth twitched and no one dared to snatch the item from Hong Ling's hands. Furthermore, Chapter 2067, Spirit God Continent 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Hong Ling was the governor and they did not have the guts to be rash. Governor, you're mistaken about us. How could we possibly snatch away your dragon saliva fruit? I said that earlier on was only because I wanted our governor estate to become stronger. It isn't due to my selfishness and I request for you to be understanding. For the governor estate, Hong Ling's heart turned even chillier as his eerie eyes once again swept across those shameless faces before walking into the estate's courtyard. Currently, their intestines turned green from regret. If they hadn't strongly opposed the eldest young miss back then, perhaps the governor would not have been so ruthless. In reality, they had all misunderstood Hong Ling. Having a beef with them wasn't because of their strong opposition, because their intentions could be regarded as thinking for the East Governor estate. However, after Hong Luan's death, they did not grieve for her death but instead, thought about how to curry favor with Yun Nuofeng. It's fine if you wanted to curry favor with Yun Nuofeng. The problem was how you treated the Yun family back then. By acting like that right now, aren't you hypocrites? Not chasing him out the East Governor estate was already treating him fairly, so how could he possibly help them increase their strength? Naturally, Yun Nuofeng wouldn't know these events in the Governor estate. After she left, she immediately set off to the West Province Academy with Yun Xiao, while Wu Yin quietly chased behind their backs. Within the West Province Academy, Zhu Kong was currently lecturing a disciple and chancing upon Yun Nuofeng walking in, his eyes immediately brightened. Cough cough, Zhu Ying lightly coughed and spoke to the young man who had been lectured until he couldn't even make a refute. Wu Fang, leave us. Yes, Elder Zhu Ying. That young man named Wu Fang relaxed and walked out the elder's office. Although barely audible, he could hear Elder Zhu Kong bursting into loud laughter. Feng, why have you come? Wu Fang's footsteps paused and he looked puzzled. He understood his master's personality and when had he ever laughed so carefreely. Furthermore, what background did the woman he called Feng have? Why, Zhu Ying cast a look of blame at Zhu King. Feng can't return to visit us. No, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that our precious disciple has unexpectedly returned and I was too surprised. Zhu Kong rubbed his nose and weakly explained. Wu Fang, who already left the elder's office, had suddenly stopped when he heard Elder Zhu Kong. Feng, also the disciple of the various elders. Could it be, she was that matchless genius Yun Nuofeng that shook the whole world? Wu Fang's heart immediately thumped and he couldn't suppress his internal excitement. Oh god, so the genius was really their academy's disciple and he had even met with her. He really wished to ask for a signature. However, as he thought back to his master's savage personality, Wu Fang ultimately didn't have the courage to step into the office once again. It's Feng who is more considerate, Zhu Kong suddenly sighed. Not like that disciple who I just accepted. At that time, I felt that his talent was pretty good. Although he couldn't be compared to you, who knew that this little brat would be so good at stirring up trouble. Chapter 2068, Spirit God Continent 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Zhu Ying covered her mouth and laughed. When Feng was here back then, there was no lack of trouble she caused. Instead, I never saw you lecture her. Zhu Kong rolled his eyes and revealed a proud expression. Naturally, even if Feng stirs up trouble, she is still very outstanding. How could I bear to lecture her? Yun Nuofeng's lips twitched and glanced at Yun Xiao who stood by her side. Her eyes seemed to ask, did she really like to stir up trouble? Yun Xiao had always been an honest kid and upon receiving Yun Nuofeng's, about to murder someone, gaze, he still nodded. Yet, he added on another sentence at the end, you can cause as much trouble as you wish, I will be your backup. Even if you pierce a huge hole in the skies, I will be by your side, supporting you behind your back. Yun Xiao wasn't someone who regularly spoke words of love, but whenever he did, it would amaze the world with a single sentence. Even those old fellows present who had lived for nearly 100 years unconsciously used an admiring gaze to look at the man before them. Yun Luofeng also retracted her murderous look with his words. Both of you as a young married couple are still so in love after so many years. Have you ever spared a thought for us unmarried people? A trace of awkwardness surfaced on Zhu Kong's face and he dryly coughed. However, Feng Er, you're very busy and you wouldn't visit without a cause. Speak, for what matters are you here today? Yun Luofeng quirked her lips. Are you aware of what happened in the Jun family a few days back? What happened? The reason behind those bolts of heavenly lightning. Those bolts of lightning had continued for 3 whole days. After ceasing for a short moment, it started again. Answer, it was impossible that these few elders hadn't heard of such a huge incident happening in the Jun family. A vague idea flashed through Zhu Ying. Feng Er, was it your work for so many of the Jun family members to break through to God level? That's right, Yun Luofeng lightly smiled and took out 5 dragon saliva fruit. This is a dragon saliva fruit and you can break through after consuming it. However, your strength will not only be at God level, but above it. As for what level you may reach, it'll depend on your own potential. What, not God level but above God level? The few elders were shocked dumb and every one of them looked at Yun Luofeng in astonishment. These 5 fruits are for you and I have another 2 with me. If you see Ji Jijian or Hu Li, I trouble you to hand it over to them. Seeing these few old fellows still stunned on the spot, she placed the dragon saliva fruit on the table and took out another 2. After all the fruit had been placed on the table, those few fellows finally recovered their senses and immediately pounced towards the table. Sounds of fighting could also be heard from time to time. *T, what are you fighting for? Everyone has their share and don't snatch my portion too. Zhu Kong knew this shush tty old man that likes to vie with me. Let me tell you, my potential is better than you and after I break through to a higher level than you, let's see how I lecture you. It's not confirmed who would be more powerful. You better not be too full of yourself. After placing down the dragon saliva fruit, Yun Luofeng turned and left. Answer, she did not pay any attention to those fighting sounds. After they managed to get their hands on the dragon saliva fruit, they finally noticed Yun Luofeng's departure. Probably they never expected that they would receive such a generous reward after fighting to take her in as their disciple. Chapter 2069, Spirit God Continent 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. She's already left, Zhu Ying sighed and bitterly smiled. We've owed her too much throughout our lives. Frankly speaking, they hadn't done much for Yun Luofeng but only chose to stand by her side during a difficult situation. Yet it was because of their choice that resulted in Yun Luofeng using such a method to repay them. Perhaps, taking her in as my disciple is the most correct thing I've done in my life. Outside the West Province Academy, Yun Luofeng stopped and turned to the young man that followed behind her. Since you're from the Spirit God Continent, do you know of any methods to enter? Wu Yun nodded. Only people from the Spirit God Continent are aware of the road. Furthermore, it'll require a plaque of the Spirit God Continent to enter and outsiders are not allowed inside. It's fine if you have a method. Then let's set off to the Spirit God Continent right now. Spirit God Continent, Qin Family. Among the rear mountains peach tree forest, a woman was seated on a stone while allowing the falling petals to scatter on her shoulders. Her fine black hair flowed behind her back and seemed to fuse together with this forest filled with peach trees. Just then, a flurry of footsteps sounded but she did not even lift her eyes, seemingly not noticing the figure behind her. Facer. The man's voice was filled with endless deep love as it sounded behind her. Is something the matter? Mu Qingfei's voice was tired and she didn't even turn to look at the man. Facer, guess who I saw when I left the Spirit God Continent? Qin Yuan didn't get angry as he slowly walked in front of her. At this very moment, he lacked the previous fierceness and arrogance when he killed into the saintly virgin tribe. Instead, he appeared like an elegant young master. A trace of a glimmer flashed through Qin Yuan's eyes as he slowly said, I met a little girl named Lin Ruobai. She looks a lot like you and is also the young leader of the saintly virgin tribe. As expected, after hearing his words, there was finally a trace of emotion that appeared on Mu Qingfei's cold and detached face. Standing up with a whoosh, she looked nervous. You met my daughter. Facer, you've been too lonely alone here all these years. Why don't I bring her here? Qin Yuan's voice was very gentle. As long as you can show me a smile, I don't mind if she's a child between you and another man. As long as you only have me in your life, it's enough. After the initial excitement appeared on her face, she recovered very soon. You restricted my freedom and now you're thinking of snatching away my daughters. I will never let you have your way. Facer, why are you being so obstinate? For you, I've resisted so much pressure and haven't married a wife or have concubines. Why are you still unwilling to accept me? Qin Yuan pressed in towards Mu Qingfei and his voice did not contain any anger. Instead, it was full of helplessness. Why don't you tell me what I should do, so that you could accept me? Mu Qingfei gradually shut her eyes. In this life of hers, there was only a single man. So how could she possibly accept another? Facer, do you know what your daughter is experiencing right now? Qin Yuan's face revealed the fleeting sinister look before recovering and used his previous gentle tone to speak. Your daughter is deceived by someone and even willingly became the person's slave. The entire saintly virgin tribe listens to that woman. Therefore, don't you wish to bring your daughter to your side under such a situation? Chapter 2070, Spirit God Continent 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Mu Qingfei stiffened and her tightly gripped fist slightly trembled. Facer, you have to believe in me. No matter what I do, it's all for your sake. Mu Qingfei suddenly widened her eyes and looked at him with a sharp burning gaze. For my sake. If so, then let me leave. Other than that, I will agree to anything else. Qin Yuan frowned. Think it through and if you're willing, I'll immediately fetch your daughter here and let both of you reunite. Right now, I have to report the situation to my father and I'll find you shortly. Mu Qingfei coldly stared at Qin Yuan's departing figure as hatred overflowed from her eyes. If it weren't for the Qin family, she wouldn't have been separated from her husband and child. It was the Qin family who caused their family to separate and even trapped her here for so many years. Towards the Qin family and the man before her, she only had hatred for them. As long as she was given the chance, she would topple the entire Qin family and not give them a single chance to recover. An old man was seated in the Qin family's hall, and as he saw at the man that walked in, his expression gradually sank. You went to the rear mountain again. Qin Yuan was startled. Father, HMPH. The old man expressionlessly snorted. Just for a woman, you've landed yourself in such a situation. Not only do you head there whenever possible, but you've never even taken any concubines after all these years. How can you face the Qin family's ancestors? Father, after meeting Facer, your son doesn't wish to love another woman. Qin Yuan smiled in agony. Thinking back, he was a young and handsome man within the Spirit God continent and many women dreamt to marry him. Unexpectedly, after meeting Mu Qingfei, he was unable to be moved by anyone else. If you love her, won't it do to forcefully marry her? The old man's expression gradually became unhappy. Is she worth it for you to become like this? No, Qin Yuan shook his head. I don't wish to force her, but for her to willingly marry me. Father, I can heed your desire in anything else, but I wish to rely on my own abilities to obtain her. The old man turned red from anger and angrily pointed at him. He wanted to abuse him roundly, but he couldn't think of anything to say at that moment. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, Speak, I tasked you to bring that woman back, and so why did you return alone? What about the other Qin family men? Upon mentioning this matter, Qin Yuan's expression slightly turned cold. There was an obvious humiliated look on his face, seemingly not willing to speak of it. Other than myself, it was a total wipeout. What? The old man stood up in shock as his hands trembled. Impossible, it's a small god-forsaken place, so how could there be experts that could cause a complete wipeout? Yuan, recount the whole incident to me without leaving out any detail. Soon after, Qin Yuan narrated the events in the Saintly Virgin tribe one by one. Of course, he concealed the matter of Lin Ruobai. If his father found out about Lin Ruobai, it would be even more impossible for him to agree to him marrying Facer. Hearing Qin Yuan's recount, the old man's legs had somewhat trembled. He sat down on the chair and tightly gripped the handles. There's the existence of a monarch god in that desolate place. I've truly underestimated the woman. Chapter 2071, Ancestor Dragon, Long Luo, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Monarch God. Even within the Spirit God continent, it was an existence that could be counted on one hand. Father, what should we do next? Qin Yuan tightly knitted his brows and asked. The old man recovered his calmness very soon as he ordered, immediately send a notice and ask all monarch gods of the Spirit God continent to cooperate and deal with Yun Luofeng. No matter how strong her subordinates are, they cannot resist against numerous monarch gods. With what reason? The Spirit God continent was a whole entity, and if an expert was born on that god-forsaken land, the other monarch gods wouldn't remain indifferent. However, the problem was that those experts wouldn't meddle in their business as long as Yun Luofeng hadn't killed her way into the Spirit God continent. He frowned and deeply pondered. Tell them that Yun Luofeng has found out about the Spirit God continent's existence and provoked us. Our Qin family went to discuss with her on good terms after knowing her intentions, but who would expected her to attack us without reason and had killed our family's experts. She even claimed that she wanted to become the dictator of this Spirit God continent. Those monarch gods are craven and cowardly, and Yun Luofeng is very talented. Coupled with the two monarch gods experts under her, it'll definitely cause a restraining fear in many. As such, we can only root her out while she's still in germination stage. Killing intent circulated within his eyes as a sneer quirked on his lips. He did not believe that he was incapable of dealing with that woman. Father, should I send a letter to the Ancestor Dragon tribe? The Ancestor Dragon tribe possessed an extremely powerful strength within this Spirit God continent. However, some unforeseen events happened in the tribe and resulted in them going into seclusion. Therefore, it had been many years since they had appeared on the continent. Yes, the old man was silent for a moment and said, Tell the Ancestor Dragon tribe that I know some news about their eldest young miss and they'll immediately come to assist. Qin Yuan looked at his father in surprise but knew not to ask any questions. He merely answered and retreated. Just as Qin family was busy dealing with Yun Luofeng, she had already come uninvited and stood on the lands of the Spirit God continent. The spiritual energy here is very dense, much thicker compared to the Fengyun continent. No wonder it's impossible for any monarch gods to appear in the Fengyun continent, yet it is possible here. Just as Yun Luofeng spoke, Little Bug, who had been staying in the God Code world, became restless. Without any alternative option, Yun Luofeng released him. Instantly, Little Bug was enveloped in a layer of light, and after the light dispersed, an extremely pretty cute boy appeared by her side. Little Bug, you can transform into a human shape. Yun Luofeng was surprised. After knowing Little Bug for so long, it was her first time seeing his human appearance. Little Bug rolled his eyes. As his appearance was cute and adorable, and even his actions of rolling his eyes seemed very adorable. I was only too lazy to appear in my human form. Also, since this Spirit God continent is my homeland, can you change the way you call me? If my tribesmen were to hear that, how am I to face them? Seemingly not hearing what Little Bug said, she turned towards Yun Xiao. Where shall we go next? Just as Yun Xiao wanted to reply, he suddenly sensed a strong killing intent, and it caused his expression to become vigilant. He instantly pulled Yun Luofeng into his embrace and said, Be careful. Chapter 2072, Ancestor Dragon, Long Luo, 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Just as he said that, a dragon's wail could be heard. That voice sounded as if it was in excruciating pain and it carried sadness and suffering. For some reason, that shout caused Little Bug to tremble and tightly grab on Yun Luofeng's sleeve. Master, save her. Please, save her. Among the azure blue skies, a few experts encircled a huge crystalline dragon. The pitchforks in their hands were fiercely thrust into it again. Fresh blood seeped out from the thick dragon scales, similar to bean-sized rain droplets as it flowed out. Roar. The huge dragon bellowed in grief and indignation. Heaven and earth trembled and the skies seemed to be responding to her pain. Thunder suddenly sounded from the originally clear blue sky and lightning tore across the sky with a bang. It could actually escape even after being seriously injured. Right now, we have to quickly capture it. If the ancient dragon clan comes to know about this, we will certainly be punished. TSK, this dragon's skin is so thick. To think it isn't dead even after such serious injuries. Furthermore, even after being continuously forced to spit out dozens drops of essence blood for 3 months, it could find an opportunity to escape. The essence blood of dragons was extremely precious and it required several months of recuperation to recover one single drop. However, this group of people had forced this dragon to continuously spit out dozens of drops of essence blood for several months, which simply equated to exhausting its life. More importantly, when a dragon spat out essence blood, it would feel as if their bone marrow was pulled out, and that sort of pain was hard to imagine. The crystal dragon's huge body twisted and its thick tail swept across the group of humans. Its strength was very powerful and with just a sweep they had retreated a few steps. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the huge dragon turned with intentions of escaping. However, that group of humans quickly recovered their senses and caught up. They then used the pitchforks in their hands to fiercely thrust into its tail. Roar. The severe pain caused it to tremble and fresh blood had long dyed the skies red. It could no longer continue to fly and suddenly fell from the sky, crashing into the mountain forests with a bang and caused the entire place to be flattened. A bean-sized tear flowed down from its eyes and transformed into a pearl as it fell down. Its eyes contained despair and unwillingness. It could no longer move due to the excessive exertion. Finally, I'm going to die. So it turns out, death had become an extravagant hope for it. The huge dragon slightly shut its eyes, and just as its eyes were about to shut, a snow-white figure appeared before it, similar to an immortal, with white robes fluttering in the air. Her expression was so gentle and even her voice was moving. Yun Xiao, settle this group of people. I'll treat its injuries first. These were the last words the huge dragon heard before it lost consciousness. At this instant, it believed that its perseverance wasn't futile. As long as one's heart was kind, they would ultimately have that kindness reciprocated. The lightning and thunder flashes disappeared together as it lost consciousness and the sky gradually turned to dusk. After the huge dragon regained consciousness, a cute young boy stretched his head before her as he said happily, "My kind, you've woke up." My kind. The huge dragon was bewildered. Was he talking to her? Oh right. All of a sudden, the huge dragon seemed to recall something as its head quivered while hastily using its eyes to survey its surroundings. After spotting the white-robed lady quietly sitting on the tree having a rest, it relaxed. Chapter 2073, Ancestor Dragon, Long Luo, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Thank you. The dragon's voice was not as rough as its body looked. Instead, it was exceptionally melodious and touched one's soul, similar to a black-napped oriole. Master, Mistress, this dragon has woke up, Little Bug excitedly called out. Very soon, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao walked to the huge dragon's side. The huge dragon looked at Yun Luofeng without looking away, and its fixed gaze caused Yun Xiao to frown. Why are those people chasing you? Yun Luofeng glanced at the huge dragon and asked with a lazy tone. The dragon's expression darkened. Those people are from the Cheng family. Previously, when the eldest young miss of the Cheng family encountered danger outside, I saved her and she invited me to the Cheng family as thanks. She also treated me to a very delicious soup. After drinking it I lost consciousness, and when I woke up I realized I was locked in a cage. Every single day they forced me to spit out my essence blood. When I was unwilling, they would pierce me with their swords and burn me with a branding iron. Not only that, they even pulled out my scales. I took advantage and escaped when their vigilance was weak. If I hadn't met you, I'm afraid I would have come to a terrible end. The dragon was riddled with scars and a few parts of its body were missing scales, resulting in some flesh that was drenched with blood to be exposed. Looking at the new and old injuries together, it seemed exceptionally miserable. You said it was the Cheng family who did this. Wu Yun's eyes turned cold and even his breathing became hurried. His emotional fluctuation was very huge, causing Yun Luofeng to glance at him. However, she did not ask anything. Everyone had their secrets, and since Wu Yun was unwilling to speak of it, she wouldn't pry. Even so, she could make out that this Cheng family was closely related to Wu Yun. Perhaps, he might belong to this family and the person who harmed him was also there. These people are too much. Little Bug turned red from anger as he fiercely said, in my opinion, those from the Cheng family aren't fit to be humans. They're even worse than us Strud beasts. At the very least, Strud beasts wouldn't commit such acts like biting the hand that saved them. The huge dragon blinked her eyes. My name is Long Luo, what's yours? This is my master Yun Xiao, and the person who saved you is my mistress, Yun Luofeng. Although my master is a man, my mistress calls the shot in this family. In the future, you should just curry favor with my mistress. As for my name, Little Bug lightly coughed. What name should he call himself to attract this female dragon's attention? In any case, Little Bug definitely won't do. However, before Little Bug managed to think of a domineering name, Yun Luofeng spoke. You can just call him Little Bug. In that instant, Little Bug's expression was extremely black as his gaze towards Yun Luofeng was filled with resentment. He wanted to woo this female dragon, but why did his mistress stab him in the back? Could it be, he had to be single throughout his whole life? Long Luo giggled but accidentally tore open her wounds and sucked in a breath of cold air due to the pain. Recuperate here first, and after you've recovered, I'll send you away. Yun Luofeng shot a glance at Long Luo and said. Long Luo was stunned and slightly lowered her head. Using an extremely weak voice, it said, I don't wish to return. I want to travel together with you. Chapter 2074, Frame Up 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng was silent. Looking at her expression, Ling Luo assumed that Yun Luofeng was unwilling to let her stay. She instantly became nervous and spoke in a careful tone, I am knowledgeable and I can also be your bodyguard. Could you please allow me to stay? Perhaps Long Luo's voice finally caused Yun Luofeng to respond. She quirked her brow and looked at the huge dragon before her. It's not convenient for you to follow me like this. We came here to settle some affairs, and if you follow by my side in such a figure, I'm afraid it'll attract too much attention. Long Luo's eyes brightened, and seemed to contain a layer of mist. After my injuries have recovered, I can transform into a human form. As for now, I can camouflage myself. The dragon tribe had an innate ability to transform their sizes, just like Little Bug, who often used a bug's appearance to show up. Long Luo was naturally capable of doing so too. All right, Yun Luofeng unperturbedly said. If you can conceal yourself, I'll let you follow me. Long Luo brightened up, and soon after, a layer of light shrouded her and she gradually shrunk while everyone was watching. In the blink of an eye, that previous huge dragon had turned into a sparkling and translucent jade-like little snake. The little snake stuck out its tongue and licked Yun Luofeng's hand. Its pair of bright eyes were filled with gratefulness. Yun Luofeng picked up Long Luo and allowed her body to twine around her wrist before looking up at the man by her side with a faint smile. Yun Xiao, let's go. Mistress. Seeing Yun Luofeng about to leave, Little Bug hastily ran over, seemingly afraid he would be abandoned. A short while later, their silhouettes disappeared within the forest, with only a few corpses on the ground as evidence that they're there. Cheng family. Within the luxurious and exquisite estate, a dignified and beautiful woman was currently seated upright. She wore a pale yellow long robe and appeared elegant. What's wrong? You haven't recaptured that dragon. The woman frowned and her tone was clearly of extreme impatience. Eldest young miss, I've already dispatched men to chase Long Luo. It is heavily injured and can't escape far, a bodyguard that stood on one side respectfully answered. A bunch of worthless fools that can't even watch over a single dragon. Cheng Gaoya slammed the table and stood up. Revealing a furious expression, her eyes faintly contained a violent storm. You had better recapture Long Luo within 3 days. Within the entire hall, everyone was silent without speaking. Only after a long time did a weak voice speak up. Eldest young miss, our actions don't seem to be right. Not to mention that Long Luo is from the ancestor dragon tribe, it also saved your life previously. We've already obtained enough essence blood, so why don't we let it go so that we don't commit too much evil? That senior elder lightly sighed and wanted to persuade Cheng Gaoya. Yet, what he received was her bone-chilling gaze. To stand at the peak of the continent, we have to abandon all friendships. Even if it had saved me before, but so what? It can only blame itself for being too naive. Furthermore, the ancestor dragon tribe wasn't aware that we captured Long Luo anyways. However, if we release it, it'll incur wrath and retaliation from them, am I right? Those people who wanted to continue persuading Cheng Gaoya had turned taciturn after hearing her words. Indeed, if they allowed Long Luo to escape, what awaited them would probably be the ancestor dragon tribe's revenge. Chapter 2075, Frame Up 2. Father always had a preference for that son of his, Cheng Wuyin. Even after he went missing, he only thinks about finding him, without a care for me, his daughter, in the slightest. Cheng Gaoya's expression was ice cold as her eyes radiated a bone-chilling glint. Since I'm not lacking compared to Cheng Wuyin, why can't I inherit the Cheng family? Just because I'm a daughter? Everyone kept silent without talking. Compared to Cheng Wuyin's gentle demeanor, Cheng Gaoya was clearly more heartless and ruthless. There was nothing she wouldn't do to achieve her objectives. Miss. Just then, a guard walked in with haste and spoke while panting. Those experts we dispatched to chase down Long Luo are all dead. What? Cheng Gaoya stood up in shock as her expression was extremely unsightly. Dead? I don't believe Long Luo has the capability right now. Miss, your subordinate is speaking the truth. I personally saw their corpses and they were all killed with a single blow. Under Cheng Gaoya's murderous gaze, that guard subconsciously wiped off his cold sweat. He was also surprised that the Cheng family's experts had met their end. Who was the one who had the strength to do so? Could it be it's those few aristocrat families that are thinking of snatching this ancestor dragon from us? Cheng Gaoya furrowed her brows as a cold glint streaked across her eyes. Miss, we picked up a jade pendant at the site, please have a look. After speaking, that guard slowly walked up and passed the jade pendant to Cheng Gaoya. Upon noticing Qin engraved on the jade pendant, she gnashed her teeth with hatred. This Qin family is extremely daring for snatching away my prey. The Qin family. Cheng Gaoya was filled with hatred, and if the Qin family was before her, she would have immediately killed them on the spot. Why did the Qin family snatch away Long Luo? The senior elder was silent for a moment and said, could it be that Long Luo doesn't have an ordinary position in the tribe? I heard that the eldest young miss of the tribe went missing a while back. Impossible. Although Long Luo belongs to the ancestor dragon tribe, she doesn't have a powerful status. Understanding the elder's thoughts, Cheng Gaoya gave a mocking smile. Otherwise, do you think I'd dare to touch Long Luo? No matter how powerful the tribe is, they still have to consider the strength of us humans. Therefore, they would at the very most find trouble for us and wouldn't go all out for Long Luo. Of course, if Long Luo was the eldest young miss of the dragon ancestor tribe, it probably wouldn't end simply like that. Furthermore, she wouldn't have committed such a foolish act of provoking that person. Miss, how did you know about it? Facing the elder's questioning, Cheng Gaoya smiled with indifference. I previously asked Long Luo, and an innocent dragon like her wouldn't know how to lie and deceive. She said she's only a normal dragon in the tribe and isn't the eldest young miss who went missing. Hearing her explanation, Lao Huan released a sigh of relief. Such a pure and ignorant dragon wouldn't be associated with the word lies. Therefore, her words had a high degree of credibility. Since so, then we can rest assured. Miss, should we set off to Qin City right now? In any case, we cannot give the ancestor dragon to them just like that. Chapter 2076, Frame Up 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Alright, a cold glint flashed across Cheng Jiao's eyes. I'll head over shortly to ask the Qin family, to question why they dared to snatch away my prey and killed my men. If they are unable to provide an acceptable answer, I will never let the matter drop. Just as Cheng Jiao intended to settle debts with the Qin family, Yun Luofeng and company had already appeared outside the Qin city's gates. If her memory didn't fail her, the person who captured Lin Ruobai's mother was the Qin family. Fang, on the road, Long Luo thought about many problems, and after Yun Luofeng entered the Qin city, she looked up with her huge glistening eyes while in a dilemma. At that time, you killed the Cheng family's guards to save me. They will find that out sooner or later, and at that time. Yun Luofeng stroked her chin and faintly smiled while she said, "It's fine, I've already made preparations beforehand." For a moment, Wu Yin and Little Bug looked at Yun Luofeng with a curious gaze, and only Yun Xiao remained motionless. What preparations? Yun Luofeng smiled. Do you remember those men that the Qin family dispatched to the Saintly Virgin tribe to capture grandfather and the rest? At that time, I retrieved a jade pendant on a corpse and I merely threw it beside the corpse of a Cheng family expert in passing. I presume they would definitely believe it's the Qin family's doing. Little Bug's mouth twitched. Devious. Mistress has always been so devious. Her actions would simply cause the Cheng and Qin family to fight against each other, and she could reap the benefits by doing nothing. Step aside. Everyone, get out of the way. Suddenly, an unbridled voice sounded from the side. In that instant, Yun Luofeng felt Long Luo's body tighten on her wrist as her near-erupting anger was about to explode. Ultimately, she restrained herself. Careful. Just as Yun Luofeng was softly chanting, Yun Xiao's voice suddenly sounded from one side. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace. After that, countless horses galloped across the road and barged around violently, just like they treated the road to the city gates road as their own. The leader of the group was a woman in brocade clothing. Her head full of black hair flew upward and looked very elegant. Yun Xiao's eyes darkened. His finger gently lifted and a ray of light shot out from the tip. With a bang, it struck on the horse's legs, causing it to neigh loudly and crash on the ground. In that instant, the woman's hands braced on the horse's neck and she started to flip over. However, before she managed to land safely, a heavy attack struck down from the skies and smashed against her back. As a result, she heavily crashed with her head planted on the ground, looking extremely battered. Miss. The bodyguards following behind her turned pale from fright and hastily got down off their horses to lift Cheng Jiao. They were extremely nervous and did not dare to utter a single word. Cheng Jiao's expression turned green, then white, and vice versa. Once she realized that she had lost face in public, she gnashed her teeth in anger. The Qin family, it must be the Qin family. They must have wanted to display their might before me. Other than the Qin family, who else would have done this? Unfortunately, they've underestimated me. I will definitely let them pay the price. Cheng Jiao tightly gripped her fist and took a deep breath before walking towards the city gates with her head held high and chest stuck out. The moment Cheng Jiao was about to walk past Yun Luofeng, Wu Yin subconsciously hid behind Yun Luofeng and used her to cover himself. Chapter 2077, Frame Up 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Therefore, Cheng Jiao didn't notice the existence of Wu Yin. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng knew it was Yun Xiao who did it. Warmth welled up within her, and she smiled sweetly. She startled you, Yun Xiao said with great seriousness, so I just taught her a lesson. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng smiled naughtily, flirtingly lifted Yun Xiao's jaw with a finger and kissed him on the lips. I like the way you protect me. No matter what you did. Having known Yun Luofeng for so many years, Yun Xiao still blushed after being teased by her like this. I like you, too. Yun Xiao looked at Yun Luofeng without blinking, his face serious, always. Little Bug was used to their public display of affection, but Wu Yin hadn't followed them for long, so he was stunned at the scene. Was this the Ghost Emperor who was said to be cruel and heartless? How could he speak sweet words with such a serious face? Yun Luofeng coughed softly and smiled. Yun Xiao, let's go. We'll be able to enjoy a good show soon. If Lin Ruobai's mother wasn't still in the hands of the Qin family, she would have intruded into the Qin family with Yun Xiao. Now, the first priority was to find Lin Ruobai's mother. The Qin family's hall. It was resplendent and magnificent. Standing in front of the Qin family's master, Qin Tianlao, Qin Yuan said respectfully, Father, I have done what you told me to do. Those people are on their way and they will arrive soon. Good. Qin Tianlao's eyes lit up. I will surely be able to kill that woman with the help of all the other strong masters of the Strud God continent. Qin Yuan also smiled. As soon as he recalled how discomfited he was that day, his heart was filled with anger and hatred. Master, young master. At this moment, the old butler quickly walked in and said respectfully, the heiress of the Cheng family, Cheng Jiao has come. Cheng Jiao. Qin Tianlao frowned. The master of the Cheng family didn't come. The old butler lowered his head and his voice was respectful. Master, only the heiress of the Cheng family came. Let her in. Qin Tianlao waved his hand and ordered indifferently. After a while, Cheng Jiao, led by the old butler, rushed in. As soon as she entered the hall, she barked, What do you mean by this? How dare you steal our treasure? Hand Long Luo over, otherwise, our two families will be enemies. Hearing her words, Qin Tianlao, who was still guessing Cheng Zhao's purposing in coming a minute ago, was immediately infuriated. Qin Tianlao's face became cold and he said expressionlessly, I don't know what you're talking about. If you want to be the enemy of our Qin family, you should weigh your ability first. After all, you are just Master Cheng's daughter. Even your father doesn't dare to speak to me like this. Cheng Zhao's eyes were shining with a chilly gleam. You don't dare to admit what you've done. You stole Long Luo from me and attacked me at the city gate. Is this the way you treat your guests? If you don't return Long Luo to me, I will tell my father and let him uphold justice for me. Chapter 2078, Frame Up 5. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Qin Tianlao almost vomited a mouthful of blood. When did he attack her? He just learned that Cheng Gaoya came to Qin City. How could he attack her at that time? Guards, get her out of here. Qin Tianlao pointed at Cheng Gaoya with a trembling finger. If the woman continued to stay here, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't do something impolite to her. Two guards immediately came forward and were about to drag Cheng Gaoya out. Cheng Gaoya, seeing that the Qin family refused to hand over Long Luo, flicked her sleeves hard and turned to leave without even looking at the Qin family guards. Looking at the receding figure of Cheng Gaoya, Qin Tianlao took a deep breath and his breath was a bit unstable. How dare this woman come alone to provoke us? Father, Qin Yuan pondered for a while and said, don't you think it's strange? What do you mean? Qin Tianlao paused and fell silent. I think Cheng Gaoya came here as ordered by Master Cheng. Perhaps the Cheng family has long been dissatisfied with us, so they found some pretext to provoke us. Qin Yuan frowned slightly. Thinking of this possibility, he looked even angrier. Yes, Qin Tianlao was so infuriated earlier that he didn't think of this. Now that he had calmed down he thought there must be something wrong. Cheng Gaoya said I attacked her, but I didn't do it. It must be a pretext of theirs. The more Qin Tianlao thought about it, the angrier he was. He gnashed his teeth. I never expected that the Cheng family would be so shameless. Father, it won't be long before the master of the Cheng family comes to Qin City. We mustn't let him in. Otherwise, we won't know what problems will arise. Qin Yuan looked up at him, so we must keep him outside the city. This time, Qin Tianlao didn't remain silent. He nodded, okay, do what you said. If we let him enter the city, he'll definitely destroy our plan. Poor Master Cheng, when he came a long way to Qin City, he was refused to enter by the Qin family. He was so angry that he immediately turned around and left Qin City. Cheng Gaoya also complained about how the Qin family people mistreated her. After that, the two families turned hostile to each other. In an inn, Yun Luofeng sat quietly at her table. Yun Xiao was quietly standing beside her, while Little Bug and Wu Yun stood before them. Miss, said Wu Yun, looking at Yun Luofeng. Perhaps noticing her inquiring look, he said, the woman we met today is actually my half-sister, Cheng Gaoya. This time, he finally opened up and told Yun Luofeng about his story. And then, Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and asked. My strength was sealed and I was banished to the continent of no return by Cheng Zhao's mother. Quote. Yun Luofeng's fingers lightly tapped the table. That's your family affairs. I won't meddle in your affairs. If you want to take revenge, you can do it yourself. Now I just want you to do one thing for me. Find out where Lin Ruobai's mother, Mu Qingfei is. Only after she is rescued can I begin to attack the Qin family. Leave it to me, said Little Bug with a smile. I'm good at finding people. I'll soon find the person that you're looking for. Chapter 2079, I Want to Be Pregnant for You, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. With that, Little Bug's body suddenly shrank and became about the same size as Long Luo before he twisted his body and went out of the door. Wu Yun, what are you waiting for? Yun Luofeng looked at Wu Yun and asked aloud. Wu Yun paused. Can I really go back to take revenge? He couldn't forgive those people who brought him into such a misery. However, after all, he was the subordinate of Yun Luofeng. Without Yun Luofeng's consent, he couldn't go back to get revenge. I'll give you a month. Yun Luofeng glanced at Wu Yun. Come to me a month later. Wu Yun's heart was filled with an unspeakable emotion, his eyes filled with gratitude and he moved his lips. Thank you. Don't thank me. I just hope you can protect little Ruoshui well and don't let anyone hurt her since you are in love with each other. The woman's voice was wicked, but Wu Yun's face grew more solemn. I, Cheng Wu Yun, will keep my promise and never go back on it. Good, you can leave now. Come back to me after you get your revenge. Yun Luofeng waved her hand and said mildly. Cheng Wu Yun took a final grateful glance at Yun Luofeng, turned away without saying anything and soon disappeared from Yun Luofeng's side. Yun Luofeng quietly looked at Cheng Wu Yun's receding figure, falling into reverie. Suddenly, she felt the little guy in her tummy kicked her and she frowned. What's the matter? Seeing Yun Luofeng frown, Yun Xiao was nervous. He tightly held Yun Luofeng's hand, and his handsome face looked worried. It's okay, Yun Luofeng said, shaking her head and stroking her tummy with her palm. This little guy is kicking me. He probably can't wait to get out. Yun Xiao's face quickly turned grim, his dagger-like eyes shot at her stomach and he said harshly, if you dare to kick your mother again, I'll throw you into the forest of no return as soon as you come out. Sure enough, the threat worked, and the little guy who had been kicking Yun Luofeng immediately stopped and quietly waited to be born. At this moment, Yun Luofeng's tummy had been pretty big and round, which made her waist uncomfortable and sore. Feng if you are really uncomfortable with pregnancy, I can give up the child. Yun Xiao carefully held Yun Luofeng to avoid hurting her. I only want you. Yun Luofeng gave him an angry stare. If your son hears this, he won't acknowledge you as his father. Yun Xiao looked at Yun Luofeng with great seriousness. For me, nothing is more important than you. Maybe he was selfish and cruel, but Yun Luofeng was always first in his heart. Even their children could only rank the second. So if Yun Luofeng really couldn't bear the hardship of pregnancy, he would rather give up the child. Even if you don't want him, I want him. He is my son, no matter how much hardship I have to endure, I won't abandon him. Yun Luofeng scowled and said sullenly. Obviously, she was angry at Yun Xiu's words. A look of panic flashed through Yun Xiu's face when he heard her clearly angry words. Feng, it's not that I don't love him. I just don't want you to endure so much hardship. If I can replace you to be pregnant, even if you want 10 babies, I can give birth to 10 babies for you. Chapter 2080, I want to be pregnant for you, too. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. In fact, Yun Luofeng wasn't really angry with Yun Xiu. She was just trying to frighten him. How could he have the heart to abandon his son? However, Yun Luofeng burst into laughter when she heard his flustered explanation. In fact, there is a way for men to get pregnant. Are you sure you want to go out with a big tummy? Won't you be afraid of being laughed at? I don't care about others' opinions. I just want to make it easier for you. Yun Xiu gazed at her, and his black eyes looked earnest. Feng, now tell me with what method I can replace you. I'm willing to bear any hardship for you. Over the years, she had been moved by Yun Xiu for many times. But at this moment, her heart was really shocked. It never occurred to her that Yun Xiu could do so much for her. He was even willing to replace her to be pregnant despite people's strange stares just to relieve the burden from her. Who else could do so much for her? I was just joking with you. How can that be possible? Joke. Yun Xiu's hand that was pressing on Yun Luofeng's shoulder trembled. A complicated look flashed across his face. He was disappointed. And his heart ached for her. Feng, if there is an afterlife, let me be a woman and you be a man, so you don't have to suffer from the pain of pregnancy, Yun Xiu said with great seriousness. However, if there is any danger, I'll still stand in front of you. Yun Luofeng stroked her chin and smiled. Yun Xiu, I don't think we'll have an afterlife. Feng, you don't want to stay with me in the afterlife. No, Yun Luofeng shook her head. You and I only have this life, but in this life, we can live to the end of the world, so there is no afterlife. You and I had only one life. And this life was forever. Unless the world disappeared, we would stay together forever. Yun Xiu, looking at the man's loving eyes, Yun Luofeng smiled. I've been through so much hardship. Pregnancy is not that hard for me, and besides, I am willing to give birth to a baby for you. I actually enjoy the process. Yun Xiu kept silent for a while before he said, I've read some books on childbirth that describe the hardship of pregnancy and dangers of childbirth. More importantly, it said that pregnant women are inclined to be depressed. Feng, you don't have to suppress yourself. If you are in a bad mood, you can kick me. Don't repress your feelings. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. Where did you get those books? Who gave them to you? Yun Xiu was somewhat guilty. Grandfather Jun. Good boy. Yun Luofeng touched Yun Xiu's face. Unlike others, I won't be depressed or in danger with my medical skills. As for Grandfather Jun, when I go back, I'll settle the accounts with him. Really? Yun Xiu was skeptical. Grandfather Jun described pregnancy as extremely dangerous. Otherwise, Yun Xiu wouldn't have said that he didn't want this son just now. When did I lie to you? Or would you rather believe him than me? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and asked with a threatening smile. I believe you. Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Yun Xiu was finally relieved after being worried for her for so many days. Chapter 2081, Death of Qin Yuan 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. In a deep valley. Mu Qingfei sat aloofly on a rock. When she saw a man coming from behind, a gleam of resentment flickered across her cold and clear eyes. Why did you come here again? Face her, Qin Yuan's eyes were affectionate as always. No matter how cold she was to him, he couldn't be angry with her. I just miss you, so I came to see you, and I wanted to tell you. He hesitated but still said, my father has called in many strong masters and is going to kill Yun Luofeng. Your daughter was deceived by Yun Luofeng and stayed with her. It is dangerous for her if she keeps staying with her. If you'd like, I can bring her here and let you reunite. Mu Qingfei snorted. What's good about her staying here? Being locked up here for the rest of her life. Besides, I won't believe a single word you say. Qin Yuan's face changed. He couldn't help but reach out and press his hand on Mu Qingfei's shoulder. His eyes were full of pain. Why do you treat me like this? It's been over 20 years, and I can't thaw your heart yet. Is your heart made of stone? You can't see what I've done for you. Qin Yuan was almost roaring and his eyes were bloodshot. Perhaps he felt Mu Qingfei's breath change and his face softened. Facer, my father has a lot of children. I did so many bad things because I wanted to gain his favor. I want to give you a high status so that no one dares to despise you. Mu Qingfei coldly cast a sideways glance at Qin Yuan. Status? You think I need this? I just want to stay away from the struggle and live happily with my beloved man. Qin Yuan froze for a moment. Didn't women all like power and status? He tried so hard because he wanted to give her a good life. Why did she refuse to accept his love? Facer, if you really don't like here, I can take you away. Let's find a good place and live a peaceful life together. Qin Yuan was determined that if Mu Qingfei wanted to leave, he would give up everything and be with her, provided that she allowed him to do so. If Mu Qingfei wasn't beside him, then what was the use of all the power and status that he strived for? Qin Yuan, don't you understand me? Mu Qingfei flicked her sleeves and stood up, looking cold and impassive. I said I wanted to live a peaceful life with my beloved man, but not you. I will never fall in love with you, never ever. You put me under house arrest in order to get me. Do you think you can get me by doing this? I tell you, I'd rather die than become your wife. I'd rather die than become your wife. Qin Yuan felt as if he was hit on the head by a big stick and he almost fell to the ground. His face turned pale and he slightly staggered, as if he would fall down at any moment. Facer, I gave you my heart, but you trampled it. Qin Yuan became furious. He pressed hard on Liu Qingfei's shoulder and shouted, if I really wanted to force you, you would have already become my wife. It's only because I respect you that you can live here safe and sound. However, no matter how much I do for you, you aren't moved. Then why should I still put up with you? I tell you, today I'll take you anyway. When that, Qin Yuan pulled Liu Qingfei fiercely into his arms and tore her clothes. Chapter 2082, Death of Qin Yuan 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. He was like a bloodthirsty beast, his eyes red and his appearance horrible. Liu Qingfei's chest heaved, her gorgeous face was cold and she shouted angrily, get out. Qin Yuan, if you dare to touch me, I will take revenge on you even if I become a ghost. Liu Qingfei said, gnashing her teeth. The hatred in her eyes made Qin Yuan's hands tremble. Unconsciously, he released his hands and sadly looked at Liu Qingfei. I'll never surrender to your violence. If you want to rape me, you'll only get my dead body. Not intimidated by Qin Yuan's brutal act, Liu Qingfei glared at him with a disgusted look in her cold clear eyes. Qin Yuan gave a bitter and helpless laugh. I thought I could put aside my feelings for you and force you to be my wife, but in the end, I still couldn't bear to force you. More importantly, he was afraid that Liu Qingfei might commit suicide. Qin Yuan closed his eyes and opened them after a long time. His eyes were filled with an internal struggle. I know that no matter what I do, you'll only give me a cold shoulder. Why should I still torture you and myself? If you want to go, then go. I won't force you to stay any longer. She was his scourge, and he could never escape from her for his lifetime. If he could start over. He wished he had never met this heartless woman again. This time, it was Liu Qingfei's turn to be surprised. She asked incredulously, are you really willing to let me go? Go away before I change my mind. Qin Yuan closed his eyes again. His body was shaking violently, for fear that he might regret this. Liu Qingfei took a final look at Qin Yuan. Her face softened, not as cold as previously. Though Liu Qingfei didn't say a word to Qin Yuan, she didn't hate him as much as before. Ha ha. As Liu Qingfei was about to leave, an old voice suddenly came from the sky. Qin Yuan opened his eyes in shock. From the sky, an old man landed. With vigorous steps, he didn't look feeble at all. Clasping his hands behind his back, he looked like a celestial being. His white robe fluttered in the wind and he looked so powerful. Father, Qin Yuan's face suddenly changed. Why did father suddenly appear here? Qin Tianlao glanced at Qin Yuan. Yuan, you let me down. I thought you had changed and were no longer that useless dandy. But I didn't expect that you did everything for this woman. You just wanted to seize the Qin family from me. Hearing this, Qin Yuan was flustered. How long did father stay here? What did he hear? That's all right, but I didn't expect that you were so useless. You couldn't even handle a woman and were forced to let her go. Qin Tianlao slightly raised his chin and looked down at the Qin Yuan. His voice was cold and chilly like a piercing cold gale. Father, it's useless for Facer to stay here. Why don't we let her go? I'm sure she will finally fall in love with me. Qin Yuan was in a cold sweat and his face was pale. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Qin Tianlao. Is it really useless? Qin Tianlao faintly smiled. I heard that Yun Luofeng had a little girl by her side who is Liu Qingfei's daughter. So do you think Liu Qingfei is useless to our Qin family? Chapter 2083, Death of Qin Yuan 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Qin Yuan raised his head in shock and stared at Qin Tianlao in astonishment, wondering why his father knew this. Do you think I trust you? Qin Tianlao sneered. After you came back, I had my men find out what happened and they told me those people of our Qin family died in the Saintly Virgin tribe. If I remember correctly, Liu Qingfei used to be the leader of the Saintly Virgin tribe and the current young leader is Yun Luofeng's disciple. More and more cold sweat appeared on Qin Yuan's face. He was so nervous that he didn't dare to say anything. Yuan, I didn't expect that you would keep so many things from me just for a woman. Qin Tianlao shook his head, sounding disappointed. Plop. Qin Yuan immediately fell to his knees and crawled towards Qin Tianlao. Father, I know I made a mistake. Please forgive me. I'll never do it again. As he spoke, he held Qin Tianlao's legs and looked at Qin Tianlao with imploring eyes. But the next second, the spiritual energy in his hand suddenly became a shackle and locked Qin Tianlao's legs. Facer, run. Qin Yuan turned around in a hurry and shouted to Liu Qingfei, go now, the matrix on the back mountain hasn't been activated. Just run out of here. Liu Qingfei paused. She looked at Qin Yuan who was tightly holding Qin Tianlao's legs and a complicated gleam flashed through her eyes. Yuan, you betrayed me for this woman. Qin Tianlao still clasped his hands behind his back and looked like a celestial being. His cold eyes fell on Qin Yuan like daggers. I'm sorry, father, but Facer is my true love. No matter how many mistakes I have to make or how many people I have to kill, I don't want her to die in your hand. From what he knew of his father, Qin Tianlao would never let go of Liu Qingfei if he learned that Lin Ruobai was Liu Qingfei's daughter. After all, so many people of the Qin family died in the hands of Yun Luofeng's subordinates. You think you can trap me with this petty strength? In your dreams. Qin Tianlao raised his hand and hit Qin Yuan on the head. With a boom, his head was hit by a great force and blood ran down from his forehead. And you should know that in my life, what I hate most is being betrayed. Even if you are my son, I won't forgive you. Qin Tianlao didn't hesitate at all as if the person in front of him was not his own son. Qin Yuan turned stiff and fell backward. He looked at Mu Qingfei lovingly, then fell to the ground with a thud and lay on his back. Qin Yuan. Mu Qingfei's heart was touched at this moment. She rushed towards Qin Yuan and asked with a complicated look, "Why did you try to save me?" "Facer, if only the person who took you out of the continent of 7 provinces wasn't me. Then he wouldn't have fallen in love with her, and Facer wouldn't have suffered all these years. Don't speak, I'll take you away." Over the years, Qin Yuan had placed Mu Qingfei under house arrest here, so she hated him. But her hatred for him had gone after he sacrificed his own life for her. Mu Qingfei bent down, held Qin Yuan up from the ground with trembling hands, and even her voice was trembling. Chapter 2084, Death of Qin Yuan 4. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Cough. Qin Yuan coughed and vomited a mouthful of blood, and his ghastly pale face turned even more bloodless. "Facer, if my death can make you remember me, then I have no regrets all my life." He pushed Mu Qingfei away with difficulty, stumbled and fell to the ground. "And I was lying to you. Your daughter was not deceived. Yun Luofeng treats her very well. If you can get out of here, go to Yun Luofeng. She will protect you." A man's words were good when death was near. As long as Mu Qingfei could survive, he was willing to tell the truth to her. Besides, the only person who could protect Facer now was her. "Qin Yuan." Mu Qingfei's lips trembled. "Thank you." Quote. No matter how many bad things Qin Yuan had done, he never hurt her. On the contrary, he took care of her as much as he could. This, "thank you," seemed to satisfy Qin Yuan. A smile appeared on his face and he slowly closed his eyes without any regrets. Mu Qingfei closed her eyes and clenched her fists. After a long time, she suddenly opened her eyes and glared at Qin Tianlao. "Why did you do this? He's your son. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Why did you kill your own son? A betrayer must die." Qin Tianlao sneered. "Of course, as a father, I will be tolerant toward my son, so I will satisfy his wishes. Doesn't he like you? Then I'll send you to accompany him in the afterlife." Boom. Immediately, a powerful aura surged out of Qin Tianlao. He released a powerful spirit energy that pounced on Mu Qingfei. Overwhelmed by such a powerful aura, Mu Qingfei couldn't move her body. She could only watch the spirit energy going to hit her. Roar. Just at this crucial moment, a dragon roar came out, shaking the whole sky. The spirit energy that was going to hit Mu Qingfei was instantly dissolved into bits and pieces and scattered in the air. Everyone was stunned. When Qin Tianlao looked up, a huge body rushed down from the sky. Without saying a word, he picked up Mu Qingfei and rushed out of the Qin family. A dragon ancestor of Monic God level. The dragon ancestor tribe. No, there isn't such a dragon among the Monic God level dragons of the dragon ancestor tribe. Qin Tianlao pondered and immediately ordered, "Gods, ask the Monic God level spirit cultivators who have already arrived at the Qin city to besiege this dragon ancestor." Quote. The essence blood of the dragon ancestor tribe was very precious, especially that of a Monic God level 1. So, those people would never give up as long as they were told that there was such a dragon ancestor here. At the thought of this, a greedy gleam flickered across Qin Tianlao's eyes, and then he quickly rushed towards the dragon ancestor. On the street, the noisy crowd had disappeared, leaving only silence. Little Bug, carrying Mu Qingfei, quickly flew toward the inn where Yun Luofeng was staying. He looked at the pursuers behind him from time to time and a ferocious light flashed through his eyes. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, numerous figures appeared from nowhere and surrounded Little Bug in the middle. These people were all at the Monic God level. Although Little Bug was also at the Monic God level and more powerful than others thanks to his constitution, he broke through to the Monic God level not long ago and still couldn't control his power well. Besides, he had to cope with 7 or 8 Monic God level spirit cultivators alone, so he felt somewhat powerless. Chapter 2085, Dragon Ancestor Tribe 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. I'll see if you can escape. Qin Tianlao had already chased him from behind and stood in the way of Little Bug. He raised his head and looked up at him expressionlessly. "Though I don't know your relationship with Mu Qingfei, I know. You won't be able to leave Qin City today." Roar. Little Bug bellowed angrily. "How can you a-shoals bully a woman? My master and mistress are already on the way. When they come, all of you will be killed." After escaping from the Qin family, Little Bug told Yun Xiao what happened here via soul communication, so Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng were already on their way. Unfortunately, Qin City was too big. Compared with the continent of 7 provinces, it was as big as a continent, so they needed more time to get here. An unfathomable gleam flickered across Qin Tianlao's eyes. "If my guess is right, you are Yun Luofeng's subordinate. You're just that Monic God level spirit cultivator my son told me about." Humph. Little Bug snorted. His claws still carried Mu Qingfei, so he had to be careful. "It's none of your business. You people can't even fit the slits between my teeth." Presumptuous. Qin Tianlao snorted. "Let's attack this dragon together and capture him alive." As his voice dropped, Qin Tianlao shot out like lightning and reached above Little Bug in an instant. He curved his hand like a machete and chopped down hard. Little Bug agilely dodged his attack, wagged his tail and swept Qin Tianlao away. Qin Tianlao was going to vomit blood, but he swallowed it down. He stared at Little Bug, his eyes filled with killing intent. "You're courting death." At the same time, other Monic God level spirit cultivators also launched attacks against Little Bug. Besieged by these people, Little Bug appeared to be a bit powerless. "Beastards! How dare you beat me?" Being punched, Little Bug was so angry that his huge body trembled in the air. He wagged his tail fiercely and swept these people away. Being caught by Little Bug's claws, Mu Qingfei didn't dare to move for fear that she might distract the dragon ancestor who was in the midst of a battle. "If you can't deal with them, you can put me down and I can help you," Mu Qingfei hesitated and suggested. However, her words angered Little Bug. What do you mean? You mean I can't even protect a woman? I would be so discredited if I leave you behind and escape. He said it as if he had never escaped before. Little Bug had forgotten that when he was in the dragon tribe, he lied to the dragon tribe and ran away when some god-level spirit cultivator came to provoke him. But now he began to care about his credit. Mu Qingfei didn't speak again when she heard Little Bug's words, but her eyes turned cold and were filled with murderous desire at the thought of Qin Yuan's death. Little Bug seemed to be unable to deal with the situation, but those monarch god-level spirit cultivators didn't get the upper hand either. Qin Tianlao frowned. He didn't expect this dragon ancestor was so tough and he seemed unable to feel pain no matter how hard they beat him. If things keep going like this, Yun Luofeng's men who were right in the vicinity would come here soon. He didn't forget that Qin Yuan once said that Yun Luofeng had 2 monarch god-level spirit cultivators in her hand. Chapter 2086, Ancestral Dragon Tribe 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. When Qin Tianlao became anxious, the sky suddenly became dark, as if it was being covered by a layer of dark clouds. Everyone stopped and looked at the sky in surprise. In an instant, they saw that numerous giant dragons had appeared. Their bodies were as huge as big mountains. If they accidentally fell from the sky, they would crush a lot of people. It's the Ancestral Dragon Tribe. Qin Tianlao was shocked. An unfathomable glint flickered across his eyes and he looked at Little Bug as if pondering of something. Master Qin. A muffled shout was heard from the sky. The voice was old. As if traveling through time, it exploded over Qin Tianlao's ear like thunder, making his ears tingle. Excuse me, are you Long Yan of the Ancestral Dragon Tribe? Qin Tianlao guessed his identity from his voice and asked him immediately. Yes, it's me. The giant ancestral dragon said. I came here because I heard that you knew the whereabouts of our miss. If you can tell me that, our Ancestral Dragon Tribe will meet your wish no matter what it is. The Ancestral Dragon Tribe always kept their promises. When their miss was missing, they declared that if anyone could help them find their miss, they would give them a wish. Elder Long Yan, don't you see what we're doing? Qin Tianlao's eyes flickered and he looked at Little Bug. Is this ancestral dragon from your tribe? Long Yan looked at Little Bug with surprise, thought about it and shook his head. I don't know him. Qin Tianlao was relieved to hear that. He said calmly, I saw your miss at the side of this guy before, so I invited these monarch god-level spirit cultivators to besiege him, but he refused to admit it. However, though he is a traitor to your tribe, I'm willing to punish him for you. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could Qin Tianlao tell lies without batting his eyelid? However, everyone on the continent knew the style of the dragon ancestor tribe. If they found out that they besieged Little Bug for his essence blood, they would never let him off. So he had to splash dirty water on Little Bug. Oh, Long Yan narrowed his huge eyes and released a powerful aura that pressed down like a huge mountain. He coldly stared at Little Bug. Did you kidnap our miss? If you'd rather believe humans than me, then I have nothing to say, Little Bug snorted and said sarcastically. Long Yan turned his eyes to Qin Tianlao again. Master Qin, is what you said true? You know that if you deceive us, you'll end up in misery. Qin Tianlao's face changed, and he tried to calm down. Elder Long Yan, I'm being kind to you. How can you doubt me? I, Qin Tianlao, am always above board and will never falsely accuse anyone. Besides, if I want to deal with this dragon, I can do it alone. Why should I gather so many strong masters here? I do this because I want to force him to hand over your miss. But in the end, my kindness came to no good. Chapter 2087, Yun Luofeng has come, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Under Long Yan's suspicious stare, Qin Tianlao looked very indignant as if he had been greatly wronged. Long Yan turned his eyes to Little Bug again and frowned. If our miss is really in your hands, please return her to us. There was an indescribable disappointment in Little Bug's eyes. Before that, he was full of fantasies about the Ancestral Dragon Tribe and even imagined the day when he returned to the Dragon Ancestor Tribe. But now, facing Long Yan's cold stare, he felt so disappointed. Little Bug squinted, and a fierce gleam flickered across his eye. He looked up at the giant dragons all over the sky and said fearlessly, I haven't even met your miss. Why are you accusing me of kidnapping her? Master Qin was right. If he wants to deal with you, he doesn't have to gather so many people and convict you. Long Yan's old voice sounded so cold, but, since you're also a dragon ancestor, I'll let you go safe and sound if you hand over our miss. The Ancestral Dragon Tribe was proud. Once they believed the thing, no one could change their minds. Little Bug couldn't understand why this guy was so stubborn. So he didn't want to waste time with them again. He sneered, I'll see how you deal with me. Roar. A dragon roar resounded throughout the sky. Little Bug's body rushed rapidly towards Long Yan, as swiftly as a gust of wind. You overestimate yourself, Long Yan snorted. Instead of flinching, he ran towards Little Bug. They were both huge and from the Ancestral Dragon Tribe, so the collision of their bodies caused a disturbance in the sky. The whole sky seemed to explode. The people around them were knocked back 2 steps by this force. Qin Tianlao put a smug smile on his face. The Ancestral Dragon Tribe used to be a dominant presence on the continent. Even if they were added together, they couldn't resist Long Yan. The whole continent would be under the reign of the Ancestral Dragon Tribe, had it not been for the change that happened to the Ancestral Dragon Tribe and made them disappear from the continent. But even so, the Ancestral Dragon Tribe was still invincibly powerful. Bang! Little Bug retreated a few steps quickly. He felt a sharp pain in his insides and even his vision blurred. It turns out that the Ancestral Dragon Tribe is so unreasonable. Mu Qingfei sneered and looked up at Elder Long Yan's haughty face. How can you convict him just because of some words of Qin Tianlao? He said we took your miss, but what evidence does he have? Long Yan looked a bit sullen. It was actually not a big deal. They just needed to hand over Miss. It was their fault that things developed to this point. Mu Qingfei, you seduced my son and I haven't settled this account with you yet. How dare you try to deceive Elder Long Yan? Qin Tianlao's eyes were filled with killing intent. I swear I saw with my own eyes that this dragon kidnapped the ancestral dragon tribe's Miss. The whole world knows that I'm an above-board person who never cheats or lies. Most people believed Qin Tianlao was the kind of person and only a few people knew about his true colors. Chapter 2088, Yun Luofeng has come, too. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Yes, Master Qin doesn't lie. This dragon just doesn't want to admit it. I witnessed it too. It was exactly the same as Master Qin described. The others all echoed Qin Tianlao. Now they were in the same boat, so of course they would help Qin Tianlao. The smile on Qin Tianlao's face spread. He noticed Long Yan's angry eyes and secretly gave a triumphant smile. The ancestral dragon tribe was just so. They were deceived like fools by them. These dragons had been secluded and had no clue of the ways of the world. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over our Miss, or else don't blame me for being rude. Long Yan lifted his voice arrogantly, which rumbled like a thunder in the sky. Not willing to surrender to his threat, Little Bug said loudly, his eyes fearless, I am also telling you for the last time. I don't even know your Miss name, nor have I met her. Humph. Long Yan snorted, and released a powerful aura that rendered the dim sky even more cloudy, gloomy and suffocating. I've given you the chance, but you won't take it, then don't blame me. Roar. With that, Long Yan roared and spat out a flame which gradually grew into a fireball as dazzling as the sun. It shot at Little Bug in an instant. Little Bug vigilantly stared at him. Seeing the dragon breath striking at him, he quickly protected Mu Qingfei with his claws and blocked the attack with his sturdy body. Bang! The attack hit Little Bug's body hard. He trembled and almost vomited blood. They were both at the monarch god level. But their strength was not at the same level. Little Bug trembled and looked rather angry. The ancestral dragon tribe is so unreasonable. I'll never go back to you. We don't want you anyway. Though a monarch god level spirit cultivator was rare on this continent, he was not willing to accept Little Bug. A dragon who wouldn't admit what he had done was not qualified to be a member of their ancestral dragon tribe. Roar. He released another dragon breath that pounced on Little Bug. Little Bug tried to escape, but the dragon breath seemed to have eyes, turned aside and hit him hard again. Blood seeped from his scales. His huge body shook, but soon he stabilized his body. Fortunately, he was also at the monarch god level. If he was only a reverend god level spirit cultivator, he would have been burnt into ashes by that powerful dragon breath. At this moment, Little Bug had to protect Mu Qingfei when he tried to resist Long Yan's attacks, so he could only block the ceaseless dragon breaths with his strong body. Why hasn't Master come yet? Little Bug became more and more anxious. It never occurred to him that the dragon ancestor tribe was so stupid and gullible. If things kept going like this, he wouldn't be able to hold up long. Boom. Boom boom boom. The explosion sounds rang in the sky from time to time. Watching Little Bug being beaten up, those people laughed happily. Mu Qingfei, do you regret rejecting my son now? Qin Tianlao smiled. Without my son's protection, you can't survive on the continent. It's ridiculous that you are still so ungrateful. You just dug your own grave. Chapter 2089, Yun Luofeng has come, 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Mu Qingfei didn't even pay attention to him. Seeing Little Bug protect her with his own body, she looked more and more worried. Finally, unable to withstand Long Yan's relentless attacks, Little Bug fell to the ground. Blood was streaming out of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with anger and resentment. I'll give you one last chance. Where is Miss? Long Yan lowered his head and looked straight at Little Bug who was lying on the ground. His voice was cold and emotionless. Although they were both monarch god level spirit cultivators, the gap between them was huge, because Little Bug just broke through to the monarch god level, while Long Yan had been in this realm for hundreds of years. How could Little Bug compare to him in control of power? Little Bug closed his eyes and ignored this giant dragon. He never thought that at this moment, what he was thinking was not to run away, but to beat the stupid dragon up, though he was always a coward. It seems that you still refuse to tell the whereabouts of Miss, so don't blame me for being unkind. Long Yan roared violently and dived toward the ground. He was so fast, just like a sun falling from the sky, and he was going to hit Little Bug who was lying on the ground. Boom. At this moment, a black figure suddenly came out and appeared in front of Little Bug. It was a man in a black robe. He raised his hand and held Long Yan's sharp claws. His cold eyes were filled with murderous desire. Long Yan paused. His claws were firmly held by this man and couldn't move at all. Seeing the two people coming from the sky, Little Bug, who was lying on the ground half dead, cried and complained tearfully, Master, Mistress, you finally came. If you had been any later, you would never be able to see me again. His tone was pitiful, but when he looked at Long Yan, his eyes were full of anger. This stupid dragon believed in the old beast of the Qin family and said that I kidnapped their Miss. But I've never even seen their Miss. How could I kidnap her? I will never go back to the GDM'd ancestral dragon tribe. With a solemn look, Long Yan ignored Little Bug, turned his eyes to the cold man who suddenly appeared, and said coldly, you want to meddle in our ancestral dragon tribe's affairs? No. Yun Luofeng slowly approached Yun Xiao and gave a wicked smile. We're not going to meddle in your affairs, but kill you. Kill me. Long Yan laughed out loud. Little girl, what a tone. Then show me what you're capable of. This man was also of monarch god level. But he was just a human. How could he rival the whole ancestral dragon tribe? He was simply courting death. Hearing this, Little Bug jumped to his feet. He was covered by light and soon turned into a cute little boy. Mistress, this guy bullied me. You must kill him and cut him into pieces. And fry his body. Little Bug glared at Long Yan as if he was going to devour him alive. Mu Kingface stood in the rear and gazed at the white-clad woman in front, and a complicated gleam flashed through her eyes. Chapter 2090, Yun Luofeng has come, 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. This woman was her daughter's master that Qin Yuan mentioned. Hearing the sound, the other giant dragons in the sky also moved. Their huge bodies covered the sky and all of them were staring at Yun Luofeng and others menacingly. The two sides were on the verge of war. Long Yan gave a roar and ordered the dragons behind him to strike first. In an instant, a gale sprang up, clouds scudded, and the whole sky turned dark. At that moment, a girl's voice suddenly rang, which passed through the clouds and was heard by everyone. Stop. A light flashed on Yun Luofeng's wrist, and then the crystal bracelet began to move. Long Yan's eyes had been fixed on Yun Xiao, so he didn't pay much attention to Yun Luofeng, nor did he notice the crystal snake. The snake left Yun Luofeng's wrist and jumped to the ground. Her body gradually grew and after a while, a giant crystal dragon came into view. The transformation of the crystal dragon didn't stop. Her body was covered by light, and from the light, a cute and pretty girl came out slowly. Long Yan was startled. He widened his eyes, which were filled with joy and then anger. There is still another giant dragon. Qin Tianlao looked surprised but soon regained his composure. Even if you have one more giant dragon, so what? You'll still have to die. Master Long Yan, this female dragon is with them. You'd better kill them all at once. Hearing Qin Tianlao's disdainful words, Long Yan bellowed, You beastard. Didn't you say you had seen our miss? Then who is this? Like being struck by a bolt from the blue. Qin Tianlao was stunned. His body turned stiff. What did Elder Long Yan mean? Then who was this? What did that mean? As if thinking of something, Qin Tianlao mechanically turned his head and looked in astonishment at the little girl walking towards Long Yan. How could there be such a coincidence? He said those things to frame these people, but he didn't know that they really had the miss of the ancestral dragon tribe. Little Bug was more muddled than they were. Long Luo was the miss of the ancestral dragon tribe. Wait a minute. Long Yan suddenly seemed to think of something. He turned his head to Qin Tianlao, and his old voice was cold. Didn't you say you saw our miss by this guy's side? But why did you say those words just now? Why did you say our miss was with these people? Qin Tianlao shivered hard and couldn't help sweating. Elder Long Yan, I just didn't recognize her. Now it proves that my words are true. You must kill these people. Long Luo took a look at Qin Tianlao and turned her eyes to Long Yan. Elder Long Yan, why did you make such a fuss just to find me? And you wronged innocent people. Miss, you don't know how evil these guys are. Human beings are unreliable, and you are so simple. Now that I am here, you can leave with me. Long Yan glanced at Little Bug and the others. Since we've found you, I can let them go as long as you go with me. Angered by his words, Long Luo said angrily, Some people are really evil, especially these people here. How could you believe their words so easily and even injure Little Bug? Miss. Long Yan sounded angry. Master Qin didn't say anything wrong. Aren't you by their side? Why are you still trying to defend them? Chapter 2091, Yun Luofeng has come, 5. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Qin Tianlao smiled smugly. It seemed that he scored a lucky hit. Now Long Yan would never believe Yun Luofeng. At this moment, Yun Luofeng winked at Yun Xiao, and the latter slightly nodded at her and gradually released a powerful aura. I will not go back with you. If I hadn't been saved by Miss Yun, I would have been dead already. But you don't appreciate them, and even injured Little Bug. A man as unreasonable as you doesn't deserve to educate me. Long Luo threw away Long Yan's hand in anger and walked back to Yun Luofeng. Her big eyes were still filled with anger, and she was trembling with anger. Long Yan's voice turned solemn. What's the matter? Yun Luofeng saved her. Was Miss in danger? Long Luo looked angrily at these people. As soon as she thought of their false accusations against Little Bug, she couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. Fortunately, she happened to show up. What if she was not here? Then would the ancestral dragon tribe hunt Yun Luofeng because of their accusations? You want to know why? Okay, I can tell you. I was beguiled by a bad person. I saved her but she caught me and made me vomit essence blood, and the wounds on my body were made by her. Long Luo rolled up her sleeves and showed the scars on her body. The injuries were almost healed. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to take the shape of a human being. But even so, Long Yan could still tell how much Long Luo had suffered these days. His pupil constricted with rage, and he released an aggressive aura, rendering the whole sky fiery red. Fortunately, I escaped from him, but those people soon came after me. If Yun Luofeng hadn't saved me, perhaps I would already be dead. The old memories were too bitter to recall. Long Luo bit her lips and she was trembling in the breeze. At this time, her hand fell on her shoulder, as if silently comforting her. She looked back and cracked a bright smile at the boy behind. Her beautiful smile dazzled Little Bug's eyes and he froze on the spot. Hearing Long Luo's words, Long Yan, who was still furious and aggressive, looked a bit embarrassed and his tone was not as arrogant as before. So it's just a misunderstanding. But without Master Qin's information, I couldn't have found you. Quote. At the thought of this, Long Yan felt lucky and was grateful to Qin Tianlao. Seeing this, Long Luo snorted contemptuously. Elder Long Yan, it's like you're helping him count the money after being sold by him. I never saw him. When did he see me? Qin Tianlao's face changed and he gave a hollow laugh. Miss Long, though you didn't see me, I did see you by this dragon's side. You just don't remember me. Oh. Then why didn't you recognize me just now? Well, didn't I explain that? You were too far away from me just now, so I didn't recognize you. Qin Tianlao tried to suppress the killing desire in his heart and smiled kindly. Long Luo tilted her little head. Then can you tell me what I looked like when you saw me? What did she look like? How could he know? Although he thought this, Qin Tianlao didn't dare to say it out loud. Chapter 2092, Yun Luofeng has come, 6. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Miss Long, you must be kidding me. Of course, you looked exactly what you look like now. Qin Tianlao smiled and defended himself. However, hearing this, Long Luo couldn't help laughing. Elder Long Yan, you know that we ancestor dragons can't take human form if we are injured. Since I met Miss Yun, I have been recovering from my injuries. I appear in human form now because I've recovered. But how could he see me in human form back then? The little girl raised her chin high and stared at Qin Tianlao with disdain. Long Yan's body flashed and he changed into an old man standing in front of the little girl. He frowned and stared at Qin Tianlao with cold eyes. Long Luo continued, I know your son fell for this Miss Mu Qingfei, and your Qin family placed her under house arrest. Miss Yun's disciple is her daughter, so she came here to look for her. To deal with Miss Yun, you tried to manipulate the ancestral dragon tribe, right? The little girl's face was beaming with an innocent smile. Her voice was so cold and harsh that Qin Tianlao looked even paler. Elder Long Yan, how dare your ancestral dragon tribe bully people like this? She is clearly having an affair with that dragon, and she splashed dirty water on me to protect him. Qin Tianlao rolled his eyes and snapped. Shut up. Bang. Long Yan bellowed angrily and punched Qin Tianlao hard, making him back up a few steps. Our miss will never lie. Qin Tianlao, how dare you manipulate me like this? With that, Long Yan looked around at the other people present with his angry eyes, who all trembled under his murderous glare. Even though they were Monic God-level spirit cultivators, they couldn't resist the second most powerful master of the ancestral dragon tribe. Elder Long Yan, it has nothing to do with us. It was all Qin Tianlao's idea. He told us that he found an ancestral dragon, and if we caught it, we could force it to spit essence blood and greatly improve our strength. We were also swindled by him. Elder Long Yan, let us go. You should punish Qin Tianlao, the bastard. They all tried to put the blame on Qin Tianlao. Long Yan ignored them and turned his eyes to Little Bug and the others. I'm sorry for what I did just now. Thank you for saving our miss, and our ancestral dragon tribe will repay you for that. The ancestral dragon tribe was among the most powerful forces on this continent, so Long Yan thought that these people would surely accept his apology. You injured Little Bug, how can you solve it with just an apology? Under Long Yan's haughty gaze, Yun Luofeng gave a faint smile and stroked her chin, and her squinted eyes glowed dangerously. Can I beat you up and then just apologize to you? Long Yan's face changed. Little girl, you should forgive and forget. I did make a mistake, so I'm not going to argue with you. Oh. The smile on Yun Luofeng's face spread. You're in the wrong. What makes you think you have the say? Quote. Long Luo, standing at the side, bit her lip tightly and glared at Long Yan. She took sides with Yun Luofeng, so she was also angry about what Long Yan said. You. Long Yan took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. What do you want? Chapter 2093, Fight. 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. I always seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Yun Luofeng glanced at Long Yan expressionlessly. Let Little Bug treat you in exactly the same way you treated him just now. You. Long Yan's heart was filled with anger. He pointed indignantly at Yun Luofeng and his eyes were angry. If they hadn't saved Long Luo, he wouldn't have been so tolerant to them. Swish. Yun Xiao suddenly moved. As fast as a gust of wind, he was already behind Long Yan and hit hard toward him with his palm before Long Yan could react. Long Yan was shocked and quickly turned to defend himself from this attack. When their palms collided, he felt his body go numb. He retreated a few steps, and his face was filled with coldness instead of the initial shock. If you dare to point your finger at my woman again, I'll chop off all your fingers. Yun Xiao's voice was cold and filled with intense murderous desire. At this moment, Long Yan was completely shocked. If he didn't feel it wrong, this man became a Monic God-level spirit cultivator not long ago. But why did his heart tremble at his powerful aura? Fear. Yes. Long Yan's heart was gradually filled with fear. Yun Yi. Yun Luofeng called casually. In an instant, Yun Yi's sturdy body fell from the sky and hit the ground hard. Seeing Yun Yi, the Monic God-level spirit cultivators all changed their expressions and someone even shouted angrily at Qin Tianlao. Didn't you say they only had 2 Monic God-level spirit cultivators? Then what's going on now? Can you explain this to us? Qin Tianlao turned pale and almost fell down. Leaning against the tree behind him, he could hardly stabilize himself. Didn't you notice you were desperately outnumbered by us? Long Yan turned blue with anger and shouted, come on, get all these people who dare to humiliate me. Elder Long Yan. Long Luo looked anxiously at the huge dragons in the sky and gritted her teeth. I order you to stop. I'll see who still dares to do it. After all, Long Luo was the miss of the ancestral dragon tribe, so after hearing her words, the dragons that were ready to jump out all paused and hovered in the sky, as if thinking about something. Ha ha, Long Yan sneered, don't forget, before we came out the leader told you to follow my orders. With that, he turned to Long Luo again and continued, don't worry, miss, I'll just teach them a lesson. After all, these people saved you, so I won't kill them. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the whole sky was shaking. Long Yan said coldly, what are you waiting for? Get these people. In an instant, all the giant dragons moved. Their aura was so huge that there seemed to be countless mountains pressing over people made them unable to breathe. Gale sprang up and clouds scudded. Yun Luofeng stood in the gale, her white robe was gently fluttering and her dark eyes were calm and emotionless. She was as beautiful as a painting. Your ancestral dragon tribe does have a lot of strong masters, but there is only one monarch god-level spirit cultivator here. Yun Luofeng gave a faint smile. As to reverent god-level spirit cultivators, you're desperately outnumbered. Boom. Chapter 2094, Fight. 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. As she said this, she released a powerful aura. Meanwhile, the spirit beasts in the God Code world and the members of the Steel Core and Raging Flame Core in the Fantasy Land all came out. Huohuo, Xiaomo, Cha-Cha, Little Tree, as well as Bishao who was now able to leave the Tree of Life for a short time. These spirit beasts were no weaker than the dragons. Even the Steel Core and Raging Flame Core had several reverent god-level members. Long Yan's face turned dim when the huge army appeared. He clenched his fists and his eyes were shining with an unfathomable light. As a member of the ancestral dragon tribe, Long Yan was quite proud, but he didn't want to fight an unprepared battle. In particular, he could feel that Yun Xiao's aura was no weaker than his. Little bug, you can treat him exactly the same way he treated you. Yun Luofeng stepped forward and released a powerful aura. Her white robe was fluttering in the gale. If anyone tries to stop you, just kill him. She didn't care about the other party's identity or background. What she knew was that tooth for tooth, blood for blood. Standing at the side, Long Luo didn't speak. Although she was a member of the ancestral dragon tribe, she didn't think that Yun Luofeng was wrong. All of this was caused by Long Yan's stupidity. So whatever Yun Luofeng would do to him, he deserved it. Miss. Long Yan looked pale and turned to Long Luo as if urging her to come out and say something. Long Luo turned her head, ignored Long Yan and snorted in her heart. Long Yan was too arrogant. He didn't know how to respect people just because he was the second strongest member of the ancestral dragon tribe. It was time to teach him a lesson. Miss, Long Yan turned his eyes to Yun Luofeng again and his slightly squinted eyes glowed threateningly. Be easy on people. I'm the second strongest man of the ancestral dragon tribe. Very few monarch god level spirit cultivators can defeat me. If you really want to fight me with no regard for the consequences, you'll also suffer. The ancestral dragon tribe's dignity was inviolable. Even if he was uncertain about this battle, he wouldn't shrink back. Why didn't you think of this when you were beating Little Bug? Yun Luofeng approached Long Yan again. Now the same thing happens to you, and you began to ask me to be easy on people. Is there really such a good thing in this world? Long Yan's eyes twinkled. Seeing Yun Luofeng getting closer and closer to him, he suddenly turned his arms into dragon claws and scratched at Yun Luofeng violently. Unfortunately, before he could reach Yun Luofeng, a black figure had fallen in front of him. With a boom, stone-hard fists kept pounding his chest. He instantly backed up a few steps, and his face was somber and angry. At this moment, the giant dragons also moved. Their huge bodies pounced at the people on the ground. Qin Tianlao and the others were also affected. They were swept off by the dragons' huge tails and fell to the ground awkwardly. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The roars of the dragons spread across the sky and the residents of Qin City all hid for fear that they would be accidentally injured. Chapter 2095, Fight. 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. The two sides were on the verge of a war. Just when the giant dragons rushed towards Yun Luofeng and others, a deep and hoarse voice slowly sounded in the sky. Just like a heavy hammer, it hit Long Yan on the heart and he almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Ancestral dragon tribe, what are you doing? How dare you kill humans in my place? Are you looking down on me? And then an old figure appeared in the sky. It was an old man with a righteous-looking face. He stood, with his hands clasped behind his back. With a nonchalant look, he looked like a celestial being. Qin Tianlao was quite glad to see the old man. However, having eye contact with him, he immediately swallowed his words. Are you, a ruler? When Long Yan saw the old man, his face greatly changed and a gleam of fear flashed through his eyes. In this world, there was a kind of person called a ruler. Second only to the true god-level spirit cultivator, this ruler dominated the continent of wind and cloud. Since they were going to be a true god-level spirit cultivator, no other monarch god-level spirit cultivator could rival them in strength. The leader of the ancestral dragon tribe was also a ruler. However, he alone was unable to resist all human beings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been forced to hide in the ancestral sea and be stuck there for the rest of his life. The dragons wouldn't have left the ancestral sea if their miss hadn't been missing. It seems that the ancestral dragon tribe forgot your promise and invaded our humans' territory again. That's unforgivable. Boom. The old man merely raised his hand, and Long Yan seemed to be pushed by a great force and immediately flew out. He awkwardly fell to the ground, looking at the old man in front of him sullenly. Young lady, the old man said with a slight smile as he turned to Yun Nuofeng, you're a human being, so of course you're under my protection. You don't need to fear these dragons. They won't be able to resist me. The old man spoke to her in a polite and friendly way, but for some reason, looking at him, Yun Nuofeng felt her heart was filled with murderous desire. Even she didn't know why she had this feeling toward him. Master, Xiaomo pondered for a while and said via soul communication, have you forgotten that you have inherited Juqian's heritage? And the ruler of the continent of wind and cloud was among those people who murdered Juqian. Yun Luofeng's eyes shone with a cold light. She grabbed Yun Xiao's hand tightly to restrain the surging intention of killing in her heart. She smiled. Her light and ethereal voice slowly rang, shall I thank you? You don't have to thank me, the old man said with a smile, not noticing the ironic tone of Yun Luofeng. I really appreciate your talent. May I invite you to visit my house? At that moment, all the humans present looked at Yun Luofeng with envy. This woman was really lucky. She actually received the favor of a ruler. If it were them, they would have a promising future. If I go with you, can I leave? Yun Luofeng sneered and asked coldly. Yun Xiao didn't speak but quietly guarded Yun Luofeng at her side. His cool eyes were slightly alert as he looked at the old man. The old man was very strong and was above Long Yan's level. He could sense that this man was very dangerous. Chapter 2096, Fight. 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. The old man's eyes slightly narrowed, and a dim light flashed through them. Then he smiled and said, what do you mean, miss? I just appreciate your talent and wanted to cultivate you, but I didn't expect you were so vigilant and thought I would hurt you. He stepped down from the sky within a few steps and stood in front of Yun Luofeng against the wind. I think what this young lady said is right. You actually harbor malicious intentions. All of a sudden, an ethereal voice came over, and in an instant, everyone looked at the source of the voice. It was a very handsome man, who was as beautiful as a celestial being stepping out of a picture and his whole body seemed to be glowing. The man, with a flute in his hand, walked slowly from a distance toward everyone. When Yun Luofeng saw the man, a complex look appeared on her face and she couldn't move her eyes away from him. Feeling jealous, Yun Xiao put his arm around Yun Luofeng's waist. Just look at me, this man looks weak, why do you keep looking at him? Hearing his jealous voice, Yun Luofeng turned her eyes to him. I just think. He looks like an acquaintance. Yun Xiao was a bit confused. An acquaintance? Why have I never seen him? Zhu Qian. As if aware of Yun Xiao's doubts, Yun Luofeng moved her red lips and said a name. Zhu Qian. She didn't expect they would meet on such an occasion. You are. The old man frowned slightly. Apparently, he didn't know the man's identity. In fact, I don't know who I am, the man smiled. His smile looked gentle yet detached. I should have another identity besides this one. I came here today because I have this feeling that you can give me the answer. Can you tell me who I am? Then the old man's eyes darkened, but his face was still mild. I don't care who you are, but why did you slander me? Slander. The man gave an ethereal smile and he looked otherworldly. I think you know whether I slandered you or not. I can sense that we are enemies. Who are you? For some reason, looking at the man, the old man felt very familiar with him. When a name suddenly popped up in his mind, he shook his head and tried to deny it. That's impossible. He couldn't be that guy. That person was like a king who stood high and trampled the whole world under his feet. How could this man be him? I said I didn't know who I was, but I often heard a voice in my head. The man's aloof eyes fell on the old man. That voice called me Zhu Qian. Do you know who Zhu Qian is? Zhu Qian. Boom. As if being struck by a bolt from the blue, the old man shivered and there was a look of horror in his eyes. Zhu Qian came back. The demonic man came back. That day, although Zhu Qian had been seriously wounded after being besieged by so many strong masters of the continent, he still managed to kill half of them and broke out of the encirclement. That was a big fight. From then on, Zhu Qian was called the devil. He thought the man was dead, but now he was back. Chapter 2097, Zhu Qian 1. It seems that you do know me. The man smiled and his smile was so aloof and ethereal that it appeared unreal. Was I called Zhu Qian in my previous life? The old man had calmed down from his initial anger, and he laughed mockingly. I don't care who you were in your previous life. I only know that you don't have the strength to threaten us in this life. Now that you have given yourself to me, I'm going to kill you and avenge myself. Boom. All of a sudden, the old man released a powerful aura and rushed towards Zhu Qian. His eyes were full of killing intent. Obviously, he was determined to kill Zhu Qian. The old man was so powerful that when he passed by, everything on the ground was swept away by the hurricane he created. Yun Xiao raised his hand and pulled Yun Luofeng into his arms. He blocked the fierce hurricane with his sleeves and his cold eyes were sharp. Yun Yi. Seeing the old man rushing towards Ju Qian, Yun Luofeng shouted. The next moment, Yun Yi's strong body appeared in front of Ju Qian and he raised his hand to resist the attack by the old man. Boom. A huge explosion sound was heard from Yun Yi's body. His body was immediately shaken out and his flesh was torn open. Fortunately, Yun Yi was a puppet. Even though he already had consciousness, he couldn't feel pain. Otherwise, he would have been passed out from the pain. Yun Luofeng looked up at the old man ahead and said coldly, Ju Qian, leave here immediately. Now, all eyes were focused on Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao again. The old man scowled. He raised his chin slightly, and stood with his hands on his back, still looking like a celestial being. Miss Yun, I just saved you. Why are you trying to stop me from killing Ju Qian, a traitor to all mankind? Yun Luofeng sneered, don't put on sanctified airs. You know how shameless and selfish you are. Today, with me here, you won't be able to touch Ju Qian. She and Ju Qian had just met for the first time. But Ju Qian was actually her master. Without Ju Qian, she wouldn't be able to control the techniques of matrix and puppet making. More importantly, since the moment she learned about Ju Qian, she was full of admiration for this man. That kind of admiration was not only for Ju Qian's strength but also for his personality. Miss, the man also turned his eyes to Yun Luofeng and smiled, do we know each other? You don't know me, but I know you. She had her current achievements because she stood on the shoulders of giants. Thanks to the medical god's code and the heritage of Ju Qian, she grew up very fast. Humph. The old man didn't expect that Yun Luofeng would know Ju Qian. His face darkened and he was not as friendly and polite as just now. I meant to cultivate you, but it seems that you're this man's friend, so if I cultivate you, then mankind will have one more enemy. But at this point, the old man paused and then continued, if you're willing to make a clean break with him, I'll give you a chance. Hearing this, the people who were gloating couldn't help but sigh. Why was she so lucky? She was really lucky to gain the favor of a ruler. As for her choice, of course she would choose to make a clean break with that man like a celestial being. Chapter 2098, Ju Qian 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. No one would give up such generous conditions. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng's face was somber, what are the odds for you to defeat this old man? 30%, Yun Xiao answered truthfully. At least it was not 0. But Yun Luofeng suddenly remembered that Ju Qian was besieged by more than one person. That was to say, there were still several more old men of this level of strength on the Spirit God continent. What if all these people came here? Then what were the odds of them defeating them? Yun Luofeng's eyes twinkled and she sneered, if you really meant to make me your disciple, you wouldn't let the Qin family people mess with me. Logically, the Qin family wouldn't make such a fuss for a disciple of collateral line. Therefore, noticing Qin Tin now winking at the old man, Yun Luofeng knew that there must be something fishy between the two. Let me guess, Yun Luofeng said, stroking her chin and the smile on her face spread, I have something in me that you want, right? For the time being, you are the only one to find out about this, and the other rulers of the continent haven't discovered it. Otherwise, you wouldn't come here alone. A touch of surprise flickered across the old man's eyes. Though it soon flashed away, it had been caught by Yun Luofeng, and she was sure of her guess. Am I right? She raised her eyebrows and smiled. Little by little, the old man's face went back to normal. So what? If you're dead, no one will know it. This time, he didn't deny anything but showed his true colors. He would not let this girl leave here. Yun Luofeng shrugged and smiled, even if you kill us, there are many other people here. Someone will publicize it. Do you think you can keep it from the world? Then I'll kill them all, the old man said nonchalantly as if he was going to kill an ant instead of so many people. However, hearing this, all the people who had been watching on like enjoying a good show were immediately alert. Some of them even unconsciously stood together and looked at the old man warily. They didn't believe that such a strong man would care about their lives. Since he had said this, he would definitely do what he said. Yu Chan, Long Yan shouted, don't forget, our ancestral dragon tribe also has a ruler. Even if you humans try to exterminate us with your advantage in numbers, our strength is still there. If you dare touch us, our leader will never forgive you. The old man Yu Chan cast an indifferent glance at Long Yan, since I said this, I have a way to deal with you. Do you think you'll have the chance to tell your kinsman who killed you? Besides, when I kill, I never let people find out I did it. With that, Yu Chan released a murderous aura, turning the whole sky overcast as if being covered by a layer of cloud. Yun Luofeng looked at them silently. What she said just now was to put everyone present on the opposite side of Yu Chan. After she revealed her real strength, Yu Chan was still fearless, so he must have some trump card in his hand. Now, being incited by her, the ancestral dragon tribe and Yu Chan had become enemies and then they would be safer. Yun Xiao figured out Yun Luofeng's intention from the very beginning, so he just stood aside quietly and looked at the picturesque woman beside him with tender eyes. Chapter 2099, Live Without Regret, Die Without Regret 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Long Yan's face turned from blue to white, and then from white to blue. He angrily stared at the old man who looked so indifferent and arrogant. Have you forgotten the agreement our ancestral dragon tribe made with you humans many years ago? Agreement? Yu Chan smiled mockingly, what does that have to do with me? Anyway, no one will know you were killed by me, so it'll be no problem for me. With that, he turned his eyes to Yun Luofeng again and a cold gleam flashed through his eyes. If you had been willing to leave with me, there wouldn't be so many things happening. So, it's all your fault. At first, he did not intend to be rude to Yun Luofeng provided that she was willing to leave with him. However, this woman was too stubborn. He couldn't persuade her with reason, so he would have to resort to force. When Long Yan heard these words, he was trembling with anger. He waved to Long Luo and said, "Miss, come here now. I'd like to see how these people will destroy the dignity of our ancestral dragon tribe." Long Luo stood quietly beside Yun Luofeng, biting her lip as if she had not heard the words of Long Yan. Her big eyes looked stubborn. "Miss," Long Yan called her again in an anxious tone. No, Long Luo's eyelashes were long and fluttering like wings. Her big, clean and clear eyes looked so resolute and her cute little face was pink. "I want to be with Miss Yun." When she was in danger, it was this white-clad woman who landed from the sky and rescued her. Since then, Yun Luofeng had become the god in her heart. Yu Chan's body had moved. His speed was fast, and in an instant he would reach the front of Yun Luofeng and others. Yun Xiao was also ready to fight. However, at that moment, Long Yan took a quick step and blocked Yu Chan's attack with his own body. The strong force of the other side intruded into his body and exploded within it with a boom. Then his body was sent flying like a rag. Long Yan wiped the blood on his lower lip and stood up from the ground. He shook a little and stumbled towards Yu Chan. Soon, he came to Yu Chan's side again. He turned his back on Yun Luofeng and the other people and said, "I know you saved Miss, and I also know that because of our previous dispute, I cannot ask you for anything. But, for the sake that Miss chose to stand beside you in the face of danger, please take her away from here, and I and the other members of the ancestral dragon tribe will cover you." Long Yan's spine was stiff, and his gait was a little heavy, but he didn't back up. Yes, he had offended Yun Luofeng and even injured Little Bug. But Long Luo was the Miss of the ancestral dragon tribe, and the one that all members of the ancestral dragon tribe would protect with their lives. If Miss could leave unharmed, he was willing to entrust her to Yun Luofeng. "What makes you reptiles think you can stop me?" Yu Chan raised his hand, and his strength, like a wave of light, flowed out again and hit Long Yan hard on the chest. Long Yan's body was immediately sent flying. With a blek, he vomited a mouthful of blood, and the blood kept flowing out of his mouth ceaselessly. Elder Long Yan, Long Luo hurried to Long Yan's side, with worry in her eyes. No matter how great a mistake Long Yan made just now, his loyalty to the ancestral dragon tribe of loyalty would never change. With a frown, Yun Luofeng looked at Long Yan who fell to the ground. Was she wrong? Long Yan didn't have a trump card in his hand. Chapter 2100. Live Without Regret, Die Without Regret 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Cough. Long Yan coughed again, spitting out blood. His geriatric face was deathly pale. He forcefully shoved Long Luo away and yelled, "Eldest Miss, hurry and leave." He staggered a few more steps forward, nearly falling down on the ground. But he steadied himself, his elderly body standing like Mount Tai. "Go." Yu Chan remained indifferent, but an icy glint leaked from his eyes. "I'm afraid you won't have the opportunity." The aura around Yu Chan grew bigger and bigger. The sky and earth turned colors, and the sun lost its light, as though it was enveloped by a layer of dark clouds. It caused the people standing on the ground to feel heavily oppressed. Yun Xiao closely protected Yun Luofeng, his dark eyes coldly watching Yu Chan, face devoid of emotion. Little Bug, Yun Yi, and also Xiao Mo, immediately take Mu Qingfei and Long Luo back to the illusory matrix. Under Yu Chan's aura, Yun Luofeng sensed a danger she had never felt before. At a time like this, all she could do was minimize the casualties. "Mistress," Little Bug's mouth curled, full of unwillingness. That's right, he was craven and cowardly, but when faced with true danger, he was still unwilling to abandon Yun Luofeng and the others and leave. Yun Yi's face was twisted, he was also unwilling to flee. "Master, I'm a puppet," he hoarsely stated after a moment of hesitation. Puppets could not die or perish and did not feel pain. However, as a puppet, if his body was turned into ashes, no matter how capable Yun Luofeng was, she still could not revive him. "Go back, this is an order," Yun Luofeng harshly shouted, a voice containing an unquestionable decisiveness. The other beasts were all very unwilling, and stood behind Yun Luofeng, unwilling to leave. "If it is just Yun Xiao and me, we still have a chance to survive, but if you few are here, it will only divert our attention." Yun Luofeng's tone was very severe, startling the spiritual beasts and filling their hearts with a grievance. However, they knew Yun Luofeng was speaking the truth. This time, they did not resist and snatched the ignorant Long Luo and Mu Qingfei with them and hid inside the illusory matrix. At the same time, she also persuaded the people from the Steel and Raging Flame Court to return. Besides the monarch gods who initially encircled Little Bug to annihilate him, the only ones remaining in the entire street were Yun Xiao, her, and State Preceptor Feng Jin, who was Zhu Qian's reincarnation. As for the ancestral dragon tribe, Yun Luofeng turned to look at Long Yan and asked, "Do you have any confidence to defeat him?" Her voice rang inside his spirit, startling Long Yan. He glanced at Yun Luofeng meaningfully before saying, "In truth, I informed our tribe leader just now. Tribe leader is on their way, so what I need to do is to stall for time. I made Eldest Miss leave because I was afraid she would run into danger before tribe leader arrives." Stall for time. Yun Luofeng's eyes darkened and she turned to Yun Xiao. "Leave it to me." He grasped her hand and resolutely declared, "I won't allow you to be endangered." The man's, "Leave it to me," filled Yun Luofeng's heart with warmth, and her lips involuntarily turned up. "All right, I believe in you." She believed in Yun Xiao. More than that, she believed any danger could be eliminated as long as this man was here. Yun Xiao looked away from Yun Luofeng and turned to Yu Chan, his expressionless face turning colder. Chapter 2101, Live Without Regret, Die Without Regret 3. Translator, Zen_editor, rock. A puppet. An indiscernible light flashed through Yu Chan's eyes. It turns out that boy just now is a puppet. I actually didn't realize. Even Ju Qian couldn't make a puppet possess human thoughts. How did you do it? Yu Chan was very curious about this question. If he could control this type of ability, the Spirit God continent would have only one master from then on. You want to know? Yun Luofeng smiled. I doubt you will ever have the chance in your life. Yu Chan's face chilled little by little. The raging storm rushing out of him also became stronger. The sound of thunder rang in the gloomy sky, and then lightning struck down, creating a giant, pitch-black crater in the ground. You asked for it, so don't blame me for being merciless. Feng, careful. After the power around Yu Chan exploded, it was as though there was a shapeless hand destroying everything in the surroundings. Yun Xiao had no mind to fight with Yu Chan and immediately turned around, protecting Yun Luofeng in his embrace, tightly pressing her head against his shoulder. In the instant that the power rampaged through the surroundings, the people with weaker protections were sent flying back by the power, their life leaking out while other people watched in fright. Yu Chan did not even move his hand, and these monarch god-level experts lost their lives already. How could such a formidable power not terrify people? Qin Tianlao's first thought was to flee, but his legs could not stop trembling and he could not take a single step. He could do nothing but watch Yu Chan with a dumbfounded and frightened gaze. Thankfully, Yu Chan did not pay any attention to him and did not bother to even look at him. His eyes were completely focused on Yun Luofeng being protected in Yun Xiao's arms, the emotion on his face static. Tell me, what is the relationship between Ju Qian and you? At the same time, Feng Jin also turned his head, confusion showing on his handsome face. Miss, you also know me. Yun Luofeng slowly pulled out of Yun Xiao's arms, a faint smile rising on her lips. I both know and don't know you. Logically, I should call you, Master. Master. Feng Jin's expression turned more confused. He was clearly thinking about something. I keep feeling like I have forgotten something. However, just what was it? He could not recall it at the current moment. Ju Qian, you are actually still alive. Yu Chan's aid landed on Ju Qian again, obvious shock flickering through his eyes. This Ju Qian merely had the body of a trash right now, so how? How did he survive his power? Compared to her, I must kill you first. Quickly, he regained his wits, and an overpowering murderous aura flooded out. His body was also quick as lightning, shooting to the front of Feng Jin. Feng Jin was still deep in his thoughts and did not notice Yu Chan in front of him. His brows remained locked together, thinking hard about what he had forgotten. Careful. Yun Luofeng hurriedly called. Yun Xiao acted as well. However, at that moment, a silver figure pounced toward Feng Jin from far away and stood in front of the man. Chan Yu's attack fiercely pierced his body and exploded inside his chest. Plop. The youth's silver hair flew up with his long robes. A miserable smile was spread across his face as he fluttered down like beautiful flower petals, landing in Feng Jin's arms. Chapter 2102, Live Without Regret, Die Without Regret, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, rock. It's you. Watching the pale-faced youth in his arms, Feng Jin's heart suddenly throbbed with pain. This pain seemed as if it had leaped across an entire century and fiercely clutched his heart. Mo Chancheng, Yun Luofeng also saw the youth in Feng Jin's arms and was startled. Why are you here? Cough, cough. Mo Chancheng started coughing, blood endlessly flowing down from his mouth. A faint white fog crept over his originally clear and clean eyes. He turned his head with difficulty, eyes unblinkingly looking at Yun Luofeng. In truth, I should have discovered a long time ago that you weren't Ju Qian. He chuckled, the chuckle filled with bitterness and helplessness and also a deep pain undetectable by normal people. However, I kept lying to myself. Even though you told me many times that you were initially lying to me, I still inwardly told myself that you were Ju Qian. Because I waited for too many years. Even a fantasy would be good. Mo Chancheng slowly closed his eyes with tears dripping down. Sometime later, he opened his eyes and turned to look at Feng Jin with infatuation and yearning. Ju Qian, I finally found you. Although your personality has greatly changed, you are still the man I pursued my whole life. For you, I live without regret, die without regret. Feng Jin's hand froze and he lowered his gaze. Although I can't remember you, I know for certain that there must be an extraordinary relationship between us, so I won't let you die. Ju Qian, I didn't expect to be able to see you again in my life. I also didn't expect I could die in your arms in the end. This is the best ending for me. After saying this, Mo Chancheng's eyes closed. His breathing was very weak, as though it could disappear at any time. I said you can't die, so no one can make you die. Feng Jin did not detect the trembling in his voice. He only knew that he absolutely could not allow Mo Chancheng to die here. Move. Yun Luofeng walked to Feng Jin and said, let me see his injuries. Feng Jin was taken aback briefly. He turned his head, met the woman's clear eyes, and nodded. Okay. He retreated to the side, but his features were still enveloped in profound worry. His insides are completely ripped apart, and there's no way to save him. Yun Luofeng took a look at Mo Chancheng's injuries and continued, however, if you want to save him, there is a method still. Yun Luofeng flicked her hand and a jade green fruit appeared in her hand. I obtained this from the dragon tribe back in Beast Province. It has the effect of reviving the dead. It can save him as long as it's within an hour of his death. As she said this, Yun Luofeng's heart twanged with pain. If she had returned to the Seven-Province continent earlier back then, perhaps Hong Luan would not have died. Even if she was dead, she could still pull her back from the underworld. Yun Luofeng did not think about it anymore and took a deep breath, forcefully stuffing the fruit into Mo Chancheng's mouth. I know you aren't dead yet. Eat this fruit, and you can immediately recover. Mo Chancheng lifted his head with exhaustion. He turned his head and saw Feng Jin's grief-filled eyes and slowly nodded. After hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Feng Jin's heart settled. He strode over to Mo Chancheng and tightly grasped his hand before turning to look at Yun Luofeng. Chapter 2103, Live Without Regret, Die Without Regret 5. Thank you, miss. If you can save him, I will unconditionally do anything for you in this lifetime. Currently, only one thought dominated Feng Jin's mind, and that was he could not allow Mo Chancheng to leave him no matter what. However, Feng Jin's heart just settled when the hand clutched in his hand gradually slipped down and landed on the ground with a thud. What happened? Yun Luofeng's expression shifted, and she swiftly walked up, tightly gripping Mo Chancheng's chin, forcing him to open his mouth. A little jade green fruit dropped from Mo Chancheng's mouth, intact. Seeing this, Yun Luofeng's eyes darkened. It looks like he's intent on dying. He purposefully didn't consume the fruit I gave him. Feng Jin's handsome face turned pale. He looked at Mo Chancheng with disbelief and shakily asked, why? Suddenly, Feng Jin recalled something and immediately turned to Yun Luofeng. Didn't you say a person can be saved within an hour of his death? Then think of a way to save him. As long as you can save him, I will promise you anything. Even if she wanted his life, he was willing to give it up. Yun Luofeng bent down and picked up the fruit, placing it by Mo Chancheng's lips. The spiritual energy in her palm gathered to add the fruit, and the fruit transformed into a green liquid, flowing toward Mo Chancheng's mouth. However, Mo Chancheng appeared to have decided to die already, so even though he lost his life already, she still could not make the liquid flow into his mouth. Yun Luofeng's brows were tightly knitted together. A long time later, she retracted the liquid encased by spiritual energy, her expression heavy. He can't be saved anymore. It was not that she was unable to save Mo Chancheng, but to a person who wanted to die, no matter how many capable she would still be unable to pull him from the King of Hell's Hall. Boom. Feng Jin appeared to have suffered a heavy blow. His handsome face was drained of color as he looked down at the youth lying in a pool of blood. The grief in him could not be held back and came pouring out. Why did you do this? Feng Jin lowered his body, picking Mo Chancheng up from the ground. His expression was filled with tenderness and regret that he had never possessed before. Are you like this in order to take revenge against me? Although I don't know how I have hurt you, I understand that you are the destined one that I have been searching for. His slender fingers gently brushed past that handsome face, his expression gentle. Do you think you can leave me by doing this? No, you won't get your wish for all of eternity. Feng Jin Princess carried Mo Chancheng's corpse and slowly walked away. When he passed by Yun Luofeng, he paused and spoke in a volume that only she could hear. Although I can't remember the past, I suddenly recalled the snapshot the moment Mo Chancheng died. I appeared to have left something behind in Endless City. That object will certainly be useful for you. Endless City. Yun Luofeng was startled. Wasn't Endless City her fief in the land of no return? Ju Qian left behind something in Endless City. It looked like she would have to make a trip to Endless City after leaving here. Chapter 2104, Tribe Leader 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. You want to leave? Yu Qian snorted, planning to prevent Feng Jin and Mo Chancheng's departure. However, Yun Xiao suddenly went up and blocked Yu Qian's attack. An eerie chilliness was present in Yu Qian's eyes as he harshly shouted, Scram! Boom! His power was very formidable, to the point of destroying heaven and earth. However, this power caused Yun Xiao to merely take a few steps back, his face expressionless. Shock flickered through Yu Qian's eyes. He did not expect Yun Xiao to be able to block his attack. However, he quickly calmed down. Stormy gales raised his long robes, displaying his immortal figure. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng worriedly looked at Yun Xiao, her fists tightly balling up. Other people were not able to tell, but Yun Luofeng, who knew Yun Xiao extremely well, understood that the attack just now had injured Yun Xiao. He merely would not show it. This man, no matter how injured he was, he would not reveal a single hint of it in front of an enemy and would bear it instead. You better mind your own business. Otherwise, after I kill Ju Qian, you will be next. Yun Xiao did not answer him and took the initiative to launch his attacks. He was very agile, akin to a falcon or leopard in the dark. His cold gaze contained a decisive fierceness. Yun Luofeng turned away from Yun Xiao fighting with Yu Qian and looked at Long Yan, lowly asking, how long will it take for your tribe leader to arrive? I am not sure. If tribe leader didn't encounter any unexpected events on the way here, he should take about 10 more minutes. 10 minutes. Yun Luofeng stroked her chin and narrowed her eyes. 10 minutes is enough. The instant she said that, she summoned the dragon-scaled armor out and a long sword appeared in her hand. Like lightning, her figure shot toward Yu Qian. Boom. Yu Qian was fighting with Yun Xiao and did not notice the approaching Yun Luofeng. It was not until Yun Luofeng was nearly in front of him that he caught sight of her evil aura and hastily dodged to the side. At the same time, his palm landed on Yun Luofeng's chest. Yun Luofeng swiftly took a few steps back and immediately fell into a warm embrace. Yun Xiao, we will hold him off, Yun Luofeng declared with a serious expression. They merely needed to hold on for 10 minutes. All right. Yun Xiao did not ask anything before agreeing. He relaxed his hold and turned his cold eyes toward Yu Chan again. The sky was overcast. Yu Chan snorted, and his body abruptly disappeared from view. In the blink of an eye he was behind Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. The aura around him transformed into a sharp sword and sliced down from the air, like a hot knife through butter. Boom. Yun Xiao flashed to the side with Yun Luofeng in his arms and successfully evaded his attack. A deep ditch appeared where they had stood, as though the whole ground was split open by the sword. However, before they could react any further, Yu Chan acted again. On the street, the surviving humans were cowering and curled up off to the side, trying to lessen their presence as best as they could. In particular, the people who opposed Yun Luofeng earlier on Qin Tianlao's orders did not dare to breathe too loudly out of fear. Chapter 2105, Tribe Leader 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. These two people managed to get away unharmed under the attacks of an expert like Yu Chan, so just how strong were they? If they had fought with them earlier, could there have been a good ending? Thinking of this, everyone grew resentful toward Qin Tianlao and fiercely glared at him. In comparison to these people, Qin Tianlao's face was more unsightly, and hatred toward his deceased son rose in his heart. If it were not for that bastard falsely reporting Yun Luofeng's strength, he wouldn't have gathered people to eradicate her. Now, after witnessing Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao's strength, sweat unconsciously covered his forehead. In the air, the battle turned more and more intense. People could only see several figures in the sky, but they could not catch their movements. Yun Luofeng became more and more spent and hurriedly pulled out a spiritual herb to consume. Unfortunately, she had consumed too many medicinal herbs already, causing its effects to lessen and her to no longer rapidly recovered. Feng, careful. Suddenly, a strong power slammed toward her face. Closely after that, she fell into a warm embrace. Black clothes waved in front of her, and the man closely protected her in his arms. His handsome face was right in front of her eyes, its details sharp and clear. Bang! The old man's hand fiercely landed on Yun Xiao's shoulder. This time, Yun Xiao could not suppress the blood rolling inside of him and a mouthful of blood sprayed out, splattering Yun Luofeng's face. Yun Luofeng's pupils contracted. Yun Xiao. Feng, I'm fine. I will protect you. Even in this situation, Yun Xiao still used his gentle voice to comfort her. He lifted his hand and tenderly wiped away the teardrop at the corner of her eyes. He softly stated, believe me, I will let you safely leave here. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng tightly grasped his hand, her lips slightly trembling. What are you going to do? Yun Xiao looked down, pressing a gentle kiss between her brows. His voice was soft and tender. I will never go back on my promise to you. He released her from his arms and strode toward the elderly man. At that moment, the man's aura abruptly changed, blood shed inside the coldness, as though it was a sharp sword piercing through a person's heart. In addition, his presence continued to rise, but it was very chaotic, making Yun Luofeng's heart tighten. Yun Xiao. Her voice caused the man's steps to pause, but he did not turn and kept his back facing her. Feng, having met you in my life, I, Yun Xiao, don't have any regrets. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. I don't care what you want to do, but before that, you must fulfill your promise to me. You said, if I didn't want you to die, then you will never die. If I had you die, then you absolutely won't frown. Your life belongs to me. Without my permission, who permitted you to risk your life? Anyways, I, Yun Luofeng, am not someone weak and powerless. I am ordering you right now, you must always be by my side in this lifetime and never abandon me. If you can't do it, then I will never see you again in the subsequent lives. Every word of hers was a stab to his heart, causing his steps to halt. Because he had his back turned to Yun Luofeng, she was unable to see his expression right now. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng looked at Yun Xiao and continued, you said you wouldn't break your promise to me, so you also can't give up on your previous promises. Chapter 2106, Tribe Leader 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Also, you are not someone who doesn't keep your promises. Just now, Yun Xiao evidently forgot his promise to her back then. But how could he bear to break his promise? Ho ho. Yu Chan was surprisingly not impatient and sneered, under these circumstances, you still remember to be affectionate and be entangled with your lover. I, Yu Chan, am not heartless, so I can allow you to speak all you want. Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes and slowly walked to Yun Xiao, tightly grasping his hand. Yun Xiao, I believe that we can survive even if you don't risk your life. Yun Xiao turned to Yun Luofeng with a complicated look. Feng, to me, nothing is more important than your survival. Even if he had to give up his life, he would be wholeheartedly willing. I won't permit you to do that. Yun Luofeng's face darkened but eased when she saw Yun Xiao's expression. Could you possibly want my son and me to become an orphan and widow? Heartache appeared in Yun Xiao's eyes. He had already forgotten that the world would lose its attraction to him if it did not have Yun Luofeng. And the same could be applied to Yun Luofeng. Done speaking. Yu Chan did not give them another chance to speak and coldly smiled. Since you are done, then I will send you both to the underworld to be an affectionate couple there instead. Instantly, Yu Chan leaped toward Yun Luofeng, his extremely powerful killing intent bursting out. Yun Luofeng's hand gently stroked her tummy, tenderness appearing in her wicked features. It was a while before she looked up and faced the rapidly incoming attack. Bang! Seeing Yu Chan about to reach Yun Luofeng, Yun Xiao wanted to pull Yun Luofeng over to him, but a golden light suddenly shot out of Yun Luofeng and entered Yun Xiao, piercing through layers of obstacles. The golden light formed a shield around Yun Luofeng. When Yu Chan's palm landed on the shield, it was as though there was a strange power reflecting his force, blasting him to the ground. Blood spilled from the corner of Yu Chan's lips. His eyes were full of astonishment as he intently stared at Yun Luofeng's protruding belly. The other people were also stunned. Didn't Yu Chan want to hurt Yun Luofeng just now? How did he hurt himself instead? While everyone was still confused about what had happened, the golden light enveloping Yun Luofeng disappeared and the grey clouds were also dissipated by the golden light, revealing an azure sky. What Yun Luofeng did not know was that the tiny life in her belly currently had a brilliant smile. He could only help her to hear. That power was all the spiritual energy he left behind back then and could form a shield around the mother. If the mother encountered danger, the shield would be triggered and send the power that attacked the mother bouncing back. The stronger the attack, the stronger the damage caused by the ricochet. This was why Yu Chan was injured. When he thought about how he would be able to speak in a few months, the tiny life's smile turned more brilliant. Unfortunately, once he was born, his past memories would disappear. Hence, he could only utilize this limited amount of time to recall his resplendent life. Roar. At that time, a dragon's roar was heard from far away, shocking the earth and even shaking the sky. It's him. How did that old guy manage to rush over? Yu Chan's face abruptly changed. He turned to look at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, an indiscernible light flashing through his eyes. This time, I will spare you. Next time, I absolutely won't spare you. Chapter 2107, Tribe Leader 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. After saying that, Yu Chan flashed and disappeared from the street. Not long after he disappeared, an enormous figure flew over. His figure was very long and hard, blocking the sky like a giant mountain. Long Yan, tell me what happened. The dragon's voice bore a nasal quality and it shook everyone. Long Yan hurriedly stood up and reverently described everything that happened today. As he listened, the dragon's face darkened, an indiscernible light sparkling in his eyes. Yu Chan, this extremely daring old man. He dares to attack members of my dragon tribe. I absolutely won't forgive them. The dragon's sight turned toward Yun Luofeng and said, Miss, thank you for the favor of saving my daughter's life. The ancestral dragon tribe will never forget it. Long Yan, why aren't you apologizing to this miss already? Yes. Long Yan's face was flushed with shame and lacked its earlier arrogance and contempt. Miss Yun, I had offended you a lot earlier, please pardon me. Yun Luofeng glanced at Long Yan. I wasn't the one you hurt, so you should apologize to Little Bug. If he forgives you, then this can become a bygone. If he doesn't, then you will apologize until he does. After saying this, Yun Luofeng released Little Bug and Long Luo outside. When Long Luo saw the tribe leader, tears surfaced in her eyes, her face full of grievances. Dad. Seeing Long Luo's aggrieved little face, the tribe leader helplessly sighed. Why didn't you come home after such a major event happened? Long Luo bit her lips and lowered her head. I heard that you want to marry me to the grandson of Fifth Elder, Dad. I am unwilling to be married to him, so I ran away. Fifth Elder. Surprise flashed through the tribe leader's eyes, and his voice sunk. When did I say that? And where did you hear it? Long Luo nearly started crying from being wronged. I overheard Fifth Elder's grandson talking about it with someone. He also said that you had agreed already. I don't want to be married to him, so I escaped. The tribe leader was originally suspicious, but upon hearing this, the aura around him instantly darkened to the point of terrifying people. Long Yan, take care of this. Yes, tribe leader, Long Yan respectfully answered. Fifth Elder's grandson, who was he? Someone like him had the guts to covet Eldest Miss and advertised it was the tribe leader's order. As if the tribe leader would be brainless enough to match Eldest Miss to a prodigal like that. More importantly, that idiot's error had caused Eldest Miss to suffer such a great hardship outside. He would never forgive him for this. Also the Cheng family. The tribe leader contemplated for a moment, killing intent flickering through his eyes. You don't need to do anything to the Cheng family. Yun Luofeng glanced at the tribe leader and indifferently said, my subordinate happens to have an enmity with the Cheng family. He must take revenge himself. All right. The tribe leader nodded in agreement. I won't interfere in this matter. However, the Cheng family caused such harm to my daughter after all, and my daughter has quite a few underlings in the ancestral dragon tribe. Those underlings definitely won't be able to resist causing trouble for the Cheng family. I can't stop that. Yun Luofeng smiled. It will be enough if you don't interfere. I don't care about other people. Cheng Wuyan was seriously injured by the Cheng family, so he must personally take care of the people from the Cheng family. Chapter 2108, Tribe Leader 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The tribe leader suddenly looked at Little Bug and frowned. Little guy, have we met before? Little Bug's eyes were full of confusion. I don't know you. His memories did not contain the tribe leader. Is that so? The tribe leader was somewhat absent-minded. He felt like there was a familiar presence coming from this little guy. Long Yan, why don't you hurry and apologize to the little guy already? The tribe leader harshly ordered, recalling the error Long Yan committed. Yes. Long Yan walked toward Little Bug with shame on his face. Little young master, I was in the wrong. I hope little young master will forgive me for offending you so greatly previously. Little Bug harumphed and pridefully kept his chin up. Did you forget how you treated me before? And you dared to disregard my master and mistress. Yet you beg for my forgiveness now. Dream on. What do you want me to do before you can forgive me? Long Yan softened his voice and asked. Little Bug stroked his chin. However, seeing that you were willing to personally protect me from danger earlier, I can give you another chance. If the ancestral dragon tribe can kill all the people who wanted to eradicate me, then I will forgive you. In truth, since the moment Long Yan placed himself in harm's way to protect him, he did not hate him as much as before. However, he had to teach this old man a lesson so that he would not be so condescending in the future. Thank you, little young master. Long Yan relaxed and subconsciously wiped away the cold sweat covering his forehead. The other people were stupefied. They had only one thought in their mind, and that was to flee. However, the instant they turned around, they were blocked by a group of enormous dragons, forming an impenetrable barrier and giving them no escape. You wrongly accused a member of my ancestral dragon tribe, so we can't allow you a chance to live. Long Yan, do this job well. As you order, tribe leader. Long Yan had been itching with hate for this group of people, but it was not until now that he had the time to pay attention to them. As soon as he remembered that it was because Qin Tianlao framed Little Bug and the others that he committed such a big mistake, he had an impulse to shred him into 1,000 pieces. Qin Tianlao, when you were framing someone, did you expect to end up like this? Mu Qingfei has been released by Yun Luofeng as well, and she was coldly watching Qin Tianlao. Also, no matter how ferocious, a tiger doesn't eat his son. Yet, you killed your own son. What? An uproar reverberated through the crowd. They only knew that Qin Tianlao wanted to encircle and eradicate Little Bug, but they did not know Qin Yuan was dead already. More than that, he died at the hands of Qin Tianlao. Long Yan grew more enraged. He was previously fooled by this suave false gentleman. He had even killed his own son, what wasn't he willing to do? At that moment, Qin Tianlao wanted to find a hole in the ground and hide inside it. That would be better than to receive those mocking gazes. Yun Luofeng ignored Qin Tianlao and the others and turned to look at the tribe leader. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. I still have one more thing that needs the help of your ancestral dragon tribe. What is it? There is no harm for Miss Yun to say it. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment before stating, I want the P of ancestral dragons. P. The tribe leader was dumbfounded. Why does she want the P of ancestral dragons? However, the tribe leader understood what he should ask and what he should not ask, so he merely inquired, how much do you want? Chapter 2109, Returning to Endless City Again, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. About, Yun Luofeng thought about it before saying, half a bottle should be enough. An ancestral dragon had very little P. They could only secrete 1 or 2 drops each time, and the half bottle of P would be the culmination of several months of production from Little Bug. It would take about half a bottle of P before the dragon saliva tree fruited again. With this half a bottle of P, she would have more dragon saliva fruit. Alright, I will have the ancestral dragons in my command prepare it for you, the tribe leader agreed with a smile. Thank you, Yun Luofeng politely said. No need to thank me. This is part of my obligation. You first saved my daughter and was then falsely accused by Long Yan. No matter how many things I do, it would not compensate for the errors that Long Yan committed. The tribe leader's words caused Yun Luofeng's complexion to be less displeased. Thankfully, the tribe leader of the ancestral dragon tribe was fairly reasonable. If they had another Long Yan on their hands, she was afraid she would not be able to control her emotions. How much time do you need for the dragon P? Yun Luofeng asked after some thinking. She recalled what Feng Jin told her before he left, so she must make a trip to Endless City as soon as she could. About 3 days should be enough. Then I will follow you to the tribe, and you will have those dragons give their P to me. If she waited for the tribe leader here, the trip back and forth would waste a lot of time, so why didn't she follow him to the tribe? Right. Yun Luofeng remembered something and continued, I need to leave here for a period of time soon. Can you visit the 7-province continent, the place you refer to as the Forsaken Place, and help me protect some people? The only worry she had for her departure was the enemies of Ju Qian. After they learned about her strength, it was hard to say whether they would attack grandfather and the others or not. The tribe leader was taken back, hesitation flickering through his eyes. What? You can't? Yun Luofeng asked with a frown. The tribe leader shook his head with a wry smile. It's not that I'm unwilling, but as the ruler of this continent, I can't leave this continent. What do you mean? Yun Luofeng's frown deepened. The spiritual energy in that Forsaken Place of yours is very thin. That's because the Spirit God continent absorbed all of the spiritual energy from the Forsaken Place to here. And I and Yu Chan and them are the core of the matrix in this continent. If we leave the Spirit God continent, not only would the Spirit God continent collapse, but it would also become hard for us to survive. If you really need it, I can send other experts of the Dragon Tribe to help you. The entire Spirit God continent was essentially an enormous matrix. It used a different method but bore the same results as Yun Luofeng's illusory matrix. The only difference was that as the matrix core of the continent, the tribe leader and the others could not leave this continent. No wonder Yu Chan did not personally catch her in the beginning and used Qin Tianlao instead. It was because of this. Since those people can't leave Spirit God continent, then Yu Chan also could not personally seek trouble with her grandfather. As long as these rulers did not attack, then she did not need to worry about other people. Miss Yun, in truth, the reason we were able to become rulers is tied to this matrix. The tribe leader helplessly smiled. As the core of the matrix, all that spiritual energy first reaches our body, so we are able to draw from this spiritual energy to become this powerful. Chapter 2110, Returning to Endless City Again, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. I understand. Yun Luofeng nodded. Then I won't trouble you. The tribe leader thought Yun Luofeng was angered, so he suggested, Miss Yun, you have witnessed Long Yan's strength, so I can have him go to help you. I can guarantee that no one on this continent would be a match for Long Yan except for those rulers. Hearing that, Yun Luofeng smiled. No need, I am certain I can handle them. She did not want to owe a favor to the ancestral dragon tribe. If she had no alternative, she would seek help from them. But since she would be fine, then she would not ask for that. Then I won't force you. If you have the need, you can make a request to our ancestral dragon tribe. As long as that request isn't too outrageous, our ancestral dragon tribe will grant it for certain. Yun Luofeng did not say anything else and turned her sight toward Yun Xiao. Her originally furious eyes involuntarily gentled upon seeing the man's aggrieved eyes. She helplessly said, Yun Xiao, no matter what happens in the future, you can't risk your life for it. I didn't think that much back then, I only wanted you to live. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint flashing through them. If you dare to die, then I dare to go to the underworld and drag you out. Feng Yun Xiao took Yun Luofeng's hand into his and lovingly said, I was wrong. Forgive me, okay. Yun Luofeng fiercely glared at him. I will seek retribution from you in bed. How will you seek retribution? I will make you unable to leave the bed. Yun Luofeng squeezed Yun Xiao's hand, her tone remaining fierce. The originally aggrieved Yun Xiao was amused by Yun Luofeng's words. I wish for nothing more than that. Yun Luofeng's face completely darkened. She had actually forgotten that this man might look very obedient normally but turned into a beast as soon as he got into bed. Even when she was tired to death, this beast would never be unable to leave the bed. Master, Little Bug pouted, even if you want to flirt with each other, can't you consider the mood of a single dragon like me? It looked like it was time for him to find a female dragon so as to avoid being angered to death by their affectionate displays. Yun Luofeng glanced at Little Bug but did not answer him. She looked at the tribe leader of the dragon tribe again and asked, when can we leave? How about now? The tribe leader answered without any hesitation. As for Qin Tianlao and the others, they were left for Long Yan to handle. The ancestral dragon tribe did not have a lot of dragons, it could even be considered very sparse. Because of that, even if it was merely half a bottle of pee, it took them an entire 3 days. 3 days later, Yun Luofeng entered the medicinal field with her gathered pee and watered it at the base of the dragon saliva tree. Soon, the tree started blooming and fruiting again, finishing the whole process in a short amount of time. With these dragon saliva fruits, the people of the steel and flaming core could all successfully break through. However, Yun Luofeng had the core stay inside the illusory matrix to break through this time, so it did not cause too big of a commotion. After she distributed all of the dragon saliva fruit, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao left the Spirit God continent and departed for Endless City. This would be Yun Luofeng's third time entering Endless City. The first time was when she was given Endless City as her fief. She established the Physician Tower here and had a chance encounter with her best friend for 2 lifetimes, Nangong Yunyi. Chapter 2111, Returning to Endless City Again, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The second time was when she passed by this place incidentally while coming back, and she avenged Yun Ruoshui and Yi Jian after they were bullied. So added together, this was her third time entering Endless City. If I remember correctly, I discovered an underground cave in Endless City, and a powerful strip beast was residing in the cave, so I was unable to investigate it before. And I was in a hurry last time, so I did not have time to enter the cave. Yun Luofeng stopped walking and turned to look at Yun Xiao. This is the only suspicious place inside Endless City. Yun Xiao pulled Yun Luofeng into his arms, his features gentle. Then let's take a look now. All right. They did not hesitate any longer and entered the giant cave. It was pitch black underground, but Yun Luofeng saw the dense black fog creeping toward them. She said, Yun Xiao, this black fog is poisonous. Remember to not breathe, and held her breath. In truth, Yun Xiao could tell this black fog wasn't ordinary even without Yun Luofeng's reminder. Although he could tell, he did not say this to Yun Luofeng and merely nodded. I will remember. The two of them did not converse anymore and walked toward the black fog. It did not take them long to pass through the black fog. They then saw an array of skeletons. Originally, those skeletons had treasures hidden among them, but those treasures had long since been swiped clean by Yun Luofeng. Hence, Yun Luofeng did not hesitate at all before walking forward. 9-winged celestial dragon. Quickly, the 9-winged celestial dragon that Xiao Mo claimed was extremely dangerous also came into Yun Luofeng's view. The 9-winged celestial dragon was still in deep sleep and did not notice the approaching people. His enormous body was curled up and blocked the giant doors behind him. 9-winged celestial dragon, a vicious beast from ancient times with formidable strength and incomparably ferocious. He once dominated the sea territory as its king, and later, in the battle between humans, one single breath of his managed to destroy the humans' magnificent army of thousands of men and horses. A single breath of flame caused the continent to burn without stopping for several months. A single flap of his wings caused the whole country to collapse and the world to enter an apocalypse. A sweep of his tail caused all the land it touched to turn into ruins. A history book's description of the 9-winged celestial dragon surfaced in Yun Luofeng's mind, and she was more cautious. Although she had reached the reverend god level, she did not dare to be at all careless about this 9-winged celestial dragon. As they walked closer toward the 9-winged celestial dragon, his heavy breathing became louder and louder. His intense breathing was like heavenly thunder, shaking people. Yun Luofeng took a deep breath. Her steps were very light since she was afraid the slightest second of carelessness would cause the 9-winged celestial dragon to wake up. Thankfully, the dragon remained sleeping even when they reached his side, as though he could not get enough sleep regardless of how much he slept. Even so, Yun Luofeng did not relax. She prudently circumvented the dragon, and her hands involuntarily reached to push the giant doors guarded by the dragon. However, before her hands touched the doors, she abruptly met a pair of violent and savage eyes. The eyes did not contain any human emotions, and their blood-red color revealed his cruel nature. Feng. Yun Xiao reacted swiftly and pulled Yun Luofeng into his arms the moment the nine-winged celestial dragon started getting up. He used his sieves to block the wind set off by the large wings. Chapter 2112, Nine-Winged Celestial Dragon, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Roar. A dragon roar reverberated from the cave. Instantly, the world changed color and turned dark, as though an apocalypse had dawned on the world. The residents of Endless City were clueless about what had happened and all rushed out of their houses, frightfully looking toward the sky shrouded by black clouds. They were thoroughly stunned. Inside the cave, strong winds swept through the cave due to the flapping of the nine-winged celestial dragon. The entire cave instantly collapsed, and the rubble nearly buried Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. Only the giant doors remained standing, unmoving like a mountain. Roar. The nine-winged celestial dragon angrily roared again, and winds rose again in the already tempestuous sky, truly making people feel like they had entered an apocalypse. It was not until this moment that Yun Luofeng understood what the collapsing of a country was and what an apocalypse looked like. The nine-winged celestial dragon had this ability indeed. If Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao hadn't already broken through to reverent god level, perhaps their spirits would have dissipated under the shocking might of the nine-winged celestial dragon. However, the awoken nine-winged celestial dragon did not pay attention to Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao and was flying toward the sky, planning to leave this place. Yun Xiao, quick, we must stop him. We can't allow him to leave. Yun Luofeng hurriedly said, her expression dramatically changing. Although she did not care about the safety of the living beings in this world, her family and friends were in this world. If they allowed the nine-winged celestial dragon to leave this place, it would certainly bring a calamity that would destroy the continent. Yun Xiao evidently thought of this as well, so he was chasing the nine-winged celestial dragon down as soon Yun Luofeng finished speaking. Of course, Yun Luofeng wasn't idle either. She took out a few stones and started setting up a matrix on the ground. She might be very proficient in matrices, but she was currently facing a nine-winged celestial dragon whose power terrified people. Each set of his wings contained a different type of power. If the power of all of his wings were gathered together, even those rulers of the spirit god continent might not be able to defeat him, let alone Yun Xiao and her. It was not until this moment that Yun Luofeng realized the records of the nine-winged celestial dragon in the history books must be faulty. This nine-winged celestial dragon absolutely was not at god level. He had greatly surpassed monarch god level. Perhaps he was even at true god level already. The first time Yun Luofeng encountered the nine-winged celestial dragon, she merely knew he was powerful. The second time she faced him, the nine-winged celestial dragon's strength still made her palpitate, something that did not happen even when she faced Yu Chan. This was why she determined that the power of the nine-winged celestial dragon was far more terrifying than she had anticipated. Their only advantage was that the nine-winged celestial dragon had just woken up, so it did not have full control over its power yet. Otherwise, she was afraid both she and Yun Xiao together would not be able to fend off even one attack from him. However, what confused her was how did Zhu Qian manage to tame the nine-winged celestial dragon with his abilities. Zhu Qian from back then had not reached reverent god level for long, let alone monarch god level. With his strength, what method did he use to make the nine-winged celestial dragon guard the door for him? Yun Xiao blocked the flight of the nine-winged celestial dragon and started directly trading blows with him. The dragon was too powerful, so much so that even Yun Xiao was weary from dealing with it. Yun Luofeng did not take a look at the battle in the sky at all and concentrated on setting up the matrix. Due to the exhaustion of her spirit energy, her forehead was covered with cold sweat. Chapter 2113, Nine-Winged Celestial Dragon, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. More and more sweat gathered, and it did not take long before her back was drenched. Yun Luofeng hastily took out a spirit fruit meant for recovering spirit energy and consumed it. After her spirit energy restored, she continued setting up the matrix. This matrix took 2 whole hours before the setup was finished. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and weakly sat on the ground. She harshly gasped for breath before looking toward Yun Xiao, who was slowly entering a disadvantageous position. Yun Xiao, think of a way to lure the nine-winged celestial dragon into the matrix. Let me see if this matrix can trap him. Yun Xiao did not respond, but a glint flashed through his cold eyes. Then, he held up a long stick in his hand, looped around to the dragon's back, and ruthlessly stuck the stick into the dragon's asshole. The intense pain caused the dragon to howl in anguish and furiously chase after Yun Xiao. The nine-winged celestial dragon might have just woken up, and both its strength and intelligence were lacking, but he knew what humiliation was. He was a mighty celestial dragon, but his asshole was penetrated by a human. This was simply intolerable. He was unworthy to be a celestial dragon unless he killed this DMN human. Answer, the dim-witted nine-winged celestial dragon chased after Yun Xiao and entered the matrix. The instant he entered the matrix, a light shot out of the ground and turned into an invisible wall, firmly trapping the nine-winged celestial dragon inside the matrix. Roar. The celestial dragon angrily roared and heavily slammed his body against the matrix. His body bounced a few steps back, but his savage eyes were more antsy than furious. Yun Xiao, I can only temporarily trap the nine-winged celestial dragon. After his strength fully recovers, I won't have any way to trap him. The nine-winged celestial dragon's strength was too strong. His strength alone completely suppressed them, making them helpless. The most this matrix would do is to trap him temporarily. However, since Juqian was able to defeat him back then, I can also find that method. I just need time, Yun Luofeng said after a moment of contemplation. Yun Xiao's sight slowly turned toward the giant doors previously blocked by the nine-winged celestial dragon. He suggested, let's enter and take a look first. Perhaps we can find a way to deal with the nine-winged celestial dragon behind that door. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng did not hesitate any longer and nodded. All right. They walked toward the doors. Yun Luofeng placed her hand on the door and a gentle push was enough to push open the doors. After seeing him approach the door, the originally furious nine-winged celestial dragon gained a complicated expression on his face, worry faintly leaking through his eyes. Of course, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao did not pay attention to him and had entered through the door. There was another world behind those doors. An altar was placed in the center and several dragon eggs laid next to the altar. The pattern on the dragon eggs was very similar to the nine-winged celestial dragon outside. The nine-winged celestial dragon's eggs. Yun Luofeng was startled. One nine-winged celestial dragon was scary enough already. If these nine-winged celestial dragons were also born, then this world would come under the rule of nine-winged celestial dragons. It would become unlivable, like an apocalypse. If I've guessed correctly, the nine-winged celestial dragon is guarding the door not only because of Juqian but also because of the dragon eggs inside this door, Yun Xiao said as he looked at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng grew silent. They had a nine-winged celestial dragon outside the doors and the eggs of the nine-winged celestial dragon inside the door. Just why did Juqian have her come here? Chapter 2114, picked up a little lowly, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Roar. Perhaps sensing the threat held by Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, the nine-winged celestial dragon outside released a warning roar, as though to prevent them from nearing the dragon eggs. As they further approached the eggs, the nine-winged celestial dragon's mood also became more irritable. He forcefully slammed his body against the matrix, and intense banging came from outside the door every now and then, bringing the room and doors to tremble along. Yun Xiao, my matrix can't trap him for too long. However, the nine-winged celestial dragon's nature is too brutal. We absolutely can't allow him to leave this place, Yun Luofeng seriously stated, her expression darkening bit by bit. After hearing that, Yun Xiao did not have any hesitation and swiftly walked to the eggs. He frowned. There's something wrong with the nine-winged celestial dragon's eggs. What's wrong? I don't know, but I can't sense any signs of life inside the eggs. Can't sense any signs of life. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment. Could the nine-winged celestial dragons inside the egg be dead already? Or perhaps there weren't nine-winged celestial dragons inside the eggs, to begin with. Anyhow, Yun Luofeng could see how important these dragon eggs were to the nine-winged celestial dragon. Yun Xiao, wait for me. I want to investigate the items in this room. After saying this, Yun Luofeng closed her eyes and swept her mental energy over the room. Not long later, her eyes shot open, and she quickly walked toward a corner. There was actually a secret door in this corner. Yun Luofeng gently placed her hand on the secret door and slowly pushed it open. Yun Xiao silently trailed after Yun Luofeng and entered the secret door. He remained vigilant, afraid that Yun Luofeng would encounter danger. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes, her sight abruptly stopping on the transparent boundary in front of them. A naked little loli stood in the center of the boundary. The little loli had a head of dazzlingly gold hair, and her skin was nearly white to the point of transparency. She looked very innocent, as though she was a little girl who had just gained consciousness. She was curiously evaluating Yun Luofeng. Yun Xiao had turned his head already and used his back to face the little loli. Although the little loli appeared to completely lack offensive power, he still worriedly said, since she appeared here, her identity can't be simple. Pay attention to your safety. Also, I would guess that someone purposefully used the dragon eggs to trap the nine-winged celestial dragon to make him guard this little girl. Yun Xiao's guess was identical to Yun Luofeng's. In the beginning, she thought that the nine-winged celestial dragon eggs were the items that Juqian left behind for her, but now, she understood. It was the little girl in front of them that was the most precious treasure behind those doors. Don't be afraid. Yun Luofeng slowly walked toward the little loli, and spoke gently, I came to rescue you. The little loli tilted her head, obviously looking at Yun Luofeng. She was like a fairy from nature who just gained consciousness and did not understand the sinister side of the world yet. Yun Luofeng stopped when she reached the front of the loli. She gently placed her hand on the transparent boundary, and her hand completely went through it. That was when Yun Luofeng understood that the barrier was only restrictive to the loli before them. I will pull you out now. Yun Luofeng's voice was very soft. She did not know why, but she felt a closeness to the little loli that came from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 2115, pick up a little loli, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The loli watched Yun Luofeng's extended hand and blinked before placing her hand onto Yun Luofeng's hand. Immediately, Yun Luofeng pulled, and the loli left the boundary. Yun Luofeng took out a set of clothes from her space ring and draped it over her. The huge long robe covered her tiny body, making her look like she could be knocked over by a breeze. Do you know how to speak? Yun Luofeng asked as she looked down at the loli. The loli blinked her eyes, her long eyelashes gently fluttering, adding to her cuteness. Her eyes were clean and clear, containing an innocent adorable quality. You don't know how to speak. Yun Luofeng hesitated for a moment. Then are you willing to leave with me? If you don't want to, I won't force you. Perhaps understanding this sentence, the loli tightly tugged on Yun Luofeng's arm, and mist laid over her eyes, crystalline teardrops hanging from her fan-like eyelashes. Yun Luofeng had encountered quite a few little lolis in her lifetime, but none of them were as cute and innocent as the little girl in front of her. Her innocence was like that of a newborn child, containing an incomprehension about the world. You choose to leave with me? Yun Luofeng asked as she continued to look at the loli. The loli blinked before intently watching Yun Luofeng with teary eyes. Yun Luofeng also saw a hint of dependence in her eyes. This girl probably had not seen anyone alive over these years and considered her first visitor, Yun Luofeng, as family. Then she could not abandon this girl no matter what. If you want to leave with me, you need to have your own name. Yun Luofeng pondered for a moment. How about this? You were born from nature and walk outside of the rules, so I will give you the name Shutian. How about it? Shutian, Yun Shutian. That was her name. If you agree, blink, Yun Luofeng added. The loli blinked, agreeing with Yun Luofeng. A naive and innocent smile was spread across her fair face, which was clean as the first snow of winter. Her eyes also looked like they were rinsed by spring water. Yun Xiao, let's go. Yun Luofeng looked at Yun Xiao, who had turned back around already, and faintly smiled. From now on, she is Yun Shutian, our daughter. Daughter. This word caused Yun Xiao's eyes to gentle, but he still stated, this girl isn't human. I know, but compared to that, I trust my instinct more. Yun Luofeng peered up, her expression serious. All right, then she will be our daughter. He would never stop whatever Yun Luofeng wanted to do. He would also accept whoever Yun Luofeng accepted. This life, he was willing to be her loyal subject and do anything for her. Outside the door, the nine-winged celestial dragon had already caused a crack in the matrix, and the second they stepped out of the secret door, the nine-winged celestial dragon completely slammed open the matrix and wanted to charge toward the doors with an angry roar. Bang! However, when the nine-winged celestial dragon reached the door, it was as though there was a barrier that repulsed the dragon and sent him flying back. His expression became more worried and he kept making low warning roars at Yun Luofeng. It looks like the nine-winged celestial dragon can't come inside. However, it's not feasible for us to remain here forever. We must think of a way to leave. Chapter 2116, Pick Up a Little Loli, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The nine-winged celestial dragon's temper grew more and more violent, a cruel glint shining through his bloodshot eyes. He intently stared at Yun Luofeng, wanting to shred this woman into 1,000 pieces. Yun Xiao, bring the eggs of the nine-winged celestial dragon out. With the eggs here, you won't act rashly, Yun Luofeng said with a deep frown. There seems to be some type of power inside the nine-winged celestial dragon's eggs, causing me to be unable to walk through the secret door, which is why I temporarily put them beside the altar earlier. However, when they went to retrieve the nine-winged celestial dragon's eggs, Yun Luofeng was stunned by the scene before her eyes. Yun Shutian, who was still next to her just now, had walked to the altar at some point in time and had broken open the eggs. The corner of her mouth was dripping with egg yolk. When Yun Luofeng looked at her, she looked back with a pair of innocent eyes. The living beings inside the nine-winged celestial dragon's eggs were dead already, so the eggs were merely dead eggs and could not hatch nine-winged celestial dragons. However, they were still the focus of the nine-winged celestial dragon's thoughts. He would not have guarded here for so long otherwise. Burp. Yun Shutian belched. She had no idea that she had done something wrong and was pitifully looking at Yun Luofeng with her clean and clear eyes. Roar. The nine-winged celestial dragon finally discovered the eggs had been eaten and slammed against the barrier outside the door more forcibly. His eyes were bloodthirsty, and his roars were furious. Yun Luofeng helplessly shrugged. Yun Xiao, it appears we can't leave this time. I can fight with him, Yun Xiao spoke after a moment of silence. No, that's too dangerous. The current nine-winged celestial dragon is no longer like it was when he had just woken up. I don't want you to do anything risky. There must be another way for us to stop him. Yun Luofeng gently stroked her chin, entering into a contemplation. However, the nine-winged celestial dragon had clearly been enraged by them now, so in other words, the continent was safe at least. As long as she was certain her family was safe, she had time to figure out a way to deal with the nine-winged celestial dragon. I know. Yun Luofeng's eyes sparkled. There's a matrix among Zhuo Chan's collection that can perhaps deal with the nine-winged celestial dragon. Yun Xiao turned to look at Yun Luofeng, silently waiting for her to continue. The matrix is called the Heaven and Earth Entrapment Matrix. The matrix is very difficult, and I can't finish setting it up in a short amount of time. Also, I haven't tried it before, so I might fail. I believe in you. Yun Xiao's expression was earnest. He believed in her. She would not fail in anything that she wanted to do. All right. Yun Xiao, my strength alone isn't enough to set this matrix up, so I need your help. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment before continuing. Yun Yi and the others, come out and help me too. In an instant, her spiritual beasts all ran out from Yun Luofeng's god's code space, and Yun Yi also appeared in front of her. After seeing everyone present, Yun Luofeng took a deep breath and started setting up the matrix. 7 Province Continent. The sky was dyed red by blood. A massacre was occurring underneath the bloody sky. Kill these people, and we can obtain the favor of So Yu Chan. So Yu Chan is the ruler of the spirit god continent. With his favor, we can utilize the resources of Spirit God continent however we want. Someone declared in the crowd, increasing the killing intent coming from his comrades. Under their slaughter, the opposing side had no room to resist. Chapter 2117, picked up a little lowly, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. At the same time, the Jun estate in the distant Spirit continent was packed with people. Jun Lingshan guffawed when he saw Hong Ling being escorted by the members of the Jun family. Governor Hong Ling, treat the Jun estate as your own home from now on. Don't be polite. With the protection of our Jun family, you will absolutely be safe and sound. Hong Ling was sighing sentimentally. He never would have expected that his daughter's actions would allow the East Province estate to obtain protection from this calamity. That's right, a calamity. Not long ago, a group of people suddenly came dashing out with their swords drawn, ready to kill anyone in their path. They claimed that the Seven Province continent was a forsaken place and its inhabitants were wasting the resources of the Spirit God continent. That was why they attacked, to eradicate all the humans of the Seven Province continent. Linger, see if the West Province Academy has arrived yet. The elders of the West Province Academy are Fung's teachers, so we must take good care of them. As for those students, they can temporarily crowd together with the servants of the East Province. Oh, right, the people who went to the estate in Land of No Return should come back to, as well as the subordinates of Feng'er at the Physician Tower, bring them all here. Who knows whether those deranged people will destroy the Land of No Return as well. Jun Lingshan's expression turned more solemn. Although Yun Qingya has reached Monic God level already, he did not know how many Monic gods the other side had, so they should be cautious about everything. Old family head. Suddenly, a servant hastily entered. The South Province Governor's estate sent someone here to seek an audience. South Province. Jun Lingshan snorted. The South Province dares to come. Did they forget how they treated the Yun family back then? Yet, they now seek us out to save them. Too late. Chase them away. Yes, old family head. Everyone in the Seven Province continent knew what the South Province preciously did, so the Jun family's servant was already displeased with the South Province, but he had to report something this important to the old family head. However, every member of the Jun family knew what decision the old family head would make. Hence, after receiving his order, the servant quickly left. It did not take long for him to see the South Province governor waiting at the door. That's right. The one who came to the Jun family this time was the governor of the South Province. Since he was already here, he did not plan to leave. Moreover, in his eyes, there was no way the Jun family would sit back without doing anything when the Seven Province continent was facing this type of danger. However, the South Province governor had clearly forgotten how he treated the Yun family when they were in danger. Our old family had said that we won't offer shelter to people from the South Province, the servant disdainfully said while haughtily lifting his head. The South Province governor's face shifted, but he still wanted to obtain the protection of the Jun family, so his tone softened. Let me see Grandfather Jun. I have a way to make him take me in. Anger flashed through the servant's eyes, and he snorted. You once stood by without lending a hand, so why should our old family head take you in? Hurry and leave. Otherwise, I will have someone chase you away. You. The South Province governor was flushed with anger. He was nothing but a servant, but he dared to speak to him like that. He was the governor of the South Province, to say the least. The South Province governor took a deep breath and clenched his fists, suppressing the fury in his heart. I don't want to speak with you. I want to see Grandfather Jun. Let me see him. I won't leave until I see him. Just as the governor finished speaking, a derisive voice was heard behind him. Chapter 2118, picked up a little lowly, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. You want the Jun family to shelter you. Why? Because you stood by and did nothing when the Yun family was in danger. A grey-robed woman walked forward with a group of people trailing after her. She did not deem the South Province governor with a single look and cupped her fists at the servant. Please go and report to the old family head Jun that Elder Grey Clothes from the Saintly Virgin tribe is visiting. Elder Grey Clothes is here. Our old family head has been waiting for you for a long time. The Saintly Virgin tribe had provided assistance when the Yun family was in danger and also offered shelter to the seriously injured Grandfather Jun. Grandfather Jun remembered the favor. When danger fell on the continent, he did not forget about the Saintly Virgin tribe. It was an unintentional mistake on my part as well. The South Province governor clearly knew the identity of the person before him, so he did not dare to release his anger regardless of how angry he was. Moreover, your Saintly Virgin tribe previously offended Yun Luofeng as well, why can you come, but not me? Elder Grey Clothes glanced at the South Province governor and snorted. We did commit a mistake once, but we also came to their aid in their hour of need. Grandfather Jun is thankful to the Saintly Virgin tribe, which is why he invited us here. I wouldn't come here uninvited like you, nor would I shamelessly refuse to leave. I have never seen someone as thick-faced and shameless as you in my life. You will really stand by and do nothing. The South Province governor looked displeased. We are inhabitants of the Seven Province continent, to say the least. The Spirit God continent dares to bully us insufferably, yet you want me to throw my life away. Elder Grey Clothes was stunned for a daze by the South Province governor's shamelessness and only recovered a moment later. The people who once attacked the Yun family were also people from the Spirit God continent. Yet, why did you stand by and do nothing? This is absolutely not the same. The Yun family is not a faction from the Seven-Province continent, so why should I save them? Moreover, the Qin family of the Spirit God continent merely wanted to attack the Yun family. This was their personal enmity, so why should I save them? The South Province governor's eyes darkened. But now, the Spirit God continent wants to destroy the entire Seven-Province continent, so how could this compare to past events? Since that's how you think, what else can I say? Elder Greyclothes realized she could not win in her dispute with the South Province governor and had no desire to continue the pointless argument. But she said one last thing, however, the Jun family is in laws with the Yun family, so why should they protect you? Also, Elder Greyclothes looked down and sneered, let me reveal why the Spirit God continent failed in their previous venture to kill the Jun family. That was because the second young master of the Yun family, Yun Qingye, stepped forward and fought with them and managed to chase the enemies away. The Spirit God continent came to the Seven-Province continent. The first ones they would go after was the family of Yun Luofeng. Back then, the Spirit God continent sent a Monic god here, but he was fended off by Yun Qingye. The South Province governor must not know about this, considering where he was. The only thing he knew was that the only ones who could remain unscathed under the eradication of the Spirit God continent were the Jun family alone. The South Province governor was dazed for a moment, and it took him a while to regain his wits. He continued to bicker, if the Jun family doesn't take me in, then they will be sinners of the continent. They looked on unfeelingly as their compatriots died without doing anything. Their name will certainly go down infamously in history. And since Yun Qingye is family with the Jun family, then he ought to protect me as well. It was a duty for other people to save him. If they did not, then they would be cursed by society and their name will infamously go down in history. Even if the other party once sought help from the South Province, and not only did he ignore them, but he also kicked them out of his estate. Elder Greyclothes shook her head. She truly did not understand how an idiot like him had such strong confidence and believed other people had to protect him. Chapter 2119, The Continent's Battle, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. South Province Governor, regardless of what you think, there's no way the Jun family will help you. After saying that, Elder Greyclothes dusted off her sleeves and entered the Jun estate, not wishing to speak any further with this idiot. The South Province Governor's expression shifted and was about to follow Elder Greyclothes to enter, but it was like Elder Greyclothes had eyes on the back of her head and waved her hand. A strong power slashed toward him with a bang and forced him back a few steps. Embarrassment entered his face. Jun Lingshan, get out here. You can't stand back and watch me die. The South Province Governor started screaming outside the Jun estate when he saw that these people won't let him enter. We are at least from the same continent. How can you not save me? Old family head, I beg you to save me. I really don't want to die. As he reached the end, his voice softened and was trembling and filled with pleading. The Jun family was the last remaining ray of hope in the continent. He wanted to grasp it with everything he had, but other people would not give him this chance. At this time, Grandfather Jun's cold voice was heard in the sky above the Jun estate. You did not help us back then, yet you have the gall to plead for my help now. I will give you one last chance. Leave immediately. Otherwise, I will kill you before the people of the Spirit God continent get here. The elderly man's voice was imposing and domineering. Even without seeing the person, the voice alone made his heart shudder as though there was a giant mountain on top of him, making him unable to breathe. This time, the South Province Governor did not dare to linger and ran off with his tail between his legs. He understood that the events that day had created a blemish that he could never repair in his life. Grandfather, he has left. Jun Lingge walked toward Jun Lingshan and pursed his lips. Do you really think we can resist the experts of the Spirit God continent? We must believe in your second uncle Yun's abilities. He's the only Monic god among us, so he will certainly protect our safety. However, we must make preparations. This might be an extended battle. Jun Lingshan softly sighed. No matter how strong Yun Qingye was, he was by himself whereas the Spirit God continent had a lot of experts. In truth, he was not all that certain of success inside. It would be nice if Sister Yun was here. Sister Yun was so powerful, she would definitely be able to handle those enemies. Grandfather, not good, it's a disaster. Suddenly, a panic-stricken and worried voice was heard from outside the door. The people from the Spirit God continent are here again. But the people who came this time are clearly stronger than last time. What? Jun Lingshan's heart nearly stopped beating. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but did not know where to start. At this time, Yun Qingye slowly walked in and stood with his hands behind his back, his face graceful. Grandfather Jun, there are many other residents besides the Jun family in Jun City. I don't want a large casualty, so I plan to go out to the city gate and receive the enemies. As for the task of protecting these residents, I will leave it to you. Yun Qingye was born in a general aristocratic family. He was different from Yun Luofeng in that he kept in mind the lives of the civilians. Of course, he was not some saint either. He absolutely would not protect people like the South Province Governor. You plan to meet the enemies by yourself. Jun Lingshan looked at Yun Qingye with astonishment, his heart full of worry. Chapter 2120, The Continent's Battle, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. I investigated the situation just now. Those people are divided into several routes. There are a few Monic gods mixed into the group heading for the East District. Besides this group, there are also experts attacking West District, South District, and North District. You must send people to guard those points and leave some people in the city to protect the residents, Yun Qingya coolly directed. Grandfather Jun clenched his teeth before saying, okay, then we will do as you say. Leave the other 3 districts to me. You must stop those Monic gods. Otherwise, disaster will befall the Strid province as well. Yun Qingya looked at the people behind him before walking toward the entryway. Brother Yun, I will come with you. Ning Xin swiftly walked up, her face determined. Yun Qingya pondered for a moment. Ever since Ning Xin consumed the dragon saliva fruit, her strength had raised a lot, so he lightly nodded in agreement. All right, we will go together. Ning Xin smiled, her smile as beautiful as blooming green lotus. As long as she could be with her beloved man, what harm was there in dying? She would never be fearful. Daddy, Mommy, Yun Ruoshui's eyes were red, and she wanted to pull on Ning Xin's hand. She looked at her mother, aggrieved. Shueisa also wants to come with you. Ning Xin's expression gentled and she tenderly patted Lin Ruoshui's head before warming, saying, Shueisa, behave well and stay inside the city. Dad and Mom will come back soon. Lin Ruoshui's heart contracted. How could she not know about the danger they were facing this time? Hence, her large eyes were brimming with worry. You will really come back? We definitely will. Ning Xin lifted her hand and rubbed Lin Ruoshui's head before standing up and looking at Yun Qingya. Let's depart. Okay. Yun Qingya smiled. Before he left, his affectionate gaze landed on his daughter's young face. Shueisa, Dad guarantees that we will safely return. The aforementioned is that you will obediently listen to what your grandfather says, all right? Yun Ruoshui resolutely nodded. Shueisa will be very well behaved, so you mustn't lie to Shueisa. Otherwise, Shueisa won't forgive you for the rest of her life. The determination on Yun Ruoshui's face caused pain to shoot through Ning Xin's heart, but in the end, she forced herself to harden her heart and leave. After the 2 people left, Lin Ruoshui could not hold her tears back anymore, and tears flooded her face. Daddy, Mommy, Shueisa will wait for your return. There was a somber atmosphere outside the city gate. Yun Qingya watched the experts descending from the sky before looking at the man who he fought with last time. Nothing but a loser, yet you dare to come again. Last time, I underestimated my opponent. This time, it's your day to die. The long-robed man's face was dark and his voice was filled with intense killing intent. So what if you found some helpers? Yun Qingya took 2 steps up and before standing with his legs a few feet apart, blocking the city gate like an enormous mountain. I, Yun Qingya, descended from the Yun family, a military aristocratic family. Today, as long as I am still here, then I won't permit you to hurt other innocent people. He was descended from a military aristocratic family, so he naturally had a prideful character. He would die before retreating. He had no qualms about giving up his life to protect the city gate behind him. Ha ha ha. The long-robed man laughed in ridicule. Then I would like to see what you will use to stop me. And what you will use to protect the people behind you. Chapter 2121, The Continent's Battle, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Boom. At that moment, the Monic gods also stood forward, their formidable aura rippling out and rolling toward Yun Qingya like a tsunami. Yun Qingya remained staunch like a mountain. His expression was unchangingly cold, and frost covered his face. Second brother. A voice suddenly rang in the air. When Yun Qingya looked up, he saw Bai Ling floating in front of him. Eldest sister-in-law, you've returned. Yun Qingya joyfully exclaimed. Bai Ling descended from the sky and stood next to Yun Qingya. She turned to look at the group of people gathered, a smile turning up on her lips. I heard about the predicament of the 7-province continent, so I brought people from the Fengyun continent to help. These people must be from Strid God continent, right? Since when did so many Monic gods appear in the Strid God continent? In truth, there were more Monic gods in Strid God continent than those they knew about. Although Qin Yuan was a son of the Qin family of Strid God continent, he knew about the existence of only a few Monic gods. Contrary to common knowledge, many Monic gods lived in seclusion from society and did not appear in front of people. As time went on, people stopped knowing about their existence. Eldest sister-in-law, we will ignore that for now. We must stop these people first and not allow them to enter the city. The city not only had innocent residents but also the people they wanted to protect. All right, second brother, sister-in-law, we will team up to defeat the enemies. Bai Ling smiled, her gaze toward that group of people brimming with killing intent. At the same time, the enemies started attacking the other 3 city gates as well. Commanded by Grandfather Jun, the west gate was defended fairly easily compared to the other 2 city gates. Still, the defenders of the other 2 gates used their iron-like bodies to block the attackers. At this point in time, the people in Strid province had no idea that this defensive battle would last a whole 2 months. In these months, both sides suffered serious damage, and no victory could be decided. Even so, everyone persevered, and the entire Sprig province was enveloped in a bloody mist. Land of no return, endless city. Inside the spacious and empty room, Yun Luofeng set down the last stone. At that moment, a powerful wave of spirit energy flowed through those stones, and the spirit energy connected, forming a prison. Yun Xiao, my matrix is finished. Now we must figure out a way to make the nine-winged celestial dragon enter. Yun Luofeng wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. After several months of hardships, her matrix was finally successfully erected. Move over first, Yun Luofeng added. Yun Xiao obediently took a few steps back. His eyes were firmly latched onto Yun Luofeng the whole time, but he remained vigilant about the movements in their environment. In these past several months, Yun Luofeng not only set up the matrix but also discovered why the nine-winged celestial dragon was unable to enter the room. Under Yun Xiao's gaze, Yun Luofeng slowly walked to a rock on the altar. The rock was very large and a navy blue color, looking very eerie and scary. Yun Xiao, smash this rock into pieces. After breaking it, immediately hide behind the matrix. After glancing at the rock, Yun Luofeng took the lead to enter the matrix. Chapter 2122, The Continent's Battle, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, rock. At the same time, Yun Xiao leaped forward and smashed toward the rock with his hard fist. Instantly, the rock shattered into powder under his power and dispersed into the air. The instant the rock was destroyed, a burst of formidable power shot in, rapidly sweeping through the room. Feng Er. Seeing Yun Luofeng situated inside the power's attack range, Yun Xiao's heart was in his throat and he darted toward her at the quickest speed possible. However, before Yun Xiao could reach Yun Luofeng, the little lowly, Yun Shutian, stood in front of Yun Luofeng, her large eyes red from rage. Not allowed. Bullying mother and young brother. Her words were a bit unclear and stuttering like a child who was just learning to talk. However, she managed to express her thoughts. She wanted to protect Yun Luofeng and the younger brother in Yun Luofeng's belly. Boom. When the power reached the front of Yun Shutian, it suddenly dissipated. That's right. It dissipated. The power merely flicked up Yun Luofeng's sleeves and did not harm a single hair on her. Feng Er. Yun Xiao tightly pulled Yun Luofeng into his embrace from fright. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so far from you. Yun Xiao, it's not your fault. It was me who had you destroy that rock. Also, you are the only one here who could destroy it. Yun Luofeng smiled, her smiling face similar to a flower. Bang. The nine-winged celestial dragon fiercely slammed against the barrier blocking him. This time, the barrier did not bounce him back and instantly shattered instead. He immediately charged into the room. Roar. He angrily roared and shot toward Yun Shutian beside Yun Luofeng. Yun Shutian burrowed her body into Yun Luofeng's arms and tightly pulled on her sleeves. Her large eyes were spirited and innocent, as though she was unafraid of everything as long as Yun Luofeng was beside her. When the nine-winged celestial dragon charged forward, the matrix also activated, and an enormous cage rose up from the ground, imprisoning him inside. Roar. The nine-winged celestial dragon turned more violent and forcibly slammed into the cage. However, the instant his power reached the cage, it dissipated and was completely useless. Yun Luofeng did not take another look at the nine-winged celestial dragon and looked down at Yun Shutian. Tiana, tell me, who taught you to speak? Yun Xiao and she had been busy setting up the matrix these past few months, so no one had conversed with Yun Shutian, so how did she suddenly know how to speak? Yun Shutian ignorantly blinked and pointed at Yun Luofeng's belly. Little brother taught me. Yun Luofeng was startled and looked down at her belly before turning to Yun Shutian again. Tiana, tell me honestly, who taught you? Seeing that Yun Luofeng did not believe her, Yun Shutian felt very wronged. It was really younger brother who taught me. He also told me you're my mother. He also said that he will forget his past life's memory after he's born and wanted me to protect him well at that time. Past life's memory. Yun Luofeng realized something was amiss, and confusion flickered through her eyes. Then can you tell me how you communicate? Younger brother and I can communicate with our spirits. I can hear him talk. In the beginning, Yun Shutian stumbled over her words, but her speech turned more fluent toward the end. Her large eyes were pure and innocent as she intently stared at Yun Luofeng. Chapter 2123, The Continent's Battle, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, rock. Yun Luofeng became silent. It appeared there was more than meets the eye to this little girl, and she also had an intertwined relationship with her child. However, what confused Yun Luofeng more was what Yun Shutian meant by past life's memory. Suddenly, a name appeared in Yun Luofeng's mind. When it popped up, Yun Luofeng immediately gritted her teeth with anger. We've been tricked by Kang Ji. Her child was conceived inside Kang Ji's wooden house, using the method given to her by Kang Ji. She did not think too much about it back then, but now that she considered it, perhaps everything was part of Kang Ji's scheme, that beast odd. Great. Wonderful. Since Kang Ji dared to trick me, then don't blame me for being heartless. Tiana, do you like your younger brother? Yun Luofeng asked with a bright smile. Yun Shutian blinked. Tiana, likes younger brother. Good, then mother has a request for you later. Yun Luofeng's eyes sparkled. In our Yun family, we seek to mate for life. After your brother is born, help mother look after him and make sure he doesn't ruin innocent young girls. Kang Ji was so promiscuous and libidinous. If they put an end to his promiscuity, then it would be harsher on him than taking his life away. More importantly, as the son of her and Yoon Seo, he was not allowed to be so promiscuous. Yoon Shutian nodded, half in understanding. Tian will listen to mother and look after younger brother so that he won't ruin other people. Good. Yoon Luofeng smiled. Then, her belly twinged with pain suddenly, and she could not help but closely clutch it. Feng what happened? Seeing the cold sweat dripping down Yoon Luofeng's forehead, Yoon Seo's expression turned anxious, and his eyes filled with worry. He was afraid the earlier events had accidentally harmed Yoon Luofeng. Nothing. I think I am about to give birth. Yoon Luofeng spoke between clenched teeth. Yoon Seo was startled. About to give birth. Feng what should I do? In the past, no matter what Yoon Seo did, his face was calm and confident. His cold expression had never changed. However, at this moment, the powerful man, who had the world entirely in his grasp, felt helpless. Go prepare hot water. I need to wash up later. Yoon Luofeng felt her belly twang with pain again. Her face was pale from the pain. Seeing Yoon Luofeng's appearance, how could Yoon Seo leave? He held onto Yoon Luofeng's hand and looked at Yoon Yi, who was foolishly standing on the side. Go prepare hot water. Yoon Yi left after receiving his order. Yoon Seo tightly grasped Yoon Luofeng's hand. Feng I will be next to you, I always will. As though Yoon Seo's words assured Yoon Luofeng, her expression slowly eased, and a smile turned up on her lips. Xiao, I'm fine. Think of a name for our son first. A name. I've already thought of one. He will be called Yoon Nianfeng. Yoon Nianfeng. These three characters filled Yoon Luofeng's face with warmth. However, the pain in her lower body made her feel like all of her strength was sucked away, so she was unable to answer Yoon Seo. Instead, she pulled a slice of blood ginseng from her space to gnaw on. Only then did she feel her strength slowly recovering. This birth took 3 days and 3 nights. It was unknown whether it was because of the uniqueness of the child or for other reasons, but Yoon Luofeng was unable to make the child be born no matter what method she used. Because of this, Yoon Seo's eyes reddened from anxiety, and he was inwardly very unsatisfied with their unborn child already. 3 days later, a wail resonated in the empty room. Chapter 2124, Returning to the Continent 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Younger brother. Yoon Shutian scurried toward Yoon Luofeng with her short little legs. Her large eyes blinked as she watched the tiny baby in Yoon Luofeng's arms with a magnificent smile on her face. Mother, Tian likes younger brother. Yes, Yoon Luofeng's eyes glittered. Noticing Yoon Shutian's gaze, she asked, then how about I betroth your brother to you, and you can be his child bride? Is that good? What's a child bride? Yoon Shutian innocently asked while curiously looking at Yoon Luofeng. A child bride is like your father and I, you can't be separated for the rest of your life and are the most important person in each other's life. Yoon Luofeng smiled maliciously. Kang Ji schemed against her already. Then she would also scheme his whole life away. Yes, Yoon Shutian gleefully exclaimed while clapping. Tian will be younger brother's child bride and will also become the second most important person in younger brother's life. Second, what about the first? The first is mother. Yoon Shutian leaned into Yoon Luofeng's arms, her smile innocent and brilliant. While younger brother was in mother's belly, he told Tian that mother was his most important person and had Tian protect mother. He also said that if Tian can do that, he will let Tian be one of his women. Mother, what does younger brother mean by that? Yoon Luofeng was originally moved when she heard the first part and was wondering whether she went too far. But Yoon Shutian's next part caused her face to darken. Remember, you mustn't allow your younger brother to hit on innocent girls in the future. If he tries to ruin innocent girls, mercilessly beat him up for me. Yoon Shutian blinked her eyes, half in understanding. She was not sure what mother's words meant, but she did understand that everything spoken by mother was always right. Yoon Seo, the 9-winged celestial dragon has been imprisoned, so let's leave now, Yoon Luofeng said as she stood up with some difficulty, her baby in one arm and the other hand holding Yoon Shutian. Typically, newborn babies were all wrinkly, but the little guy in her arm was fair and very adorable. Yoon Luofeng could not resist poking his cheeks, her fingertips bouncing right off. The little guy had not opened his eyes, but he could feel Yoon Luofeng's fingers. His short little arms wildly danced in the air, wanting to grasp the finger that just touched him. You just gave birth and need to rest. Yoon Seo frowned, his eyes worried. It's nothing, Yoon Luofeng coolly answered and shook her head. No. Yoon Seo took the little guy from Yoon Luofeng's arms and firmly stated, I heard the women can't leave the bed for a month after giving birth. So we will return to God's code space first and leave after a month. Yoon Seo could go along with Yoon Luofeng for everything else, but he could be stubborn as well. For the sake of Yoon Luofeng's health, he absolutely would not permit her to be exhausted from constant travel at a time like this. Feng if your body is the slightest bit harmed, then I won't forgive myself for the rest of my life. Yoon Luofeng glanced at Yoon Seo. I'm a physician. Also no. Yoon Seo was very insistent. It was rare for Yoon Luofeng to see such a resolute Yoon Seo, so she helplessly shrugged. Fine. We will leave in a month. Is that good? Chapter 2125, Returning to the Continent 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. 7 Province Continent. In the sky outside of Jun City, Yun Qingya stood in front of the group of experts with a cold and austere aura which painted his face in a harsher light compared to his usual indifference. Bai Ling stood in front of Yun Qingya. Second brother, we have continued this battle for several months already. We can't go on like this. We must take care of the enemies as soon as possible. This battle had lasted for several months already, but a number of experts from the Spirit God continent joined the fight in the Seven-Province continent. Even she was feeling fatigued. Yun Qingya's eyes chilled as he looked at the city gate he guarded behind him. We must hold on no matter what. Yun Qingya's voice was very cool, but his eyes gentler when he looked at Ning Xin. Shinsa, are you afraid? Ning Xin resolutely shook her head. Since the moment I first chased after you, I have already disregarded death. Having your company in my life is more than enough. As long as he was with her, she had no resentment or regret even if she died. All right. Yun Qingya retracted his gaze and faced the enemies again. His cold and austere aura spread out with his every step. The man stood in the air, his ink black hair flying behind him. His handsome face was devoid of expression as he coldly watched the enemies in front of him. My words still hold true. If you want to enter Jun City, you must step over my corpse. When the opposing experts heard his voice, they burst out laughing before immediately charging toward Yun Qingya at rapid speed. Does he want to stop us all by himself? It is a fool's wish. Bai Ling and Ning Xin stood on both sides of Yun Qingya. Everyone had accepted their imminent death. However, at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang in the air and drifted to Yun Qingya's ears. The shocked speaker asked, Fang's second uncle, what happened here? Where's my dad and the others? Two figures slowly appeared in the air. One of them was a beautiful woman in red, looking valiant and formidable, whereas the man next to her looked gentle and made people feel like they were being cleansed by spring air. You've returned. A light shot out of Yun Qingya's cool eyes when he saw them. He had been looking for Zhang Fengling and Yi Jingchen ever since Yun Luofeng left but was unable to find their whereabouts. He did not expect them to suddenly appear now. Second brother, these two are. Bai Ling curiously asked as she looked at the pair descending from the sky. Eldest sister-in-law, they're Shao's parents. Yun Qingya's heart settled. You came just in time. Feng Er left me with 2 dragon saliva fruits, which were prepared for you. After you consume it, you can help me fight the enemies. Eldest sister-in-law. Zhang Fengling's eyebrow rose when she noticed Yun Qingya's address for Bai Ling. Upon seeing how her face resembled Yun Luofeng's, astonishment flowed out of her eyes. Wasn't Fang's mother deceased? How could she appear here? Of course, Zhang Fengling also understood that now wasn't the time for questions. She turned and looked to Yun Qingya. What is the dragon saliva fruit that you speak of? There isn't much time. I can't explain it to you in time. Yun Qingya handed the dragon saliva fruits to them. These are the dragon saliva fruits left behind by Feng Er. I will explain everything after the battle finishes. Chapter 2126, Hong Luan. 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Alright. Out of trust for the Yun family, Zhang Fengling did not inquire further and ate the dragon saliva fruit in one bite, freshness and sweetness filling her mouth. At the same time, a storm suddenly spiraled above her head. Heavenly lightning also started not long later, shooting down in bolts. Back when Yun Qingya and the others broke through, they had the help of Yun Yi, which allowed them to effortlessly get through the tribulation lightning. However, Yun Yi was not inside Jun City currently, so Zhang Fengling and Yi Jingchen could only rely on their own strength to resist the tribulation lightning in the sky. The tribulation lightning lasted a long time above the Jun City, astonishing all the residents inside Jun City. However, they continued to hide inside their rooms and did not dare to come out, afraid they would be pulled into this battle. Grandfather Zhun and Hong Ling were persistently holding on outside of the West District. These past few months of battle had caused them to be on the last of their strength. If they didn't take care of these people soon, the West District's defense would break. Grandfather, do you still have the spiritual herbs left behind by Miss Yun? Hong Ling asked with a pale face as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. I used them all yesterday. Zhang Fengling wryly chuckled. East Province Governor, I previously had you come to Jun City to protect you. I didn't expect to need you to help me resist these external enemies in the end. Hong Ling had a blasé smile. I once obtained a dragon saliva fruit from Miss Yun, so I naturally can't sit by and do nothing. Moreover, his daughter was dead already, so this world did not hold much attraction for him anymore. If he could die on the battlefield, wouldn't it be a relief for him? Hong Ling closed his eyes to the torrential rush of experts. Sometime later, he opened his eyes and Hong Luan's unrivaled magnificent figure seemed to appear in the azure sky. However, the figure quickly approached, as though it could appear in front of him in the blink of an eye. It looked so real too. Hong Ling roughly rubbed his eyes before forcibly opened them again. He realized the red figure was nearly in front of him. That stunning figure caused a wry smile to turn up on his lips. It looks like I really miss Luanair too much. I could actually see an illusion. I wonder when Luanair will come to pick me up. Grandfather Zhun also saw the seductive figure in red. He also harshly rubbed his eyes, which were full of shock. If you are seeing a vision because you miss Hong Luan too much, then what am I? Too guilty. Besides the vision, the girl's light voice slowly murmured next to Hong Ling's ears as well, Dad, I'm back. Dad, I'm back. Hong Ling opened his mouth, a tear sliding down his face, and his lips turned up with a bitter smile. If this is a dream, then I wish to never wake up from it. Then, his daughter would always stay by his side and never leave. Boom. The experts from the Spirit God continent launched their attacks and rapidly reached the front of Hong Ling. Hong Ling intently stared at the dreamlike figure in front of him and did not regain his senses. Zhen Lingshan caught sight of Hong Ling in danger and grew pale with fright. East Province Governor, careful. However, it was too late. Seeing the attack a breath away from his eyes, he smiled. This smile was accompanied by tears and incredibly miserable. Luanaire, Dad was able to catch a glimpse of you before dying, I'm glad. Chapter 2127, Hong Luan. 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Hong Ling thought that he had a vision of Hong Luan because his death was near, and his daughter had come to pick him up. But when the enemy's attack was about to reach him, the woman suddenly acted and sent the attacker flying back into the crowd with a casual kick. Hong Ling was stunned. Zhang Fengling was stupefied. The other people also stopped what they were doing and looked at the gorgeous woman in a long, red robe with astonishment. Luanaire. Hong Ling intently stared at the woman. Luanaire was already dead, and her corpse was in Yun Luofeng's possession, so how could she appear here? This must be a delusion still. It must be. Although Hong Ling was thinking that in his mind, his body started uncontrollably trembling and he extended his hand, wanting to touch Hong Luan's face. Hong Luan snatched Hong Ling's rough hand and placed it on her face. The feeling of warmth caused Hong Ling's fingers to freeze. I can touch it, I can feel its warmth. This isn't an illusion, it's really Luanaire. That moment, Hong Ling could not restrain his emotions from erupting and spread open his arms, tightly squeezing Hong Luan in his arms. He sobbed, "You're back, you're finally back." No one knew how he managed to survive after his daughter died. If he was unable to let go of East Province, he would have followed her long ago. Dad, I'm back, Hong Luan gently responded with a smile, allowing Hong Ling to tightly hug her however he wished. Zhen Lingshan blinked in disbelief, his astonished gaze focused on Hong Luan's magnificent face. Miss Hong Luan, what's going on? I'll explain it after I take care of these people. Hong Luan raised her eyebrows as she turned to look at the group of experts. If I guessed correctly, you are also people from the Spirit God continent. First, you killed me, and now you want to invade the 7-province continent. This time, I will make you perish here. Besides the East District and the West District, the South and North District were also facing danger. The Spirit God continent had too many experts, and there was an endless stream of them, with even a few Monic gods being sent. This caused everyone to be more fatigued than they wished. When the South District was on the brink of falling, Nangong Yunyi suddenly appeared. Like a god from heaven, he descended from the sky and rescued the nearly fallen South District. Huang Yingying was leading other people to guard the South District. When she saw Nangong Yunyi appearing out of thin air, her eyes were filled with shock. It had only been a little over a year, how did Nangong Yunyi's strength change so dramatically? Young Master Nangong, you. Huang Yingying wanted to say something but found herself at a loss of words. Huang Yingying was grateful toward Nangong Yunyi because if it were not for his advice, she would be unable to revenge her parents nor would she have become Yun Luofeng's subordinate. How are the other city gates doing? Nangong Yunyi's voice was indifferent, just like his expression. The previously frivolous youth had unknowingly become a leader of his own right at some point in time. I am not sure. Nangong Yunyi thought for a moment. Continue guarding here. I will take a look at the other places. After saying this, Nangong Yunyi's fleeting figure had already disappeared. Chapter 2128, Hong Luan. 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Inside the city, the streets were deadly silent. Yun Ruoshui vigilantly looked around her and seeing that no one saw her, she carefully crept toward the city gates. Right, which city gate did Dad and Mom go to guard? Yun Ruoshui lightly knocked on her own head. What an awful memory, she actually forgot which city gate her parents were guarding. Forget it, I will randomly pick a city gate and take a look. If it's not Dad and Mom, I will leave then. Yun Ruoshui beamed, but when she recalled how this battle had lasted for several months again, her heart filled with worry again. Dad, Mom, I hope you won't reproach Shueisa. Shueisa has obediently waited for you for several months already. Although grandfather keeps saying you absolutely won't be in any danger, Shueisa just can't help but worry. Yun Ruoshui bit her lips, tears filling her eyes. However, don't worry. Shueisa will just secretly take a look at you and will leave after seeing that you are safe. I won't burden you. Thinking to this point, Yun Ruoshui headed for the street in front of her. The direction she was going was clearly the North Gate. The one defending the North Gate was the family head of the Zhen family, Zhen Xuan. He was under great strain fighting the enemies when he suddenly discovered Yun Ruoshui sneaking over from the city. His heart skipped a beat from the fright. When Yun Ruoshui saw that the ones defending the North Gate were not her parents, disappointment flashed through her eyes. She asked with a pout, Uncle Zhen Xuan, do you know where my parents are? Shueisa hasn't seen them for several months already. Shueisa is very worried about them. In the beginning, Yun Ruoshui did do as her parents instructed and obediently waited at the Zhen estate. But she was still a child, after all, so how could she not worry about her parents fighting for months? So, she sneaked out while everyone was not paying attention. Of course, she would certainly be punished when she returned, but so what? As long as she could ascertain her parents' safety, she would willingly accept the punishment even if it was a beating. Shueisa, hurry and leave. Zhen Xuan hurriedly shouted. This isn't somewhere you should stay. You especially can't go to your parents' spot. Uncle Zhen Xuan, tell me where my dad and mom are. Being able to get a glimpse of them from afar would be enough. Yun Ruoshui had a pitiful glint in her eyes as she looked at Zhen Xuan while biting her lips. Zhen Xuan was about to say something when he saw a nearby elderly man casually fling out an arc of light. The light directly shot toward Yun Ruoshui. Yun Ruoshui was young still and thought that she would be safe while covertly hiding behind the city gate. She had no idea that this type of battle between experts ignored distance. When Lin Ruoshui saw the arc of sword light suddenly aiming for her, she blinked and could not react momentarily, even forgetting to dodge. It wasn't until she was pulled into a warm embrace that she dazedly regained her senses. The youth tightly held her and turned their bodies to the side to dodge the attack. His back was drenched with sweat, and fear pervaded his heart. He did not dare to imagine, if he was even a second later, would he be unable to see this little girl again. Brother Wuyan, you're back. Yun Ruoshui joyfully looked at the youth behind him. She appeared to be a bit naturally bubble-headed and had immediately tossed the serious danger that just happened to the back of her mind. Chapter 2129, Hong Luan. 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Shueisa, Cheng Wuyan furiously shouted. Do you know you nearly died just now? Yun Ruoshui's large eyes innocently blinked. I knew Brother Wuyan would definitely appear and save me. Shueisa believes in you. You. Cheng Wuyan was angered to the point of not knowing what else to say. When he looked at the innocent and naive little girl before him, he could not utter any reproaching words. Yun Ruoshui, was I indebted to you in our past life? Will you be dissatisfied until you scare me to death? Cheng Wuyan was gritting his teeth. He truly owed this girl something in this lifetime. Brother Wuyan. Yun Ruoshui's arms latched around Cheng Wuyan's neck, a brilliant smile blooming on her pure face. You were right. You were indebted to me in your last life, which is why Shueisa wants to bother you. Although the girl was not fully developed yet, her tiny body already had a faint fragrance. As the girl neared, her fragrance also wafted into his nose and caused his mind to explode with a boom. A blush dashed across his face, and he hurriedly coughed to cover his embarrassment. Go back first. I brought people here to take care of this. Cheng Wuyan pursed his lips and spoke to the sky. Long Yan, I shall trouble you with these people. Roar. A dragon's roar reverberated in the air, and Long Yan's enormous body appeared in the air soon after. That's right. The expert who came from the ancestral dragon tribe this time was evidently the second-ranked dragon in the tribe, Long Yan. He was also the dragon who had a dispute with Yun Luofeng back then. Before Yun Luofeng left the Spirit God continent, she told Cheng Wuyan that he could go to the dragon tribe and seek help if he needed to. When Cheng Wuyan heard that the Spirit God continent was besieging the Seven Province continent, he immediately visited the ancestral dragon tribe. The tribe took this matter seriously, so the tribe leader sent Long Yan here. Under Long Yan's attack, the experts of the Spirit God continent were utterly defeated and fell on the road in front of the city gate. Their numerous corpses piled into a hill, and blood dyed the sky red. Brother Wuyan, I want to go find Dad and Mom. Yun Ruoshui climbed onto Cheng Wuyan, worry in her large eyes. These people from the Spirit God continent initiated the attack several months ago. Dad and Mom also personally went to stop them. Several months have passed now, Shueisa is very worried about them. Where's your dad and Mom? Hearing this, Yun Ruoshui turned to look at Zhen Xuan. Uncle Zhen Xuan, can you tell Shueisa where her dad and Mom are now? Zhen Xuan glanced at Cheng Wuyan before turning back to the giant dragon spiraling in the sky. He nodded. They're at the east gate. Besides the north district, the outcome of the other city gates was also decided. In the east district, Zhang Fengling and Yi Jingchen returned and broke through to demonic god level with the help of the dragon saliva fruit, as Yun Luofeng anticipated. As a result, the demonic gods from the Spirit God continent were quickly defeated. In the west district, Hong Luan was present. These people had no possibility of escaping from Hong Luan's bloodbath, so they were swiftly laid in pools of blood. As for the south district, the attackers were not very strong, and Nangong Yunyi had killed the strongest people when he appeared, so the Saintly Virgin tribe handled the remaining people without any problem. 2130, Yun Luofeng has returned. 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Nangong Yunyi had just arrived at West District when he saw the woman talking cheerfully with Hong Ling. His eyes shot open, and he roughly rubbed his eyes with disbelief. This is Hong Luan. Am I seeing right? This was really Hong Luan. Nangong Yunyi stopped in place. Several times, he wanted to go up but did not have the guts, so he could only linger at a distance and foolishly watch her. He was afraid that Hong Luan would disappear as soon as he took a step forward. Detecting Nangong Yunyi's gaze, Hong Luan turned her head and saw the handsome man who appeared, a smile spreading on her beautiful face. Nangong Yunyi, it's been a long time. Do you not recognize me? The woman's voice was as familiar as always and made Nangong Yunyi recall when they first met. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Jubilance, excitement, as well as an indescribable feeling, they all assailed his heart. Hong Luan, you are still alive. She is still alive. Am I dreaming? Hong Ling also regained his wits and asked, Luanair, can you tell me what's going on? You clearly died, and your corpse is with Miss Yun, so how can you be here right now? It's a long story. Hong Luan smiled. I did really die back then, and I also went to the underworld. The underworld. Hong Ling was startled. The underworld truly existed. Originally, people who enter the underworld after death can never leave the underworld. If they appeared in the living world, their spirit would disperse immediately. Hong Luan continued after a glance toward Hong Ling. Hong Ling caught up. Then how could you? How could you appear here? Dad, regardless of what rule it is, as long as you control enough power, you can break it. Hong Luan's expression was very serious. And I was quite lucky and obtained a great opportunity, which is how I managed to obtain a formidable power in a short amount of time. This was why I was able to break the rules of heaven and return to the continent. In other words, the current Hong Luan was still nothing but a soul. It was because of her control over her power that she was allowed to appear in a physical form. If she wanted to completely revive, there was only one method, and that was to revive her with her well-preserved corpse. Miss Hong Luan. Grandfather Jun grew excited. You say that people can go to the underworld after they die. Then can my deceased wife be found in the underworld as well? Hong Luan was taken back and grew silent. She could not bear to respond, but she still honestly answered, the underworld is more vicious than the seven-province continent, and there are often large-scale massacres happening. Old Madam Jun has passed away for so many years, so I can't guarantee that she is still in the underworld. Hearing this, Grandfather Jun sighed and stated wryly, I also know this is merely wishful thinking. So what if she is in the underworld? I can't enter, and she can't come out. That was how cruel being separated by life and death was. The experts who came to attack the West District have been annihilated. Let's go and help the people from the other city gates, Grandfather Jun solemnly said after recovering. Nangong Yunyi's gaze finally retracted from Hong Luan and moved to Grandfather Jun. I passed by the North District while coming here, so the North District is no longer a problem. You don't need to go. There's still the East District and the South District, Grandfather Jun stated with a frown. Especially the East District, Yun Qingya probably can't continue to defend it. Chapter 2131, Yun Luofeng has returned too. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Just as Zheng Lingshan finished speaking, he saw Yun Qingya and Ning Xin walking toward him hand in hand. His worry was finally eased. Yun Qingya coming here implicitly meant that the East District was also safe. Zheng Lingshan quickly caught sight of Zheng Fengling and her husband behind them, and his eyes shot open. His tone also grew excited. Linge, you are back. In truth, Zheng Lingshan did detect someone breaking through earlier, but he did not link this matter to Zheng Fengling at all. He had thought it was someone from the Spirit God continent who broke through. Realization dawned on him upon seeing his daughter's appearance. Before little Yun left, she said that Linge and her husband were exceptionally talented. If they consumed the dragon saliva fruit, they would definitely break through to monarch god level. Old Family Head Jun also returned, but he was worried about you, so he had us come and take a look. Now that all the enemies have been eliminated, our Spirit province is finally safe. Hearing his voice, everyone present subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. At first, Yun Qingya had his eyes solely focused on Zheng Lingshan and did not discover Hong Luan, but his eyes turned and saw Hong Luan on the side. He was completely stunned. Miss Hong Luan. Was he seeing things? How could Miss Hong Luan appear here? It's a long story. We'll go back and talk about it. Zheng Lingshan lightly sighed. Little Yun and Xiao'er have been gone for so long, I wonder when they can come back. Fortunately, they were able to protect a piece of untainted land before they returned. Dad, Fang's uncle told me what happened here. We will discuss it at home. That beastard has the guts to invade the seven-province continent, so we absolutely can't sit and wait for death. A cold glint flickered through Zheng Fengling's eyes, which turned sharper, a strong storm faintly raging in them. All right, we will discuss how we should seek revenge from those people at home. Zheng Lingshan, was not that magnanimous. Since they had the gut to come and invade, then they should be prepared for retribution. Spirit God continent. Yu Qian was currently anxiously pacing back and forth, his face clearly displeased. Several old men descended from the sky and walked toward Yu Qian. Yu Qian, why did you seek us out so hastily? What happened? The speaker was an elderly man in cyan clothes. He had an impatient expression, perhaps displeased about Yu Qian disturbing their secluded cultivation. I have no other options anymore, so I sought you out. Yu Qian wryly chuckled. Do you still remember Zhu Qian? Zhu Qian. This name pierced their ears like thunder and caused them all to shudder. Fear crept up on some people's faces and they turned pale. To them, the name Zhu Qian was a nightmare. Why on earth would you mention Zhu Qian now? That guy died a long time ago. Another grey-robed elderly man clenched his teeth, as though forcing himself to believe that Zhu Qian was dead. Also, Zhu Qian had suffered such serious injuries back then. There was no way he was still alive. Zhu Qian is indeed dead. However, I saw his reincarnation some time ago. Yu Qian closed his eyes. He originally did not want to tell that to these old men, but he had no other alternative anymore. Chapter 2132, Yun Luofeng has returned, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Zhu Qian's reincarnation. You sure you recognized the right person? The final elderly man had a long, golden-yellow robe. A long, lifelike dragon was stitched onto his sleeves. His aura was noble and solemn, but his expressionless face changed with Yu Qian's words. I absolutely saw the right person. He is Zhu Qian's reincarnation. Yu Chan peered down, and the man's immortal-like silhouette surfaced in his mind. He stated between gritted teeth, although his personality has drastically changed, I can recognize him even if he turned into ashes. However, don't worry, he is not as strong as before, so there's no need to fear him. The other old men were taken back and stared at Yu Chan inquiringly. Since it's like that, why did you call us here then? Ju Qian isn't a danger, but... Yu Chan's lips pulled into a bloodthirsty smile. I met a girl too. She has an extraordinary relationship with Ju Qian, and her talent is scarier than Ju Qian's from back then. If she is allowed to grow, the consequences are too horrible to contemplate. The previous Ju Qian was already a nightmare in their minds. Yet, there was now a girl who was scarier than Ju Qian. Yu Chan, could you possibly be lying to us? Ju Qian was already talented as it was, how could someone be more talented than him? Moreover, she's merely a little girl, how could she do anything to us? The yellow-clothed old man, Fang Yongqing, had contempt on his face and was nonchalant about Yu Chan's words. When Yu Chan saw their expressions, he snorted. That girl is only 20-something years old, but she has already reached Reverend God level. Tell me, could Ju Qian from back then reach Reverend God level at her age? The old men's minds jolted. A 20-something-year-old Reverend God. She wasn't simply a genius. She was clearly a demon. Not only that, but she is also able to make that certain someone from the dragon tribe side with her. I sent people to the 7-province continent earlier with the plan to eradicate her in the 7-province continent, but the dragon tribe caught wind of it not long later. They immediately sent the beast-starred, Long Yan, to the 7-province continent to help. Yu Chan's words astonished the old men. The tribe leader of the ancestral dragon tribe was very proud and arrogant, yet he would go help a human girl. This was completely implausible. Also, the man beside the girl is also very young but has already reached demonic god level. When I fought with him, I felt that I could only narrowly win. Yu Chan was a ruler of this continent, so he was unmatched for the most part. Yet, he claimed that he was not entirely confident he could defeat a demonic god and could only narrowly win. Since when did so many geniuses appear in the world? If this isn't enough to shock you, then I can tell you something else. Do you remember how Ju Qian's puppet technique astonished the world? Back then, it was because we wanted to obtain this puppet technique that we hunted him down with great difficulty. Yu Chan threw another bomb into the array. Unfortunately, even Ju Qian himself could only create a puppet without a soul. A soulless puppet was very normal. What Ju Qian researched for all these years to no avail was none other than a method to allow a puppet to possess life. He was unable to discover a method before he died. However, Yu Chan paused briefly before continuing. Several months ago, I fought with this girl and there was a puppet next to her. This puppet possessed life and was no different than a normal person. Bang! Yu Chan's last sentence pounded on him like a hammer, and the old men grew pale with fright. Chapter 2133, Yun Luofeng has returned, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. That girl is capable of that. No, she must die. Otherwise, the threat she will bring to us far exceeds that of Ju Qian. The grey-clothed elderly man, Kong Fengling, frowned, a solemn killing intent leaking from his eyes. Yu Chan, where is that girl right now? The 7-province continent. Yu Chan was gritting his teeth in frustration. I reckon that girl won't dare to leave the 7-province continent. Otherwise, we could immediately kill her. 7-province continent. The cyan-clothed elder, Wei Xiang, was taken back and fell into contemplation. They were the rulers of the Spirit God continent, so they couldn't leave this continent. If they waited any longer, that girl would probably develop more rapidly. I brought you here because I already thought of a method. Yu Chan smiled, a chilly glint flashing his eyes. This girl is fairly loyal. She initially bulldozed into the Spirit God continent because someone here kidnapped her disciple's mother. If we attack the ancestral dragon tribe, that girl will surely appear. Ancestral dragon tribe. The old men were startled and grew silent. I know that fighting with the ancestral dragon tribe is a bit risky, they are quite powerful, after all. However, since we were able to expel them out of human territory, it proves that we humans are stronger than the dragon tribe. Yu Chan continued with a smile. Moreover, if the 4 of us team up, that old man from the ancestral dragon tribe is absolutely no match for us. Wei Xiang's brows knitted again. We merely forced the ancestral dragon tribe to leave back then. We didn't kill them to the last one. That was because the 5 of us are all the core of the Spirit God continent's matrix, and we can't lack a single one. If one of us is gone, the Spirit God continent will instantly collapse. If it collapses, it collapses. Yu Chan smirked. We have already reached this level, so it's not like we can have any further breakthroughs. As for true God, that is merely a legend. If the Spirit God continent collapses, this space will cease to exist but the people of the Spirit God continent will merely fuse with 7-province continent. It wouldn't cause any harm to us. Hearing this, no one said anything else. Just as Yu Chan said, they wouldn't progress any further here, so why should they continue to stubbornly guard the Spirit God continent? Of course, there was a reason why Yu Chan never considered leaving the Spirit God continent. He only knew how to turn himself into the core of the matrix, but he did not know how to unbind himself. Hence, even if he wanted to leave Spirit God continent, he could not do it. Alright, let's do that then. Fang Yongqing decisively decided. We can't allow that girl to continue growing. Otherwise, she will certainly threaten us. We can only relax when she's dead. However, if we threaten her with the ancestral dragon tribe, will that girl really appear? Yu Chan snorted. I am merely trying my luck. Her appearing would be the best outcome. But if she doesn't appear, we will immediately kill that old man of the dragon tribe. At that time, the restriction on us will dissolve, and we will achieve the same outcome by going to the 7-province continent. The other people did not comment further after Yu Qian explained. They had already experienced the difficulty that Zhu Qian brought them, so this time, they absolutely couldn't allow past events to happen again. Then we will depart for the dragon tribe now. Hong Fengling was silent for a moment before looking at the azure sky outside. This isn't our fault. If they must blame someone, it is the girl's fault for knowing Zhu Qian and growing so fast. Chapter 2134, Yun Luofeng has returned, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. At the same time, in the 7-province continent, as soon as Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao appeared, a sharp-eyed servant of the Jun family caught sight of them. Immediately, the servant frantically dashed inside to notify the Jun family. Suddenly, an uproar spread through the Jun estate. Under Jun Lingshan's lead, a group of people paraded out in a grandiose fashion. They saw the handsome couple standing under the sun from far away. The man was clothed in black, and his face was cold, only revealing an occasional gentle gaze when he looked at the woman next to him. He held a bundle of swaddling clothes in his arms, and the baby in the bundle frequently released a bright giggle. The baby's fair and delicate face was enveloped in an adorable smile, and his large, bright eyes were very clear. Yun Luofeng stood beside Yun Xiao, her white clothes drifting with the wind. She was beautiful like an immortal from a painting. There was also a loli around 4 or 5 years old holding her hand. This scene was like a family portrait, so perfect that people could not bear to destroy it. Feng, you are finally back. Grandfather Yun guffawed and swiftly walked toward his granddaughter. As soon as he saw the tiny baby in Yun Xiao's arms, his eyes brightened. This must be my great-grandson. Good child, let great-grandfather hold you. Xiao Nianfeng was unafraid of strangers. When he saw the old man's extended arms, he giggled and opened his arms, asking to be held. Bai Ling and Zhun Fengling also walked over hand in hand, leaving behind a resentful Yi Jingchen. His eyes were looking at Bai Ling, who had lured his wife away, the grievance in his heart beyond words. Ever since Bai Ling and Zhun Fengling met each other, these in-laws wished they had known each other earlier. As a daughter-in-law of a general's family, Bai Ling was naturally attracted by Zhun Fengling's handsome and valiant quality, so these two people already considered each other as sisters, and even Yi Jingchen had to stand on the sidelines. Feng, this little girl is? Bai Ling curiously asked as she looked at the loli held by Yun Luofeng. Yun Shutian frightfully hid behind Yun Luofeng, only exposing her timid eyes to watch the strangers in front of her with a skittish expression. Tiana, don't be afraid. This is my family. Yun Luofeng sensed Yun Shutian's fear and patted her tiny hands. She placatingly introduced, Mother, she is Yun Shutian, my adopted daughter. The girl looks very clever and adorable, quite charming, Zhun Fengling gently chuckled. Perhaps afraid she would scare the girl, her voice turned very gentle. Xiao Tiana, I am your grandmother. Good child, come to grandmother's side. Yun Shutian blinked and turned to look at Yun Luofeng, as though seeking her opinion. Only when she saw Yun Luofeng nod at her did she cautiously leave Yun Luofeng's side and walk toward Bai Ling and Zhun Fengling. Then, she sweetly called, Grandmother. So well behaved. Zhun Fengling was smiling so much her eyes had nearly disappeared. This call of, Grandmother, turned her body into jelly. Xiao Tiana, I'm your grandmother from your mother's side. Bai Ling also waved her hand at Yun Shutian. Quickly come over and let me take a look at you. Yun Shutian blinked again and obediently walked toward Bai Ling. Her voice was soft and sticky like a marshmallow and young and adorable. Grandmother. Oh my. Bai Ling was very joyful. This time, Yun Luofeng not only brought back a biological grandson for her but also adopted such a clever and adorable little girl. Little Yun, have you named the child yet? Zhun Lingshan also walked to the front of Yun Luofeng. His smile was brilliant, and his eyes were eclipsed by happiness. Chapter 2135, Yun Luofeng has returned, 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Nianfeng. As Yun Luofeng spoke her son's name, her eyes also softened. Her side landed on the baby in swaddling clothes, and a motherly light shone from her eyes. Yun Nianfeng. Zhun Lingshan burst out in loud laughter. It is a good name indeed. Yun Nianfeng, doesn't it symbolize Yun Xiao's longing for Yun Luofeng? TSK, this couple's relationship is seriously envious. Yun Luofeng turned to Yun Luo. Grandfather, while I was gone, did something happen in the 7-province continent? Yun Luo was startled. He glanced at Yun Luofeng before informing her of the recent events in the 7-province continent. When Yun Luofeng heard how the experts of the Strud God continent initiated a massacre in the 7-province continent, her eyes became icy and a murderous aura rushed out of her. However, when Grandfather Yun mentioned that Hong Luan had returned, her face first filled with shock and was quickly overrun with endless joy and excitement. Hong Luan really returned from the underworld. That's right, but Hong Luan had something to do and returned to the East Province first, so she's not here. At that moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in Yun Luofeng's heart. When she heard the news of Hong Luan's death that day, the fury in her heart was enough to burn through the entire world. She did not expect that Hong Luan had returned. Hong Luan's corpse is still with me and is also very well preserved. With this corpse, helping Hong Luan revive won't be a problem. However, Yun Luofeng turned to Zhun Lingshan. Grandfather Jun, please help me summon the Saintly Virgin tribe and Witchcraft tribe. The Spirit God continent has gone too far. I, Yun Luofeng, will not easily spare them. If Yun Qingya hadn't broken through demonic god level. If Hong Luan and Jun Fengling hadn't both returned, she did not dare to imagine what would have been waiting for her when she came to Spirit Province. Thankfully, she had previously informed Wu Yun to ask for help from the Dragon tribe if anything happened. This was the sole reason the Jun family did not have any casualties. Of course, the people who came to Spirit Province did not have any casualties, but other people on the continent met a tragic fate. All right. Jun Lingshan solemnly nodded. Now that Yun Luofeng had returned, it was time for them to launch their revenge against the Spirit God continent. Within a few days, the news of Yun Luofeng's return spread through the entire seven-province continent. The factions on amicable terms with Yun Luofeng all rushed over, planning to help them attack the Spirit God continent. When Hong Luan and Yun Luofeng saw each other once more, both of them wore a sad expression. In the end, it was Yun Luofeng who stepped forward and gently hugged Hong Luan. Welcome back. Hong Luan smiled, unwittingly seductive. I have been chasing your footsteps my whole life. How could I die before catching up to you? Yun Luofeng released the woman in her arms and smiled. Hong Luan, you weren't here when I was pregnant. Now that the child is born, how about you be his godmother? I would wish nothing more than that. Hong Luan embraced Yun Luofeng briefly. They met each other's eyes and smiled. Truthfully speaking. Yun Luofeng's gaze shifted, and she suddenly said, Nangong Yunyi is a decent person, why don't you consider him? My Nianfeng can't only have a godmother but not a godfather. Embarrassment flickered through Hong Luan's face. Then, a man's handsome face surfaced in her mind. She pursed her lips. It will depend on his performance. Chapter 2136, Yun Luofeng has returned, 7. Translator, Zen _ Editor, Rock. It was not that easy to become her husband. Yun Luofeng's smile reached his eyes. She spoke to a corner nearby. Nangong, did you hear? You have to perform well and strive to be Nianfeng's godfather soon. Hong Luan's face froze, and she followed Yun Luofeng's line of sight, catching sight of a handsome figure walking out of the corner. Instantly, she blushed. Luanair, I will prove myself. Nangong Yunyi's eyes shone brightly. And strive to be promoted to husband status soon. Hong Luan angrily kicked Nangong Yunyi's behind. What do you mean promoted to husband status? Don't you know how to speak? Nangong Yunyi was very aggrieved and rubbed his aching butt. He pitifully said, I spoke correctly. I want to be promoted to husband status soon so that I can become Nianfeng's godfather. Hong Luan harshly glared at Nangong Yunyi. Keep dreaming. After saying this, she turned around and walked forward. However, her hand could not resist touching her burning cheeks. Her footsteps were hasty, afraid her odd appearance would be discovered. It looks like your effort has some result. Yun Luofeng walked to Nangong Yunyi and clapped his shoulders. No matter what, I will support you. I also believe that you can bring happiness to Hong Luan, but... Suddenly, Yun Luofeng's tone turned serious. I will speak the ugly words now. Although you are my old friend for 2 lifetimes, if you dare to harm Hong Luan, I absolutely won't spare you. It has always been her bullying me. Since when have I ever bullied her? Nangong Yunyi curled his lips. Even if Hong Luan bullied him, he had always gladly accepted it. Yun Luofeng smiled. After this battle is over, sit down and discuss it. I believe Hong Luan isn't without feelings for you. Nangong Yunyi solemnly nodded. Thinking about the following fight, he asked, are you confident about this battle? No, but I must fight. Yun Luofeng lifted her chin. I absolutely can't allow someone to bully me on my doorstep and get away with it. Nangong Yunyi's mood was heavy. He was silent for a moment before looking at Yun Luofeng again. If you want to fight, then I will accompany you even if I lose my life. I'm sure Luanair feels the same as me. In this lifetime, he had only one lover and one friend. For these 2 people, he could wade through fire and ice without any hesitation. Yun Luofeng did not say anything else and clapped Nangong Yunyi's shoulders. Go find Hong Luan and bring her here tonight. I will help her revive completely. Nangong Yunyi did not say anything else and turned to chase after Hong Luan. It did not take long for him to see Hong Luan waiting for him not far away. Luanair, seeing the gorgeous woman in front of him, Nangong Yunyi was at a loss for words. In truth, after knowing you were Yun Luofeng's friend, I had already forgiven you. Hong Luan glanced at Nangong Yunyi before continuing. I believe in Yun Luofeng's judgment, so I naturally wouldn't doubt anyone by her side. Hong Luan completely trusted Yun Luofeng without any doubts. Even if Nangong Yunyi was just her friend, she understood that the events that day were merely a misunderstanding. Nangong Yunyi, you probably already know that since Yun Luofeng and I are friends, we have similar personalities. Hence, I absolutely can't permit my man to have other women. Can you accept this? Chapter 2137, Yun Luofeng has returned, 8. Translator, Zen _ Editor, Rock. Luanair, don't worry. I absolutely won't do anything that wrongs you, Nangong Yunyi hastily swore, assuming that Hong Luan did not believe him. Hong Luan smiled. Great. Since I obtained your guarantee, then I won't worry. As for whether I can accept you, I still need to get to know you better. Perhaps due to her experience when she was young, she had protected herself. It was merely because she was afraid of being hurt again that she had not accepted Nangong Yunyi for so long. Before being certain the other person would not hurt her, she would not allow herself to completely accept him. Joy entered Nangong Yunyi's eyes. You can get to know me however you want. Luanaire, since the moment I first saw you, I knew that you are the woman I want in my life. I am willing to follow you no matter how long it takes. As long as you don't give up, then I won't leave you. Hong Luan raised her eyebrows and glanced at Nangong Yunyi again before turning to walk out of the courtyard. Quickly, her figure disappeared from Nangong Yunyi's vision. Nangong Yunyi nearly jumped up from excitement, his expression ecstatic. He never would have imagined that Hong Luan would say that to him. Didn't that mean Hong Luan's heart has slowly accepted him? Luanaire, I will never disappoint you. I will prove myself well and strive to be promoted soon. Hong Luan's revival was very simple. Yun Luofeng had prepared all the medicinal herbs ahead of time and also placed her corpse inside the herbs. She could revive her straight away whenever Hong Luan showed up tonight. Of course, while helping Hong Luan revive, Yun Luofeng asked for news of her deceased father while she was at it. In truth, Hong Luan was very familiar with Yun Luofeng's family, so after entering the underworld, she also searched for Yun Yang's whereabouts. However, the entire underworld did not have any traces of him. After hearing this, Yun Luofeng's hand paused, and she helplessly sighed. Since Yun Yang wasn't in the underworld, it meant he had disappeared completely. Bai Ling certainly would not be able to handle this news, so Yun Luofeng ordered Hong Luan to make sure Bai Ling did not learn about it. Thankfully, Hong Luan knew about this, so when Bai Ling asked about it that day, she made an excuse that she did not pay attention. Hong Luan, it's almost done. A moment later, Yun Luofeng stood up. Stand up and move around. See if you can adjust to your own body. Hearing this, Hong Luan got out of the medicinal tub and rotated her shoulders. She stated with some discomfort, I got used to the floating feeling of a spirit. I am truly not too used to this body. As long as you move around more, you shouldn't have any problems. Yun Luofeng looked at Hong Luan and said with a smile, as long as it doesn't interfere with your strength, then it means this revival succeeded. After hearing that, Hong Luan closed her eyes and reopened them after sensing the formidable power inside of her, surprise flashing through her eyes. My current strength is actually the same as when I was using my spirit form. That's right. Yun Luofeng explained with a smile, I added a spirit herb inside the tub to let your spirit and body completely fuse. Your previous strength wouldn't disappear. Joy entered Hong Luan's heart. Her deepest fear was that the power she obtained after countless life and death experiences in the underworld would disappear after she revived. Seeing that her strength was still there, her heart was eased. Chapter 2138, Breaking Through Demonic God Level 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Feng Er. Yun Qingya's voice came from outside the door. There's someone from the Ancestral Dragon Tribe here saying they want to see you. Ancestral Dragon Tribe. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Okay, have them wait for me in the main hall. I will come in a moment. At this moment, inside the main hall, a young man wearing a cyan robe was anxiously pacing back and forth, his eyes filled with worry. Suddenly, he caught sight of Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao walking toward him under the moonlight, and a glint flickered through his eyes. Miss, you must be Miss Yun. Yun Luofeng's sight landed on the cyan-robed man. Did you rush here from the Spirit God continent for something? It's like this. The cyan-robed man's face was pale. Yu Chan and his cohort of old men invaded our ancestral dragon tribe and imprisoned our tribe leader. They're saying that unless Miss Yun goes to see him, they will kill our tribe leader. The members of the ancestral dragon tribe had always been honest, so they naturally would not use a lie to trick Yun Luofeng to go and spoke truthfully instead. As for Yun Luofeng's choice, that was her own decision. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao met each other's gaze but did not say anything. A while later, she turned back to the cyan-robed man, her expression darkening. I understand. Yu Qian is unable to come to the 7-province continent to deal with me, so he is using the ancestral dragon tribe to make me appear. However, even if he did not threaten me with the ancestral dragon tribe, I already planned to go to Spirit God continent and seek retribution from him. Her eyes slightly narrowed, a cold glint flashing through them. Return to the ancestral dragon tribe first. I will come after some preparations. Thank you, Miss Yun. The cyan-robed man's expression was brimming with gratefulness. He cupped his fists and walked toward the door. Ever since she met Yun Luofeng, Long Luo had been by her side. She was playing around with Little Bug inside God's code space, but she had heard the commotion outside, so she immediately appeared in front of Yun Luofeng. Her face was wrought with anxiousness, but she was interrupted by Yun Luofeng before she finished speaking. Don't worry, since the ancestral dragon tribe sent someone to the Jun estate to help, then I definitely won't sit back and do nothing. We will prepare tonight and depart tomorrow. Yun Luofeng comforted Long Luo and then proceeded to order everyone to gather at the Jun estate tomorrow morning. After finishing her orders, she retreated with Yun Xiao to rest. It was deep into the night. The room's door was pushed open by a small hand. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao were about to undress and go to sleep, but hearing this, Yun Luofeng instantly turned to look and saw a fair little girl walking toward her under the cool moonlight. Tian'er, what is it? Yun Luofeng got up from the bed and walked toward Yun Shutian. She bent over with a gentle expression, her palm rubbing Yun Shutian's head. Mother. Yun Shutian wrapped her arms around Yun Luofeng's neck, an innocent and brilliant smile on her face. Tian'er has something to give to Mother. Mother will definitely like it. After saying that, Yun Shutian stood on her tiptoes and lovingly pressed a kiss on Yun Luofeng's forehead. Boom. Yun Luofeng felt like her mind was pierced by a needle. A formidable power rushed into her mind, filling her body with strength. After sending this rush of power, Yun Luofeng hurriedly sat down with her legs crossed, and heavenly lightning appeared above her head at the same time. Chapter 2138, Breaking Through Demonic God Level 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Feng-er. Yun Qingya's voice came from outside the door. There's someone from the Ancestral Dragon Tribe here saying they want to see you. Ancestral Dragon Tribe. Yun Luofeng. 2139, Breaking Through Demonic God Level 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Boom boom boom. Loud thunder rumbled in the sky, but Yun Luofeng had released Yun Yi as she sat down. Yun Yi leaped up and charged above Yun Luofeng's head, blocking the lightning shooting down. The heavenly lightning this time was fiercer than it ever was when other people were breaking through. This was also the first time everyone saw Yun Luofeng break through. Yun Yi leaped up and charged above Yun Luofeng's head, blocking the lightning shooting down. The heavenly lightning this time was fiercer than it ever was when other people were breaking through. This was also the first time everyone saw Yun Luofeng break through. It would not be exaggerating to describe it as the end of the world. The tribulation lightning lasted an entire night before finally receding. The next day, when Yun Luofeng opened her eyes, she could feel the infinite amount of strength inside of her and could not resist standing up to stretch. Then, she asked, Tian'er, how much more of this power do you have? Yun Shutian blinked and shook her head. No more. Tian'er gave it all to Mother. Mother, can you bring Tian'er with you to fight? Tian'er can definitely help Mother. Yun Xiao had reached Yun Luofeng's side at this point, and after hearing Yun Shutian's words, they exchanged a look. Mother. Afraid that Yun Luofeng would deny her, Yun Shutian hurriedly held her mother's hand and pitifully said, although Tian'er can't remember anything, Tian'er won't be a burden to Mother. Yun Luofeng thought about it for a moment. She originally wanted to deny Yun Shutian's request, but she remembered that it was Zhu Qian who left Yun Shutian for her, so she must not be simple. Hence, she nodded. Okay. Then we will depart together. Yun Shutian smiled. Her smile was more brilliant than the sun. She darted into Yun Luofeng's arms and tightly embraced her waist. Mother, Tian'er likes you the most. Under the morning sun, Yun Shutian's cheeks were rosy and her bright eyes were like the stars in the night sky, shining dazzlingly. Yun Luofeng looked down at the petite and adorable little girl in her arms, and a smile spread across her face as well. If she was able to predict the following events, perhaps she would regret bringing this girl to Spirit God Continent. Unfortunately, the current Yun Luofeng did not know anything. Spirit God Continent, Ancestral Dragon Tribe. Under the dragon altar, all the members of the Ancestral Dragon Tribe were tied to pillars, and they were all furiously looking at the human invaders. Yu Qian and his 3 cohorts stood at the front of the humans, and they haughtily looked down on the group of furious dragons, a sneer turning up on their lips. You better pray that woman Yun Luofeng will hurry and come here. Otherwise, your Ancestral Dragon Tribe will be completely wiped out. Yu Qian aloofly smiled. His white clothes drifting in a mortal appearance was detestable no matter how they looked at it. Long Yan's roar was full of rage. Yu Qian, Fang Yongqing, Hong Fengling, Wei Xiang, if you dare to totally annihilate the Ancestral Dragon Tribe, then even if I, Long Yan, became a ghost, I won't spare you. Be a ghost. Ha ha ha. Fang Yongqing chuckled. That implies you have the chance to be a ghost. We prepared the soul flame already. After you experience this flame, your souls will disperse, and you will never be reincarnated. The last part of his words was spoken through gritted teeth, and his eyes also turned sharper as he coldly stared at the ancestral dragons tied to pillars. Fear flashed through Long Yan's eyes, but he did not reveal it on his face. His hands beside him clenched, and his body started trembling, terribly angered. I will give Yun Luofeng one more day. If she doesn't come today, then I will kill a tribesman of the ancestral dragon tribe. Chapter 2140, Breaking Through Demonic God Level 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Long Yan's fury rushed out, but alas, the difference in their strength was too great, so the dragon tribe was at a disadvantage. Yu Qian, our dragon tribe had already left human land ages ago and were forced to this corner, why can't you leave us alone? Long Yan's emotions were very heavy and contained an irrepressible pain. These DMN humans were truly too tyrannical. You only have yourselves to blame for helping Yun Luofeng. That is the cause of your fate today. You did it to yourself. A faint smile curled up on Yu Qian's mouth. His features were completely calm, and his tone aloof, as though he was speaking about something trivial. Long Yan decisively closed his eyes, unwilling to waste any more words with them. Besides him, the other tribesmen of the dragon tribe all had a frightened expression, their eyes brimming with panic. Time raced past. Soon, it was the end of allotted time given by Yu Qian. Seeing that Yun Luofeng still had not appeared, his eyes swept across the group and landed on a young, underage dragon. Bring that child to me. That young dragon was a little boy. In human age, he would be about 3 or 4 years old, an age where he was still fumbling through life. Seeing those humans walk toward him, the little boy burst into tears and loudly cried, "Mother, save me. Save me." Although he was still young, he knew why these people were taking him. His arms instantly frantically flailed around, and tears drenched his entire face. "No." The woman tied next to the little boy shouted with panic. She started heartbreakingly crying, "Don't touch my child. Kill me if you must, don't kill my child. I beg you. My child is still small, spare him." However, those humans were absolutely unmoved when faced with the little boy's tears and the mother's pleading. It was as though this little boy was no different from livestock awaiting slaughter. In the end, the little boy was carried to Yu Chan. His large eyes were full of fear, and his tiny body was shuddering. "Boy, you are about to die." Fang Yongqing stepped up and picked the boy up by his lapels and dragged him toward him. "However, remember, the one who caused your death isn't me. It's Yun Luofeng." Swish. After saying that, Fang Yongqing drew out his long sword. A bitingly cold light shone from the blade and reflected the little boy's panic-stricken face, making it icier and more heartless. "Enough." Long Yan's eyes shot open, a cold light erupting from them. "I am second only to the tribe leader in the ancestral dragon tribe. If you want to kill someone, then killing me would be better. Don't touch the children of our dragon tribe." "Kill you," Fang Yongqing snorted and derisively said, "Don't worry, you will die eventually. However, you aren't scared in the face of death. I don't like slaughter without fear. In contrast, I really like this little guy's expression." He carefully observed the terror on the little boy's face, and the smile on his lips deepened. Currently, because of the intense fear in his heart, the little boy was unable to cry vocally. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the devil, Fang Yongqing, in front of him. Long Yan trembled, but helplessly shut his eyes in the end, not having the guts to watch this cruel scene. However, the hatred in his heart intensified, as though there were roaring flames igniting his heart. Chapter 2141, Yun Luofeng has come in time, 1+2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. If Yun Luofeng has not shown up in front of my eyes when I count 3, then I swear I will let the ground be dyed red by the blood of this little kid of your ancestral dragon tribe. Fang Yongqing raised the long sword in his hand. His face was extremely cold and his ferocious eyes fell on the ghastly pale face of the little kid in front of him. He did not feel any sympathy in his heart for this little boy. 1. Quote. 2. Quote. 3. He counted very slowly, but his voice was hitting heavily like a big hammer. The kid's mother cried even more bitterly. She tried to free herself from the ropes tied to her body, and the despair in her eyes would break the heart of anyone who saw it. Yu Chan cast a cold glance at them and said indifferently, "Don't wait any longer. Just kill him." They were just ancestral dragons. For human beings, what was the difference between a dragon and a beast? Fang Yongqing no longer felt like wasting time on these ancestral dragons, so he slowly raised his hand up in the air, and then the long sword in his hand suddenly chopped down at the head of the little boy. The little boy was so scared that he even forgot to cry. His innocent eyes were glazed and he stared blankly at the long sword that was going to hit him. At this moment, the whole world went quiet. His mother couldn't imagine what was going to happen in the next minute and immediately passed out on the ground with a thud. The other kinsmen had no heart to keep looking at it and could not help but close their eyes at such a cruel scene, with their bodies shaking violently. They were trembling all over not because they were scared, but because their hearts were full of anger and hatred toward these human beings. As long as they were given a chance, they swore they would torture these human beings who invaded the ancestral dragon tribe as cruelly as they could and make them die in misery. Dang! All of a sudden, the long sword held in the hand of Fang Yongqing seemed to be hit hard by a powerful force and stopped in midair. Just at that moment, a figure in a long black robe suddenly flashed across the sky, and with a boom, this figure rushed towards Fang Yongqing. Facing this sudden attack, Fang Yongqing slightly narrowed his grim eyes. Instead of backing up, he stepped forward, and then, he raised the corners of his lips and gave a grim smile. Boom! A powerful force was released from their bodies. At this time, a gale suddenly sprang up and the lower hem of this man's black robe was wildly fluttering in the wind. The man in the black robe was standing still in the gale, and his face looked even colder. At the same time, the little boy who had been in the fatal crisis was dragged away by an arm and fell into a warm embrace. The joy of surviving made the little boy gasp for a second, and then he burst into tears, crying out loud, leaving the white-clad woman's arms and running to his mother who was still tied to the post. Hearing her son's joyful cry, the kid's mother slowly woke up. She could not help crying out when she saw her boy was standing in front of her, eyes safe and sound. "Here you are at last." Yu Chan stared at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao who was standing in front of him, and a look of arrogance and contempt flashed through his old face. "I thought that you would not dare to come to the ancestral dragon tribe out of fear. But, to my surprise, you actually came here." Quote. When Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao showed up, led by Hong Luan and Yun Qingye, the other strong masters of the continent of 7 provinces had also come here. They didn't pay any attention to Yu Chan and his men, but hurriedly rescued the ancestral dragons that were still bound. "Uncle Long Yan." Long Luo ran forward for 2 steps, and her big bright eyes were filled with tears. "Do you know where my dad is?" "Miss, you should not have come back." Long Yan looked at her and sighed, "Though your dad is not here right now, his life is not in danger. You don't have to worry about him." Even though Yun Luofeng had a strong power, so what? They would not be able to resist Yu Chan and his men even if they were added together. They were simply courting death, coming back to the ancestral dragon tribe. "Elder Long Yan, please reserve your energy and don't talk too much. I'll have someone find a way to save you," Long Luo said softly, and her eyes were filled with tears. The rope that was used to tie up these ancestral dragons was made from a kind of special material. This kind of rope could restrain the strength of the members of the ancestral dragon tribe. Once they were bound up with this kind of rope, they could never be able to free themselves from it. Yun Luofeng has come in time, too. So, even though Long Yan was the second most powerful person of the ancestral dragon tribe, he also couldn't touch this rope, and only these human beings were able to release them from the ropes. After a short while, all the members of the ancestral dragon tribe were untied from the ropes. With her back to this group of people, Yun Luofeng said flatly, Long Luo, take the members of the ancestral dragon tribe to save your leader, and we will deal with these people. After saying these words, she slowly stepped forward and turned her eyes to Yu Chan. She raised the corners of her lips and gave a wicked smile, which looked so cold. Yu Chan, I came to you today to settle the score with you. You sent your men to the continent of 7 provinces and killed so many people, but did you ever consider that there would be retribution for what you have done? Ha ha, Yu Chan gave a nonchalant laugh, retribution. In this world, I, Yu Chan, am the god. Anyone who dares to disobey my orders will have retribution. Yu Chan, I want to have a duel with you. What do you think? Yun Luofeng no longer felt like wasting time on Yu Chan, so she said solemnly. Okay, I accept your challenge. Yun Xiao slightly nodded and turned his ruthless eyes to the other 4 people present. Swish. As soon as he nodded, Yun Luofeng had already summoned the dragon scale armor. The dragon scale armor immediately wrapped her body and glowed dazzlingly in the bright sunlight. I have to tell you that you really think too highly of yourself. Yu Chan sneered and he immediately rushed to Yun Luofeng's face. He punched hard at Yun Luofeng's body, creating a strong wind. Yun Luofeng moved her body and narrowly dodged his attack, but almost at the same time, Yu Chan launched another attack at her. Fang Yongqing exchanged a glance with the 2 other old men and was also rushing towards Yun Luofeng. However, as soon as the 3 of them made moves, Yun Xiao stopped them. At this moment, the sky turned dark and gloomy. A gale sprang up, clouds scudded, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Yun Xiao. When Yun Luofeng saw that Yun Xiao was facing 3 strong men alone, his face immediately turned pale. When she was trying to speak something, she was interrupted by Yu Chan's attack. The 3 of them were the rulers of the continent, which proved their strength was way greater than the Ling family and the rest of people. Yun Luofeng had to fight Yu Chan in front of her with all her strength, so she could not spare any attention on Yun Xiao. They will get the upper hand over Yun Xiao if things keep going like this. Although Yun Xiao is very powerful, the opposite party is stronger than him. Besides, he had to fight the 3 of them alone. Yun Luofeng's mind was filled with wild thoughts and she felt heavy-hearted. Just when she was distracted, Yu Chan's fist hit Yun Luofeng with a thud, which made her back up for a few steps, and blood suddenly welled up in her throat. The 4 old men also brought a lot of strong masters with them, and these people had begun to fight the people of the continent of 7 provinces just now. In an instant, the atmosphere around the altar of the ancestral dragon tribe was charged with tension. Yun Luofeng looked at Yun Xiao from the corner of her eye. Even though Yun Xiao did not change his expression, she could still see that he was struggling to cope with the 3 people at the same time. Girl, how can you allow yourself to be distracted when you are fighting me? Yu Chan gave a mocking smile. His body suddenly flashed and appeared behind Yun Luofeng. He waved his hand and struck at Yun Luofeng. His fierce attack carried an irresistible force. Yun Luofeng quickly turned around and rushed towards Yu Chan when Yu Chan's palm was going to hit her body, as if she had eyes in the back of her head. Boom. The powerful force struck her chest hard, but her feet were firmly rooted on the ground, and she did not take another step back. Feng Yun Qingye fixed his eyes on Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. When he found that the situation was not quite favorable for them, he was very worried about her and then he said anxiously, let me help you. Chapter 2142, Yun Luofeng has come in time, 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. No. Yun Luofeng wiped the blood on the lower corner of her mouth and gave a smile. I have met many enemies over the years, but I have never failed. And this time will be no exception. She raised her resolute eyes, her white robe was fluttering in the breeze, and she looked as beautiful as a picture. Mom. Quote. Yun Shutian stood nearby and clenched her little fists. Her big bright eyes were filled with worry, and she looked at Yun Luofeng without blinking. Soon, Yun Luofeng and Yu Chan were fighting in the air again. The crowd could only see the collision of light and shadow in the sky, but couldn't catch their trace. Stop it. Suddenly, an angry voice came from nearby and made the people in the sky stop. Especially Yu Chan and his men. Their eyes were obviously filled with impatience. Supported by Long Luo, the old man slowly walked over. He seemed to be badly hurt and his old face was pale, but his steps were firm. How dare the 4 of you come to provoke our ancestral dragon tribe? And how dare you kill people on my territory? Yu Chan gave a contemptuous smile. I didn't kill you, because I wanted to lure Yun Luofeng to come here with you. Since she has come, we don't need you anymore. You can rest assured that after killing Yun Luofeng and these people, I'll send the whole ancestral dragon tribe to accompany them in the grave. Turning blue in anger, the leader angrily flicked his sleeves. When he saw Little Bug standing in the crowd, he wanted to say something, but he hesitated and didn't say anything. Miss Yun, I'm sorry to involve you in, but I won't let them get away with it. Even if I fight these people to death, I won't back down. His eyes turned to the people in the sky, and his old face was resolute. No, Yun Luofeng shook her head. These people held you hostage to coerce me to appear, so as a matter of fact, I was the one who involved you in this. Indeed, if it weren't for her. Perhaps Yu Chan wouldn't attack the ancestral dragon tribe. That was why she hurried here. Tut. Wei Xiang gave a contemptuous laugh. Don't waste our time. Everyone here must die today. Boom. He released a powerful aura, which almost suffocated those people whose strength was relatively weaker. Humph. The leader flicked his sleeves. As his figure flashed, he flew into the sky, his hands clasped behind his back and his face cold. Master Yunxiu, I'm surprised by your strength. May I deal with these 3 people together with you? Yunxiu was more powerful than when he first saw him on the Strix God continent. Although he was still at the Monic God level, there were great gaps among Monic God level Strix cultivators. However, even so, what Yunxiu was facing was not 1 ruler, but 3. If the 2 of them joined forces, perhaps there was a slim chance of winning. Even if you join hands, so what? Wei Xiang gave a disdainful sneer. Obviously, he didn't take the leader of the ancestral dragon tribe seriously. All 3 of them immediately stepped forward and surrounded them from 3 directions. Yun Qingye was relieved to see the leader of the ancestral dragon tribe join him, and concentrated on fighting the enemies in front of him. The other members of the ancestral dragon tribe also joined in the fight. As a result, the strong masters of the Strix God continent, who previously had the upper hand just now, gradually fell into a disadvantageous position.
Where the people are, I wanna be where the people are. I wanna see. You can play your abilities to the test with a comprehensive vocal record range.
Chapter 2143, Death of Yu Chan. 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Smoke rose from the sky. Yun Luofeng withdrew her gaze from Yun Xiu. Facing Yu Chan's sudden attack, she moved sideways, dodged the attack and immediately made a detour behind him. But before she summoned her long sword, Yu Chan had already reacted and raised his weapon to resist her. Hearing a thunk, Yun Luofeng felt her palm go numb. She suppressed a numb feeling and kept a straight face. On the ground, Yun Shutian's fists were clenched more and more tightly, and the worry in her eyes grew more and more intense. She bit her lips tightly and her pink face looked so cute. Mom, quote. With her eyes fixed on Yun Luofeng, she almost burst into tears and looked more and more anxious. Brother asked Chan, to protect Mom. Quote. But what can Tian do to help Mom? Of course, Yun Luofeng, who was fighting Yu Chan, didn't notice the emotions of Yun Shutian. Since the leader joined the battle, she concentrated on the battle with Yu Chan. The effect of the dragon scale armor is going to expire, so I can't wait anymore. Yun Luofeng's eyes gradually darkened. She tightly held the long sword and gently closed her eyes. After a long time, she suddenly opened her eyes and turned her eyes to Yun Xiu. At that moment, Yun Xiu also turned to look at her. As soon as their eyes met, Yun Xiu understood her meaning and nodded at her. Seeing this, Yun Luofeng looked away and smiled. Then her figure flashed, and she rushed to Yu Chan. Without any defense, she put all her strength on the long sword in her hand. Stupid! Yu Chan smiled contemptuously and rushed towards Yun Luofeng. Boom! The 2 swords collided in the air and flames burst out. When Yu Chan was going to laugh out loud, he didn't notice that a cold figure behind him suddenly jumped up and hit him hard on the head with his palm. Boom! Yu Chan shuddered. His 7 orifices were bleeding and his eyes were wide open with surprise and disbelief. Fang Yongqing and the other 2 men were also stunned. They were trying to kill the leader of the ancestral dragon tribe and didn't notice Yun Xiu rushing toward Yu Chan. When they finally noticed that, it was already too late. Before they could shout out, Yu Chan had fallen from the sky and hit the ground head down, leaving a deep pit on the ground. The first one was solved, Yun Luofeng said, wiping blood from her lower lip and smiling. Now there are only the last 3 left. Boom! 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 All of a sudden, the ground moved beneath her feet. She looked down only to find that the ground was splitting as fast as it could. What's the matter? She asked coldly, frowning. The leader was the first to react. The core of the Strix God continent is made up of the 5 of us, and if any of us perishes, the Strix God continent won't be able to exist. So, from now on, the Strix God continent will no longer exist. Quote. As the leader said this, the ground cracked faster and faster, and even the sky cracked. Fang Yongqing and the other people had no desire to continue fighting. They looked grave and their eyes were filled with killing intent when they looked at Yun Luofeng. Chapter 2144, Death of Yu Chan. 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Mom. Yun Shutian's scared voice came from below. Hearing it, Yun Luofeng immediately rushed down and held Yun Shutian in her arms. She could feel the little girl in her arms trembling, so she tried to soothe her. It's all right. Tian, Mom is here. Don't be afraid. Yun Shutian seemed to be soothed by Yun Luofeng. She curled up in the woman's arms and put her head against her chest. Yun Xiu also stepped down from the sky and embraced Yun Luofeng. His cool eyes were full of tenderness, but this tenderness only appeared when he saw Yun Luofeng. Fang, let's go home. Quote. When he said this, Yun Luofeng clearly heard the sound of space collapse as if it were the end of the world. It took a long time for them to fall from the sky. The disappearance of the Strix God continent didn't mean that the people in it would be wiped out, but everything within the Strix God continent, including the houses and the earth, had disappeared. After a long time, her eyes were finally adapted to the dazzling sunshine. She slowly opened her eyes and released the girl she kept firmly in her arms. Tian, it's okay. Yun Shutian shivered. Her body was firmly attached to Yun Luofeng, and she looked around carefully. Mom, where is this? Yun Luofeng looked down at Yun Shutian and said with a mild voice, this is the continent of 7 provinces. At that moment, the others finally realized what had happened. The ancestral dragon tribe and the men that the rulers brought about were fine with the change, while the residents of the Strix God continent didn't know what happened and looked frightened. So, the whole city was filled with their howling sounds. Cheng Muyin. Suddenly, a shocked voice came from the front, attracting the attention of Cheng Muyin. Cheng Wuyan, who was standing next to Yun Qingye and others, turned his head only to see a familiar figure, and then he gave a cold smile. What a coincidence. One couldn't avoid one's enemy. Cheng Wuyan didn't expect he would see Cheng Gaya here. It seemed she was not far away from the ancestral dragon tribe, or else she wouldn't happen to fall to the same place with them. A grim gleam flashed through Cheng Joa's eyes and she said arrogantly, Cheng Wuyan, you little beastard, why are you here? Yun Luofeng had recognized Cheng Gaya as soon as she saw her, but... She looked at Cheng Wuyan doubtfully and raised her eyebrows. Didn't I ask you to go back and settle accounts with the Cheng family? Why is this woman here? Well, Cheng Wuyan scratched his head. I went to the Cheng family only to find that the Cheng family was empty and no one was there. I have been looking for them all those days, but before I could find them, I happened to find someone attacking the continent of 7 provinces. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows, looked at Cheng Gaya and then turned her eyes to Fang Yongqing and the others who looked angry, but she didn't speak. She was not going to interfere in Cheng Wuyan's affairs. Besides, the most important thing for her now was to deal with the 3 old men. Maybe shocked by Yu Chan's death, these old men didn't move but just glared fiercely at Yun Luofeng. Chapter 2145, Crisis 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Long Luo. Cheng Gaya was going to continue to curse Cheng Wuyan only to find Long Luo standing next to the leader, and her eyes immediately widened. She didn't know the ancestral dragon tribe people were here, so she snorted fearlessly, You BTCH, how dare you still show up in front of my eyes. You were lucky to escape from the Cheng family that day, but now you won't be able to escape from me again. I'd like to see who will be able to protect you. The experience in the Cheng family was a lifelong nightmare for Long Luo. Now, seeing Cheng Gaya, she felt a fear in her heart and quickly hid behind the tribe leader. The tribe leader frowned and guessed the woman's identity from the dialogue between Cheng Gaya and Cheng Wuyan. In that instant, his eyes were filled with anger and his eyes were filled with murderous desire. A grim gleam flickered across Cheng Joa's eyes. She turned her eyes to the old man standing beside Long Luo and gave a contemptuous smile. So the person who took away Long Luo that day was you. You're so old. How can you be interested in a little girl? But I advise you to return Long Luo to me, or else you will offend our Cheng family. The leader looked angrier and he clenched his hands tightly. Sensing the fear in Long Luo's heart, he raised his hand to rub Long Luo's small head and turned his furious eyes to Cheng Gaya again. Seeing the old man ignore her words, Cheng Gaya scowled, Can't you hear me? This girl is my slave, and you have no right to take her away. Oh. The leader finally spoke. His old voice was authoritative and his eyes were cold. I wonder when my daughter became your slave. Daughter. Cheng Gaya froze. This old man was Long Luo's father, so he was also a dragon. But soon, Cheng Gaya calmed down and said, Even though you're Long Luo's father, so what? I'll take her away anyway. Humph. The leader snorted, and a powerful aura, carrying a great pressure, was emanated from his body. You want to make the heiress of our ancestral dragon tribe your slave? I'm afraid you're not worthy of it. The heiress of the ancestral dragon tribe. Hearing the leader's words, Cheng Gaya, who looked contemptuous, quivered and widened her eyes. You said she was the heiress of the ancestral dragon tribe. No, that's impossible. I asked Long Luo, and she said she was just an ordinary dragon. Cheng Gaya knew the heiress of the ancestral dragon tribe was missing, and she met Long Luo just at that time, so she asked about Long Luo's identity when she met her. But Long Luo denied she was the heiress of the ancestral dragon tribe. Hearing this, Long Luo walked out from behind the leader. She bit her lips. At that time, I thought my dad was going to marry me to an asterisk S-hole, so I didn't dare to tell you about my identity. I was afraid of being sent back to the ancestral dragon tribe. Quote. Hearing Long Luo's words, Cheng Gaya shivered and her arrogant air was soon gone. Her face turned pale. You lied to me. How could you lie to me? If she had known about Long Luo's real identity, she would never have done such a thing. Long Luo looked sad. How can you say I lied to you? I was so stupid that I thought you would be grateful because I saved you, but I didn't expect you would lock me up and force me to vomit essence blood. If I hadn't met Miss Yoon, maybe I would have been tortured to death by you. Chapter 2146, Crisis 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Her kindness was rewarded with evil. After all, Long Luo saved Cheng Gaya, but she almost tortured her to death. Cheng Gaya closed her eyes for a long time before she opened them and looked straight at Long Luo. For we humans, you strid beasts are born to serve us, aren't you? How can you ancestral dragons hide your essence blood instead of devoting it to us? You will be punished for such selfish behavior. Anyway, the ancestral dragon tribe wouldn't let her go, so she just said out loud what was in her mind and her eyes were full of resentment. It was if Long Luo, who saved her life and was imprisoned by her, owed her a debt. Humph. The leader turned green in anger. We ancestral dragons have our own lives. Why should we serve you? What makes you think you can enslave us? Long Yan, kill her, and then we'll solve Fang Yongqing and his men. Cheng Gaya stiffened and clenched her teeth. Even if you kill me, you will also die miserably. At the end, she screamed and her eyes were bloodshot. As Long Yan's figure flashed, he reached the front of Cheng Gaya. With a thud, he punched Cheng Gaya hard, and she was immediately killed when his hand went through her chest. From beginning to end, Cheng Wuyan didn't say a word. Although he wanted to kill Cheng Gaya himself, he didn't expect that Cheng Gaya was so unlucky as to bump into the hands of the ancestral dragon tribe. So he didn't make a move but calmly looked at Cheng Gaya, who was lying in a pool of blood. It just serves you right. Cheng Wuyan looked away and didn't look at Cheng Gaya again. Meanwhile, all members of the ancestral dragon tribe turned their eyes to Fang Yongqing and the other 2 men. Ha ha, Fang Yongqing sneered. In fact, that girl's words were not wrong. spirit beasts are born to serve human beings. But you ancestral dragons are too stubborn. If you had surrendered to humans earlier, perhaps a lot of things wouldn't have happened. The leader clenched his fists and gave a sarcastic smile. Our ancestral dragon tribe will never surrender to anyone, especially you. In fact, many years ago, Fang Yongqing and others had tried to force the ancestral dragon tribe to surrender to them, but the old man was as stubborn as a donkey, so they failed. Miss Yoon, Master Xiao, let's go up together and kill them. The leader of the ancestral dragon tribe relaxed his clenched fists and his face was cold. He subconsciously walked up to Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao and stood shoulder to shoulder with them. The two sides were on the verge of a battle. Suddenly, with a boom, the ground trembled. It trembled greatly as if something was going to break through. Mom, Yun Shutian hurriedly grasped Yun Luofeng's hand. Tian, is afraid. Boom. 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 The sounds like an earthquake suddenly resounded across the whole continent and made everyone panic. Yun Luofeng frowned, while Yun Xiao still looked calm. He put an arm around her shoulder and held her in his arms. Be careful, I feel something's coming. His voice was low and solemn. Chapter 2147, Crisis 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Boom. At that moment, the whole ground cracked open, and a huge double-winged fiery dragon rushed out of the ground. Huge flames swept across the sky, covering the whole sky with a layer of fire. Roar. As the double-winged fiery dragon roared, the whole sky was torn apart in an instant. Its eyes were ferocious, and it fiercely glared at the crowd below. Double-winged fiery dragon. The leader's face suddenly changed, and his eyes were full of horror. Why did this ancient creature appear here? At this moment, the double-winged fiery dragon was hovering in the sky. His voice was very sad, as if he was calling for his companions. Yun Luofeng pondered for a while. When I came to the continent of 7 provinces, I heard that there were ancient fierce beasts suppressed under the provinces. If I'm not wrong, the ancient fierce beasts refer to the double-winged fiery dragons. The double-winged fiery dragons that existed in ancient times were very powerful. The strength of a double-winged fiery dragon was even comparable to that of the 9-winged heavenly dragon that Yun Luofeng encountered before. Besides, there were 6 other double-winged fiery dragons under the continent of 7 provinces. Not to mention the other people, even Yun Luofeng's face darkened. I don't understand why the double-winged fiery dragon suddenly came back to life and broke out of the restraints. I guess the collapse of the Spirit God continent led to the influx of a lot of spirit energy which resurrected the double-winged fiery dragons. As the leader said this, his lips trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with terror. Although the ancestral dragons were long-lived, they couldn't be compared with ancient fierce beasts, nor could they resist them. A double-winged fiery dragon can run across an entire province in an instant. If this double-winged fiery dragon appeared, it means that the other double-winged fiery dragons have also resurrected. Yun Luofeng looked at Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao, I have no confidence in this battle, but I have to fight. Yun Xiao gently held Yun Luofeng's hand and said resolutely, I'm with you. No matter if he was alive or dead. Roar. The howling of the double-winged fiery dragon grew louder and louder. In a moment, they felt scorching heat from all sides, which was as hot as the sun and seemed to be able to scorch them into dust. Be careful. Yun Xiao suddenly pulled Yun Luofeng and Yun Shutian aside. The next minute, a flash of flame fell from the sky and landed on the ground where they were just standing. A deep, bottomless pit appeared in the ground. Yun Xiao held Yun Luofeng tightly. At this moment, Yun Luofeng felt his back was covered with sweat. His clothes were soaked with sweat and clung to his back. Ah! A heart-wrenching sound came, and when the crowd turned their heads, they found Fang Yongqing covering his eyes with his hands. My eyes, my eyes. Fang Yongqing. Astonished, Wei Xiang and the other man quickly walked up to Fang Yongqing. However, faced with the double-winged fiery dragons, they couldn't do anything. Boo-hoo. Some cowardly people immediately cried out and cowered aside in fear, staring in horror at the double-winged fiery dragons in the sky. At that moment, burned with golden flames, the sky was as red as blood. Roar. The double-winged fiery dragons in the sky finally took action. Flames rose from their mouth and they rushed towards the ground with a crash. Chapter 2148, Crisis 4. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Everyone looked up at the firelight that lightened their faces and exposed the despair on their faces. Swoosh. A white light suddenly rose but was swallowed up in the flames. At that moment, as if time stopped, the whole ground was quiet. The double-winged dragons looked at the empty ground, and then at Fang Yongqing and the other two who were lying on the ground, and their eyes were filled with confusion as if they were wondering where those humans went. In an illusory matrix. The sky was blue, the waters were green and the environment was beautiful. The tribe leader and the others were all dumbfounded and wondered what had happened. At first, they thought they would die, but suddenly they were in another space. This was just unimaginable. Finally recovering from the shock, the tribe leader looked at Yun Luofeng with surprise. Miss Yun, where are we? Just now. This is a matrix, similar to the Spirit God continent. Yun Luofeng's eyes darkened. You'll be safe here. I'm going out to fight those double-winged fiery dragons. Miss Yun, the double-winged fiery dragons are more powerful than you think. If you're going out to fight then, you will probably lose. The leader shook his head helplessly and sighed. Yun Luofeng smiled and said, I have to do it. My family is on this continent. I should thank that double-winged fiery dragon that called the other double-winged fiery dragons here. Otherwise, I would worry about my family. However, although the double-winged fiery dragon is still here, if I don't show up, he will leave sooner or later. At that time, my family will be in danger. Therefore, I have to go out and fight. This was all she could do. If she was killed, the illusory matrix would disappear automatically, and the people in it would still be safe. Mom, Tian'er is going with you. Yun Shutian grabbed Yun Luofeng's hand. She was scared, but forced herself to calm down and looked at Yun Luofeng with her big glistening eyes. No. This time, Yun Luofeng refused her without even thinking. Mom, Tian'er will be good and obedient. Yun Shutian was afraid that if she let go of Mom, she would never see her again. As Yun Luofeng tried to say something, Yun Xiao's voice rang at the side, take her with you. Hearing his words, Yun Luofeng paused, but since Yun Xiao said so, there must be a reason for it. Besides, she believed Yun Xiao. So, instead of refusing, she nodded, if there's any danger, I'll throw you into the matrix. That was her bottom line. Yun Shutian gave an innocent smile. Her pink face was very cute, and her big eyes were bright and touching. After saying this, Yun Luofeng gave an order in her mind and then appeared on the ground again with Yun Xiao and Yun Shutian. At the moment, the scorched ground smelled of burnt things. All the trees were destroyed, and even the bodies of Fang Yongqing and the other two men were almost burnt to ashes. Fang Yongqing and the other two men were her enemies, so she didn't save them just now. Now they had already lost their lives under the attack of the double-winged fiery dragons. Roar. The double-winged fiery dragons that were going to leave stopped when they saw Yun Luofeng and the others. They growled and their slightly raised eyes were shining with arrogance and bloodlust. Chapter 2149, Use of Yun Shutian. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. And then, one of the double-winged fiery dragons swooped down on Yun Luofeng and the others. As ancient fierce beasts, double-winged fiery dragons were very proud, so they were above besieging these ant-like humans. Therefore, only one double-winged fiery dragon rushed towards them and the rest were just waiting in the sky. Seeing this, Yun Luofeng was relieved. If all the double-winged fiery dragons came together, she and Yun Xiao would not be able to cope with them. However, even a single double-winged fiery dragon was powerful enough. It had a hot flame that would diminish the enemy's combat power. Yun Xiao, we can't afford to go on like this. There are 7 double-winged fiery dragons here. I'm afraid we can't last long with our strength. Yun Luofeng fought side by side with Yun Xiao. As for Yun Shutian, she stayed far away to watch the battle. As Yun Luofeng was thinking about her strategy, she suddenly found a figure in the sky not far away. It was a man like a relegated immortal who was picturesquely beautiful. Standing not far away, he quietly watched Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao fighting against the double-winged fiery dragon. Zhu Qian. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. Why was he here? It seems that you have found what I left you at that time, said Fang Jin, giving a faint smile. His eyes turned from the horrified Yun Shutian to Yun Luofeng, but why don't you use it? As long as you use it, these double-winged fiery dragons will be no problem for you. Yun Luofeng was resisting the double-winged fiery dragon with difficulty. When she heard Zhu Qian's words, she frowned. Your memory has been restored. And what do you mean by, what you left me? The death of Mo Chancheng restored my memory, Fang Jin smiled faintly, but I don't want to be Zhu Qian. I am just Fang Jin. As for what I left you, I think you know the answer. Fang Jin turned his eyes to Yun Shutian again. Looking at the girl's pale face, he said, she is what I left you. Though Yun Luofeng had guessed this, when she heard Fang Jin's words, her heart suddenly sank. She didn't think it was a good thing for Fang Jin to mention Yun Shutian now. Be careful. Seeing Yun Luofeng in a trance, Yun Xiao hurriedly stood in front of her and blocked the attack for her. He frowned slightly, leave this to me. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng looked up at the man in the sky and asked, what is your purpose in giving her to me? Fang Jin was silent for a moment. This girl is not human. It was just a coincidence that I picked her up and locked her up intending to leave her to my successor. Yun Luofeng, now you are my heir, so I can tell you that this girl is born from the most original and purest spirit energy of heaven and earth, and her heart is the most precious essence of heaven and earth. If you swallow her heart, you can immediately improve your strength and reach the true god level. Reaching the true god level was the dream of many people. Yun Luofeng also wanted to break through to the true god level. But if the price of breaking through to the true god level was to swallow Yun Shutian's heart, she would rather not make the breakthrough. Zhu Qian, if what you said is true, why didn't you swallow her heart?
Where the people are. I wanna be where the people are. I wanna see. You can play your abilities to the test with a comprehensive vocal record range of
Chapter 2150, Yun Shutian's Past. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Zhu Qian found Yun Shutian but left Yun Shutian to her. What was his purpose then? Fang Jin smiled and his smile was so sad and helpless. Perhaps, I don't want to reach the true god level. After reaching the true god level, I will live forever. Alone. In that case, I'd rather have a reincarnation. At this moment, Yun Shutian was scared into Yun Luofeng's arms. Her eyes were timid, and her head was buried in Yun Luofeng's arms. Sensing her fear, Yun Luofeng stroked her back and looked up at Fang Jin in the sky. Other than this, there is no other way to beat these double-winged dragons. Fang Jin looked at Yun Luofeng and said nothing. Seeing this, Yun Luofeng didn't ask any more. She tightly hugged Yun Shutian's trembling body and said firmly, Tian, don't worry. I won't take your heart. Yun Shutian lifted her small, pink face, which was streaked with tears. Really? Really, Mom will never cheat you. Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes and said mildly. Hearing this, Yun Shutian could no longer control her emotions, and cried out, Mom, Tian, doesn't want to die. Tian, wants to stay with Mom and brother. I really don't want to die. No matter how special she was only a child, and no child could remain indifferent when faced with death. Roar. Those double-winged fiery dragons in the sky became impatient and gradually lost their tempers. Yun Luofeng gazed at Yun Xiao in the battle with these dragons and her face darkened bit by bit. Have you decided yet? Feng Jin looked down at Yun Luofeng on the ground, his voice clear and mild. Yes, Yun Luofeng took Yun Shutian's little hand and took one step forward. I will not sacrifice anyone's life to save myself. Feng Jin hesitated for a moment. But she is not a human being. But she has emotions, she will cry, she will be afraid, and she can feel pain. Yun Luofeng raised her head slightly, so, in my mind, she is no different from a real human being. I'd rather die than sacrifice her. Yun Shutian froze. She turned her head to look at Yun Luofeng beside her. Her tearful eyes were covered with mist, and her pale little face looked pitiful. She remembered. She seemed to be born when the world was still in chaos. When those greedy humans found out about how they could use her, they were desperate to get her heart to improve their powers. She had been on the run all those years. Then she was picked up by a human who didn't harvest her heart but locked her up. And then she was locked up for 1,000 years. For 1,000 years, she had been staying in an empty cell. Her memories gradually faded away and she gradually forgot the human language because no one talked to her. Until she appeared. Yun Shutian's little face was covered with tears, and she slowly closed her eyes. Over the years, she met too many people, all of whom were so greedy, but only this woman decisively rejected the great temptation. Then, was she willing to sacrifice herself for the only warmth in the world? Suddenly, Yun Shutian opened her eyes, and let go of Yun Luofeng's hands. She thought the answer was yes. Chapter 2151, Mom, I Love You, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Tian, wait for me here. Yun Luofeng released Yun Shutian's hand and said tenderly, we will go home soon. Okay, Yun Shutian nodded and gave a cute smile on her pink face. Brother is still waiting for us at home, isn't he? Yes, said Yun Luofeng, stroking Yun Shutian's little head with her hand and giving her a tender kiss on her pink cheek. Wait for me here and I'll be back soon. With that, Yun Luofeng turned around and walked quickly to Yun Xiao's side. She held the long sword in her hand and cast a cold glance at this double-winged fiery dragon in the sky. Yun Luofeng called out the dragon scale armor and said with a grave look, Yun Xiao, we have to solve him as soon as possible. The other double-winged fiery dragons are already getting impatient. If things keep going like this, they may attack us at the same time. But just after she said these words, the double-winged fiery dragons in the sky couldn't wait anymore. With a loud roar, they rushed down towards Yun Luofeng and the others on the ground. The whole sky was rendered red by the flames. Feng, watch out. Yun Xiao quickly pulled Yun Luofeng into his arms and shielded her from the double-winged fiery dragons that swooped at them with his strong and tough body. Boom. As flames hit down, a trace of blood oozed from Yun Xiao's lips. He held Yun Luofeng firmly in his arms, holding back all the dangers with his back. Yun Xiao. Seeing Yun Xiao's increasingly pale face, Yun Luofeng felt as if being pierced in the heart by a needle, and tears flowed down her eyes. Yun Xiao, it's enough. Quote. It was enough. Yun Xiao lowered his eyes, and his black eyes contained endless tenderness. As if the fire that struck him had caused him no pain. Yes. For him, it would be enough as long as Yun Luofeng lived well. He wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice his life for her. Feng, the man's voice was hoarse and low and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Don't cry. I will be sad if you cry. Quote. Yun Xiao, release me. Yun Luofeng tried to release herself from his arms, but the man held her tighter and tighter, giving her no chance to escape. From the first time I saw you, I was attracted to you, and later I learned that it was because of our complementary constitutions. I admit that at first, I stayed with you because you made me feel good and you could ease the pain of my breakthroughs. Quote. Yun Xiao gave a tender smile. His smile was still so gentle, and his embrace was as tolerant and clement as 10,000 crags and torrents. But then, Yun Xiao's voice choked up a bit and he continued, I became your captive. Yun Xiao used the word, captive. Indeed, from the moment he met her and fell in love with her, he was destined to be her captive, and could never ever escape from her for the rest of his life. But he actually enjoyed it. Whether you are domineering, arrogant or presumptuous, you're my love. With you beside me, I, Yun Xiao, have no regret in this life. Bang! The 7 double-winged fiery dragons gathered their powers in the sky and suddenly released them with a thud. Under the powerful attack, Yun Xiao only gave a muffled groan but his hands still held the women in his arms tightly. As long as you're safe, I'll rest easy. Yun Xiao. Chapter 2152, Mom, I Love You, 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. With tears streaming down her face, Yun Luofeng looked up at the man's increasingly pale face and closed her eyes in pain. Boom. Yun Xiao suddenly fell down, but still shielded the woman under him. Even though he fell, he was still protecting her from all possible injuries with his own body. Not far away, Yun Shutian was staring blankly at Yun Xiao who was lying on the ground. Her little face was full of tears, but her bright eyes were very cool. Yun Xiao. The attacks from the sky were still striking down. Protected by Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng was not injured at all, but she could feel the man was gasping. If things kept going like this, she would lose him forever. Yun Xiao, release me. For some reason, Yun Xiao's body suddenly became so heavy that Yun Luofeng couldn't get out from under him no matter how hard she tried. Her heart was filled with despair. Mom. Quote. Just then, a soft, childish voice rang in Yun Luofeng's ears. She looked up only to see Yun Shutian's little pink face. At this moment, Yun Shutian had a strange smile on her face, which made Yun Luofeng's heart tremble. Tian, get away. It's dangerous here. If it was only one double-winged fiery dragon, she and Yun Xiao might have been able to resist it. But there were 7 of them now. The power of 7 fiery dragons could even destroy the whole world. Even if Yun Shutian was only affected by this power, she would die immediately. This time, Yun Shutian didn't listen to Yun Luofeng. She pursed her small, pink lips. Mom, will you remember Tian forever? Tian. Yun Luofeng paused and frowned. What are you going to do? Mom, Tian has remembered the past. Yun Shutian said with her head tilted to one side and tears in her eyes. Thank you for bringing Tian this beautiful memory. This is the happiest time Tian can remember. Tian will remember Mom forever. Besides, after brother grows up, please tell him that Tian likes him a lot. Tian still wants to be Mom's daughter if Tian can have another life. Yun Shutian slightly closed her eyes, and her whole life floated past her eyes like slow motion. All her memories had been painful before she met Yun Luofeng. She had been bullied and hunted, but Yun Luofeng brought her happiness. Tian, Seeing Tian take out a dagger, Yun Luofeng turned pale. She snapped, put down the dagger now. Yun Shutian opened her eyes, took a look at Yun Luofeng, then at those double-winged fiery dragons in the sky, and thrust the dagger deep into her chest. Tian, Yun Luofeng screamed shrilly and trembled all over. But now Yun Xiao had lost consciousness, and she was stuck under Yun Xiao's body. She could only watch Yun Shutian pull out her heart. Yun Shutian's heart was special. It was not bloody like a human's, but as bright as a gem. However, looking at Yun Shutian's heart, Yun Luofeng felt as if her own heart had been ripped out. Her face was covered with tears and she looked aggrieved. Mom, with a pale face, Yun Shutian staggered to Yun Luofeng and half knelt beside her, her long eyelashes drooping. Tian is afraid of death, but Tian is more afraid of leaving Mom and Dad. Chapter 2153, Mom, I Love You, 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Therefore, she was willing to sacrifice herself. Tian, quote. Yun Luofeng closed her eyes. Suddenly she felt something cold was put on her lips. Just at this moment, a stream of spiritual energy flowed into her body, with a faint hint of blood. Boom. In an instant, a red light rose from Yun Luofeng's body and rendered the whole sky scarlet red, just like the sun was shining in the sky. And then, in the sky, a virtual throne gradually appeared, which was red and looked incredibly gorgeous, noble, and magnificent. This time, there was no heavenly thunder. However, the whole continent was in an uproar because of this vision. The bright red throne carried a great pressing power. Looking at the throne, everyone was filled with deep esteem for it. The red light lingered as though it would last to the end of the world. Then it gradually dissipated. Yun Luofeng got up slowly from the ground and took out a spiritual herb to feed Yun Xiao. Then she raised her eyes to look at those double-winged fiery dragons in the sky. Have a good sleep. We will go home after I solve these double-winged fiery dragons. In the sky, seeing Yun Luofeng make a breakthrough, the double-winged fiery dragons were horrified and tried to turn around and run. They only made a few steps before they were stopped by a white figure. Fang Jin stood quietly in a distance, looking at the gorgeous woman in the snowy white robe and giving a gentle smile. There is only one way to break through with the little girl's strength. That is, she must be willing to give you her heart. Otherwise, even if you kill her 1,000 times, you won't be able to find out where her heart is. This was why Yun Shutian was still alive being hunted by so many people. She would not die as long as her heart was still with her. More importantly, unless she was willing, you wouldn't be able to find where her heart was even if you cut her into pieces. You want to escape. Yun Luofeng stood in front of these double-winged fiery dragons. Her face was cold and her eyes were burned with raging flames. You wounded Yun Xiao and killed Tian. Do you think you can escape? Even if I cut you into pieces, I can't vent my anger. If it weren't for them, Yun Xiao would not have been wounded and Tian would not have died. These double-winged fiery dragons must pay a price for what they had done. Roar. With a roar, the double-winged fiery dragon went off in all directions, so that Yun Luofeng could only deal with one of them, but couldn't kill them all. However, seeing this, Yun Luofeng sneered and stood still. Then she closed her eyes. Immediately, her figure divided, and countless white figures appeared in the sky, all of whom were clad in white and picturesquely beautiful. Those figures encircled all the double-winged fiery dragons, turning the sky into a cage. They had no way to escape now. Roar. The double-winged fiery dragons were so anxious that they spat out angry flames. However, though the flames penetrated Yun Luofeng's body, soon her body got back to the original shape. All the white figures closed their eyes and held hands with each other in the sky. And then, flames suddenly rose from these figures and rushed towards the encircled double-winged fiery dragons. Chapter 2154, Mom, I Love You, 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. After a while, the whines of the double-winged fiery dragons came from the sky. Though you are fiery dragons, I will burn you with fire. In this way, they would suffer a humiliating defeat and die without any dignity. After saying this, Yun Luofeng landed from the sky. She crouched down and pulled Yun Shutian into her arms from the ground, and her heart ached. Tian, why were you so stupid? Yun Shutian forced a smile, because you were Tian's mom and the one who treats Tian best in the world. Before meeting her, she didn't know what motherly love was, but after enjoying it, how could she give it up? Tian, quote. Yun Shutian's figure was becoming more and more transparent as if she would disappear from Yun Luofeng's hands at any time. Yun Luofeng held her little body tightly and tears came down from her eyes. Tian, you will not die. I'll find a way to save you. Xiaomo, come out. Before her voice faded away, Xiaomo had appeared next to Yun Luofeng. He pressed his thin lips tightly and his eyes were filled with helplessness. Xiaomo, tell me how I can save Tian'er. Yun Luofeng hugged Yun Shutian's transparent body, her voice shaking. Come on, tell me. Will it work if I give her my heart? Master, Xiaomo's heart ached. Her body is special and your heart is of no use to her, so you'd better restrain your grief and accept fate. Restrain grief and accept fate. Yun Luofeng's body froze. Even Xiaomo said there was no way to save Tian'er. Could she only watch her die? If I can't save my family, what I do need power for? I've been working hard to cultivate, just trying to protect the people around me, but in the end, I failed to protect her. When she took Yun Shutian away with her, she vowed to protect her and keep her safe. But in the end, it was Tian, her who sacrificed herself to protect her. Mom, don't cry, Yun Shutian smiled, showing her cute canine teeth. She raised her hand and stroked Yun Luofeng's cheek. Tian'er will be with you forever. No. Yun Luofeng's voice was trembling, her eyes were red from sadness, and her arms were tight around Yun Shutian, as if she was trying to stop her from dying. Mom, Tian'er has to go. Yun Shutian lifted her long eyelashes and a tear hung in the corner of her eye. Tian'er wants to tell you. Mom, I love you. Mom, I love you. Yun Shutian's body became more and more transparent in Yun Luofeng's arms. At last, it broke into starlight and dissipated in her arms. Motionless, Yun Luofeng held Yun Shutian's body in her arms. It was a long time before she uttered a shrill cry, Tian, But what answered her was only the sound of the breeze and the whines of the fiery dragons in the sky. Master. Xiaomo quickly stepped forward to support Yun Luofeng's body. No one can live without a heart and Yun Shutian is no exception. It was not easy for her to say so many words with Master after she lost her heart, so. Yun Luofeng stared blankly in the direction where Yun Shutian disappeared, and her heart ached so much that it became numb. If she hadn't taken Tian'er away with her, she would have been still alive, right? Chapter 2155. Mom, I love you. 5. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. At this time, Fang Jin walked down from the sky. In a white robe, he looked like an unearthly banished immortal. Why didn't you stop her just now? Yun Luofeng's voice was choking, and she was still staring at the spot where Yun Shutian disappeared, without turning her head. Fang Jin was silent for a while. It was her choice. It was more painful for her to live. She was willing to die for the person she loved. But she was only a child. How could I let her sacrifice herself for our fight? As I said, she was not an ordinary person, and she was actually older than the continent of 7 provinces in terms of age. But, in my heart, she is always a child. Yun Luofeng gave a bitter smile. She would always remember how she met Yun Shutian for the first time in the secret chamber. The naked little girl stared at her with her innocent, blank eyes, and looked so innocent. She is dead indeed, but she can also be alive. Fang Jin took a look at Yun Luofeng. 5 years from now, she will appear in Heavenly Emperor City. At that time, you can go there to find her, but I remind you that after the reincarnation she will lose all her memory and won't be able to remember you. She may not be willing to go with you. Yun Luofeng's ashen face finally changed a little. She gently raised her eyes. 5 years from now. Heavenly Emperor City. Okay, I'll go there to find her, and if she isn't willing to go with me, I'll protect her for the rest of her life. Fang Jin smiled, turned around, and disappeared from Yun Luofeng's view like a breeze. It was time for him to find his love for 2 lives. Though he missed him for the 2 lives, he would never give him up again, whether he was male or female. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng got up slowly from the ground, walked up to Yun Xiao, and kissed him between his eyes. Thank you for accompanying me, protecting me, and indulging me all my life. From now on, I will protect you. Master. Xiaomo wanted to say something but was interrupted by Yun Luofeng. Without looking at the double-winged fiery dragons imprisoned in the flame cage, she said flatly, let's go back to the Jun family. The battle is over. The whole world was shocked by the birth of a true god-level Strud cultivator. Since the news that Yun Luofeng had broken through to the true god level was spread across the continent of 7 provinces, so many people flocked into the Jun family. As Yun Luofeng had a son, the families with young daughters all tried their best to establish a relationship with the Jun family. However, in the end, all of them were stopped by the Jun family people. As for the double-winged fiery dragons that had been whining for days and nights, no one paid any attention to them. Anyway, they were doomed to die. 5 years later, in the back mountain of the Jun family. The peaceful sky was rendered red by a scarlet red light. After a red throne appeared in the sky 5 years ago, another magnificent throne appeared in the sky and shocked the whole continent of 7 provinces again. Mom, quote. A cute little boy hurriedly rushed and ran into Yun Luofeng's arms. He raised his adorable face and smiled brightly. Did Dad just have a breakthrough? Yun Luofeng nodded as she looked toward the spot where the throne had appeared, and her eyes were tender. Yes, your dad has reached true god level too. On the continent it was very difficult to reach the true god level, or to be exact, no one could reach this level. Chapter 2156, The Best Ending, 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. However, Yun Luofeng reached this level because of Yun Shutian's sacrifice. Yun Xiao had a complementary constitution with Yun Luofeng, so he could reach the same height by having dual cultivation with Yun Luofeng. Thinking of Yun Shutian, Yun Luofeng's heart ached once again. She still remembered how the girl disappeared in front of her eyes, and every time she recalled it, her heart ached so much. However, it had been 5 years, and it was time for her to find Tian'er. As she was thinking about it, she saw a black figure slowly approaching her. She gave a faint smile. Yun Xiao. Quote. Yun Xiao strode in, pulled Yun Luofeng into his arms and kissed her hard on the lips. His voice was so tender. Have you waited for me for long? Yun Luofeng pushed aside Yun Xiao, glared at him and said sullenly, Yun Xiao, Nianfeng is still here. Yun Nianfeng's eyes were glowing with envy and then he pounced on Yun Luofeng and puckered his lips. Mom, I want to kiss you too. Yun Xiao's expression immediately turned black. He lifted Yun Nianfeng up, narrowed his cold eyes, and threatened him coldly, it seems that you are too idle. Maybe I should find something for you to do. Hearing the threats of his dad, Yun Nianfeng shuddered and looked pitiful. Feng I'm sure that this boy is the reincarnation of that *S-hole, Kang Ji. Yun Xiao turned to Yun Luofeng, he is so lustful at such a young age and even dares to harass my wife. He peeped at the maids taking baths 2 years ago. Fortunately, I found out about it in time, beat him up, and had people watch him and made him get rid of this bad habit. Normally, Yun Luofeng would shield Yun Nianfeng, but when it came to this kind of things, she would always stand by Yun Xiao's side no matter how Yun Xiao punished Yun Nianfeng. So, being persecuted by Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, Yun Nianfeng could only restrain his lustful nature. Dad was too fierce. He dared not disobey him. Yun Xiao, it's been 5 years. Yun Luofeng said after keeping silent for quite a while. Yun Xiao paused. At that time, he fell into a coma because he was too severely injured from protecting Yun Luofeng. She told him what happened next after he woke up. It's been 5 years and it's time for us to find her. Yun Nianfeng was totally at a loss. Dad, Mom, who are you going to find? They exchanged a glance with each other. Yun Luofeng smiled. Your fiancé. My fiancé. Yun Nianfeng asked curiously with his head tilted to one side, what is a fiancé? Is it edible? Although Yun Nianfeng had lustful thoughts before, it was because of his curiosity. He was still a child and didn't understand what a fiancé was. A fiancé is the one who will accompany you for a lifetime like Mom with Dad, Yun Luofeng explained. Yun Nianfeng blinked his eyes. Can I also hug her, sleep with her, and kiss her? But I won't be as bad as Dad. He presses Mom down every night and I hear Mom cry in pain every night. Yun Luofeng turned black and glared at Yun Xiao again. If you dare to do improper things in the child's face again, get out of my room and sleep alone. Hearing this, Yun Xiao said innocently, I will hug and kiss you in front of Nianfeng at most, and of course I won't do improper things in front of him. Chapter 2157, The Best Ending 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Then something suddenly occurred to Yun Luofeng. She narrowed her eyes and turned to Yun Nianfeng. Tell me, how did you know Dad was pressing down Mom? I overheard it when I was playing hide and seek with maid Xiao Kui and hiding under the bed. Yun Nianfeng said honestly, not knowing what he did wrong. Eavesdropping. Yun Xiao's face turned as black as the bottom of the pot, and he immediately lifted Yun Nianfeng. Let's go. I'm going to test the progress of your cultivation. After saying this, Yun Xiao took Yun Nianfeng out of the courtyard. Soon came the sound of Yun Nianfeng's shrill crying. Yun Luofeng didn't stop Yun Xiao but looked at the blue sky and sighed deeply. It had been 5 years. Tiana, Mom will take you home soon. On the continent of 7 provinces, besides the governor's estates, there were also royal families in each province. However, in strength, the royal families only exceeded the powerful families but were weaker than the sects and governors. Even so, the royal families still held some power and were respected by the common people. Heavenly Emperor City. A weak and small figure was tied to a post, under which were men with torches. Her eyes were full of cowardice, horror, and despair. How can this wicked girl be so malevolent at such a young age? She envies the second princess for being peddled by His Majesty and respected by millions, so she tried to murder her. Second princess is such a nice person. She is like a goddess of mercy. At that time, all of us in Heavenly Emperor City had a serious infectious disease. If it weren't for the second princess, we would have died. Quote. Everyone was shouting angrily and trying to kill the little girl. The little girl was very young, only 3 or 4 years old. She was so dirty that people couldn't see her real face. Her little face was ghastly pale and she was trembling all over. No, this was not true. They were not cured by second elder sister, but her. She found out a way to cure the infectious disease, but she was afraid that she was too young to be believed, so she didn't tell people about it. At that time, second elder sister happened to visit her. Second elder sister was the only one who knew that she had good medical skills though no one taught her, so she told her how to cure the disease. But she didn't expect second elder sister would take all the credit and want to kill her. The little girl sobbed. She wanted to tell people the truth, but she knew that no one would believe her. These people couldn't wait to kill her. But why? The emperor is coming. A high-pitched voice rang and after a while, a man in a yellow robe walked over, followed by a group of guards and maids. The man looked authoritative and his eyes were cold. Do you plead guilty? The little girl shook her head and bit her lips. She wasn't guilty. Your mother was so gentle and virtuous. Why did she give birth to a daughter so vicious? You are only 4 years old, but you're already so scheming that you even wanted to murder your second elder sister. The man pounded his palm on the table and said angrily, you were brought up by the royal family but you have made no contribution to us. Your second elder sister is only 3 years older than you, but she already knows how to serve the state and the people and healed such a serious infectious disease. The first physician of our Heavenly Emperor City has agreed to accept her as a disciple. But look at you, what can you do but eat and drink? Because of your second elder sister's achievement, you were jealous of her and want to murder her. And you still won't plead guilty, the man said ruthlessly with a cold look. The little girl bit her lip tightly and the tears trickled down her face. I told you I knew how to cure diseases, but you just drove me away and told me not to bother you. Chapter 2158, The Best Ending 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. She had told these people that she knew how to cure diseases and how to write, but they didn't believe her. Shut up. The man looked even angrier. You were only 2 years old at that time, and you told me you knew how to cure diseases and how to write. I know your mother asked you to say that to me to get my attention. It seems that neither your mother or you are good. Fortunately, your mother died a few months ago. Otherwise, I would kill her too. The little girl lowered her head, her shoulders twitching. She could walk when she was 3 months old, could talk when she was 7 months old, and could write as taught by her mother when she was 1 year old. Every time her mother wanted to tell this to this man, he thought she was bullshitting and drove her out, and even put them under house arrest, not allowing anyone to visit them. They weren't released until she was 2 years old. She happily rushed to her father who she had never met and wanted to tell him how smart she was, but he pushed her away fiercely, and ordered the guards to drive her away. Only second elder sister had played with her over the years. Therefore, only second elder sister knew about her medical skills. Guards, burn this trash to death. I don't need such a trash as my daughter. Hearing the man's cold voice, the little girl raised her head and her eyes were covered with tears. Her eyes blurred with tears, and a gorgeous face suddenly popped up in her mind. This face had haunted her dreams for years. Although she didn't know who she was, she knew that there must be some connection between this woman and her. I don't want to die. She didn't want to die. She hadn't met the person she wanted to see, nor had she fulfilled her promise, so how could she die here? The little girl bit her lip tightly and cried. Suddenly, she saw a giant dragon in the blue sky, and there seemed to be several people standing on the dragon. Your Majesty, it's a dragon. In the crowd, someone shouted excitedly, and the man sitting on the throne also stood up and looked excited. It's a real dragon. It seems that even the dragon can't bear the girl, so it came to kill the evil girl. The man gave a smile. For humans, the ancestral dragon tribe was a symbol of strength and power, and every man would worship them. Come on, set this evil girl on fire. Someone shouted in the crowd and everyone rushed to throw the torches in their hands at the little girl. The little girl closed her eyes in fright. Just then, the giant dragon let out an angry roar, and the torches that were flying toward the little girl suddenly all bounced back, fell into the crowd, and set them on fire. Ah! The crowd was in a panic. These stupid people were on fire. Someone brought water, trying to extinguish the fire, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't extinguish the flames. The little girl opened her eyes and looked up into the sky. And then, the gorgeous face that always haunted her dreams came into her view. She widened her eyes and could no longer move her eyes from the white-clad woman. The woman jumped off the giant dragon's back. She, in a white robe, was standing in front of the little girl with a smile on her face. Chapter 2159, Finale, The Best Ending. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. I think I have seen you. The voice of the little girl was clear and childish, but with great certainty, I have seen you in my dreams. Hearing her words, the woman cracked a smile. Her smile was so beautiful that she could hardly describe her beauty with words. Tiana, I came to take you home. Take me home. The little girl turned stiff. You called me Tiana. I don't know why, but I feel it is a familiar name. It is like that I have heard someone call me this name a long time ago. Have I seen you before? Yes. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips and smiled. You were my foster daughter as well as the fiancée of my son in your previous life. On that day, you lost your life to save me, and now I have come to take you home as I had promised you. Yun Luofeng told Yun Shutian that she was her son's fiancée when she told her about her previous life, though it was actually not as she said. She liked Yun Shutian very much and wanted her to be her daughter-in-law. Therefore, she said this when she told her about her previous life. Swish. As Yun Luofeng casually waved her hand, the rope that tied around Yun Shutian immediately came loose. Then Yun Luofeng reached out her hand and caught the body of the little girl that was going to fall to the ground. When she looked at the skinny and waifish girl, her heart ached. I'm sorry I was late. At this moment, Yun Luofeng could not help but blame Fang Jin in her heart. The latter claimed that she would only be able to meet Yun Shutian when she came to Heavenly Emperor City 5 years later. She had always thought that Yun Shutian would not be born until 5 years later. She did not expect that Yun Shutian had been reincarnated 5 years ago and had suffered so much. I'm going to kill all those people who have hurt you, and none of them will be able to escape. When Yun Luofeng said this, a cold and harsh look flashed through her face, and her voice was filled with killing intent. The little girl took Yun Luofeng's hand and slightly shook her head. No, please don't kill them. Why? Asked Yun Luofeng curiously. Are you very powerful? The little girl raised her head and looked up at Yun Luofeng eagerly. Yun Luofeng hesitated for a while and nodded her head. The little girl's face was beaming with a bright smile. Then can you teach me how to cultivate? No one has taught me all these years, but I want to be powerful too, so that I will be able to avenge myself. Yun Luofeng laughed when she heard her childish words. She was really a worthy daughter of hers. If anybody hurt her, she would get her revenge on him with her own strength. Okay, I will teach you. However, though I will not take their lives, I will not let them get away with it so easily. A cold gleam flickered across Yun Luofeng's eyes and she ordered in a cold voice, Yun Yi, go to the governor's estate of East Province and tell the governor what happened here, and he will know what to do. Heavenly Emperor City was under the rule of East Province, so if the governor of East Province exerted pressure on Heavenly Emperor City, it would never be able to stand up again. Yun Luofeng reached out her hands and held the little girl in her arms. Then she took the straw off her head with her fingers and said to her mildly, I will leave them to you. And when you grow up, you can take your revenge with your own hands. At this time, Yun Xiao and Yun Nianfeng also walked down from the giant dragon. Yun Nianfeng glimpsed Yun Shutian for the first time. He wrinkled his face in disbelief and said, Mom, why is the little sister so dirty? Is there a bully picking on her? Yun Luofeng took a look at Yun Nianfeng, then turned her eyes to Yun Shutian and said, "From now on, Nianfeng should protect your sister and never allow anyone to bully her. Do you understand?" Yun Nianfeng patted his chest with great seriousness and vowed, "Mom, you can rest assured that Nianfeng will definitely protect my sister well." Hearing his words, Yun Luofeng cracked a happy smile. "Good. Now let's go home." In the city, the emperor had jumped to the heights and tried to escape from the surging flames. When he finally recovered from panic, he found the little girl had already gone far, and he gave an angry roar, "Guards, come on, stop them." He did not see that Yun Luofeng had jumped off the giant dragon, so he didn't know about her strength. However, no matter how furious he was, he could only watch Yun Luofeng and the other people go far away. Not far away from Heavenly Emperor City. Above the mountains, a man was standing facing the wind. His white robe was slightly fluttering in the wind, and his slightly raised eyes were looking at Heavenly Emperor City that was not far away from him. It has been 5 years. Yun Luofeng should have found Yun Shutian. I hope she doesn't blame me for letting her find Yun Shutian after 5 years. Fang Jin looked into the distance. If she had found her 1 year ago, Yun Shutian's mother would still have to die, and Yun Shutian would also have a different ending from now. Only if Yun Luofeng found her now would she have the best ending. At this time, a little girl who was cute and fair-skinned ran up to Fang Jin's side and tugged on Fang Jin's sleeve with her little hands. Her round-shaped face was pink and tender, and she looked so adorable. "Master, Changsa is hungry. Master, cook for Changsa." Hearing this childish voice, the man turned around and smiled gently. "Okay, Master will cook for you at once." "Good girl, just a moment and the meal will be ready soon." "Master, Changsa is a girl. Why did you give Changsa a boy's name?" The little girl curled her lip and grunted in discontent. Fang Jin lowered his head and rubbed the little girl's head gently with his big hand. "That's because Changsa is Master's true love, but Master couldn't put aside worldly prejudice, face my heart and accept him, and even caused his death instead. Master will never make the same mistake again in this life." Quote, "Since I have found you, I will stay by your side and take care of you for the rest of my life. It doesn't matter if you are a man or a woman." The end. Chapter 2160, Another Story of Waxia, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. The Jun family. Years had passed since that battle. In these years, the continent of 7 provinces was quite peaceful, and almost nothing happened, except that Yun Luofeng was pregnant again. Yes, she was pregnant again. When the news was spread out, the whole Jun family was in a state of jubilation, and everyone was beaming with smiles. Even Grandfather Yun went to have a drink with Grandfather Yi who he hadn't visited for a long time. In the Jun family's estate. Lying in Yun Xiao's arms, Yun Luofeng was looking at Yun Nianfeng and Yun Shutian who were happily frolicking, and a smile appeared on her face. A life like this was wonderful. "Miss." Suddenly, a hasty voice was heard. As Yun Luofeng looked up, she saw King Yin rushing in from outside of the court. King Yin ran up to her and gasped, "Miss, President Ji Jitian is here to see you." Jitian. Yun Luofeng was stunned. Since she was separated from Ji Jitian in the Fangyun continent he had been missing. Even when the continent of 7 provinces faced a crisis, he did not appear. And now he finally showed up. "Yun Xiao, let's meet Ji Jitian. I'd like to ask him where he's been all these years." Yun Luofeng rose from Yun Xiao's arms and there was an eager expression on her face. Yun Xiao followed Yun Luofeng silently. He knew that Yun Luofeng had never forgotten Ji Jitian over the years. However, since he didn't want to show up, she didn't go to bother him. Now, Ji Jitian finally appeared and she was very eager to see him. Just then, a man in a red robe stepped in from outside the court. He looked exactly the same as she first met him. He was still so domineering and gorgeous. "Jitian." Yun Luofeng moved her lips. "You're finally back." "Yes, I'm back." Standing not far from Yun Luofeng, Ji Jitian gazed at the woman's smiling face and gave a faint smile. "Do you want to know where have I been all these years?" Yun Luofeng smiled. "If you're willing to tell me, you will tell me, but if you aren't, I won't force you." Hearing this, Ji Jitian felt that this woman didn't change at all after all these years. She was still so attractive to him. However, she already had a husband by her side, so he would accompany her as a good friend, which was enough for him. "Little Feng'er, over the years, I've been looking for a way to get you back to your homeland. Of course, I'm afraid I can't work out the way by myself. Thanks to Zhu Qian's reminding and Chen Yuqing's help." Quote. Chen Yuqing. At this moment, the face of the banished immortal-like man popped up in Yun Luofeng's mind. To be honest, Chen Yuqing was the most mysterious man Yun Luofeng had ever seen, and she still didn't know him well up to now. "You mean the way to go back to Waxia?" Yun Luofeng's eyes lit up. Her enemies were still waiting for her in Waxia. "Yes," Ji Jitian had a complicated look on his face. "Zhu Qian told me about your past. After he recovered his memory, he found me and told me that you don't belong to this continent. If you want to get back to your homeland, there is only one way. And Zhu Qian and I finally found the way after all these years." Yun Luofeng felt so moved. She was lucky to have so many friends who helped her wholeheartedly. "Thank you very much." "You don't have to thank me," Ji Jitian raised his eyebrows. "If you truly want to thank me, how about giving me your son as a disciple?" Chapter 2161, Another Story of Waxia, 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Looking at Yun Nianfeng playing with Yun Shutian, she called out, "Nianfeng, come over here." Yun Nianfeng hastily ran to Yun Luofeng and just as he wanted to burrow into Yun Luofeng's embrace, he was lifted up by Yun Xiao. "Father is so heartless and doesn't even allow Nianfeng to hug mother," Yun Nianfeng pouted as he spoke pitifully. Nianfeng, not caring about the Yun Nianfeng's complaint, she smiled and said, "In the future, this man will be your master." Yun Nianfeng blinked and shifted his gaze from Yun Luofeng's face to Ji Jitian as curiosity flashed through his eyes. However, he was an obedient kid, and under Ji Jutian's domineering gaze, Yun Nianfeng cleverly called out, "Master." "Ha." Ji Jutian wildly laughed and stroked Yun Nianfeng's head. "This little guy's talents are pretty good. I will nurture him well." Frankly speaking, he was only looking for an excuse to stay by her side. And nothing more. "Jutian, I will have Nianfeng follow you after we come back. Right now, I will be bringing him back to my homeland first." After speaking, Yun Luofeng called out, "Nanfeng, Tianair, let's go." "Mother." Yun Shutian went to Yun Luofeng's side while bouncing, and a resplendent smile blossomed on her petite face. "Where are we going?" "A place that you've never gone before." "Really?" Yun Shutuan's eyes brightened. "Are there delicacies there?" "Yes, there are. There are also many foods you've never eaten or seen before." Waxia was the capital city of gourmet food. Even if Yun Xiao's cooking was extremely good, there were still many things that this continent lacked. As such, Yun Luofeng's explanation wasn't incorrect. "Mother." Yun Nianfeng pulled on Yun Luofeng's hand and innocently smiled. "I don't like eating good food or other things. I only want to stay by father and mother's side." Originally, when Yun Xiao saw the two little kids holding onto Yun Luofeng's hands, he wanted to throw them to one side. However, after hearing what Yun Nianfeng subsequently said, it caused his expression to soften. "Let's go then." He lifted his hand and hugged Yun Luofeng's shoulders while a gentle smile quirked on his face. "Before we leave, let's bid farewell to Grandfather Jun and the rest." Upon leaving this time, she didn't know how long it would be before she would return, so she had to inform Grandfather Jun and the rest. Ever since the huge fight back then, the Yun and Yi family had stayed in the 7-province continent, and now they were all currently living with the Jun family. The three elders played chess every single day as they enjoyed the days. Moreover, even Jun Fengling's foster son, Yi Eximo, had a fiancée. This fiancée of his was someone Yun Luofeng was familiar with. It was the Jinyang princess she met within the Fengyun continent and had afterward changed her name to Lian Yusheng. Back then, when Yi Eximo was outside experiencing life, he unknowingly entered the Fengyun continent and ran into Lian Yusheng by chance. It was only after he brought Lian Yusheng back that she found out that Yi Eximo was Yun Luofeng's foster brother. Yi Qi being secretly in love with Yi Eximo was something everyone knew about, and after he brought Lian Yusheng home, she had cried miserably before she disappeared. Even if Jun Fengling was worried about Yi Qi, she knew that she needed to calm herself down alone and did not disturb her. Furthermore, with Yi Qi's current strength, there was basically no one who could injure her. Chapter 2162, Another Story of Waxia, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Within the garden of the Jun family. A few old men were currently enjoying tea and chatting idly while laughing from time to time. Suddenly, Grandfather Yun spotted Yun Luofeng walking over from afar and heartily laughed. "Feng, why have you come?" "Grandfather, I came to bid farewell to you," Yun Luofeng faintly smiled. "This time, I will be heading somewhere with Yun Xiao, and I'm not sure when I'll be able to return." The few elders were stunned. Seeing Yun Luofeng's serious expression, they looked at each other in dismay. Now that the continent was peaceful, what other tasks did she have to complete? "Go then." Old man Jun was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. No matter what Yun Luofeng wanted to do, it was enough for them to support her. "Xiao, no matter what, you have to bring Feng back safe and sound. You understand?" Lowering his head, Yun Xiao gazed at the woman in his embrace with a faint smile on his lips. "Protecting her is the only duty throughout my entire life." "Me too." The petite Nianfeng also stood out immediately, similar to a small masculine man. "Nianfeng also wants to protect mother." "Good, ha. Old man Jun laughed wildly, with admiration flooding his eyes. "Feng, Grandfather Jun glanced at Yun Luofeng with resentment in his eyes. "No matter where you're going, you have to return as soon as possible. Now that we've finally settled down with great difficulty, I don't wish for you to leave for years." Yun Luofeng felt her heart warmed up. All these years, she had rarely gathered with her family members, but there was something in Waxia that she had to attend to. Other than her enemies, there was also her benefactor that brought her up. It could be said that she wouldn't be standing here today without her benefactor's help. "I promise to return as soon as possible." After this, Yun Luofeng turned towards Yun Xiao. "We should leave soon, but before that, I have to look for Nangong Yunyi." Nangong Yunyi was different from her. He had his family within Waxia, and she couldn't possibly abandon him here. Central Province. Within the governor estate, Hong Luan was currently walking when she was suddenly stopped by a silhouette. Looking up at the man before her, she questioned in an angry tone. "What are you following me around for?" Yun Luofeng mentioned before that I have to persevere when chasing a woman. Therefore, no matter where you go, obviously I will be by your side, Nangong Yunyi rebutted shamelessly. In any case, since the moment he encountered Hong Luan, he had already determined that she was his fated one. Hong Luan glared at him and intended to walk past him. Yet at this moment, Nangong Yunyi suddenly grabbed her arm and said, "Hong Luan, I have something to tell you." Hearing him, she stopped and turned her back to him. "What? Do you want to know how I got acquainted with Yun Luofeng?" When chasing women, being frank with them was needed, and he was willing to tell her everything that happened in the past. "If you wish to speak of it, just say it. Why the need for so much rubbish?" Hong Luan turned and glared at Nangong Yunyi while her voice was as fierce as before. Nangong Yunyi did not get angry as a handsome smile quirked on his lips. "Frankly speaking, Yun Luofeng and I aren't from this continent. We came from a country named Waxia." "Waxia?" Hong Luan raised her head in shock. There was a country in this world named Waxia. "That's a place without cultivation or spirit energy, and naturally, spirit beasts don't exist," Nangong Yunyi continued explaining. "Waxia is a renowned country and is also called the capital city of gourmet food. Both of us met at Waxia University. At that time, I was even beaten up by her and hospitalized for a few months." Recalling their first meeting, Nangong Yunyi's handsome face twitched. That was simply the nightmare of his life. Continuing, Nangong Yunyi recounted everything about Waxia to Hong Luan, about his family there, and more importantly, how they came to this world. To Hong Luan, these were all unheard and unseen before. Thus, she was momentarily stunned as she quietly stood in front of Nangong Yunyi while she listened to him. Chapter 2163, Another Story of Waxia, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. What you're saying is too unimaginable. In this world, there was actually a space that exceeded her imaginations. Hong Luan, every single word I said is true. I'm telling you all these because I want to be honest with you. I will be using my most sincere side to chase you. Nangong Yunyi's expression was extremely serious and even his voice was resolute. Hong Luan suddenly felt nervous and just as she wanted to reply, she suddenly saw Yun Luofeng and company appearing in the space she was in. Yun Luofeng. She was instantly delighted and struggled free of Nangong Yunyi's hand while she quickly walked towards Yun Luofeng. Why are you here? Yun Luofeng smiled. I came here to find Nangong Yunyi. After speaking, her line of sight turned towards Nangong Yunyi and even her expression became serious. Nangong, Jutian found a method to return. Return. Nangong Yunyi stiffened. You mean, return to Waxia? Ever since he came to this continent, he had never once thought of the possibility to return. That's right. Pack your things and leave with me at once. Having heard her, Nangong Yunyi hesitated. If it was in the past, he would follow Yun Luofeng without thinking twice. However, right now, there was something he cherished in this continent. Seemingly sensing Nangong Yunyi's thoughts, Hong Luan rolled her eyes and turned towards Yun Luofeng. I heard about that country, Waxia, from Nangong Yunyi. I wonder if I could travel together with you. Luanair, Nangong Yunyi felt delighted. You mean that you're thinking of leaving with us? Am I dreaming? Idiot. After throwing this word, she flung her sleeves and left. She had to pack her things and bid farewell to her father in passing. Nangong Yunyi stared foolishly at Hong Luan's leaving direction and his face was filled with excitement and happiness. Luofeng, does it mean? Hong Luan has accepted me. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao met each other's gazes and saw a smile within. Hong Luan has even decided to return home with you. What do you think? Her kind jeer had caused Nangong Yunyi to be so excited that he nearly jumped from joy as his handsome face was filled with smiles. Hong Luan has accepted me, she's finally accepted me. The effects of following beside her all these years had not been in vain. Let's go. Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders. We've been in this continent for over 20 years and I wonder if time has passed the same there. Nangong Yunyi had already recovered from his excitement and replied, I don't have anything to pack and after Hong Luan returns, we can set off. A moment later, Hong Luan walked over and her red robes lightly fluttered in the wind, looking so gorgeous that it was capable of causing a downfall of a city. Even Nangong Yunyi could not shift his gaze away. However, Hong Luan did not even spare him a glance as she spoke to Yun Luofeng. I've bid farewell to my father. We can set off now. All right, Yun Luofeng nodded. Jutian is waiting for us. Let's hurry over. Waxia, I can finally return there. Recalling her benefactor that educated her with great care all these years, Yun Luofeng's gaze became much gentler. Her benefactor didn't have any children and had adopted her from the orphanage. Furthermore, he had imparted all his knowledge to her. I wonder when my benefactor heard the news of my death back then, was he able to withstand the shock? Chapter 2164, Another Story of Waxia, 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Within a luxurious office in Waxia, a middle-aged man was leaning against a chair as he held a cigar in his mouth with his eyes closed. Such days are great. A smile hung on his face and he leaned against the massage chair while enjoying his life. Bang! Suddenly, the door was pushed open, causing the man to frown and he opened his eyes in annoyance. Looking at the beautiful woman dressed to the nines, he asked, Why are you here? I came here to see whether you've been seduced by another vixen. The beautiful woman snorted and strode into the room with graceful steps while surveying the entire room. After ensuring no other women were present, she finally relaxed. What are you trying to do? Do you have to be so overly suspicious? The man frowned as his voice contained annoyance. Yun Tianqi, don't forget that your achievements of today are all because of my father. Lin quickly sat down beside Yun Tianqi. If my father hadn't killed your elder brother and his wife, could you have snatched their assets? Hearing Lin quickly raising past events again, his expression changed as he hastily walked to the door and opened it. Upon ensuring that no one eavesdropped, he closed it and breathed a sigh of relief. Stop talking about this matter in the future. If it were to be spread out. What are you afraid of? That girl Yun Luofeng is dead, so what's there to be worried about? Furthermore, you don't have to be worried about such problems with my father's influence. Lin quickly clicked her tongue and spoke in disapproval. It was only a dead person and she wondered what Yun Tianqi was worried about all day long. Lin quickly did not know that Yun Tianqi was feeling guilty. Although Yun Luofeng was dead, he had done too many things in the past and so, he was afraid of her departed spirit demanding vengeance. No matter what, this is our dark past and stop mentioning this in the future. Otherwise, Yun Tianqi narrowed his eyes and a cold glint streaked across. If it was the Lin family of the past, Yun Tianqi would still be afraid of them. However, now that he had his own wealth and authority, he did not have to be as careful as before. Why, you're thinking of denying what you've done. Lin quickly sneered. That year, you snatched your elder brother and his wife's assets and became Yun Luofeng's guardian. Who was it that despised her and wanted to send her away? If it weren't for my idea of defaming her, do you think you would have such a bright reputation? Right now, not only are you ungrateful, you are even threatening me. Yun Tianqi was angry, but when Lin quickly was talking about him, he couldn't think of any words of rebuttal. Looking at Yun Tianqi's expression, Lin Kusui's tone became gentler. Rest assured, Yun Luofeng has been dead for 5 years. Although her corpse is missing, she couldn't have survived such a huge explosion. There was another reason that caused Yun Tianqi to be so worried. After the explosion incident at Waxia University 5 years ago, Yun Luofeng's corpse wasn't found. It was just like she had disappeared all of a sudden. However, according to the school's surveillance camera, Yoon Luofeng had indeed entered the laboratory along with another young man, but the strange thing was that both of their bodies were missing. Quickly, I don't wish to hear the name Yoon Luofeng again. To me, that girl is a nightmare. Within that nightmare, the young Xiao Luo was hugging his thigh while begging him to let her stay. Yet, he had kicked her away and injured her head as a result. With a malevolent-looking expression, she claimed she would make him pay with his life one day. For many nights, he had been frightened awake by that nightmare and he wasn't sure if it was a mistake chasing away Xiao Luofeng back then. Looking at Yoon Tianqi's timid appearance, anger rose within Lin Quickly. Let me tell you, Yoon Luofeng was reaping what she sowed and we aren't to be blamed. If you feel regret, you can accompany her in the afterlife. Chapter 2165, Another Story of Waxia, 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yoon Tianqi's expression changed and just as he wanted to say something, he saw Lin quickly walking out. With a bang, the door was shut close, causing his expression to become unsightly. He tightly gripped his fists, while anger was prominent in his eyes. Waxia, on the streets bustling with activity, everyone was looking in one direction as they turned around and pointed their fingers. Are those people cosplaying? I feel that the white-robed lady is very beautiful and the man beside her is also very handsome. He's so much more handsome compared to those celebrities in movies and dramas. Are those their children that are standing in front of them? The two are adorable. If I could have such an adorable kid, I would be willing no matter how much I had to fork out. Hearing the discussions, Yoon Shutian hid by Yoon Luofeng's side with a nervous look. In contrast, Yoon Nianfeng's wide-open eyes were looking all around in curiosity. Mother, what are those beasts that can run? Why haven't I seen them before? Also, why are the buildings here so high? Won't they collapse and injure people? Mother, quick, take a look. There's a huge bird flying in the sky. Excitement could be seen on Yoon Nianfeng's face as he excitedly pointed to those new and odd objects. Even his eyes were radiating light. Hearing Yoon Nianfeng, those who surrounded them revealed disdain. They thought that these people were cosplaying, but in fact, they were all frogs in a well. Yoon Xiao maintained his silence all along while he quietly stood by Yoon Luofeng's side. His gaze did not even shift as he directly ignored those novelties. Yoon Xiao, I have an apartment here. Let's head there first and I'll explain things to you after. Yoon Luofeng quirked her brow. She worked while studying back then and purchased an apartment. She hadn't even moved until now before she had reincarnated to the other continent. Thus, the first place she headed to was that apartment she had bought back then. Yoon Xiao didn't know what an apartment was. However, he believed Yoon Luofeng's decision wouldn't be wrong and so, he merely followed behind her and quietly walked forward. Her apartment wasn't located in an extremely bustling place. The neighborhood was very common and no one stopped her when she walked in. Soon after, the few of them had arrived at the apartment's door. Looking at the familiar-looking door, her eyes gleamed as she gently placed her finger on the doorknob. Spirit energy transformed into a thread and burrowed into the keyhole. Catch her. The lock was opened as Yoon Luofeng pushed open the door and walked in. Someone seems to have been cleaning this apartment all these years. Yoon Luofeng furrowed her brows. There was only a single person who would help tidy up the apartment. Just as the person's image surfaced in her mind, an aged yet stern voice sounded, "Who are you? How did you enter?" This voice was very familiar, and caused Yoon Luofeng to stiffen. As she slowly turned around, she saw the old man standing by the door. He was holding onto a broom while clutching onto the apartment keys in his right hand. With a furious expression, he stared at these uninvited guests. However, the moment he saw Yoon Luofeng's appearance, he was stunned on the spot and couldn't shift his gaze away as he stared intently at the woman's exceptionally gorgeous face. Chapter 2166, Another Story of Waxia, 7. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. You, Xiao Feng. The old man immediately widened his eyes and stared at the woman who appeared in the apartment in disbelief. He roughly rubbed his eyes and took another glance. He noticed that the woman was not an imagination of his as she still stood in the room as she looked at him with a sweet smile. In that instant, the old man stiffened and his eyes couldn't help but redden. Xiao Feng is already dead. Is this her soul that returned to visit me? She's dead. She died in that laboratory. In his life, he could never meet her ever again. Teacher. Noticing his appearance, the woman smiled and slowly called out. The old man couldn't hold back his tears and they soon flooded his eyes. Xiao Feng, for your soul to visit me, do you have any other last words to tell me? It has already been 5 years, so why did you only return now? 5 years. Yoon Luofeng frowned. She had left for 20 years but it was only 5 years in Waxia. Teacher, I'm back. Yoon Luofeng slowly walked to the old man and a smile quirked up on her face. I'm not a soul and it's indeed me. The old man's eyes widened gradually. His somewhat trembling hand stretched out and touched Yoon Luofeng's head. The realistic sense of touch could be felt on his palm and at that very moment, the old man started to cry like a little child. Xiao Feng, you're alive. You're really alive. Where have you been these 5 years? Why did you only return now? Also, you clearly entered the laboratory back then, so how did you survive? The old man's consecutive string of questions caused Yoon Luofeng to be flabbergasted. Looking at the man behind him, she started to ponder. How should I explain this to my benefactor? Yoon Xiao had slowly walked to Yoon Luofeng's side and tightly hugged her in his embrace. Their eyes met and a gentle smile surfaced within his eyes. Xiao Feng, this is. The man gradually noticed Yoon Xiao as shock could be seen in his eyes. He's my husband. Yoon Luofeng quirked her lips and proudly introduced Yoon Xiao. Husband. The old man was unable to digest this news all of a sudden and hastily supported himself using the wall by his side. My own student disappeared for 5 years and right now, she even has a husband. Teacher, Yoon Xiao expressionlessly called out. Him being willing to address the old man already proved he regarded him as someone important. However, with Yoon Seo's personality, he wouldn't reveal a smile in front of others, and so he still maintained an expressionless appearance. Mother, mother. Yoon Niangfeng and Yoon Shutian ran to Yoon Luofeng's side, and their eyes radiated a glistening radiance. Mother, is he the benefactor you mentioned? Yoon Nianfeng cocked his head to one side and asked. Similar to lightning striking down, the old man was instantly shocked silly. What? Not only does Seo Feng have a husband, she even has 2 kids. Wait, something's wrong. This little boy doesn't look like he's 4, instead, he looks about 6 to 7. Thinking of this, the old man suspiciously turned towards Yoon Luofeng. Seo Feng, is this child really your son? You're deaf. Oh wait, you were only missing for 5 years and your child would at most be 4 years old. However, this little kid should be about 6 years old, am I right? Oh, Yoon Luofeng half-heartedly replied, he's a big eater and grows quickly. Hearing her, a trace of grief suddenly surfaced in Yoon Nianfeng's eyes. Mother, Feng Er doesn't eat much. Feng Er doesn't eat as much as Tian Er. Bang! Yoon Seo hit Yoon Nianfeng and expressionlessly said, you have any complaint about what your mother said? Yoon Nianfeng had an urge to cry. What sins had he ever committed to have met with a father that protects his wife? Mother was lying through her teeth, yet father even helped her. This is simply too unfair. However, as he was afraid of his father's abuse, Yoon Nianfeng spoke while crying, Feng Er eats a lot and grows quickly. What mother said is extremely right. Chapter 2167, Another Story of Waxia, 8. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The old man glanced at Yoon Nianfeng in surprise, and doubts could be seen in his eyes. Was that really so? Teacher, Yoon Luofeng's expression gradually darkened and she questioned, that year after my disappearance, what happened? Hearing her question, the old man was stunned for a moment as he looked worried. Ultimately, he shook his head and said, don't worry. Nothing happened within these 5 years and I merely came to tidy your room at regular intervals. Now that you're back, it can be considered as returning it to its rightful owner. Since Yoon Luofeng's corpse had also disappeared during the explosion back then, the old man always held a glimmer of hope, wishing that his student was still alive. At this moment, his phone rang. Taking it out from his pocket, he looked at the caller display and a trace of astonishment surfaced when he saw the caller. Shortly after, he answered the call. Hello. Perhaps due to the caller saying something, the old man passed the phone to Yoon Luofeng. He's looking for you. Looking for me? Yoon Luofeng slightly quirked her brow. No one should have known about her return, so why was something looking for her? Despite this, she did not think too much and took the phone. However, just as she placed the phone by her ear, an anxious voice sounded, Yoon Luofeng, hurry and make your way to Wangpo Hospital. Nangong. Recognizing the other party's voice, she was momentarily distracted. What happened? My grandfather got into a traffic accident. Yoon Luofeng frowned and answered, wait for me, I'll be there soon. After speaking, she did not even inquire how Nangong Yunyi knew that she was with her teacher and hung up. Then, turning her head to Yoon Seo, her son, she said, Yoon Seo, Nianfeng, Tian, let's make a trip to the hospital. What's a hospital? Yoon Shutian leaned her head to one side, looking adorable. Mother, what's the equipment you were holding onto earlier? How did it allow you to chat with Uncle Nangong? I don't have time to explain this to you right now. Saving people is the top priority. After that, she pulled Yoon Shutian into her embrace while Yoon Seo carried Nianfeng, and after their eyes met, both of them dashed out the door. Their figures were very swift, similar to a gust of wind, and they quickly streaked past the old man. Staring blankly in the direction Yoon Luofeng left, he felt somewhat out of sorts. Hospital, outside the emergency room. Nangong Yunyi sat down impatiently on the chairs by the walkway while his complexion was deathly white. His bloodshot eyes stared at the lighted emergency room as anxiousness flooded him. Damn it. If only he had learned medical skills from Yoon Luofeng back then, he wouldn't be so helpless in the face of a crisis like now. Rest assured, nothing will happen to your grandfather. Hong Luan patted Nangong Yunyi's shoulders and comforted, once Yoon Luofeng arrives, there's no patient she can't save. Even if your grandfather met his end, she is capable of pulling him back from the afterlife. Perhaps due to Hong Luan's comforting, Nangong Yunyi's expression eased. That's right, with Yoon Luofeng here, there are no patients she can't cure. TSK. Just then, a sarcastic voice sounded and a mocking expression could be seen on her face. Nangong Yunyi, you still have the cheek to say such words. If it weren't because grandfather thought you had died, he wouldn't be constantly worried, resulting in his physical condition worsening day by day. Chapter 2168, Another Story of Waxia, 9. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. What's ridiculous is that you're actually not dead but instead, ran to God knows where and even brought back a woman with an unknown background. The one that spoke was a woman that looked petite as she wore a princess dress. She was similar to a proud peacock as she spoke with condescension. Furthermore, if it weren't for your appearance today, grandfather wouldn't have gotten into a traffic accident. Nangong Yunyi maintained silence without speaking as he lowered his head. In this family, only his grandfather had doted on him. Yet, he hadn't returned after so many years, causing his grandfather's health to deteriorate. Supposedly, his grandfather should have been enjoying the rest of his days at home happily, but no one knew why he secretly ran out today and even met with an accident. In addition, Nangong Yunyi's return was timely and that resulted in those people pushing the blame on him. They claimed that his grandfather sensed his return and went out to search for him, thus meeting with the traffic accident. In reality, he only found out about his grandfather's accident after he returned. Shut up. Anger surfaced on Hong Luan's face. How is this related to Nangong? It's you who didn't take care of the elderly, yet you're pushing the responsibility to him. Of course it's his fault. The young lady raised her chin and spoke haughtily. Nangong Yunyi, if it weren't for that slut mother of yours snatching away my mother's position, do you think you could become the Nangong family's eldest son? Your mother was merely a mistress that broke up someone else's relationship. Bang. Nangong Yunyi suddenly stood up. His gaze was very terrifying as he coldly stared at the young lady's delicate appearance. It's fine to humiliate me, but you're not allowed to insult my mother. His voice was ice cold and filled with hatred. This was the first time Hong Luan saw Nangong Yunyi acting like that. Did I say anything wrong? Your mother was a mistress, a slut. The young lady lifted her chin, not fearing him in the slightest. In the past, there was the grandfather that doted on him and she couldn't deal with Nangong Yunyi. However, now that the grandfather was bedridden, who else in the Nangong family would want him to stay? Nangong Lan. Nangong Yunyi gnashed his teeth as killing intent streaked across his eyes. Exactly who is the mistress? Your mother appeared only after my mother married that man and had me. Right now, you are claiming that my mother was the mistress. He did not even address that man as his father, and it could be seen how much hatred he had for him. Perhaps frightened by Nangong Yunyi's fierce gaze, she retreated a few steps back and quickly steadied herself. She snorted and said, "So what? Your mother and my father had a political marriage, and although my mother appeared late, they were truly in love with each other. In relationships, the one who isn't loved is the mistress." Hong Luan was stunned. It was the first time she heard someone acting so just and upright when their mother snatched someone else's man. Unconsciously, she somewhat admired the shamelessness of this woman. "I dare you to repeat what you said." Nangong Yunyi suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Nangong Lan's lapels. "Originally, I didn't want to hit you here, but you have repeatedly accused my mother. If I don't stand up for her, I'm not fit to be her son. If it weren't for these people, his mother wouldn't have died, and all the more, he wouldn't have become a child with a single parent. All these years, he had never told others of his family matters nor even mentioned it in the slightest to Yun Luofeng. He felt disgusted with just the thought of mentioning these people. Chapter 2169, Another Story of Waxia, 10. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. What do you think you're doing? At this moment, Nangong Yunyi had grabbed Nangong Lan's neck as a trace of killing intent streaked across his eyes. His intentions were extremely clear, such that even Nangong Lan could not help but tremble. Pa, however, seemingly not noticing the fear in Nangong Lan's eyes, his palm struck her cheeks. In an instant, the originally delicate and adorable face swelled and she started crying. Nangong Yunyi. Suddenly, an angry voice sounded and a couple swiftly walked over. Upon seeing Nangong Yunyi's hand lifting up Nangong Lan, flames of fury bubbled up within his eyes. "What are you doing?" A man wearing a suit walked towards Nangong Yunyi and sternly shouted. "Put your sister down." "Sister," Nangong Yunyi sneered. In that past, no matter how much he disliked the Nangong family, he did not cause trouble for Nangong Lan. No matter what she said, he merely turned a deaf ear to the words she said. However, ever since he went to the land of no return, he seemed to have been influenced by the atmosphere there and wasn't as indecisive as before. "I don't care who she is. As long as she humiliates my mother, I will teach her a lesson." Bang! Nangong Yunyi lifted his hand and fiercely threw Nangong Lan on the ground. Her head bumped against the wall, causing her to see stars, and tears continuously flowed down from her eyes due to the pain. "Xiao Lan," the beautiful woman beside the man cried out in surprise and immediately pulled Nangong Lan into her embrace while tears flooded her eyes. "Are you all right? Quick, get the doctor." The beautiful woman's words caused those nurses to react and hastily left. A moment later, a doctor came over. "Doctor, hurry and check up on my daughter." The beautiful woman was filled with anxiousness and she looked at the young lady in her embrace without blinking. Nangong Lan's complexion was somewhat pale and sweat trickled down endlessly. She tightly bit her lips while glaring at Nangong Yunyi with hate. Hong Luan glanced at Nangong Lan and a mocking smile quirked on her lips. "Since she's still capable of glaring at you, it seems like she's fine." Her words thoroughly infuriated the beautiful woman, causing her to stand up and look at Hong Luan with overflowing anger. "Who do you think you are to actually point fingers at us, the Nangong family? A random country bumpkin woman dares to marry into our Nangong family. As long as I'm here, I will never let you enter the family." The beautiful woman coldly glanced at Hong Luan before turning to the man. Her originally furious emotions had immediately changed to be of grievance. "Husband, take a look at Yunyi. He wouldn't be like that in the past nor hit Xiao Lan. He must have been led astray by this woman." A trace of anger flashed through his eyes as he faced Nangong Yunyi with a cold expression. "Immediately apologize to your little sister and mother. Firstly, my mother is already dead." Nangong Yunyi's voice was very gloomy and cold. "Secondly, Nangong Lan humiliated my mother, and as a son, I will not stand by and do nothing. Thirdly, from the start to the end, I'm the one teaching Nangong Lan a lesson, and what has it got to do with Luanair? You actually want her to apologize?" Not to mention Nangong Yunyi getting annoyed, even Hong Luan was amused. It seems like it wasn't only the 7-province continent that had pompous people, and there were plenty in Waxia too. Chapter 2170, Another Story of Waxia, 11. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Father. Nangong Lan had recovered from her dazed state and bit her lips while tears streamed down. "It was Nangong Yunyi who scolded my mother first. He claimed that mother was a mistress and I rebuked him because I could not endure what he said. Following that, he said that I humiliated his deceased mother but didn't mention the fact that he was the one who started it." Hong Luan was stupefied. It was her first time to have encountered someone who deliberately distorted the truth, and a smile unconsciously quirked on her lips. "Nonsense." As expected, the man was thoroughly enraged when he heard what she said and the flames of fury in his eyes deepened. "When your mother was alive, was this how she brought you up? You're completely lacking in your upbringing. Maizu is your stepmother, yet you insulted her as a mistress. The true mistress was your mother, and if it weren't for your grandfather forcing that marriage, do you think I would have married her?" Nangong Yunyi's fist gradually tightened. He had to use all his willpower to restrain his impulse to punch that man. "I met Maizu too late, or else I wouldn't have had a relationship with your mother at all." The man's cool eye swept across Nangong Yunyi before he turned to Zhao Maizu, who was sobbing spasmodically, and softened his tone. "Maizu, there's no need to mind his words, and it's fine that I know how it was. Unfortunately, we met too late. Otherwise, even if I had to oppose the old man, I would have married you. It was the first time someone had acted so righteous after having an extramarital affair. What did he mean by meeting too late? A man who had a family had caused his wife to pass away due to grief for an extramarital affair. As a result, he even claimed that there was no right or wrong in love. Even if they were mutually in love, the fact that the man was already married back then couldn't be avoided. The nurses and doctor also felt disdain for him, but no one dared to speak up. Not only was this man the chairman of Nangong Corporation, his father, the old man in the emergency room, was also an outstanding founding minister. Even if he had retired, the connections he possessed were incomparable. On grandfather's account, I'll let you go this one time. Nangong Yunyi's expression gradually turned chilly as he expressionlessly said, if there's another time, I will never let you off even if you are my biological father. He did not wish for his grandfather to be too worried and so, he had let him off. Otherwise, he would have taken action against him. Is there a son that speaks to their father like this? The man's expression was indifferent. It's fine if you're unwilling to apologize. But, I will never let this woman step into our Nangong family's gates. Nangong Yunyi laughed. His laughter contained contempt and mocking. My life isn't for you to decide. You, the man wanted to grab Nangong Yunyi's shoulder in a fit of anger, but at that very moment, there seemed to be a force that exploded from Nangong Yunyi, directly causing his hands to bounce back. Get lost. Beep, beep, beep. Just as the man wanted to get angry, the emergency room's light was extinguished and the doctor wearing a mask walked out. Doctor, not caring about Nangong Yunyi, the man hastily walked up and asked, how's my father? The doctor glanced at the man and sighed. The patient's injuries are too serious and he is still in a coma. If he doesn't regain consciousness by tonight, you all had better be prepared. If he doesn't regain consciousness by tonight, you all had better be prepared. Nangong Yunyi staggered and nearly fell on the floor. Luckily, Hong Luan had supported him in time, preventing him from collapsing. Chapter 2171, Another Story of Waxia, 12. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Nangong Yunyi. The man tightly clenched his fist as his eyes reddened while his furious gaze stared unwaveringly at Nangong Yunyi. If something happens to grandfather, you'll be the main culprit and I'll never let you off. Hong Luan, who was originally worried, immediately got infuriated upon hearing him. Nangong is already feeling sad that grandfather Nangong got into a traffic accident. Right now, you're still intending to push the responsibility on him. Nangong Yunyi stayed silent as his tightly clenched fist had gradually trembled and his eyes never shifted away from the emergency room, causing his eyes to turn red. Did I say anything wrong? The man snorted. Earlier on, Lancer informed me when she called, saying that if it weren't for you calling grandfather, he wouldn't have hastily gone looking for you. All the more, he wouldn't have gotten into a traffic accident. Nangong Yunyi shifted his gaze away from the emergency room as his eyes coldly glared at the man. I called grandfather. Father. Nangong Lan climbed up with tears streaming down her cheeks. Actually, I'm not sure if brother called grandfather. I only know that after grandfather answered the call, he excitedly said that brother had returned and wanted to fetch him. As a result, he ran out and I couldn't stop him. However, he was knocked down by a car the moment he left and perhaps that call wasn't from brother. Nangong Lan frowned, acting as if she was trying to defend Nangong Yunyi. However, her words implied that if it weren't for that call, the grandfather wouldn't have met with an accident. Now that her father was extremely angry, he definitely wouldn't investigate the real caller. Moreover, so what if it was found out in the future? She didn't specifically mention it was Nangong Yunyi who made the call and couldn't it just be a mistake? Bang! The man furiously punched Nangong Yunyi, but before he managed to touch him, he was stopped by Hong Luan. Flames of fury flickered within her eyes as a sneer surfaced on her lips. I've never met a father like you. Boom. After saying this, she kicked the man's chest and instantly the 6-foot-tall man was sent flying by her kick. Husband. Father. Nangong Lan and Zhao Maizu turned pale from fright as they hastily ran to his side. Looking at him lying on the ground without moving, they glared at Hong Luan with fury. Quick, call the police and arrest this woman who injured my husband. I'd like to see who dares to do so. Nangong Yunyi pulled Hong Luan behind him to protect her while there was unconcealable sadness within his eyes. With coldness in his voice, he said, I don't want to fight with you here. Otherwise, none of you would be able to continue standing. The emergency room lights went off and 2 guards pushing the stretcher walked out. Looking at the unconscious old man, the rims of Nangong Yunyi's eyes reddened as he slowly walked to the stretcher. Grandfather, I've returned. Unfortunately, I was too late. The doctor expressionlessly glanced at the crowd before him and spoke in a formal tone. This is the hospital, so go outside if you want to fight. Don't cause trouble inside here. As expected, the doctor's words were more effective and the man stood up with his wife's support. His eyes were overflowing with rage as he glared at Nangong Yunyi, but he maintained his silence. In any case, Maizu had called the police and the matter of injuring him could be settled after the police arrived. Chapter 2172, Another Story of Waxia, 13. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Luofeng. Suddenly, Hong Luan sensed some footsteps behind her and immediately turned around. Looking at the familiar appearance, joy surfaced on her face. You're finally here. Perhaps due to Hong Luan's words, Nangong Yunyi finally recovered his senses. He suddenly pulled on Yun Luofeng's sleeves and his expression seemed to be grasping at his last lifeboat. Yun Luofeng, hurry and save my grandfather. Only you are capable of doing so. Nangong Lan sneered. Didn't you hear what the doctor said? If grandfather can't endure past tonight, it's hopeless. You actually asked this woman to save grandfather. Do you think she's the reincarnation of Hua 201? If it was in the past, Nangong Yunyi would have attacked her long ago. However, the matter of importance now was to have Yun Luofeng save his grandfather. Therefore, he directly ignored Nangong Lan and his pleading eyes stared at Yun Luofeng. Okay, Yun Luofeng maintained silence for a moment and nodded. I need a quiet place and no one is allowed to disturb me. Nangong Yunyi was heartened. He was completely confident of Yun Luofeng's capabilities. Even if you were dead, this woman was capable of pulling you back from the underworld. Miss, this is a hospital. Seeing Yun Luofeng pushing the stretcher, the doctor frowned and blocked her way. Therefore, I hope you won't disturb the patient. Get lost. Yun Luofeng's voice was cold, causing the doctor to tremble. He never expected someone could be cold to this extent. However, recalling the old man's identity, he clenched his teeth and said, I can't let you do anything that could harm the patient. Yun Xiao, noticing that the old man's condition wasn't good, she was too lazy to speak another word with these obstinate doctors and directly called out. Just as the doctor intended to continue speaking, a black figure appeared before him and picked him up, similar to an eagle grabbing a little chick, and dragged him to one side. Everyone was stupefied. Could it be that everyone who came today is an abnormal person? First, that red-robed lady had kicked President Nangong, sending him flying, and just now this man had easily lifted a robust doctor. Even if they were weightlifters, they probably wouldn't have such strength. Just as everyone was in shock, Yun Luofeng had pushed the old man's stretcher into the emergency room. Cough cough. Finally, the man recovered his senses and dryly coughed. He angrily shouted at those doctors and nurses, what are you standing here for? You actually allowed a person who doesn't even have a license to practice medicine to treat my father. What if something happens to him, who will assume this responsibility? From the start, Hong Luan had been paying attention to their expressions. This man was indeed worried about the old man, as grandfather Nangong was his biological father, so how could he be unconcerned? However, Zhao Maizu and Nangong Lan weren't sad in the slightest. Instead, after hearing that the old man might not endure past today, a trace of happiness flashed across their eyes. That's right, it was happiness. Hong Luan started to ponder. It seems like I will have to ask Nangong to investigate his grandfather's accident. Just then, a group of policemen dashed in and sternly said, Who called the police earlier on? I did. Zhao Maizu tightly bit her lips and said, Only now, did the police notice the man and Zhao Meshui's existence. Mr. Nangong, madam, why are you here? Chapter 2173, Another Story of Waxia, 14. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. These policemen were acquainted with them and subconsciously spoke in a respectful tone. Yet, they were nervous deep down. Could it be that these ignorant people had provoked Chairman Nangong? My father was in a traffic accident, the man coldly said. What? The old chairman was in a traffic accident? If the old chairman got into an accident, then why did they call for the police? Even if they were to find someone, it would be the Ministry of Transport Department, so how was this related to them? My father got into an accident and this unfilial child was unconcerned. He even brought a woman here to anger me. Furthermore, she attacked me and right now I want you to take her to the station for punishment. The man spoke with one hand behind his back and a stern, grave, and somewhat pale expression. It was clear that he had been seriously injured by Hong Luan's kick. The police were stupefied. There was someone who dared to touch Chairman Nangong. Furthermore, the other party was the young master's woman. Mr. Nangong, please rest assured that we will certainly deal with this incident impartially. Their so-called impartial meant they would fiercely teach this woman a lesson and vent anger for Mr. Nangong. Who dares to take a step forward? Nangong Yunyi's eyes turned chilly as they swept past the policemen and a mocking smile curled on his lips. You didn't even ask what happened and you're about to immediately arrest someone. Is this how you deal with matters? Furthermore, Hong Luan was acting out of self-defense. The policemen were taken aback and hesitated for a moment. Although they were fearful of the Nangong Corporation chairman, they were government officials and had to maintain their face. If this woman had indeed attacked first, then it was pardonable for them to arrest and punish her. However, if this incident was of one of self-defense, then it would be a different matter altogether. HMPH. The man snorted, it's a matter of course for a father to hit their son. You were disrespectful to your mother and sister, so shouldn't I hit you? Who does this woman think she is to dare to stand up for you? Hearing what Chairman Nangong said, the policeman finally understood the situation. So it turns out that Mr. Nangong was lecturing his son but had been attacked by his son's woman. In this case, it was indeed the woman's fault. What business did she have when someone else was lecturing their son? Did it even require her to stand up for him? Furthermore, the man recovered his senses and said, just a moment ago, a woman forcefully barged into the emergency room where my father was receiving treatment. I suspect she is attempting to murder him and I hope you can deal with this as a murder case. What? Hearing this, those policemen were greatly shocked. Attempting to murder the old chairman. This criminal charge was sufficient for her to be shot in the head. Quick, make way and open the emergency room. If that woman dares to resist, immediately shoot her. The leader waved his hand and commanded. However, he was blocked before he managed to reach the door. Yun Xiao was expressionless and spoke in a grim tone, death awaits those who take a step forward. In that instant, an eerie aura radiated from his body caused the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees, causing them to shiver. Those policemen had never encountered someone as unbridled as Yun Xiao and were momentarily stunned. Even criminals didn't dare to speak of such arrogant words towards the police, but this man here had done so. They were unaware that Yun Xiao did not belong to this world. That continent that he resided in did not have any laws and the strong were respected and obeyed. The stronger ones had the right to decide another's life or death. In his eyes, the weak were no different than ants. Chapter 2174, Another Story of Waxia, 15. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Make way. Instantly, the police fished out guns. If you don't move, we'll shoot. Thinking of the old chairman's safety, the policemen were impatient. Although not knowing what a gun was, he could sense that the item in their hands was not a threat. If it weren't for Nangong Yunyi worrying for his grandfather's safety, perhaps he might have laughed out loud at that very moment. Who was Yun Xiao? One of the true gods within the 7-province continent. The bullets weren't even capable of brushing past his sleeves, so how could that possibly threaten him? They were honestly a group of frogs in a well. Seeing Yun Xiao's unchanged expression, their hands trembled. Frankly speaking, they only received the guns not long ago and never had the opportunity to use them. They would be very nervous if they had to shoot someone on the spot. So, the policemen merely wanted to threaten Yun Xiao. Unfortunately, Yun Xiao remained unmoved. The policemen clenched their teeth and one fiercely warned, "I'll give you one last chance. Immediately make way or else I'll shoot for real." At this very moment, the emergency room was pushed open and an aged voice sounded from within. "Who do you think you're pointing your gun at?" His voice was very steady and gave others a suppressive feeling. The policeman's hands holding the gun suddenly shook and he nearly pulled the trigger. Luckily, he stopped in time. Currently, everyone turned towards the emergency room and their astonished gaze fell on the old man walking out without difficulty. Yun Luofeng quietly stood beside the old man and looked at the policeman who pointed the gun at Yun Xiao. Her expression then gradually turned chilly. "Father, you're fine." The man recovered from his initial astonishment and joy surfaced on his face as he hastily walked to his side. "Originally, I thought there was no hope. How are you?" After speaking, he paused and turned towards the woman standing beside his father and frowned. Could it be, this girl is actually knowledgeable about medical skills? Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng had already walked to Yun Xiao's side as her sharp eyes swept towards the policeman, scaring him out of his wits that he nearly threw his gun away. "As a government official, you actually dared to point your gun at someone. Who gave you the right to do so?" The old man's voice was cold. It was hard to imagine that he was lying unconscious on the bed earlier on. Not only could he walk, but his voice was also full of energy. No matter how skillful a person was, it was impossible to achieve such effects. Hong Luan's eyes flickered. If she wasn't mistaken, Zhao Maizu and her daughter's expressions did not relax when the old man walked out. Instead, they were furious. Grandfather Nangong recovering was something worth rejoicing about, but they were angry. It looks like this traffic accident wasn't as simple as it seemed. "It's a miracle." That doctor gradually recovered and revealed a happy expression. "Miss, could you possibly tell me what you did for the old chairman? This is simply more miraculous than anything possible." No comment. Yun Luofeng said indifferently. What was she going to tell these people? That she had strip medicine on hand. "Why aren't you putting down your gun?" Looking at the policeman holding the gun, his voice was angry. "If you cause an accidental injury, you better wait to be sued." Chapter 2175, Another Story of Waxia, 16. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Hearing his words, the policemen immediately lowered the guns and beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads. "Old Chairman, we rushed here due to a report claiming that someone was attempting a murder. We request you not to blame us." HMPH. The old chairman snorted and expressionlessly said, "You're pointing a gun towards the citizens just because you received a report. There's no need to even investigate. Is this how government officials work?" The policemen had awkward expressions. "Wasn't the person who made the report your son? Otherwise, how could we have easily believed in others? Why aren't you getting lost yet?" The old chairman spoke in an upright tone, seemingly having the might of a high-ranking official. "Yes, we will leave right now." Those policemen wiped the cold sweat and just as they turned behind, a voice slowly sounded, "Halt." The voice was chilly, causing them to shiver. One of the policemen shivered and stiffly turned his head while gently laughing. "This time it was indeed due to our negligence. May I know what other request you have?" Whoosh. A sudden gust of wind emerged and he witnessed a white figure disappearing all of a sudden. After recovering his senses, the gun in his hands had disappeared and his heart almost stopped beating at that moment. His hand still maintained the posture of wielding a gun and he subconsciously lifted it, pointing it towards the devastatingly gorgeous woman, and swallowed his saliva. The ice-cold muzzle of the gun was pointed at his head, causing him to feel horrified. His whole body froze and he couldn't even move a finger. "If you dare to point a gun at my people in the future, I will make sure your head has the same ending as this gun." Bang! Yun Luofeng's hand suddenly exerted a force. Similar to bubbles, the gun instantly turned into powder and gathered on her palms. If Yun Luofeng's earlier action of snatching the gun made him panic, then her current actions nearly scared him to the point of crying. Each one of them scowled miserably as they looked extremely wronged. What was that? Is this woman still human? She's even more terrifying than a monster. The old chairman was also astonished. Not to mention her earlier actions being 100-fold stronger than Special Forces soldiers, just the action of disintegrating the gun almost caused his heart to stop. If the country possessed such a talent, what else was there to be worried about? Get lost. Yun Luofeng's words were similar to a general pardon. Those policemen frantically escaped and their movements were even faster than wind, afraid that they might carelessly infuriate her and the next thing being disintegrated would be their heads. Compared to their fright and the old chairman's excitement, Zhao Zume her daughter's expressions were extremely unsightly. Nangong Yunyi actually had such a friend. Why, haven't we heard about her before? Luofeng. Hong Luan smiled and slowly walked towards Yun Luofeng. Her brows quirked while a big smile was on her face. "How is it? Have you met your benefactor?" Nangong Yunyi knew that the first thing Yun Luofeng would do when she returned to Waxia was to look for her benefactor. Therefore, he had given a call to the teacher. As expected, he found her. Yun Luofeng nodded. "You haven't told me what exactly happened. For example, these relatives of yours." Her cold and stern gaze shot towards Zhao Zume's and an eerie glint was contained within it. Seemingly recalling Yun Luofeng's previous actions, they were scared witless and didn't dare to utter a single word. Chapter 2176, Another Story of Waxia, 17. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. And as for Nangong Lan, her eyes had never once shifted away from Yun Xiao. Nangong Yunyi scratched his head and smiled embarrassingly. "It's a long story and I'll explain it to you shortly." After saying that, he looked towards his grandfather. "Grandfather, you've recovered. Haha, it's all thanks to this lady here that I could live to fight another day. However, Yunyi, shouldn't you be introducing them to me? The old chairman beamed and did not even spare a glance at Zhao Maizu and her daughter as he looked at Nangong Yunyi. The old man wasn't someone who valued men and belittled women. He merely loathed Zhao Maizu for breaking up another's family. Moreover, compared to his grandson Nangong Yunyi, he didn't really like this girl Nangong Lan. Nangong Lan was too scheming and that made it hard for him to like her. If it weren't for his son's persistence of marrying Zhao Maizu, he would have never allowed her to step into the Nangong family. This is my classmate from Waxia University, Yun Luofeng, and the other one is her husband, Yun Xiao. As for Hong Luan, Nangong Yunyi turned to Hong Luan and the smiling intent in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Perhaps she might become your future granddaughter-in-law. Hong Luan's blushed and glared at Nangong Yunyi, but did retort him. Ha ha ha. The old chairman excitedly laughed and his laughter was very powerful and bright. This girl is pretty good. My grandson has good insight. I also like her very much. Zhao Meishui's gaze darkened when she heard him. She's only a girl from an unknown background, so how did she even manage to obtain the old man's liking? In any case, she was the Zhao Corporation's precious daughter, but she wasn't able to obtain the old man's liking after all these years. The joke was, Zhao Maizu forgot that Nangong Yunyi was unmarried and the woman he took a fancy to was naturally able to obtain the old man's liking. As for her, she had broken up a family and since she didn't even respect herself, how could she possibly obtain other people's respect? If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving with Yun Xiao. Nianfeng and Shutian are still waiting for us outside, Yun Luofeng said as she looked at Nangong Yunyi. Those two little fellas were curious about everything and anything. Right now, they were unwilling to follow her into the emergency room and were playing outside. However, this was not the Seven Province continent and she was worried about them. After treating grandfather Nangong, she bid farewell to Nangong Yunyi. Wait a moment, I'll leave with you. Hong Luan's eyes turned and upon seeing Yun Luofeng leaving together with Yun Xiao, she immediately went chasing after them. In the hospital lounge, Hong Luan managed to chase up to Yun Luofeng with a few steps. Luofeng, I have something I need your help with. Yun Luofeng halted and turning to Hong Luan she asked, what's the matter? Lend me a gold-seeking hamster. Gold-seeking hamster. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow. Alright, I'll lend you Meng Meng. In any case, Meng Meng is the gold-seeking hamster tribe's princess and that would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It's fine with just a random hamster. Furthermore, Hong Luan smirked as she was beaming with smiles, would Milk Tea be willing to part with her? Yun Luofeng was silent without saying much. Milk Tea had known Meng Meng for decades and he might as well complete their marriage after they returned to the Seven Province continent. That would keep Milk Tea from constantly using the grieving expression to look at her. Luofeng, you're not asking why I need a gold-seeking hamster. Hong Luan was silent for a moment before asking. Chapter 2177, Another Story of Waxia, 18. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. It's seldom that you'd ask for my help and since you've asked, then there must be something important that only gold-seeking hamsters could give help. After all these years, she had a thorough understanding of Hong Luan and if the situation wasn't dire, she would never ask for her help. Actually, Hong Luan's eyes flickered. I feel that Nangong Yunyi's grandfather's traffic accident isn't simple as it seems. I suspect it was done by that stepmother of his. I was thinking of having a gold-seeking hamster follow them and eavesdrop on their conversation. Yun Luofeng blinked. Do you need a recording pen? Recording pen. Hong Luan looked confused. What's that? I can't explain it in a short while. In any case, I'll directly send the gold-seeking hamster with the recording pen to you. Just as Hong Luan wanted an explanation, a cursing voice sounded from the front direction. Where did this bastard child come from? To actually dare to hit my child. Today, I shall teach you a lesson in place of your mother. Just as this shrew shouted, a stubborn voice sounded. My mother said that it's a father's fault for not teaching their child well. Your son is so lecherous at such a young age and even wanted to molest Tian'er. I only pushed him away and I didn't do anything wrong. Good, good. You still dare to twist words and force logic. Today, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Yun Luofeng's expression slowly darkened and she slightly looked up, her eyes following the direction of the noise. Somewhere not far away from her location, Yun Shutian had hid behind Yun Nianfeng while they were encircled. Blinking the deer-like innocent eyes, they stared at the shrew-like woman. This woman was around 40 years old as she carried a little boy in Adidas clothing. However, this little boy was currently crying out loud. The people surrounding them were all pointing fingers and the woman was shameless as she went up, wanting to pull on Yun Nianfeng. He tightly clenched his fists. If it weren't for his mother telling him he couldn't casually kill people in Waxia, he would have ended her life. Whoosh! Just as the woman appeared in front of Yun Nianfeng, an arm suddenly stretched out and pulled Yun Nianfeng and Yun Shutian into his embrace. The woman wasn't able to stop in time and crashed on the ground. The crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud. Their laughter caused her to fly into a rage out of humiliation. She immediately got up from the ground while furiously glaring at the black-robed man before her. My husband is this hospital's deputy director and you dared to injure me right in front of the hospital. I'll have my husband chase your family members out of the hospital. This was the hospital's ward area and those who came here must have been visiting a patient. As her husband had high authority, he could casually find an excuse to chase him out. Just then, a clear voice sounded from the back. Teacher's wife, you're sure impressive. How come I wasn't aware that the teacher became the hospital's deputy director? The woman wanted to get angry but the instant she looked over, she saw a familiar face and screeched, "Ah, ghost." The surrounding crowd were all frightened by her scream and just when they wanted to curse, they saw the white-robed lady walking towards that woman. She was wearing a white-colored period costume and looked devastatingly gorgeous, attracting everyone's gaze in an instant. Who is this woman? Is this man her husband? TSK, they look like quite a pair when standing side by side. It's no wonder they have such a beautiful child. As expected, it's because of the good genes that they have given birth to such a good-looking child. Chapter 2178, Another Story of Waxia, 19. Translator, BRZ editor, Rock. Quick, take a photo and post it on Weibo. Even those television movie stars aren't as beautiful as them, and it wouldn't be excessive to describe them as an immortal family. Some of the passersby had already fished out their phones and uploaded the photo of them online. Yoon Shutian hastily covered her eyes due to those flashlights as the lights made her uncomfortable. Are you a human or a ghost? The woman tightly clenched her teeth and asked. Yoon Luofeng smiled sweetly. Have you ever met a ghost that dares to step out in broad daylight? You aren't a ghost. The woman was momentarily stunned but internally breathed a sigh of relief. You're not dead. My death doesn't seem to concern you. I only want to know, when did your husband become the deputy director? Yoon Luofeng glanced at the little boy in her arms and quirked her brow. This little guy seems to be around 4 years old. That is to say, you had already conceived him by the time I went missing. Awkwardness could be seen across the woman's face. If it weren't because Fu Ru assumed you died, he wouldn't have had a fallout with the headmaster. All the more, the headmaster wouldn't have casually found an excuse to suspend him from his duties. Right now, you have the cheek you ask me about it. Suspended from duties. Yoon Luofeng was stunned. Why didn't her benefactor tell her of this matter? Furthermore, her benefactor was a university lecturer, so how could he be suspended for such a reason? There must be a hidden reason she wasn't aware of. You mean, you can enjoy life together with my teacher, yet were unwilling to suffer hardships together? At that time, as a university teacher, he had brought you honor and you enjoyed everything he obtained. Once my teacher had been temporarily suspended, you immediately abandoned him and followed a so-called deputy director. Is that right? The woman turned ashen from anger. She had never once thought that what she did was wrong. Who told him to be suspended from his duties? Can I be blamed for this? Suddenly a wave of footsteps sounded. Looking up, the woman saw the middle-aged man walking over and joy surfaced on her face as she immediately said, Husband, you're here. Chunhua, I heard that someone bullied my precious child. Looking over, his eyes that lingered on Yoon Luofeng and Yoon Seo gleamed. No matter what happened, it's not good to stand here in public. Could you possibly head to my office to have a discussion instead? HMPH. Once they entered their office, he would be the one that called the shots. If he weren't afraid of affecting his reputation, he would never be so polite to these people in public. So you also know it's a bad influence. Yoon Luofeng faintly smiled and her eyes stopped on Chunhua's pretty face. Earlier on, your wife loudly shouted in public and acted unreasonably. Why doesn't she have any basic self-awareness? There had been a huge age difference between her teacher and his wife. That year, it was also the wife who chased her teacher. There was a difference of 10 years between their ages, causing her teacher to love his wife dearly, and he wasn't willing for her to do the slightest housework. Every month, he would also hand over his salary to her. Even though all his salary was used to buy skincare and cosmetic products, her teacher had never once uttered a single complaint. Even if he had to live frugally with his daughter, he would still satisfy her vanity. Therefore, she maintained herself extremely well, and though she was over 40 years old, she still looked as if she was in her early 30s. It's no wonder she could manage to seduce the deputy director. The deputy director's eyes darkened and he looked at Zhu Chunhua. Chapter 2179, Another Story of Waxia, 20. Translator, BRZ editor, Rock. He had repeatedly reminded her not to be overly aggressive in public, and this woman had simply ignored his warnings again. What exactly happened? He asked. Zhu Chunhua glanced at Yoon Luofeng before shifting her gaze to Yoon Nianfeng in Yoon Luofeng's embrace and said, This kid hit our son earlier on and I only wanted to teach him a lesson. Who knew? The deputy director could be considered as only having a son at an old age, and so he pampered this son of his to the extreme. Upon hearing Zhu Chuntian's words, his expression instantly turned ugly. Miss, you're at fault first in this matter. Your son hit my son, and don't tell me you think the matter is going to drop at that. Rubbish. Hearing Zhu Chunhua distorting the truth, Yoon Nianfeng immediately struggled free from Yoon Luofeng's embrace, and his face like carved jade was filled with anger. You can ask everyone what happened earlier on. If it weren't for this beast bullying my little sister, how could I possibly push him? The deputy director was momentarily distracted. He suppressed his internal discontentment and continued speaking. No matter what's the truth in this incident, I'd like to request you to have a conversation in my office. Yoon Luofeng was silent for a moment before nodding. Fine. Seeing Yoon Luofeng agreed to his demands, the deputy director smirked. As long as they followed him, then it was up to him to call the shots. Luanair, take care of Tianair and Nianfeng. I'll make a trip together with Yoon Seo. Letting her son witness her bashing someone up was not a very good influence. She barely managed to remove her son's lecherous behavior with great difficulty, and she could not allow him to learn to be violent. Okay. Yoon Seo nodded and walked towards the deputy director's office with Yoon Luofeng. Looking at Yoon Luofeng leaving, Yoon Nianfeng pouted. Mother is bad. She never lets me watch her oppressing others, and I also wish to join in. It was fine if she did not allow him to look at beauties. However, she even restricted him from using force, and that was simply too mean. Tianair, are you alright? Yoon Nianfeng walked to Yoon Shutian's side and took advantage of the situation to caress her hand. That smooth hand of hers caused him to reveal a satisfied smile. Taking notice of Yoon Nianfeng's small actions, Hong Luan felt awkward. This little fella already knows to take advantage of others at a young age, and he was still capable of scolding others with a justified and proper manner earlier on. Yoon Shutian blinked her eyes. With brother Nianfeng here, Tianair isn't afraid of anything. Although she could protect herself, she liked the feeling of relying on her brother. Not caring about Yoon Shutian's thoughts, his petite hand seized the chance and pinched her cheeks. Feeling a soft touch from his hands, it caused him to be over the moon. Even though mother prevents me from touching other beauties, I have Tianair by my side. In this world, other than mother, Tianair is the most pretty. Cough cough. Hong Luan could no longer put up with it and dryly coughed. Nianfeng, it's not good to play around with girls at such a young age. Tianair doesn't know about these things, and you should talk about your future when you are older. Although Yoon Luofeng had selfish motives of wanting to let Yoon Shutian marry Yoon Nianfeng, they were still too young. How could anyone be certain about the future? Therefore, their future would depend on their own development. This was also the reason why Hong Luan had expressed her discontentment towards Yoon Nianfeng for taking advantage of Yoon Shutian. Aunt Luan, why can't brother Nianfeng touch Tianair? Didn't mother say that Tianair will be together with brother Nianfeng forever? Yoon Shutian leaned her head and asked while at a loss. Chapter 2180, Another Story of Waxia, 21. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Even though she doesn't understand love, she knew that she wanted to follow Yoon Nianfeng forever. You're still too young to know about love. You'll understand when you grow older, Hong Luan half-heartedly explained. She was unable to explain these matters to them and they would understand these things when they grew older. Aunt Luan, Yoon Nianfeng tugged Hong Luan's sleeves as she pointed towards a female wearing skimpy clothes. Why is that woman wearing so little clothes? Isn't she afraid of the cold? Furthermore, her chest is so small, not even a half of mother's. Yoon Nianfeng pouted. He had secretly peeped when his mother bathed. Oh, and also, when he and Tianair were hiding under the bed, they had personally seen their father pressing down their mother. Of course, if Yoon Seo found out about these things, it wouldn't be as simple as getting exiled. Perhaps hearing Yoon Nianfeng, the woman ahead instantly turned around and gave him a fierce glare. That fiendish expression made Yoon Nianfeng scared and he pouted unhappily. Aunt Luan, did I say anything wrong? Yoon Nianfeng. Hong Luan's expression was somewhat unsightly. If you speak another word, I'll tell your great-grandfather that you were the one who broke his treasured teacup. Yoon Nianfeng shivered from fright and hastily shut his mouth. Aunt Luan, I didn't say anything and you have to keep this secret for me. I guarantee I will be obedient. Hong Luan sighed. She suddenly felt that giving birth to and taking care of a son was very exhausting. This little guy wasn't obedient like Tianair in the slightest. It was fine if he stirred up trouble in the 7-province continent, but even after coming to this world, he still couldn't control himself. Within the deputy director's office, the door was shut closed with a bang. The deputy directly glanced at the couple walking in coolly and a sneer quirked on his lips. Speak, how do you intend to compensate me? Compensate? Yoon Luofeng lifted her brow and asked. HMPH, your son injured my child and don't you have to compensate? Let me tell you, if you don't give me an account today, I'll chase your family out of the ward. Yoon Luofeng was momentarily stunned as astonishment flashed through her eyes. Chase my family out of the ward? Did he mean Nangong Yunyi's grandfather? The old chairman? Noticing the astonishment in her eyes, the deputy director believed she was afraid and spoke in mocking. Since you're in the visiting section, you must have family members hospitalized. Even if they aren't your family, they must be your close friends. If you don't compensate me and fork out some money for my emotional damage, I'll immediately send people to chase him out. Hearing him, Yoon Luofeng slightly quirked her brow. This is a society ruled by law and for the hospital to openly chase out a patient, isn't this considered breaking the law? KK, the deputy director sneered. There are many methods to chase patients out. I'll just claim that their condition was too severe and is untreatable. Plus, there is a lack of beds in our hospital and naturally, we can't afford for them to occupy our limited resources. In this case, do you think anyone would say anything? Yoon Luofeng beamingly looked at the deputy director. Waxia Hospital is supposedly a hospital with a famous reputation, but with such a vermin like you here, I'm afraid it won't do unless I get rid of you today. What do you think you can do? Looking at her threatening gaze, the deputy director said, this is a society that is ruled by law. Could it be that she dares to attack me? Towards people who abide by the law, naturally, I will do the same. But for people like you, why shouldn't I do the same? Just as Yoon Luofeng spoke, the man by her side suddenly disappeared and appeared before him soon after. Chapter 2181, Another Story of Waxia, 22. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The deputy director was shocked silly. This speed, isn't it too fast? Is he still human? Boom. Just as the deputy director was flabbergasted, he was kicked and sent flying as he crashed against the wall. He was in so much pain that he released a lung-tearing scream, ah. However, Yoon Seo did not stop. His attacks were natural and unforced as they landed on the deputy director, beating him up to the extent he couldn't even beg for mercy. His whole body was in so much pain that it felt like it was breaking apart. Zhu Chunhua was stupefied. The child in her arms had also shrunk in her embrace as he couldn't utter a single word due to fear. After a long time, she finally recovered her senses as she swiftly dashed towards the door. However, just as she reached the door, she saw Yoon Luofeng looking at her with a cold expression. A single gaze from Yoon Luofeng made her feel as if a heavy hammer pounded on her body, resulting in blood flowing down her lips and her face turned deathly white. How could this be possible? She didn't even touch me, so how did she manage to injure me? Could it be? There are martial arts experts in this world, like those on television. At that moment, sudden footsteps sound could be heard and very soon, the tightly locked door was kicked open. However, the moment the footsteps sounded, Yoon Seo had ceased his actions and returned to Yoon Luofeng's side. When those people entered the room, they only saw the groaning deputy director and Zhu Chunhua on the ground and did not see Yoon Seo beating the deputy director. What happened? The leader was an aged old man with a stern expression and sharp gaze. Director. The deputy director immediately stood up and angrily pointed at Yoon Luofeng. Those two people had the nerve to openly beat up a deputy director in the hospital. Call the police right now and arrest them. Beat him up. In an instant, everyone looked towards Yoon Luofeng. You claim that I beat you, but where's the evidence? Yoon Luofeng asked with a fake smile. You're actually asking such a stupid question. My injuries are the evidence. The deputy director angrily undressed and revealed his hairy body. However, not to mention any injury on him, there wasn't even a single bruise. Looking at this, the director's expression darkened. Fu Dong, are you joking with me? Fu Dong was stunned and he glanced at his own body in astonishment. Upon seeing his chest without any injuries, he was shocked. No, impossible. He clearly beat me up, so why am I uninjured? This is impossible. What's going on? Why aren't there any marks on my body but I ache everywhere? Director, Zhu Chunhua bit her lips and said, I can vouch for my husband. Earlier on, this woman Yun Luofeng didn't even touch me but somehow managed to injure me. Yun Luofeng smiled, looking at the director whose expression was ashen, her lips curled up. Even you said that I haven't touched you, so how could I possibly injure you? Zhu Chunhua angrily said, how would I know? The director's expression became increasingly unsightly. Looking at them being unreasonable, he suddenly shouted angrily, enough. Do you think I'm stupid? You're not injured in the slightest yet you're saying that people beat you up. Instead, I heard that our Waxia hospital had been relying on force to bully others. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation about this? Chapter 2182, Another Story of Waxia, 23. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Director. Zhu Chunhua became anxious. Just as she wanted to say something, she saw the director's stern gaze and immediately shut her mouth. Just then, a doctor hastily walked in as he spoke while panting. Director, the old chairman regained consciousness. What? Just as he wanted to question the deputy director, he instantly recovered his senses and looked at the doctor behind in disbelief. What did you say? The old chairman recovered. Frankly speaking, although the director sent the best doctor from their hospital, the old chairman's injuries were too severe and he didn't have much confidence. Hearing that the old chairman had recovered, he was momentarily stunned. It's true, earlier on, the old chairman was in critical condition and if he couldn't endure past today, it would be hopeless. However, a lady suddenly appeared just now and somehow saved the old chairman. That lady. Just as the doctor wanted to praise the person who saved the old chairman, he suddenly noticed Yun Luofeng standing on one side and was instantly stunned. The director asked, what about that lady? The doctor stupidly looked at Yun Luofeng standing on one side as if he was in a daze. Director, you're acquainted with this lady? The director was baffled. What do you mean? His question caused the doctor to recover his senses immediately but his expression contained amazement. Director, this lady is the one who saved the old chairman. Why, you're not acquainted with her? Seeing her in the deputy director's office, he assumed that the director knew her. The director was stunned. The deputy director and Zhu Chunhua were struck dumb. Only the little boy in Zhu Chunhua's embrace was unaware of what was happening and he looked towards Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng in fear. The director finally reacted and turned towards Dr. Lu while asking, Dr. Lu, you are sure that the old chairman recovered? Dr. Lu hastily nodded. Just a moment ago, I gave the old chairman another checkup and discovered that he's completely recovered. He doesn't even need to be hospitalized and for the medical world, this is a miracle. The director had a look of astonishment as he slowly turned towards Yun Luofeng. There was unconcealed joy within his eyes. Miss, how did you manage to cure the old chairman? Allowing a patient who was on his deathbed to immediately recover, how could this not be a miracle? This was simply a god descending down to earth. The director definitely wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. The deputy direction was momentarily distracted and recovered his senses very soon as he sternly berated, Dr. Lu, saying that she cured the old chairman is simply a joke. She's just a young lass, so how could she have this ability? Unless she was a god, otherwise, it would be impossible for the seriously injured old chairman to recover. Furthermore, the old chairman got into an accident just a while ago and even surgery wouldn't be so fast. Dr. Lu looked unhappy. Deputy director, what I said is the truth. If you don't believe it, you can head over and take a look. Furthermore, this lady came here to visit the old chairman. Compared to Yun Luofeng's medical skills, what caused the deputy director to be shocked was that the person she came to visit was the old chairman. I actually claimed I wanted to chase the old chairman out of the hospital. Thinking of this, he awkwardly raised his head while his eyes filled with shock slowly looked towards Yun Luofeng. Upon discovering the smile on her face, his heart trembled and his expression turned deathly white in an instant. Chapter 2183, Another Story of Waxia, 24. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. What happened? Seeing the deputy director's deathly white complexion, the director's expression gradually sank. Could it be that this idiot said something again? Yun Luofeng gently supported her jaw and said, nothing much, just that your Waxia Hospital's deputy director said that he wanted to chase out the patient I visited today. However, now that the old chairman has recovered, there's no need for him to stay in your hospital. Hearing her words, the director flew into a rage and his furious gaze turned towards the deputy director. You said that. Not to mention the old chairman, he doesn't even have the right to chase a normal patient out of the hospital. Director, I was wrongly accused. The deputy director scowled miserably. Don't listen to this girl's nonsense. How could I have the nerve to say such things? She's deliberately framing me. Having heard what he said, the director's frown loosened. He hoped that the deputy director was wrongly accused or else their Waxia Hospital's reputation wouldn't be good if this spread out. However, just as the director relaxed, Yun Luofeng fished out a cell phone. This phone was passed to her by her teacher before she left to conveniently contact Nangong Yunyi. She didn't expect it to come in handy right now. The deputy director's sinister voice sounded from the phone in that instant. HMPH, your son injured my child and don't you have to compensate me. Let me tell you, if you don't give me an account today, I'll chase your family out of the ward. Since you're in the visiting section, you must have family members hospitalized. Even if they aren't your family, they must be your close friends. If you don't compensate me and fork out some money for my emotional damage, I'll immediately send people to chase them out. This is a society ruled by law and for the hospital to openly chase out a patient, isn't this considered breaking the law? KK, there are many methods to chase patients out. I'll just claim that their condition was too severe and is untreatable. Plus, there is a lack of beds in our hospital and naturally, we can't afford for them to occupy our limited resources. In this case, do you think anyone would say anything? As the recording played on, the deputy director's expression became deathly white. While the recording ended, his legs went soft and fell on the ground with a plop. I'm finished. This time around, everything is finished. As expected, the director flew into a rage upon hearing the recording. Fu Dong, I didn't expect you'd have the nerve to do this. Luckily, I found out about this today, but what haven't I found out? How many wrongdoings have you committed? If I continue having you stay in the hospital, then you'll be a parasite on Waxia Hospital, and sooner or later, our hospital's reputation will be swept away by you. Director. The deputy director trembled. His throat was hoarse and he couldn't even utter a single word. Not sparing a glance at the deputy director, the director turned towards Yun Luofeng and asked while beaming with smiles, Miss, I know you're unwilling to reveal the method you used to cure the old chairman, but can we have a discussion about medical skills? Waxia Hospital was the most famous hospital in Waxia, and in particular, the director's medical skills could be considered top-notch. However, even he was incapable of pulling the old chairman back from his pending death, but this lady managed to accomplish the feat. How could he not be shocked? Thus, was unwilling to let such an opportunity slip by. Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders and met Yun Xiao's eyes. I'm afraid I'm unavailable today. If the opportunity arises in the future, we can have a discussion then. Chapter 2184, Another Story of Waxia, 25. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The director wanted to say something else, but Yun Luofeng did not give him an opportunity as she turned to leave. She needed to return and ask her teacher what exactly happened. Looking at Yun Luofeng departure, he did not say anything else even though he felt regret. Turning back, his eyes overflowing with fury glared at Fu Dong, who had a look of despair on his face. You're simply a parasite to our Waxia Hospital, and had intentionally tarnished our reputation. From today on, you're no longer our hospital's deputy director. Fu Dong's legs gave out and his throat dried up. He wanted to say something but was ultimately unable to come up with anything. He knew that it would be useless even if he begged for forgiveness. Bang! The director heavily slammed the door and left, while Fu Dong stood up in a sorry figure as he started to tidy up his personal belongings. Hubby, Zhu Chunhua bit her lips and said, don't worry, even if Waxia Hospital doesn't want you, you can still assume a post at other hospitals. Shut up. Fu Dong threw his belongings and bellowed, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been fired. You still have the cheek to say this right now. I've been fired from Waxia Hospital and my tarnished reputation will also spread out. From now on, what hospital would dare to hire me? Zhu Chunhua turned deathly white. She never expected the matter to be serious to this extent and was instantly anxious. Then what will happen? Without a job, how can you support me and our son? Suddenly, Fu Dong looked up and his ferocious gaze stared at Zhu Chunhua. Are you thinking of leaving again? Previously, didn't you fool around with me after your ex-husband lost his job? Do you think I'm in the dark about this? If you hadn't given birth to a son for me, I wouldn't have ignored this. Looking into Fu Dong's red eyes, Zhu Chunhua retreated. Hubby, what are you talking about? How could I possibly leave you? Bang! Fu Dong suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Zhu Chunhua by the lapels and punched her by the head. Instantly, Zhu Chunhua was badly bruised and her eyes were filled with fear. Hubby, you. I'm warning you, don't even think about leaving me now that I'm jobless. If you dare to have the slightest thought, I will kill you at the expense of my life. Wisps of blood veins could be seen in his eyes, scaring Zhu Chunhua speechless. The little boy standing by one side had also started crying. Fu Dong snorted and suddenly flung Zhu Chunhua away. Immediately pack my belongings. Starting tomorrow, you better go out and find a job. Your monthly salary cannot be less than 5,000 or else I'll beat you to death. The anger of getting fired caused Fu Dong to release all his anger on Zhu Chunhua. She did not resist nor dare to resist. She held her bleeding forehead and quietly packed the personal items on the table. At that very moment, she yearned for her ex-husband. In this world, perhaps no one would treat her better than her ex-husband. Even when she betrayed him, he did not touch a single strand of her hair and quietly allowed her to leave. More importantly, Yun Luofeng had returned. Furthermore, she saved the old chairman's life. If she hadn't divorced her ex-husband, would everything be different? She would still be that wife that was treated like a princess. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Once someone did something wrong, they had to pay the price for their actions. Chapter 2185, Another Story of Waxia, 26. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. After leaving the hospital, Yun Luofeng flagged the cab and reported a neighborhood name according to her memories. In less than an hour, the cab stopped outside the neighborhood. Ow. Just as he stepped out of the cab, Yun Nianfeng couldn't help but vomit. His petite face was deathly white as his lips trembled. Mother, what strip beast was that? Nianfeng is feeling very unwell. Oh, that's called a cab. Alright, let's find my teacher first, and after you gradually familiarize yourself with this world, you wouldn't be so fearful. After that, she looked up towards Yun Xiao, who was silent all along. This man's mental health was very strong, and no matter what unconventional object he saw, he maintained a straight face and did not even ask her a single question. Yun Xiao. N. After Yun Luofeng called out his name, he softly replied. However, his reply seemed to have been squeezed out with great difficulty, causing Yun Luofeng to notice something fishy. You. Don't tell me you're also Karsic. Yun Xiao's face finally had the slightest change and his ice-cold expression seemed to have cracked, as he nodded with great difficulty. Furthermore, I don't like the air here. Yun Luofeng smiled. Hang on a while more. After I'm done with my revenge, we shall return. All right. All in all, Yun Xiao wasn't from this continent and he would be unaccustomed with the air here. He had just been forcing himself to adapt to the environment. Under Yun Luofeng's lead, they entered the neighborhood. Even though the neighborhood had been here for decades, within Waxia where every inch of land was as expensive as gold, even a small neighborhood was worth millions. Fortunately, Yun Luofeng's memory was good and managed to find the location not long after. Upon reaching the door, she gave it a few knocks. Coming, a crisp voice sounded, and when the door was opened, a bubbly girl stretched out her head. Upon seeing Yun Luofeng, a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. Your sister Luofeng. Qingqing, long time no see. Is teacher at home? Fu Qing's eyes gradually widened as shock could be seen on her pretty face. Sister Luofeng, is that really you? Dad told me earlier that you were still alive, but I didn't believe it in the slightest. I didn't expect. You're still alive. Oh right, these people are. Her pair of huge eyes swept across Yun Xiao father and the son while her eyes were filled with curiosity. He's your brother-in-law and the other two are your nephew and niece. Nephew and niece. Similar to thunder rolling, Fu Qing was shocked silly. Sister Luofeng, you actually have such an old son. Could it be you were fooling around with brother-in-law when you were in school, and even gave birth to a child? Oh god, no wonder you faked your death and went missing. Fu Qing took the initiative and found an excuse for Yun Luofeng. After all, although an explosion happened back then, no one discovered their corpse, wasn't it so? However, Yun Xiao was unhappy about Fu Qing using the words, fooling around. His relationship with Yun Luofeng was open and above board, so how could it be considered as fooling around? Teacher isn't at home. Yun Luofeng peeked into the house and asked. Fu Qing nodded. Father went to buy groceries and he'll probably be back soon. Sister Luofeng, brother-in-law, hurry and come in. Take a seat and I'll get you tea shortly. Chapter 2186, Another Story of Waxia, 27. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng did not act polite and immediately entered after Fu Qing invited her in. Ever since leaving the orphanage, she grew up in her benefactor's house and her relationship with Fu Qing was as if they were sisters. However, back then, his wife was dissatisfied with her existence and it was her teacher who insisted on letting her stay. Recalling the events in the past and seeing the familiar house once again caused Yun Luofeng to feel warm as a smile curled on her face. The feeling of returning is great. Sister Luofeng, here you go. With an apron on her waist, Fu Qing carried a cup of tea to Yun Luofeng's side. There was also an innocent smile appearing on her face, looking inexperienced and naive. Qingqing, can you tell me what exactly happened? Why was your dad fired by Waxia University? Yun Luofeng frowned and asked. Fu Qing was momentarily stunned and gently bit her lips. Sister Luofeng, not long after you got into an accident, problems arose with father's job. Furthermore, someone reported that he had fooled around with a female student. Yun Luofeng's expression suddenly darkened. Teacher would never do such a thing. Speaking of this, Fu Qing felt indignant. Father would never do such things, he was framed by others. All of us knew this, but the school did not allow any explanations and suspended him from his duties. Hearing her explanation, Yun Luofeng's expression became increasingly unsightly. After a long time, she said, I encountered your mother earlier on in the hospital. She said that your father was suspended from his duties because of me. What? Fu Qing flew into a rage as her face became flushed red. You met that woman. Don't listen to her nonsense, she's just bullshitting. She is clearly aware of why Dad was suspended from his duties and this is completely unrelated to you. Yun Luofeng pursed her lips and pondered. No matter the reason, she would never forgive the person who caused her benefactor to be suspended. Also, Fu Qing said in extreme anger, back then, she eloped with another man after Dad was suspended for just a few days. More importantly, she knew that Dad would never commit such beastly acts, but she left just because he can provide her luxurious life. That kind of woman isn't fit to be my mom. The more she talked about it, the angrier she was. In her life, she would never forgive that woman. Yun Luofeng noticed subtle hints of a secret from Fu Qing's words. She frowned and asked, your mom doesn't seem to be someone who would believe in your dad. Why did you say she knew he was innocent? Some random person recorded and uploaded a video online. There was a timestamp on the video so I was certain it was taken when the three of us were together. That person's appearance is similar to Dad but I can make out that it's definitely not him. As Waxia University was a famous educational institute, they wouldn't casually suspend a lecturer. Looking at the current situation, her teacher had been framed by someone else. Since the three of you were together, shouldn't teacher have an alibi? When Yun Luofeng said that, Fu Qing bit her lips and shook her head. Other than me and that woman, there were no other alibis. As we are his family members, our words had no credibility. Yun Luofeng did not continue this conversation. She met gazes with Yun Xiao and there was a cold glint contained within. No matter who did it, she would never forgive those who framed her teacher. A smile resurfaced on Yun Luofeng's face as she asked, Qingqing, I guess you should be studying in a university right now. Which school are you going to? Chapter 2187, Another Story of Waxia, 28. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The smile on Fu Qing's face stiffened and she lowered her head. Waxia University. Frankly speaking, she was unwilling to enroll in there. But her father did not allow her to give up such a good opportunity and insisted she had to enroll in Waxia. To avoid making her father disappointed, she could only force herself and enter. However, everyone in the school knew that she was Fu Ru's daughter. Countless rumors and cursing followed her everywhere, causing her to be friendless in this school. If it weren't for her father, she would have given up long ago. Luofeng, you're here. Just then, the door opened and Fu Ru, who was holding on a basket, stood by the entrance. Upon seeing Yun Luofeng, there wasn't any surprise as he smiled. I guessed that you would come over to have lunch. Sit here first and wait for me, I'll prepare the food. Teacher, Yun Luofeng stood up and was beaming with smiles. It's quite late and there's no need to trouble you. Let's go out and eat. Fu Ru was momentarily stunned but did not say anything else. He nodded and said, all right, then I'll put these vegetables in the fridge first and have them for dinner. After that, Fu Ru went inside and busied himself. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she went into the washroom and gave Nangong Yunyi a call. Hearing his voice, she immediately got straight to the point. Nangong, do you have any methods to get money? Money. Yun Luofeng, if you need money, I can lend you some. No, Yun Luofeng shook her head. I need huge amounts of Chinese yuan and just a small sum won't do. To take revenge, she needed to gather sufficient capital. Nangong Yunyi was silent for a moment. Do you remember Zhu Dong? Zhu Dong, a boy wearing spectacles surfaced in her mind. Perhaps guessing that Yun Luofeng had recalled the person, he smiled and said, Zhu Dong, the bookworm's family operates a family-owned medical hall. With so much spirit medicine on hand, you can simply take it to the medical hall. At that time, there will be people coming even if you charge a high price. Yun Luofeng's eyes twinkled. That's right, this is a good method. Also, I know that your grandfather has a powerful background and the people you know wouldn't be lacking. Help me book a room in Chunyuan Zoo restaurant. I will be bringing my teacher there to have a meal. Chunyuan Zoo was considered a more reputable restaurant in the capital. If someone wanted to reserve a room, it would require a wait of at least a year. However, with Nangong Yunyi's grandfather's status, it wouldn't pose a problem. Haha, my grandfather was mentioning you just a moment ago, saying that he wanted to thank you properly. If you need his help, that's exactly what he wants. Nangong Yunyi's voice was very clear and bright, as his mood was also very good. Oh right, Yun Luofeng. Just a moment ago, Hong Luan accepted my proposal. Having heard what he said, Yun Luofeng's lips quirked up. Then I'll have to congratulate you. However, this is not the 7-province continent but Waxia. Back then, you had even chased the department belle of Waxia University. She thought you had a common background and was unwilling to accept you. If she knows that you are the old chairman's grandson, she'll definitely come looking for you. At that time, will you leave with her? Nangong Yunyi chuckled. That was just infatuation and I didn't know what love was. It wasn't until I met Hong Luan that I realized that she's the person I want to be with forever in my life. Chapter 2188, Another Story of Waxia, 29. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Therefore, I will never follow anyone else and abandon her. Otherwise, you can beat me to death as you wish. Nangong Yunyi's words showed a sincere attitude and caused Yun Luofeng to be at ease. If someone asked who was her most important friend in the 7-province continent, she would unhesitatingly pick Hong Luan. As such, she sincerely and urgently wished for Hong Luan to have her own happiness. You're also acquainted with my benefactor and you can come anytime as you wish. We will wait for you in Chunyuan Zoo restaurant. After speaking, she hung up the call and walked out of the washroom. Upon opening the door, she noticed Fu King eavesdropping with her ear glued to the door. In that instant, Yun Luofeng helplessly put her hand on her forehead. What are you doing here? Fu King awkwardly chuckled. I wanted to know who you were calling. Nangong Yunyi. Yun Luofeng's lips curled up and a smile appeared on her face. What? Senior Nangong? Fu Jing jumped in surprise. Could it be that he's also alive, just like you? Oh right, I remember Senior Nangong chasing you in the past for a while. Why didn't your relationship progress? After she asked the question, an ice-cold aura could be felt and Yun Luofeng was instantly pulled into an embrace. Yun Xiao revealed an unhappy expression. He's chased you before. Yun Luofeng blinked her eyes. What about that? He should rejoice that you didn't accept him. The man's voice was deep and hoarse, yet containing coldness. Otherwise, I would have killed him. Fu King was originally frightened by Yun Xiao's aura, but she recovered her senses after hearing his words. She weakly said, Did I say something wrong? This man is too terrifying. How can Sister Luofeng stand him? Teacher, Yun Luofeng looked over and saw Fu Ru walking out the kitchen. Let's set off, I've already asked someone to make a reservation. Fu Ru hesitated for a moment and nodded, sure. He was starting to ponder whether the money he had in his pocket would suffice for the expenses this time. Currently, within a huge luxurious villa, Nangong Lan angrily sat on the sofa and her delicate face was filled with fury as she unwillingly said, Mom, why is that old fogey not dead yet? Did the people you sent not use enough force? Zhao Meshui's expression was also unsightly. Reasonably speaking, such serious injuries shouldn't be treatable. Who is that Yun Luofeng? How did she have the ability to save the seriously injured old man? Hearing her, Nangong Lan bit her lips. I know about Yun Luofeng. She has a famous reputation in Waxia University and it's rumored that she also went missing 5 years ago in the explosion. I didn't expect she would return together with Nangong Yunyi. Oh. Zhao Maizu quirked her brow and asked, Do you what kind of person she is? Speaking of Yun Luofeng, a trace of disdain streaked across Nangong Lan's eyes. It was said that she lost both her parents and was adopted by her uncle and aunt. Unexpectedly, she was an ungrateful soul and bullied her uncle's son while staying at their house. She nearly strangled an innocent child because of her jealousy of her uncle and aunt's love towards their child. More importantly, they did not touch a single cent of the assets her parents left behind and stored it up for her. However, this ungrateful soul framed her uncle and aunt of seizing her assets and in a rage of fury, they donated all the assets, not leaving a single cent for her. Chapter 2189, Another Story of Waxia, 30. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Say, how could such a person be any good? Nangong Lan was full of resentment. As expected, birds of a feather flock together. Our Nangong family provided for him yet he doesn't know to reciprocate kindness. He's simply worse than a beast. Zhao Zumai's eyes flickered but did not say much. She merely smiled and said, Lancer, you're tired. You should go and have a rest. I'll think of another method to get rid of that old man. All right, Nangong Lan nodded. Actually, that old man is my grandfather and I shouldn't be so eager for him to meet his death. However, he only thinks about that little bee-starred Nangong Yunyi. If he didn't intend to have Nangong Yunyi inherit the family, I wouldn't treat him this way. Thinking of this, Nangong Lan felt better and a vicious glint streaked across her eyes. Zhao Maizu softly shut her eyes. Lancer, remember that this Nangong family can only be ours. I will never give it to others. Nangong Lan bit her lips and walked up the stairs, reaching the second floor very soon. Zhao Maizu opened her eyes after waiting for Nangong Lan to leave and fished out her phone before making a call. Hello. A deep voice sounded from the other end, causing Zhao Maizu to tighten her grip on the phone. The person on the other end spoke again when Zhao Maizu kept quiet. Aren't you afraid of people from the Nangong family, calling me in broad daylight? Zhao Maizu pursed her lips. I missed you, and the old man didn't die. What? He didn't die, how could it be possible? His plans were flawless and this old man would certainly die without a doubt. There wouldn't be anyone who could link this incident to him. It's a girl named Yun Luofeng that saved him, Zhao Maizu lowered her eyes and said. The person was silent for a long time without speaking and only asked a question after a long time. Then what are you calling me for? I want you to help and cause another accident. This time around, I don't believe he won't die. A trace of viciousness flashed through her eyes as she bit her lips. That person was silent for a moment. It was already a difficult task to create an accident once. It won't be that easy to succeed another time. I don't care, you must help me. Even if not for me, it's for our daughter. Don't tell me you can bear for her to be suppressed by that beast-starred Nangong Yunyi. As long as the old man dies, I will deal with Nangong Shuan next. In any case, Nangong Shuan is your husband. Can you truly bear to do so? So what? I only want the Nangong family's assets and other things are not my business. Furthermore, the person I love has always been you. If it weren't to seize their assets, how could I possibly choose to marry him? Seemingly afraid that the man on the opposite end would be discontent, Zhao Maizu hastily added this on. Her voice was very gentle, to the extent it caused his bones to go soft. Lancer doesn't know that she's my daughter. Yes, I can't reveal this to her for the time being. She can't take the blow. All right, the man was silent for a moment. I will help you, but one portion of the Nangong family's assets belongs to me. A cold chill flashed through Zhao Meishui's half-closed eyes but her voice was still as gentle as before. Naturally. After all, you're the only man I've deeply loved and whose would it be if not yours? Chapter 2190, Another Story of Waxia, 31. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. The man on the other side of the line said something to Zhao Maizu and hung up the phone. When she hung up the phone, her eyes twinkled with a cold flash, and she smiled coldly. Men are really stupid. Nangong Shuan is stupid, and so is he. I can manipulate them like they're idiots. Who's there? All of a sudden, Zhao Maizu seemed to hear a sound. She turned her head immediately only to see a little hamster galloping past her. She frowned. How could there be a hamster in the villa? It seems that I need to have someone to clean up the villa. She didn't pay much attention to the little hamster. After all, the little hamster couldn't understand human language, so it wouldn't know what she was talking about. However, why did the thing in the little hamster's mouth look like a recording pen? At the thought of this, Zhao Maizu shook her head. I must be wrong. How could a hamster run around with a recording pen in its mouth? That is simply impossible. Zhao Maizu didn't think about it anymore. She walked towards the second floor with her heels clattering on the ground and the sound resounded throughout the empty villa. The Spring Snow Restaurant. There were many luxury cars parked at the gate, so when Yun Luofeng and the others got out of the taxi, they immediately attracted many people's attention. Dad, Sister Luofeng. It was the first time that Fu King had gone to such a high-end restaurant. She was a bit nervous and flinched because she felt she was being watched like an animal in the zoo. Luofeng, well, Fu Ru was also stunned. Did you order the Spring Snow Restaurant? I remember the box here can't be booked unless you book it a year in advance. How did you manage to order one? Yun Luofeng smiled. Nangong helped me book it. Nangong. Fu Ru blinked in astonishment. When did Nangong become so powerful? However, thinking of the several tens of thousands of yuan left in his bank account, Fu Ru clenched his teeth and still walked in. Those tens of thousands of yuan should be enough to pay for today's meal. I should take the opportunity to celebrate my student's return and let King Er enjoy a good meal. Of course, Yun Luofeng didn't know what Fu Ru was thinking. She took Yun Nianfeng and Yun Shutian by hand, Yun Xiao followed her, and they went towards the restaurant. Vroom. At that moment, the sudden sound of squealing tires came from behind them. Yun Shutian, who had been walking beside Yun Luofeng, followed the other's eyes with some curiosity, and then her beautiful eyes were full of amazement. It was a red sports car. It quickly came to a stop, and then the door of the sports car was opened and a man and a woman came out. The man was a handsome man in a black leather jacket, and the woman next to him had a tea dress and people could see her breasts when she bent over. Ah. Yun Shutian, who was amazed, immediately covered her eyes with her little hands when she saw the woman was so scantily clad. Don't look, brother Nianfeng, don't look. They had been in Waxia for so long, and seen a lot of people wearing sexy outfits, but this woman was too scantily clad. No wonder Yun Shutian had such a reaction. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao looked at each other. It seemed that the two little guys got along better than they expected. When Yun Shutian grew up, she would definitely be her daughter-in-law. Chapter 2191, Another Story of Waxia, 32. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Phew, look who's here. It's Fu King, my classmate. The sexily dressed woman took a man by the hand and arrogantly strode towards Fu King. She looked very haughty and disdainful. Don't tell me you came to the Spring Snow Restaurant to have a meal. Can your family afford a meal at the Spring Snow Restaurant? When Yun Luofeng, who was about to leave, heard this, she stopped and turned to Fu King. Do you know her? Fu King nodded slowly. She is my classmate at Waxia University. Quote. Classmate. Yun Luofeng blinked, and a cold gleam flashed across her eyes. Sister Luofeng, brother-in-law, let's go. Just ignore her, Fu King said as she clenched her teeth. Hey, seeing Fu King about to leave, the woman burst into anger and shouted angrily, Fu King, how dare you ignore me? Believe it or not, I'll tell the whole school that you have found a sugar daddy. If you didn't do that, then how could a poor girl like you afford a meal in the spring snow restaurant? Fu King clenched her fists and almost lost her temper. She suppressed her anger, turned around, and was going to walk into the spring snow restaurant. You. The woman was so angry that she reached out her hand to grab Fu King. Before she could touch her arm was caught by a hand. Say it again. Yun Luofeng's voice was wicked and cold, making the woman shiver. Soon the woman calmed down and looked up at the woman who was terrorizing her. What do you want? Seeing his partner being bullied, the man beside the woman stepped forward and tried to speak. But when his eyes fell on Yun Luofeng's face, he could no longer speak. The woman in front of him was too beautiful and had a wicked aura which was very attractive. After quite a while, the man recovered from his reverie and gave a smile. Miss, do you know what the punishment is for attacking my girlfriend? But, since you are a beautiful woman, I'll let you go if you're willing to spend a night with me. No sooner had he said this than the air around turned cold and everyone felt a freezing pressing power. Fu Ru anxiously hurried over to Yun Luofeng. Luofeng, don't agree. Teacher will protect you. Oh, so you're a teacher. The man sneered and said contemptuously, what can you do? What I hate most are teachers. I swear I will break your leg today or I'll call you daddy. With that, the man lifted his leg and kicked at Fu Ru. That latter turned pale in fright but still stood in front of Yun Luofeng. Bang! Suddenly, a large hand grabbed the man's foot and exerted a force into his leg. Then a shrill scream was heard, and all the people around them hurried away for fear that it might affect them. Ah, my leg, my leg. The man screamed shrilly. His handsome face was contorted and his eyes were bloodshot. The girl who had insulted Fu King was scared. Her eyes went wide in shock and she looked incredulously at the cold-faced man. Compared to Yun Luofeng, this man was more terrifying. He broke her boyfriend's leg just because of a quarrel. Yun Yanfeng put his hands on his hips, glared at the man who was groaning and rolling on the ground, and snorted, Dad, this guy just humiliated Mom. Don't let him off so easy. I think you should cut off his tongue and silence him. Chapter 2192, Another Story of Waxia, 33. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Yun Xiao's eyes were full of killing intent, his face was expressionless, and he was as cold as a god of death. No, I was wrong. Please let me go. I was really wrong. When the man heard Yun Yanfeng's words, he hastily begged for mercy, for fear that Yun Xiao might cut out his tongue in anger. The man, he believed, would do such a thing. Yun Luofeng tugged on Yun Xiao's sleeve and shook her head at him. Then she walked toward the man, lowered her eyelids and said with a small smile, Remember, your girlfriend got you into this trouble. If she did not willfully provoke others, you would not have suffered this. The scantily clad woman shuddered and looked horrified. Sure enough, when Yun Luofeng said this, she saw an angry gleam flash through the man's eyes. Yun Xiao, let's go. Yun Luofeng slowly turned and entered the spring snow restaurant. Perhaps because of what happened just now, the lively Fu King fell silent. Along the way, she didn't say a word. But when she got to the door of the room, she said in a very weak voice, Sister Luofeng, I'm sorry, but I've got you in trouble again. Quote. 5 years ago when Yun Luofeng was still here, she was often bullied because of her cowardice. Every time, Yun Luofeng went to avenge her, beat those who bullied her and kept them from bullying her again. It had been like this since her childhood and never changed. Yun Luofeng paused. Without turning back, she said with her back to the girl behind her, I can't protect you forever. Only when you become strong will you not be bullied. This was the same both on the continent of 7 provinces and Waxia. In the world ruled by the law of the jungle, only when you became tough enough would you not be bullied. But I. Fu King pursed her lips gently and looked a bit sad. Teacher is now old. He can't protect you for the rest of your life and I will not stay here forever, so in the future, you can only protect yourself. Not knowing whether Fu King understood what she said, Yun Luofeng didn't speak anymore and brought Fu King into the room. Dear customers, would you like to order now or? A waiter came in and asked respectfully. Teacher, Yun Luofeng turned to Fu Ru, Nangong and his girlfriend are going to come here. How about ordering after he arrives? Nangong has a girlfriend. Ha ha. Fu Ru laughed happily and looked no longer as gloomy as before. Good, then let's order when they come here. Please wait for a while. The waiter smiled and left. As the room's door was closed, someone's cell phone rang. Fu King took out her cell phone and looked at it, looking embarrassed. Sister Luofeng, it's my classmate. Pick it up, Yun Luofeng said mildly. She was worried about Fu King's school life since she met the woman just now. Now she wanted to know why her classmates called her. Fu King obediently picked up the phone and turned on the hands-free mode, so everyone heard a voice coming from the other end of the line. Fu King, Xiaoyu told me just now that you were also in the spring snow restaurant. The sound was very soft but sounded artificial, which made Yun Luofeng frown slightly. I did run into Mo Xiaoyu at the entrance of the spring snow restaurant. Fu King bit her lip and asked, what's up? Why did you call me? Comment 0. Comment first rate this chapter vote with Power Stone. Chapter 2192, Another Story of Waxia, 33. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Yun Xiao's eyes were full of killing intent, his face was expressionless, and he was as cold as a god of death. No, I was wrong. Please let me go. I was really wrong. When the man heard Yun Yanfeng's words, he hastily begged for mercy, for fear that Yun Xiao might cut out. Chapter 2193, Another Story of Waxia, 34. Translator, Iris8197 Editor. Well, today we held a class party in the spring snow restaurant. Xiaoyu just came here for the party, but she left because she had something to attend to. Do you mind if we go to your room? The woman across the line proposed kindly. Fu King sneered. They just wanted to amuse themselves by enjoying her embarrassment. After all, everyone knew that her dad was fired by the school and her family had no money left to afford a meal in the spring snow restaurant. More importantly, no one told her there was a class party until now. Fu King, don't blame us for not notifying you. The woman on the other end of the line had thought of this, so she said, we're going Dutch this time, so we didn't notify you for fear that you can't afford the money. Now that you are here, why don't we stay together? Which room are you in? Fu King pursed her lips. Just when she was going to refuse, she heard Yun Luofeng's indifferent voice. Let them come over. It seemed that it was time for her to remove all the hidden dangers for Fu King so that she wouldn't be bothered by these people again. Okay, Fu King nodded slightly and then answered, I'm in the spring room. You can come here. Not far away in another room, a petite pretty girl hung up the phone and made an okay gesture toward the men and women in the room. No problem. She's agreed, and she's in the spring room. The spring room. A shrewd-looking man in the crowd was shocked. Lin Chi, what's wrong? The others all turned to the man. In fact, common people were unable to set foot on the Spring Snow restaurant. No one could book a box unless he did it a year in advance. This time, with Lin Chi's help could they get into the Spring Snow restaurant. Of course, the bill for the party would also be paid by Lin Chi. What that girl told Fu King just now was just an excuse. Lin Chi gradually recovered from the shock and said with a complicated look, these numerically ranked rooms are just ordinary ones, but there are 4 rooms in the Spring Snow restaurant that can't be reserved even if you have the money. Those are the spring, summer, fall and winter rooms. Only extremely powerful people in Waxia can reserve these rooms. What? The students were shocked. Pang Ziyu, the girl who just called Fu King, looked shocked and asked in disbelief, does Fu King really have a sugar daddy? Fu King has a sugar daddy. When did this happen? Well, Pang Ziyu hesitated and seemed too embarrassed to say it. Just now Xiaoyu called me and told me that Fu King admitted that she had a sugar daddy who reserved the room for her. Quote. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with intense disdain. Fu King is really lucky. It seems that her sugar daddy is not an ordinary person but very powerful. Don't say that. Pang Ziyu bit her lips. Not all women want to marry rich men. At least I want to marry a man who I love. There are very few girls like Fu King. After all, I'd rather die than sleep with someone I don't love. When Pang Ziyu said this, all the male students who were sneering at Fu King gave her a look of approval. Although Fu King looked pure and innocent, she did such a shameless thing. Fair without, foul within. No wonder her dad would sexually assault female students. Chapter 2194, Another Story of Waxia, 35. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Lin Chi kept silent for a while before he said, let's go to meet Fu King. Everyone else got up and started walking toward the spring room as led by the waiter. At the moment, in the spring room, Fu King was a little uneasy. She knew her classmates told her about the class party not out of kindness, but with the purpose of mocking her. She suddenly regretted agreeing to Pang Ziyu's request. Soon there was a noise outside. Fu King looked up when a group of people pushed open the door of the room and rushed in. Fu King, I didn't expect you were really here. Pang Ziyu gave a friendly smile and walked slowly towards Fu King. She wanted to see if Fu King's sugar daddy was here, but she looked around only to see Fu Ru, a couple and 2 children. Seeing this, Pang Ziyu was a bit disappointed. Dad, Mom, Yun Shujin pouted and leaned against Yun Luofeng's chest. Why did you let these people in? They stink and smell even more disgusting than beggars. I don't like them. You, quote. Never having been humiliated like this, Lin Chi was going to get angry when the man in front of him suddenly raised his head and gave him a cold look. This look made Lin Chi's back burst into a cold sweat. His face turned pale and his lips were trembling. He had never seen a person whose eyes were so terrifying. Just before, Yun Xiao had lowered his head, so no one saw his face. Now, when he raised his head, they saw a handsome face that would make them scream. Pang Ziyu was stunned. She had never seen such a good-looking man before who was way more handsome than those idols and stars. Pang Ziyu. Fu King noticed Pang Ziyu's look and got a bit angry. He is my brother-in-law, why do you keep staring at him? Pang Ziyu looked a bit embarrassed. She looked away and said, I just wondered why he keeps such long hair, so I couldn't help looking at him a little longer. If I have offended you, I apologize. No one could deny that this man with long hair was really handsome. Looking at his handsome yet cold face, she felt her heart miss a beat. Fu King, you are going too far. Don't you know what kind of a person Pang Ziyu is? How can you doubt her? Yeah, do you think everyone is like you? A shameless BTCH. You'd better learn from Pang Ziyu how to be a good woman. Fu King's face was red with anger. She was so aggrieved that she almost burst into tears, but she tried to hold back her tears and glared at these people. Bang! Yun Luofeng's palm suddenly pounded on the table. Being hit by her palm, the sturdy table broke into 2 pieces. Everyone was silent. Pang Ziyu opened her eyes wide in horror, stared at the stunningly beautiful face and couldn't utter a single word in fear. If you want to stay, be quiet. If you don't want to stay, get out of here. The woman's voice was cold and defiant, silencing the whole room. Chapter 2195, Another Story of Waxia, 36. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. The crowd, frightened by Yun Luofeng, stopped talking and sat down in silence. Yun Luofeng threw the menu to the table. I just heard on the phone that you said you would go Dutch for the class party, right? The corners of these people's mouths twitched. They just said that to deceive Fu King. They didn't plan to go Dutch from the very beginning. However, they could pay first and then ask Lin Chi to transfer the money to them when they returned. We've made it very clear, go Dutch. If you want to join in the party, I'm afraid Fu King will have to pay a few pennies more, Pang Ziyu kindly explained with a smile. In that case, we won't wait for Nangong. Let's order now. Yun Luofeng had just browsed the menu, and now she ordered the most expensive dishes. Every time she named a dish, Lin Chi frowned, and a gleam of doubt flashed through his eyes. He didn't come to the Spring Snow restaurant a lot, and could only come here a few times a year, but why hadn't he heard of the dishes Yun Luofeng just named? However, though the Spring Snow restaurant's dishes were expensive, they were affordable to him, so he didn't say anything. Teacher, would you like a drink? Asked Yun Luofeng, looking up at Fu Ru. Fu Ru hesitated. He thought of the remaining balance in his bank account and shook his head in the end. Well, teacher, Nangong told me the wines here were not bad. Let's order one for each. As if not seeing the action of Fu Ru, Yun Luofeng named a red wine and said, that's it. Thank you. Okay, please wait a moment. The dishes will be served soon. The waiter bowed respectfully and walked out of the door. It wasn't long before the room's door was pushed open again, and Nangong Yunyi and Hong Luan entered hand in hand. When they saw there were so many people in the room, they were stunned. Nangong, you know Fu King, and these people are all her classmates. Yun Luofeng sounded much colder when she introduced these people, so Nangong Yunyi knew that she didn't like these people and he raised the corners of his lips. Xiao King's classmates. They don't look that impressive. If Yun Luofeng didn't like someone, Nangong Yunyi wouldn't like them either, so after seeing these people he couldn't help taunting them. Lin Chi was going to get angry, when a person beside him tugged on his sleeve, indicating him not to be impulsive. I know this man. He is Nangong Yunyi, who was admitted to our school several years earlier than us. He is good at fighting and I think he alone can beat all of us here. The news on the Waxia College bombing was blocked and no one knew about the real situation, so they didn't know that Nangong Yunyi had been missing for 5 years. Ah! A scream suddenly came. Everyone looked at the source of the sound, only to see Pang Ziyu turn pale in a cold sweat as she glared angrily at Hong Luan while biting her lips. Hong Luan pulled her leg back and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't notice your foot and accidentally stepped on it. I apologize. From the first moment she entered the room, Hong Luan had noticed that the woman kept looking at Yun Xiao, so she couldn't help deliberately stepping on her foot and inserting some spirit energy. As you could imagine, this was very painful. Pang Ziyu felt as if a knife had been stuck into her instep, and she trembled all over in pain. Chapter 2196, Another Story of Waxia, 37. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Pang Ziyu was a little angry and stood up from her seat with a roar. You did that on purpose. Hong Luan coldly glanced at her. I've apologized, but I can't help it if you insist that I did it on purpose. Besides, look at my shoes. Do you think I can step on you very hard with these shoes? Pang Ziyu trembled in anger but she couldn't say anything. The others rose to their feet and looked at Hong Luan only to see an ancient-style pair of flats. No one would feel a great pain being stepped by such shoes. Pang Ziyu really exaggerated. Pang Ziyu also realized this, so she bit her lips tightly. I'm sorry I did overreact, but it was really painful when you stepped on me. I'm sorry for any offense. Hearing this, Hong Luan didn't say anything more. She sat down and said with a smile, Luofeng, I am hungry. Have you ordered dishes? Yes, they will be served soon. Sure enough, as soon as Yun Luofeng said this, the waiter came up with a dish. The smell of the dish immediately attracted everyone's attention. They forgot the conflict just now and began to eat. The dining atmosphere was quite harmonious. Those people didn't dare to say a word more during the meal, but their occasional looks of disdain betrayed them. Time passed quickly, and the dishes were soon finished. After Yun Luofeng asked the waiter for the bill, a waiter ambled over with the bill in his hand. Hello, miss, you've spent 4.5 million yuan this time. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Chi, who was wiping his lips, immediately jumped up with fear and said angrily, Are you kidding me? I've been to the Spring Snow restaurant a dozen times, and the cost of the meal wouldn't exceed 30 or 50,000 yuan at a time. Now you are telling me it cost 4.5 million yuan. If his words were heard by others in the restaurant, they would probably sniff at him. But the waiter was very polite and not upset but explained to him patiently, Sir, you did come to our restaurant several times, but every time you went to ordinary rooms, where the dishes are much cheaper. Even if you order the best food and the most expensive wine, the fee won't exceed 100,000 yuan. However, this is a VIP room, and the dishes here are different from those in the ordinary room. Lin Chi looked pale. Indeed, these dishes were more delicate and delicious than those he had eaten before, but the price was way too high. Sir, there are 30 of you in total, and the price of a bottle of wine is 100,000 yuan, so the wine alone already cost 3 million. Lin Chi shivered even harder. That bottle of red wine cost 100,000 yuan. I was literally drinking RMB just now. A young man stood up. Lin Chi, I don't care. You said it was your treat this time, so I won't pay a penny for this meal. Shut up. Lin Chi, with bloodshot eyes, shouted angrily, That's millions, not a few yuan. Where can I get these millions of yuan? We must split the bill. I won't pay the money for you. Don't be nervous, Pang Ziyu said softly, biting her lower lip. We must have been set up. It's just a bottle of wine. Why does it cost so much? With this money, we could almost buy a car. Chapter 2197, Another Story of Waxia, 38. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Shut up. Lin Chi shouted angrily, this would not have happened if you hadn't proposed to come to find Fu King. It was true that Pang Ziyu proposed to find Fu King, but what happened next was completely beyond their imagination. Luofeng, well. Fu Ru also looked a little nervous. He didn't expect this meal would cost several million yuan. He would not be able to pay off the money unless he sold his house. Teacher, don't worry, Nangong is here to pay the bill, Yun Luofeng said with a shrug and gave a smile. As for the others, we previously agreed to go Dutch, so please pay your share of the money. Lin Chi clenched his fists and breathed deeply. I don't have that much money. The others were also silent. If it was a few thousand yuan they could pay for it, but it was several million. Even if they split the money, there was still a lot of money for each of them to pay. How could they have so much money? There is a way out. Yun Luofeng shrugged. I can ask Nangong to pay for you, but you have to write an IOU, and the creditor should be Fu King. Sister Luofeng. Fu King's eyes opened wide and she was at a loss. Is this all right? It's okay. With the IOUs in your hand, you can demand that they repay the debt at any time. And with the money, you and teacher will be able to live a well-to-do life. Yun Luofeng smiled. More importantly, she was going to leave here. She couldn't protect Fu King forever, so she could only use this method to make everyone owe her a sum of money. To avoid Fu King demanding that they repay the debt, from now on, these people wouldn't dare to bully her again. Fu King had mixed feelings. She knew that Yun Luofeng wouldn't try so hard to help her if she was not so cowardly. From now on, these people wouldn't bully her anymore. Thank you, Sister Luofeng. In the end, Fu King decided to accept this favor and she would repay her after she graduated. Besides, she would have these people pay the money anyway. You don't have to thank me, thank Nangong, this is his treat, Yun Luofeng said, smiling. In addition, make the term of the IOUs 6 years. You will graduate in 3 years, and you have 3 years to repay your debts. If you fail to repay it within 3 years, we'll sue you. Everyone looked awful, but they knew they couldn't get out of the Spring Snow restaurant today if they refused to write the IOUs. So, they could only write the IOUs. After finishing writing the IOUs, they left in a hurry. Yun Luofeng handed over the IOUs to Fu King. If they bully you, you can demand that they repay the money any time. It's getting late, let's go back. Okay, Fu King nodded solemnly. When she collected the money, she would return it to Nangong Yunyi. When Yun Luofeng and the others walked out of the Spring Snow restaurant, the students hadn't left yet, but they didn't dare to be as contemptuous as before and were silent. Fu King, walking at the end of the crowd, suddenly saw a car rushing towards Yun Luofeng. At this moment, everyone was some distance from her and only a few meters away from Yun Xiao. Watch out! Fu King turned pale with fright and shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. The car was going to hit Yun Luofeng. Chapter 2198, Another Story of Waxia, 39. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Fu Ru's face turned pale and he could hardly stand. Fu King almost cried out. Just when they thought that Yun Luofeng would be hit by the car, a miracle suddenly happened. The white-clad woman suddenly thrust out her palm, and with a loud crash the car that was going to hit Yun Luofeng was immediately pushed away and flipped upside down. What happened? All the people at the entrance of the restaurant were shocked by her movement. In particular, the classmates of Fu King all covered their mouths in shock, unable to say a word, and they were trembling. How could this be? How could a human being be so strong that they can even overpower a car? In an instant, everyone was frightened. Those who had bullied Fu King looked even paler, for fear of being attacked by Yun Luofeng. Feng. Yun Xiao quickly went to Yun Luofeng's side and checked her up and down. When he made sure she was safe and sound, he was relieved and turned his cold eyes to the car that was thrown upside down. He quickly ran to the car and punched the car door, and the car immediately flew away, but then he found it was empty. Unable to find the culprit and vent his anger, Yun Xiao kicked the car again. With a thud, the car was kicked 10 feet away and then fell apart while the public stared. Everyone swallowed. Was this couple a pair of freaks? Their strength was frightening. Driverless cars. Nangong Yunyi's eyes darkened. I think there must be someone in the dark controlling this car and aiming at Yun Luofeng. Looking at the scrapped car, Yun Luofeng gave a faint smile. A gold-seeking hamster brought me a recording pen when we were having our meal. Would you like to hear it? Recording pen. Nangong Yunyi was surprised. He knew that Hong Luan suspected Zhao Maizu and her daughter, and that Yun Luofeng had sent a gold-seeking hamster to spy on her, but he didn't expect they found some clues so quickly. A complicated gleam flashed through his eyes when he thought of this. He wished he could ruin the mother and daughter who insulted and bullied him over and over again. But the man they were trying to harm was his grandfather. How disappointed grandfather would be if he found out that they did it. Don't worry, Hong Luan patted Nangong Yunyi on the shoulder. I can tell your grandfather doesn't like them. Since he never liked them, how will he be disappointed with them? Nangong Yunyi was stunned and then nodded. Yes, he never liked them, so how would he be disappointed? Hong Luan, Luofeng, let's go to the villa. Nangong Yunyi's eyes darkened. He would never allow anyone to hurt his grandfather again. Yun Luofeng nodded slightly and turned to the frightened Fu Ru. Teacher, I have something to attend to, so please go home. But you might be in danger because of Nangong's matter, so I'll give you my hamster. It will protect you. With that, Yun Luofeng took out 2 gold-seeking hamsters, 1 male and 1 female, and handed them to Fu King. If you are separated from teacher you must take one with you. They will protect you. Fu King looked so surprised. She only knew that a loyal dog could protect people, but could a hamster do it too? This little hamster looks like it would die instantly if was accidentally stepped on. It seemed that a gold-seeking hamster sensed Fu King's contempt and showed her sharp teeth at her. Her humanized expression startled Fu King. Chapter 2199, Another Story of Waxia, 40. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Shutian, Nianfeng, go back with teacher, Yun Luofeng said after pondering for a while. Okay, Yun Shutian obediently agreed, and her voice was soft and cute. Yun Nianfeng didn't want to leave, but after seeing Yun Luofeng's resolute look, he had to reluctantly nod his head. Mom, I'll wait for you to come back. After handing over Yun Nianfeng and Yun Shutian to Fu Ru, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao looked at each other and turned to Nangong Yunyi. Let's go. By the way, ask your grandfather to come here and tell him he will be able to see a good show. When she said this, she seemed to look at the distance casually and gave a smile. Not far away, perhaps noticing Yun Luofeng's stare, a man hiding in the dark hurriedly pulled back his head and there was cold sweat on his back. Finally, he clenched his teeth and dialed the number. Maizu, this time you got me into big trouble. A voice of surprise came from the other end of the line. What happened? The man thought for a moment and asked, are you in the villa? I'm coming to visit you now. Well, Zhao Maizu hesitated, that's not convenient. It's daytime now, what if they see you? Cut out the pretense. How many times have I visited you in the daytime? Now grandfather Nangong is in poor health, Nangong Xuan is busy with his work, your stepson stays with his classmates, and Lancer is not there either. What are you still worried about? After hearing the man's words, Zhao Maizu hesitated for a moment and then clenched her teeth. Okay, you can come here. Don't let the journalists see you. If their affair was exposed, she would be ruined and Nangong Xuan would not let her off. I know. Saying this, the man hung up the phone, told the driver to get the car ready, and walked to meet him. The villa was quiet. To stealthily have an illicit relationship with this man, Zhao Maizu hadn't hired a nanny or housekeeper and even told Nangong Lan she didn't have to come back home. At this moment, Zhao Maizu was sitting on the European-style sofa. Her eyelid was twitching hard and for some reason, she had a feeling that something was going to happen. Suddenly, she heard someone was opening the door with a key, so she got up and looked at the door. When she saw the handsome face of the man, she smiled and gracefully walked towards him. You've come. What happened today? Why were you so grumpy? The man said grimly, why did you ask me to take care of the woman called Yun Luofeng? Did you do it on purpose? What? Zhao Maizu raised her beautiful eyes in astonishment and her eyes were filled with surprise. What happened? Did you know that the woman pushed the car away with her bare hand and the man next to her kicked the car to pieces? The man clenched his teeth and his face turned livid with anger. They were simply no match for this kind of people. Boom. Zhao Maizu felt like her head exploded. Her face was pale and bloodless and she forced a smile. Did you see it clearly? Push a car away with a punch. Was it something ordinary people were capable of? Of course. The man sneered and grabbed Zhao Maizu by the neck. Are you calling me blind? Can you be wrong about something like this? Zhao Maizu, what kind of enemy did you provoke? I don't care if you caught death, but why did you get me into this trouble? If he wasn't vigilant enough, he knew what awaited him. Chapter 2200, Another Story of Waxia, 41. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. I. Zhao Maizu was almost suffocated, her face turned purple, and she kept beating the man with her hands and feet with fear in her eyes. The man finally let go. Finally able to breathe, Zhao Maizu fell heavily on the ground. She looked scared and turned her eyes to the man standing in front of her. I really didn't know. Quote. Humph. The man snorted. I can help you deal with Nangong Yunyi, but I will never mess with that woman again. After I succeed, you have to give me some money and I will leave Waxia immediately. Okay. Zhao Maizu clenched her teeth. I promise you. As long as Nangong Yunyi could disappear, she could pay any price. The man glanced at her only to see her heaving chest. A lascivious gleam flickered across his eyes and he strode over, picked Zhao Maizu up, and said threateningly, I can't come here for nothing. You have to sleep with me. Now. Zhao Maizu paused for a moment and said, all right. She had to cajole the man into doing things for her. Well, can we go into the room? Women are troublesome. The man sounded impatient, but he still complied with Zhao Maizu. Come on, make it quick. Then I can leave here as soon as possible. Zhao Maizu gave him a sweet smile, straightened her messy hair and walked to the second floor. In the luxurious European-style bed, the man was thrusting in and out over a beautiful woman, and the beautiful woman below him was sweating and gasping. Thinking of the time, Zhao Maizu urged anxiously, hurry up, Lan, is coming back. The man left Zhao Maizu after venting his sexual desire, looking even more impatient. Lancer is my daughter. Even if she sees me. Even if she sees me, so what? Nangong Xuan is really stupid. He has raised my daughter for more than 10 years without knowing it. What an idiot. I wonder why the Nangong group hasn't collapsed under his management. Zhao Maizu bit her lips and looked at the man. I've satisfied you. You can leave now. This time the man didn't say anything. He went to the door and opened it with a thud. Zhao Maizu wanted to go out with the man only to see several figures standing in the doorway. She screamed with fear, ah. At the door of her room, grandfather Nangong stared angrily at the naked Zhao Maizu, his face livid, his eyes burning with a raging fire. Father. Zhao Maizu put on her clothes in a panic and said hurriedly, Father, I can explain this to you. Explain. Grandfather Nangong snorted. His face was livid. Cut the crap. Yunyi, call your dad and ask him to come back to see his good wife, and call Nangong Lan here. We are not stupid enough to raise someone else's child. Zhao Maizu collapsed to the ground. If she was only caught in the act of adultery, Nangong Lan would be able to stay in the Nangong family, and then she could still seize the Nangong family's fortune. But now. Did grandfather Nangong hear the conversation they just had in the room? How long was he standing there? Zhao Maizu bit her lips tightly with a ghastly pale face. She was full of resentment towards the man beside her who also looked awful. If he hadn't come to her, how could this have happened? Chapter 2201, Another Story of Waxia, 42. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Nangong Xuan was handling important matters in the company but suddenly received a phone call from Nangong Yunyi. Without even thinking about it, he scolded Nangong Yunyi. Just as he was going to hang up the phone, Nangong Yunyi's indifferent voice came from the other end. Grandfather asked you to come to the villa. Something happened to Zhao Maizu and her daughter. After Zhao Maizu entered the Nangong family, Nangong Yunyi never called her mother but called her by her name. Nangong Xuan was angry at him for this in the beginning but eventually became accustomed to it. However, when he heard that something happened to Zhao Maizu and her daughter, his anger burned again. Nanggong Yunyi, did you do something to Maizu and Lancer? Lancer is your sister, and Maizu is your mother. Why did you pick on them all the time? Can't you just stop hurting them? You were crazy. Nanggong Xuan's voice was extremely angry, as if it was not his son at the other end of the line but a familiar stranger. The Nanggong family's villa. Nanggong Yunyi's hand that was holding the phone shook, but then he expressionlessly hung up. He'll be back in a minute, he said, looking up at grandfather Nanggong in front of him. As long as Zhao Maizu had any problem, he would hurtle back hurriedly. Sigh. Grandfather Nanggong was not deaf, so he heard Nanggong Xuan's angry voice and he looked a bit embarrassed. Yunyi, these years, you were really wronged. Nanggong Xuan was too biased against Nanggong Yunyi and blamed him even without asking what happened. How could a father treat his son like this? Nanggong Yunyi didn't speak. He looked at the pale Zhao Maizu and said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter. Anyway, soon Nanggong Xuan will know his beloved woman has cuckolded him. Even his favorite daughter was his own. No. Zhao Maizu screamed and burst down on her knees, crying, Father, I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please don't tell Xuan about this. He won't be able to bear it. As his wife, no one knew the man better than she. He loved her and even spoiled her, but he also had his bottom line. If he knew she was cheating on him, then he would never forgive her. It's none of my business here. I'll leave first. The man moved around grandfather Nanggong and tried to leave but was stopped by Nanggong Yunyi. Since Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao didn't want to meddle in the family affairs of the Nanggong family, they didn't come to the villa and left after handing the recording pen to them. Therefore, the man, who didn't see those two freaks, immediately kicked at Nanggong Yunyi when he saw that Nanggong Yunyi dared to stop him. However, just as he kicked out his foot, Nanggong Yunyi had held it tightly. Did you cause grandfather's car accident? And did you control a driverless car to hit Yun Luofeng today? The man's expression changed and he said, I don't know what you're talking about. He hadn't revealed that he had heard grandfather Nanggong, so he wouldn't admit it now. Seeing that the man refused to confess, Nanggong Yunyi didn't say anything more. He sneered and took out a recording pen. When he pressed the button, a familiar voice came from the pen, which made the man immediately turn pale. BTCH. The man's expression changed and he punched Zhao Maizu. Did you sell me out? Did you inform the Nanggong family people to come here today? Chapter 2202, Another Story of Waxia, 43. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Zhao Maizu was bleeding profusely from the punch, but she bit her lips tightly and said nothing. At that moment, the door was opened and then Nanggong Xuan, carrying a briefcase, quickly walked in. As soon as he saw Zhao Maizu whose face was covered by blood, he flew into a rage and rushed over. Maizu, what's going on? Are you okay? With an aching heart, he looked up at Nanggong Yunyi in anger. Nanggong Yunyi, I didn't expect you were so daring. How dare you beat up your mom? I am going to call the police to arrest you. From now on, I, Nanggong Xuan, don't have a son. When Nanggong Xuan said this, no one stopped him but just quietly listened. But grandfather Nanggong's face was full of disappointment. He was thoroughly disappointed in his son. If you weren't Nanggong's dad, I would have been rude to you. Hong Luan clenched her fists and her eyes were full of killing intent. He got somebody to beat his mom, and you guys want to be nasty to me. Nanggong Xuan sneered and helped Zhao Maizu stand up from the ground. He felt Zhao Maizu was trembling. Thinking she was too frightened, he felt his heart ache for her again. Since Maizu married him, she had never enjoyed her life. When they lived with his father, she had to please his father, and these people still came to hassle her, even though they had moved out and lived by themselves. Did they really think he wouldn't get angry? Nanggong Xuan, grandfather Nanggong sneered, what kind of a father would blame his son without knowing what happened? Why are you so sure it's his fault? Is he really your son? Dad, don't try to defend this little beastard. He broke into my house with his men and seriously injured Maizu. I'm not going to let him off. Nanggong Xuan rushed to beat Nanggong Yunyi, but grandfather Nanggong shielded Yunyi with his body. If you want to hit Yunyi, hit me first. At the moment, grandfather Nanggong looked so angry and even his clenched fists were trembling slightly. Dad. Nanggong Xuan cried incredulously, this beastard has done such a terrible thing. And you still try to protect him. Grandfather Nanggong smiled coldly, even if Yunyi beat her, she deserved it. She has cuckolded you many times over the years, and even your beloved daughter is not yours. Now she was having sex with her lover in our family's villa and scheming how to seize our family's property. Don't you think she deserves it? Zhao Maizu shook even more violently and she dared not say a word. She kept her head down and covered the despair in her eyes. Dad, what are you talking about? Nanggong Xuan was a bit angry, Maizu is not such a person. When I chased her, she thought I was broke and didn't know I was president of the Nanggong family. How could a good woman like her scheme to seize my property? That's what Nanggong Yunyi's mother would do. She married me for my money, didn't she? Smack. Grandfather Nanggong was so angry that he slapped the face of Nanggong Xuan. He said tearfully, Linga was the daughter of my old friend. That friend owed me one. He wanted to repay me in other ways, but I was too stupid and asked him to marry his daughter to you. Chapter 2203, Another Story of Waxia, 44. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. They didn't want her at first, but I liked the girl so much that I begged them. But you made me let my friend down, and I won't be able to face that girl after I die. Tears were streaming down grandfather Nanggong's face and he was trembling with anger. If I had known you were such a beastard, I wouldn't have married that girl to you. Before Zhao Maizu appeared, Nanggong Xuan was a good and obedient son. When he asked Nanggong Xuan to marry that girl, he agreed. He thought that Nangong Xuan would treat the girl well, but he didn't expect his son to fail her after Zhao Maizu appeared. If Zhao Maizu was a good woman, maybe he wouldn't be so angry. However, he had seen through Zhao Maizu from the very beginning, but his son didn't believe him. How could he accept it? You don't believe us. Okay, listen to the recording pen. Grandfather Nangong threw the recording pen to Nangong Xuan with trembling hands. A gleam of suspicion flashed through Nangong Xuan's eyes, and he, unable to resist his curiosity, finally pressed the button. Then a woman's familiar voice rang in the empty villa. I miss you, and the old man didn't die. A little girl called Yun Luofeng saved him. I want you to cause another accident for him. I don't believe he won't die. I don't care. You must help me. Not for me, but for our daughter. Do you have the heart to see her being bullied in the Nangong family by that beastard, Nangong Yunyi? As soon as the old man dies, I'll solve Nangong Xuan. Go ahead. I just want the Nangong family's property. Their lives have nothing to do with me. Besides, you are the man I love. How could I choose to marry Nangong Xuan if it wasn't for the Nangong family's property? After all, you're the only man I've ever loved in my life. What's mine is yours. Nangong Xuan had slept with Zhao Maizu for years. How could he not recognize her voice? He clenched the recording pen tightly, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked up coldly at Zhao Maizu. Is it true? You married me just for my family's property. He couldn't believe his wife was so vicious. Zhao Meishui's lips were pale. She stepped forward and tried to hold Nangong Xuan's hand only to be shaken off by him. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. No, Xuan, let me explain. Zhao Maizu looked rather flustered and tears silently fell from her face. Nangong Xuan took a deep breath and tried to suppress the pain in his chest. Okay, I'll give you a chance to explain. Watching this, Nangong Yunyi only laughed sarcastically at the side. Just now, Nangong Xuan scolded him without asking what happened. Now the evidence was irrefutable, but he still fooled himself and gave her a chance to explain. This woman was really his true love. And they were the villains who separated them. Hong Luan couldn't bear it anymore, so she kindly reminded him, it's true that your daughter isn't yours. It's useless to explain. You can have a blood test with her. Honey, Nangong Yunyi put his arm around Hong Luan's waist and gave a smile. These days we don't use a blood test but a paternity test. Chapter 2204, Another Story of Waxia, 45. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Zhao Maizu gradually collapsed to the ground. Nangong Yunyi was right. There was a paternity test now. How could she deny it? A paternity test would prove that Nangong Lan was not Nangong Xuan's daughter. Xuan, I know I was wrong. Zhao Maizu tugged on Nangong Xuan's sleeve, crying pitifully, I made a big mistake, but I really love you. You must believe me. Nangong Xuan's face turned from livid to white, and then from white to livid. He clenched his fist, you mean what they said is true? You really cuckolded me. My daughter who I doted on for a dozen years is actually not my daughter. Xuan, please forgive me, I know I was wrong. Zhao Maizu hugged Nangong Xuan's legs tightly, if you give me another chance, I will never do it again. BTCH. Nangong Xuan grabbed Zhao Meishui's hair and knocked her head hard against the wall. I treated you well and even grieved my wife to death for you. And you cheated on me. I'm gonna kill you, BTCH. At this moment, Nangong Xuan's eyes were all red and he hit Zhao Meishui's head against the wall in anger. Zhao Maizu was soon bleeding and the blood was all over the floor. Enough. Seeing this, Grandfather Nangong snapped, do you really want to kill her? If you kill her, you'll be executed. Now divorce her and give her to the police. Let the police charge her with murder. She will not be able to get out of jail for the rest of her life. She had committed attempted murder. If he used his connections she would probably get a life sentence. Nangong Xuan collapsed to the ground, and he was holding his head in pain. What had he done all these years? Ah. Suddenly, a shrill cry came from downstairs. Before the crowd responded, Nangong Lan had quickly run upstairs. Her eyes were full of anger when she saw Zhao Maizu lying in a pool of blood. Dad, why is Mom so seriously injured? Who injured her? Me. Nangong Xuan clenched his fist, his eyes still red with anger. Dad. Nangong Lan screamed incredulously, why did you do this to Mom? Why? You're really a bad person. Quote. Smack. Before she could finish, Nangong Xuan slapped her in the face. Nangong Lan stared in shock. Her dad, who had never touched her all these years, hit her. Did he have a mistress and want to abandon them? How dare you scold me? Your mother's a real BTCH. She cheated on me. Nangong Xuan's eyes were bloodshot. He slowly turned his eyes to the man beside him. This man is your real dad. Don't call me dad anymore. That makes me sick. When he heard the recording, Nangong Xuan knew that the naked man was Zhao Meishui's lover. He was also Nangong Lan's real father. Sure enough, Nangong Lan's eyes popped open when she heard this. What did you say? That's impossible. I am the daughter of the Nangong family. I am not the daughter of this man. Your mom admitted that he is your father. Nangong Xuan gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists. He had to control himself with all his strength, or else he would have punched Nangong Lan. Chapter 2205, Another Story of Waxia, 46. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Nangong Lan felt as if the whole sky was falling apart on her and she stumbled and fell with a thud, her face pale. I am not Dad's daughter. I am just a B-starred child. No. Ah. Nangong Lan went completely mad and rushed towards Zhao Maizu, who was also limp on the ground. Tell me it's not true. I'm the miss of the Nangong family. I'm not a B-starred. Lancer. Zhao Maizu had a lump in her throat. She knew it was all over. Tell me Nangong Xuan is my dad, come on. Listening to the heart-wrenching roar of Nangong Lan, Zhao Maizu closed her eyes feebly and tears covered her face. Nangong Lan stumbled again and released Zhao Maizu. She chuckled and said in a desperate tone, "You are no longer my mom." She glared at Zhao Maizu and turned to leave the villa. Before leaving, she looked back at Nangong Yunyi and Hong Luan with her vicious eyes. "Wait," Nangong Yunyi called her coldly. Nangong Lan stopped, choking up. "What else do you want? Now you have grabbed the Nangong family. Are you still not satisfied? Firstly, I am the rightful heir of the Nangong family. What do you mean by grab? Secondly, you were also involved in the plot against grandfather. What?" At this moment, all eyes turned to Nangong Yunyi, and even grandfather Nangong was somewhat incredulous. It was reasonable for Zhao Maizu to harm him, but he had never mistreated Nangong Lan even though he favored Nangong Yunyi. After all, she was also a child of the Nangong family. Besides, it seemed that Nangong Lan didn't know she was an illegitimate daughter, so why did she try to murder him? We just heard the latter part of the recording. There is also the former part. Quote. With a sneer, Nangong Yunyi reversed the recording. Two people's voices rang in the empty villa. "Mom, why wasn't that old beastard killed this time? Is it because your man didn't hit him hard enough? Normally, he wouldn't be able to recover from such a serious injury. Who is Yun Luofeng? How could she save the old beastard who was so seriously injured? I've heard of Yun Luofeng, who was a prestigious student at Waxia University. It's said that she was missing after the bombing 5 years ago. I didn't know she had returned with Nangong Yunyi." Their conversation hadn't finished yet, but no one had any interest to hear more. No one said a word and the whole villa was quiet. Nangong Lan shivered, her face turned even paler, and she turned her eyes to Nangong Yunyi, her beautiful eyes wide with fright. BTCH. Nangong Xuan was the first to respond, and with a roar, he rushed up to Nangong Lan, slapped her hard in the face and knocked her to the floor. Her mouth was full of blood, her head was rumbling, and she was completely lost. How could it be? Why did Nangong Yunyi have a recording of my conversation with Mom? Impossible. This is impossible. Nangong Lan suddenly got up and pounced on Nangong Yunyi with a scream. "It must be you. You must have stealthily put the recording pen in the villa. Nangong Yunyi, I'm gonna kill you." Bang. Unfortunately, before she reached Nangong Yunyi, she was kicked away by him. She fell to the floor awkwardly and rolled over for a few times, but she couldn't get up. Chapter 2206, Another Story of Waxia, 47. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yunyi, call the police. Grandfather Nangong closed his eyes after saying this, and even Nangong Xuan standing at the side didn't stop it. Nangong Yunyi took a look at Zhao Maizu and her daughter who were limp on the floor, called the police without hesitation, and then walked out with Hong Luan. Yun Luofeng was still waiting for them. From a distance, Nangong Yunyi saw the man and woman standing under the tree. They were as beautiful as a superb painting, aloof, unworldly, and incompatible with the noisy surroundings. Yun Luofeng. He stopped and looked at the woman in front of him, and a gleam of gratitude flashed through his eyes. If it weren't for Yun Luofeng, perhaps he couldn't have defeated Zhao Maizu and Nangong Lan so easily. Let's go. Yun Luofeng shrugged and smiled. As always, Yun Xiao stood by her side and fixed his eyes on her as if she was the entire world for him. Okay, I have found the location of Zhu Dong's pharmacy. Nangong Yunyi raised his eyebrows. As if thinking of an old friend, he smiled. The pharmacy of the Zhu family. A bookworm with square glasses was sitting bored behind the counter. The pharmacy was quiet and empty and hadn't had any customers today. The bookworm sighed, raised his head to look at the silent pharmacy, and smiled wryly. These days the pressure from competitors is too great. It looks like I'll have to shut down the pharmacy. Just after he said this, he suddenly saw someone coming in, and he stood up hurriedly to greet him. May I help you? What? We haven't met for 5 years and you have forgotten us, bookworm. Quote. Hearing the familiar voice, bookworm looked up in surprise, and when he saw the familiar face in front of him, he suddenly froze. Are you, Nangong Yunyi? Not just me. Yun Luofeng is also here. Nangong Yunyi laughed out loud and said. Although they weren't classmates with bookworm, they were friends. Before they left, they hung out a lot. Although they were not very intimate friends, they got along quite well. Bookworm rubbed his eyes, and a look of surprise flashed through his gentle face. He looked at the gorgeous woman and his voice trembled. You're still alive? Sure, let me introduce. This is my wife Hong Luan, and the other is Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng's husband. Bookworm was even more shocked. These two guys went missing for 5 years, but when they came back, they were both married. Nangong, talk with Bookworm, and Yun Xiao and I will take a break. Yun Luofeng poured a cup of tea for herself and Yun Xiao, and sat down at random. She had told Nangong Yunyi about her plan and he would know how to deal with it. Zhu Dong, how are you doing these years? Nangong Yunyi put his arm around Zhu Dong's shoulder and asked. Zhu Dong gave a wry smile. After graduation, I inherited this pharmacy as ordered by my dad, but now there are too many pharmacies. The pressure of competition is so great that I can barely make ends meet. By the way, what happened to you back then? I heard you were dead. Did you see our bodies? Nangong Yunyi rolled his eyes at him. Yes, he had died, but his body was also missing. Now that he had come back alive, he wouldn't admit he had died once. Yun Luofeng and I came here to help you. Nangong Yunyi gave a handsome smile. Chapter 2207, Another Story of Waxia, 48. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Help me. Zhu Dong looked confused. How can they help me? Yun Luofeng has some special medicinal herbs. How long will it take you to be the #1 pharmacy of Waxia if we give you these medicinal herbs? What? Not understanding what he meant, Zhu Dong asked in astonishment. For example, she has a medicinal herb that can strengthen a person's body. With it, a weak person who is too frail to stand a gust of wind can be suddenly 100 times stronger. For example, if you have a cold, a medicinal herb can cure you immediately without any hidden problems. And, if you get stabbed, you can be saved as long as you've got a single breath left. It seemed that the spiritual herbs in Yun Luofeng's hand were also magic. Oh, yes, there were also many medicinal herbs that could help people cultivate, but there weren't any cultivators in Waxia, so unfortunately, those spiritual herbs were of no use here. As for those medicinal herbs that he just described to Zhu Dong, she could provide as much as he wanted. Boom. Zhu Dong felt as if something exploded in his mind. Are there really such magical medicines in the world? Why haven't I heard of them? Well, if you really have these medicines, I think I can be the #1 pharmacy in Waxia within 10 years. 10 years. Yun Luofeng slowly rose from the chair. It's too long. I can't wait so long. 1 year. I want your pharmacy to be the #1 of Waxia within 1 year. Well, Zhu Dong looked hesitant. 1 year was too short, so he wasn't quite sure about it. Besides, these magic medicines must be certified before they could be sold, which would take a month or so. With this in mind, Zhu Dong put the question out. Certificate. That's no problem. I'll ask my grandfather to get it for us. You don't have to worry about the government. No one will pick on you. With Nangong Yunyi's assurance, Zhu Dong breathed a sigh of relief. I'll try. Okay, Yun Luofeng smiled. Change the name of the pharmacy too. The Godly Doctor's Pharmacy. We only sell traditional Chinese medicine, no Western medicine. Yun Luofeng was never a fan of Western medicine. She thought that Waxia had a history of 5,000 years and had great figures like Hua Tuo as early as in ancient times. How could Western medicine be compared with traditional Chinese medicine? Unfortunately, traditional Chinese medicine had fallen into disuse. Nowadays, there were too few Chinese medicine practitioners who could master it, which made Chinese medicine inferior to Western medicine. That was why Yun Luofeng studied Chinese medicine when she was at Waxia University. Besides, you'll be the store manager of the pharmacy. My teacher Fu Ru used to be a professor of traditional Chinese medicine at Waxia University. We'll hire him to be the resident physician of the pharmacy. Both of you will get 10% of the shares of the pharmacy. Zhu Dong nodded hurriedly. He had heard about Fu Ru when he was in college, but it was reported that he raped a female student and was fired by the university, but his medical skills were very good. Nangong will take the medicinal herbs for identification later, and the pharmacy will open immediately after the certificate is issued. A cold gleam flashed through Yun Luofeng's eyes. Another reason why she wanted to make money in this way was that the company of her so-called uncle was a pharmaceutical company, and it had cooperated with several large hospitals. Now, she was going to put his company out of business. She was going to make him pay for what he had done to her bit by bit. 1 year quickly passed. During the year, Yun Luofeng didn't just stay in Waxia but would occasionally return to the continent of 7 provinces for some time. Since she knew the channels between the 2 continents and was able to go back and forth freely. However, there was a special requirement, which was that only true God-level spirit cultivators could open the channel. Chapter 2208, Another Story of Waxia, 49. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. The Yun Pharmaceutical Company. In a luxurious office, Yun Tianqi smashed the papers in his hand on the desk, and with a livid face, he glared at the man standing in front of him. Why is the firm's revenue so bad this year? Not even a tenth as usual. The marketing minister, a middle-aged woman with black mirror eyes, pushed her glasses up her nose and said solemnly, President, there is a recently opened place called the Godly Doctor's Pharmacy. A lot of people were attracted to it and no longer went to hospitals, even if they just had minor colds. But our company only cooperates with hospitals. Now the hospital's performance isn't good, so our performance has also deteriorated. In the past year, Yun Tianqi hired a young girl as his secretary and was busy making love to her and keeping it from his wife. He really had no time to keep an eye on the company. The Godly Doctor's Pharmacy. Yun Tianqi sneered, it sounds like a fraud. I can't believe people would believe it. There is no Godly Doctor in the world. Now I'm going to expose the true colors of the Godly Doctor's Pharmacy. Yun Tianqi stood up angrily and walked quickly out of the office. The Godly Doctor's Pharmacy. The pharmacy used to have very few customers after they got a business license a year ago. After all, no one would believe there was really a Godly Doctor in the world. Then the grandson of one of Grandfather Nangong's old friends suffered from a gunshot wound and was dying. Grandfather Nangong thought of the Godly Doctor's Pharmacy and brought a spiritual herb here to save the life of his friend's grandson. It was a dangerous operation to remove the bullet and it was likely that the patient would die, but with that spiritual herb, his old friend's grandson managed to survive. From then on, the Godly Doctor's Pharmacy became famous. Besides, it had the spiritual herbs that could strengthen people's physique, which attracted thousands of people to come here. However, it wasn't long before they stopped selling the spiritual herbs that could greatly strengthen people's physique. Yun Luofeng gave those spiritual herbs to the state. Yun Luofeng had no concern for the Longshao continent when she was there because she had no sense of belonging to the continent no matter before or now. But Waxia was different. This was where she was born and brought up. She had special feelings for Waxia. With those spiritual herbs, Waxia's army would be stronger, and foreign enemies would no longer be able to invade it. Grandfather Nangong was grateful for what Yun Luofeng did, so were the national leaders. After Grandfather Nangong mentioned the strength of Yun Luofeng, the national leaders awarded her the military rank of Major General. If Waxia had such a powerful person behind it, it would be a great power in the world sooner or later. It was because of the great support of the state that the Godly Doctor's Pharmacy developed so quickly. It even attracted many foreigners. At the moment, outside the pharmacy, people consciously queued up. Without arguing, people waited quietly. From a distance, Yun Tianqi saw the long lines. With a frown, he tried to jump the queue. Hey, what are you doing? His action irritated an old man. The old man glared at him and said, don't you see we're all queuing here? If you want to buy medicine, get back in line. Don't affect us. Yun Tianqi's face changed. Grandpa, this pharmacy must be a fraud. Listen to its ridiculous name. Why are you willing to be swindled by it? The old man looked at Yun Tianqi contemptuously. Young man, didn't you read the news? This pharmacy is very famous. It can even cure cancer patients, and has been praised by our national leaders. Even cancer could be cured. What a joke. Yun Tianqi sneered. Grandpa, you must have been swindled. I'm sure this pharmacy is a fraud. Chapter 2209, Another Story of Waxia, 50. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. He thought when he said this that the people around him would feel curious and ask him, and then he would make up some scandals about the pharmacy, which would arouse people's suspicion. However, as soon as he said this, a burly man beside him pushed him hard and angrily said, FCK off if you don't want to seek medical treatment here. Don't waste our time. Yes. How dare you frame the Godly Doctor's pharmacy? Don't you know how famous it is? You might as well go back to read some news about it as the grandpa told you. An onlooker recognized Yun Tianqi and scoffed, I think I've seen this guy. Oh, yes, he is the president of the Yun Pharmaceutical Company. I heard that the profits of the Yun Pharmaceutical Company have been declining recently. Did Mr. President want to deliberately frame the pharmacy for his company's profits? Ha ha ha. All of a sudden, all eyes were fixed on Yun Tianqi and he was so ashamed that he felt as if his face was burning. I didn't expect he was the president of the Yun Pharmaceutical Company. I remember that I took the medicine of his company in a hospital, but instead of getting better, I got inflammation and complaining was useless. The medicines of the Yun Pharmaceutical Company are trash. I will never use the medicines made by that company in my life because I don't want to be poisoned by their medicines. Hearing these words, Yun Tianqi turned livid. He desperately pushed the people surrounding him aside and quickly fled. When he returned to the Yun Pharmaceutical Company, he immediately held a meeting and demanded all members of the management to attend it. At the moment, in the conference room, Yun Tianqi looked a bit angry. He looked around at the crowd fiercely and shouted angrily, why didn't you tell me what was happening to the Yun Pharmaceutical Company? If it weren't for the year-end review, he would have had no idea that the Yun Pharmaceutical Company was doing so badly this year. The executives all looked at each other. They did tell Yun Tianqi about it, but he had been fascinated by a woman and was busy making love to her for the last year. He didn't pay any attention to the company. Besides, Yun Tianqi thought that the Yun Pharmaceutical Company had developed so well that he could enjoy his life without any worries. He didn't think that someone could squeeze the Yun Pharmaceutical Company out of the industry. A middle-aged man said, President, I think we need to make up for it now. Yun Tianqi fell silent. He was able to develop the Yun Pharmaceutical Company to its status today because of the property of Yun Luofeng's parents, the strength of Li Kusui's family, and more importantly, his wisdom and talents. He wouldn't have given anyone the chance to give the Yun Pharmaceutical Company such a blow if he hadn't been indulging in sensual pleasures. Though the pharmacy has a great reputation, it appeared only 1 year ago and will be no match for our Yun Pharmaceutical Company in financial strength, said the middle-aged man with a smile, so, I suggest we acquire the Godly Doctor's pharmacy. Yun Tianqi's eyes darkened. Who is the owner of the Godly Doctor's pharmacy? I have checked into this. Its boss is just a student who graduated from Waxia University. He is from an ordinary family who runs a pharmacy. As for the resident doctor of the pharmacy, he is the famous Professor Fu Ru. Professor Fu Ru. Yun Tianqi gave a cold smile. When he kicked Yun Luofeng into the orphanage, this old beastard took her in. Before you start to acquire it, spread the news that the doctor of the pharmacy raped a female student. With such a depraved doctor, the pharmacy is not trustworthy. At that time, he would come out as a savior and offer to acquire the pharmacy, and the owner of the pharmacy would be very grateful to him. Chapter 2210, Another Story of Waxia, 51. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yes, Mr. President. Soon the meeting was over. Everyone went to perform the duties, and no one talked about the meeting anymore. However, a few days later, a piece of news hit headlines in all sorts of newspapers. Professor Fu Ru of Waxia University, who was suspected of raping a female student and fired by the university, is now the resident doctor of the Godly Doctor's pharmacy. Is such a doctor reliable? Do you still dare to buy the medicine in this pharmacy? As soon as the news was widespread, the crowded Godly Doctor's pharmacy suddenly became even more crowded. Numerous journalists gathered at the gate and almost blocked the road. At the moment, Zhu Dong was sweating heavily in the pharmacy. The journalists would have rushed in if they hadn't been stopped by the staff of the pharmacy. Even so, Zhu Dong still heard the sharp questions of those journalists from outside the pharmacy. Mr. Zhu, why do you employ such a person who has neither medical nor professional ethics as your resident doctor? I have reason to suspect your medicines have problems. Can a rapist be a good resident doctor? Please give us an explanation. Give the public an explanation. In the pharmacy, Fu Ru's lips kept quivering. Several times he tried to get up and go out but was stopped by Zhu Dong. Teacher, you must not go out. These people are just waiting for you to go out. Just stay here. I have called Yun Luofeng. She will solve it. During the last year, the pharmacy experienced a lot of ups and downs but he managed to overcome all these hardships. But now, facing such a serious problem, he was completely at loss and had to turn to Yun Luofeng for help. Excuse me. Just then, a child's voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Hearing the childish voice, those journalists looked at the source of the voice in surprise. Behind the crowd, two cute children walked out hand in hand. They were so adorable that the crowd forgot to ask them why they were here. Seeing the children were going to enter into the pharmacy, a journalist hurriedly stopped them. Don't you know this pharmacy has a problem? Looking up at the female journalist who stopped them, Yoon Nianfeng said expressionlessly, "It's none of your business." You. The female journalist turned livid in anger. This kid looked so cute but was ill-bred. She gnashed her teeth. "I'm just being kind. How can you be so rude? I tell you, the medicines in this pharmacy are toxic and will poison people. If you don't want to kill all your family, don't buy and take the medicine here." There was only a rumor about Fu Ru, but she said the medicines in the pharmacy were toxic. And she even cursed Yoon Nianfeng's family. Yoon Nianfeng, who was going to enter the pharmacy, stopped and turned to the female journalist. "Do you have any manners? You blocked the pharmacy's door and spread rumors. Is this your manners? You said the medicines here are poisonous. Okay, if I'm still alive after I take it, can you go and die?" Yoon Shutian didn't want to be polite to such a vicious person, so she said with a sneer, "Brother, Mom said we didn't have to be polite to such people. If they won't leave, drive them out." Yoon Shutian blinked and turned her head to these journalists. She also said she would clear Grand Master Fu Ru's name in 3 days. By the way, I am saying this to our customers, not you journalists. Chapter 2211, Another Story of Waxia, 52. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. These journalists were irritated by Yoon Shutian's words, especially the female journalist. She turned livid and glared at the two children. "You two brats are bullshitting here. What makes you think you can drive us out? Where are your parents? Call them out." "Brother." Yoon Shutian curled her lips and turned her head to Yoon Nianfeng. Swish. Just then, the female journalist felt a gust of wind pass by her, and the well-dressed pretty little boy disappeared. While she was looking for him, Yoon Nianfeng suddenly appeared behind her and kicked her away. "Ah!" The crowd was intimidated and screamed, and the journalists quickly took out the cameras and took pictures. They got a perfect headline for tomorrow. "The son of the godly doctor's pharmacy's boss beat a journalist in public." But Yoon Nianfeng didn't care at all. Anyway, Fu Ru Grand Master's grievances would be cleared up sooner or later. As for the female journalist, you would ask Mom to find out who she was. If she was only a journalist, she wouldn't be so aggressive. She probably wasn't just a journalist. Ignoring the crowd behind him, Yoon Nianfeng walked into the pharmacy. With a smile on his cute face, he walked toward Fu Ru. "Grand Master, Mom said it's time for you to go home for dinner." Fu Ru paused. He looked at the journalists outside the door and finally nodded. He got up from his chair and screwed up his courage to walk towards the door. When he walked to the door, the journalists all rushed forward and quickly took a picture of his old and decadent face. Some of the journalists wanted to ask him insulting questions, but they stopped when they remembered how Yoon Nianfeng kicked the female journalist. Relieved to see that the journalists didn't gather around, Fu Ru walked quickly through the crowd and went to his car behind the crowd. Just as Yoon Seo served the dishes, Fu Ru walked in through the door. As soon as he walked into the home, he smelled the aroma of the food and immediately forgot the unpleasant experience just now. "Luofeng, your husband is very good at cooking, haha." Fu Ru was happy for Yoon Luofeng. This man was not only powerful, but also very good at cooking, and even the chefs at 5-star hotels were far behind him in culinary skill. Most importantly, he always followed Yoon Luofeng's words. Yoon Luofeng told him to go east and he would not go west. Yoon Luofeng told him to chase the cat and he would not chase the dog. There were very few men who were excellent yet obedient like him in this world. His only downside was that he was too reticent. Of course, such reticence was only for others. In front of Yoon Luofeng, he always smiled. Even if he didn't say anything, his eyes seemed to be talking to her. "Nianfeng, what's the matter?" Yoon Luofeng raised her eyebrows, looked at Yoon Nianfeng and asked. Yoon Nianfeng pouted, "Mom, those journalists are so hateful. They even cursed me. I think it would be nice if we just killed them." The corner of Fu Ru's mouth twitched. Fortunately, after staying with him for a year, he had become accustomed to Yoon Nianfeng's astonishing remarks. "This is Waxia." Bai Yan glanced at Yoon Nianfeng. "You can't kill people, understand?" "All right." Yoon Nianfeng nodded reluctantly. He preferred the continent of 7 provinces, where power talked. But when he was in Waxia, he had to tolerate a lot of things. Chapter 2212, Another Story of Waxia, 53. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. "Don't worry," said Yoon Luofeng, hugging Yoon Nianfeng with a smile, "soon everything will be over." Fu Ru wanted to say something but only sighed in the end. "Luofeng, I'm sorry for bringing you into this trouble." Quote, "Teacher, I came back this time to settle the matter, and I already guessed who did this to you." Yoon Luofeng's eyes flickered. Soon, the matter would be over, and it wouldn't take long for those people to get their comeuppance. Yoon Luofeng soon calmed down and mildly said, "But you have to tell me exactly what happened back then so that I can find evidence for you." A complicated gleam flashed through Fu Ru's eyes. "That girl was my student. She came from a poor family, and I funded her education." Yoon Luofeng was silent. Teacher had been funding some poor students for years, which she knew 5 years ago. "Unfortunately, I didn't expect that she changed after she entered university. She even sold her body for money." Fu Ru looked helpless and grieved. How could he not grieve when the student he had been sponsoring did such a shameless thing? "After I found out, I tried to dissuade her from doing this, but she didn't listen to me at all and instead asked me for money." "Asked you for money?" Yoon Luofeng glanced at Fu Ru. "Go on." "She wanted to buy a car and asked me to lend her the money to buy it. I refused, and then she said she would ruin my reputation. I thought she was just threatening me, but one day she suddenly told me that she had repented and wouldn't do such things any longer, and said she had some study problems to ask me. I believed her and went to see her. For convenience, we met in the school's laboratory, but the class was over when we met. I asked her if she had problems with her experiments, but she asked me again for money. This time she told me that she had borrowed money at a very high interest rate and would be killed if she didn't pay it back. I didn't believe her, so I turned to leave, but suddenly she took off her clothes and shouted for help. As for the chat logs, they're fake. Listening to Fu Ru's words, Yun Luofeng stroked her chin. She exchanged a glance with Yun Xiao beside her and turned her eyes to Fu Ru. I see. I'll take care of this. Don't worry. A cold gleam flickered across her eyes. Do you know where the student is now? Fu Ru nodded. She was a freshman when that happened, and now she is a senior. I don't know her address, but it should be on record in the school file. I'll have my acquaintance get a copy of the files for me. No, Yun Luofeng shook her head. It's enough for me to know she is still there. I'll look for the files. Hearing this, Fu Ru paused and then frowned. I'm afraid it's not so easy to get the school files. Yun Luofeng didn't answer Fu Ru's words but looked up at Fu Ru with her clear eyes, which made Fu Ru's heart tremble. Teacher, 3 days from now, I will help you clear your name. Clear my name. For years, carrying this stain, he was almost cast aside by the world. Now Yun Luofeng told him that he could still clear his name. Chapter 2213, Another Story of Waxia, 54. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Alright, I believe in you. He believed in her merely because this girl was his student. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao met each other's eyes, and her lips turned up with a smile. Yun Xiao, let's go. The business here can end very soon. Fu Ru blankly looked at them. By the time he regained his senses, the two of them had already disappeared. Every student left a record in the school, and this record definitely contained their address. With Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao's strength, they freely came and went in the archive room and quickly found the address. What she did not expect was that the girl named Lin King lived in the same neighborhood as Yun Luofeng's apartment building. She entered the familiar neighborhood and swiftly found Lin King's residence. Currently, inside Lin King's home, there was a live pornographic scene playing on the sofa. The woman had short hair and sparkling earrings hanging from her ears. She had an extremely good figure, and her skin was incredibly smooth, but the dark shadows under her eyes forcefully ruined her beauty. The man was also a problem youth with a head of eye-catching blonde hair. He was laid over the woman strenuously exercising. His back was dripping with sweat and his hair tightly stuck to his forehead. It was a while before they stopped their exercise. The woman laid over the man, panting for air, but her face was full of pleasure. Bro Huang, the money given to us by that boss back then is nearly all spent. I will extort another sum from him to provide for us. The blonde man addressed as Bro Huang was surprised. This matter has passed for several years already, how will you extort it from him? You must not know this, but back when he had me frame teacher Fu Ru, I secretly recorded it so that I could keep extorting money from him later, Lin King gleefully explained with a gloating smile on her face. The blonde man ignited a cigarette. You were truly cruel, even framing the teacher who helped you go to school. TCH, Lin King derisively snorted. He merely provided financial assistance for me for a few years, it's only about $10,000 in total. It's not that big of a favor. However, he is the inhumane one. We had known each other for several years already. But when I was hounded by loan sharks and wanted him to help me, he actually would not help me no matter what. Hatred flashed through her eyes. If he had helped me, I wouldn't have helped other people to frame him. You have to know, that boss gave me several $1 million. After paying back the several $100,000 debt, I still had several million to support me. Only an idiot wouldn't want such a profit. However, she was thankfully smart and was afraid the boss would not acknowledge the debt, so she buried the evidence of him having her frame Fu Ru and told him she gave the evidence to a friend. If that boss was unwilling to pay the money and wanted to kill her to silence her, then the evidence would be revealed. That was why the boss added an extra $1 million on top of the base price. As soon as she thought of her intelligence, Lin King was extremely proud of herself. As for setting Fu Ru up, he brought this on himself and could not blame anyone else. Who told him to be unwilling to borrow money so that she could pay back the loan sharks? CO King, I knew you would have some insurance. We can live the rest of our life without worry now. Upon hearing that they could continue extorting money, the blonde man's eyes brightened and could not resist initiating another round of vigorous exercise. Money was so versatile. It could make people kick their benefactor in the teeth and sell him out. It could also make people turn crazy. Chapter 2214, Another Story of Waxia, 55. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Who's there? Suddenly, Lin King appeared to have detected something and immediately looked up. Under the moonlight, a woman was watching her with a grin. A handsome man stood next to her. His appearance was very cool, and he did not even look up, only revealing his profile, but his profile was stunning enough already. Who are you? Why are you inside my home? Lin King did not have time to be surprised. Her eyes were full of fear, and her voice was trembling. Yun Luofeng waved the cell phone in her hands and said with a faint smile, I have recorded your conversation just now. While we are at it, can you tell me who's the boss who bribed you? Hearing this, panic flashed across Lin King's frightened eyes. She hastily covered her body with a thin blanket. Just who are you? Yun Luofeng's smile grew wider. Fu Ru is my teacher. Fu Ru is my teacher. Boom. Instantly, Lin King's face turned ashen, and she started trembling more. You came to find evidence for Fu Ru. No, I can't allow that. I can't let you have that evidence. Quick, snatch her phone. The man, who laid over Lin King, instantly reacted and scrambled up. His naked body was completely exposed, but thankfully, Yun Luofeng had closed her eyes the second he stood up. Seeing this, the blonde man inwardly sneered and swiftly darted toward Yun Luofeng, lifting his hand to steal the phone from her hand. Unfortunately, before he could get near Yun Luofeng, the man, who had his face turned, did not even look at him and a burst of energy shot out with a boom. The blonde man flew back and kept spitting out blood. Ah! Seeing this strange scene, Lin King shrieked, Ghost! Have you ever seen a live person send someone flying back without moving? Not unless he had a ghost beside him. You want to steal my phone? Yun Luofeng's smile grew. Tell me, who had you frame my teacher? Lin Qing's mind turned blank, and she turned dizzy and was about to faint when she felt a power controlling her nerves and causing her mind to be extremely awake. This knowledge caused Lin Qing to be more terrified. I don't know who she is. I only know the boss is a woman. Woman, Yun Luofeng frowned. When did teacher offend a woman? Then can you get in contact with her? Yun Luofeng calmly asked. I have a method to contact her. But after I contact her, can you spare me? Lin Qing was trembling from head to toe, including her legs. Pee flowed between her legs, sending a putrid smell into the air. Yun Luofeng smiled. Teacher financially assisted your studies, yet you bit the hand that fed you and helped someone frame him. Tell me, can I spare you? You. Lin Qing's face turned pale. If you don't spare me, I won't help you contact her. She originally thought that Yun Luofeng would turn pale with fright after hearing this, but a smile remained on her face. Yun Luofeng stared at her with a faint smile. Do you think I can't find her without you? I merely don't want to waste too much time. Of course, it's not a problem even if you don't say it. I will just directly kill you and consider it revenge for teacher. No. Lin Qing's eyes were filled with fear. Killing someone is illegal. You can't kill me. Chapter 2215, Another Story of Waxia, 56. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng wore a smile on her face, but that smile stirred fear in Lin Qing's heart, especially because the aura around that woman was like a giant mountain and suppressed her to the point of being unable to breathe. This was the first time she had felt death so near her. Tell me, are you willing to contact that person? This sentence was like the straw that broke the camel's back and made Lin Qing's mind completely crumble. Her face was ashen and full of fright. I will help you, I will help you. I beg you to not kill me. Hearing that, Yun Luofeng retracted her aura and her lips slightly turned up. Then call her right now. I would like to know who dared to set my teacher up. Under that woman's intimidating aura, Lin Qing shakily picked up her phone. That blonde youth was lying motionless on the ground, not daring to even lift his head, scared that these two people would really kill them. I have that boss number. I used this number to contact her all these years. Because I kept evidence to threaten her, she doesn't dare to completely cut off contact with me. This was the path that she found herself to make it easier for her to blackmail that woman. She did not expect it to benefit Yun Luofeng. After saying that, Lin Qing pressed a number and turned on speakerphone at Yun Luofeng's indication. Didn't I say to not find me unless it's something important? Why are you calling me? A furious voice came from the other end of the phone. The voice was purposefully lowered, perhaps afraid of being overheard, but Yun Luofeng instantly recognized the speaker of the voice. Her entire person underwent a transformation. A chilly and nefarious smile appeared on her lips, and a storm rumbled in her dark eyes. Lin Qing nearly dropped her phone from fright. Her face deathly pale, she stared. I'm short on money recently, can you send some money to me again? You were gutsy. I gave you so much money back then, yet you dare to find me still. That voice was very angry and sharp, but it deepened Yun Luofeng's smile. Although many years have passed, there was no way she would be unable to recognize the owner of this voice. It was this person who seized her family's wealth and expelled her from her home. She did not expect that even after she lost her life in an explosion, these people to be unwilling to spare the teacher who raised her. After hearing that, Lin Qing also grew angry. At that time, she had risked ruining her reputation to frame Furu, yet this woman wants to easily kick her away. Keep dreaming. If you don't give me money, then I will publicize how you bribed me to frame teacher Furu. You. The woman on the other end was indescribably angry. After a moment of silence, she said, name a place, and we will meet up. I will give you money then. Meet up. Lin Qing was startled. This woman did not show her face even when she had her frame Furu, but she wanted to meet with her now. Fear faintly rose in her heart. Agree to it. A voice exploded in Lin Qing's mind, scaring her to the point of nearly throwing her phone out. That was right, that voice did not come from next her ears, it reverberated in her mind. No wonder it scared her witless. Lin Qing bit her lips. All right, then we will meet at the European cafe at the entrance to my school. All right. After saying that, the woman on the other end directly hung up and did not give Lin Qing time to respond. Lin Qing glanced at Yun Luofeng and timidly asked, is this enough? Chapter 2216, Another Story of Waxia, 57. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. A smile rose on Yun Luofeng's lips. Tomorrow, I will come and find you at the arranged meet-up location, but don't die too quickly. After saying that, they disappeared into thin air. Yes, they disappeared into thin air. This supernatural scene caused Lin Qing to be paralyzed with fear. It was a while before she recalled Yun Luofeng's words. But don't die too quickly. That sentence was like a curse and echoed in her ears, causing her face to turn pale. Could it be that the boss wants to kill her? No. She had evidence against her in her possession. She absolutely wouldn't dare to do that. Thinking about this, Lin Qing relaxed. That woman just now was merely scaring her. How could that boss really kill her? Xiao King, she's gone. The blonde youth stopped feigning death and got up from the ground. Looking at the empty room, he relaxed. How did you provoke a freak like that? To the blonde youth, Yun Luofeng and her husband were freaks without a doubt. Lin Qing bit her lips. Come and see her with me tomorrow. What? Hearing this, the blonde youth jumped up and dryly chuckled. Xiao King, don't kid with me. Didn't you hear what that woman said just now? That boss wants to kill you. Lin Qing's eyes darkened. Don't forget, you spent quite a bit of that several million of mine. What? It's none of your business now that we have trouble. The blonde youth chuckled. I don't want to enter this muddy water. Go by yourself. After saying that, he picked up his clothes from the sofa and swiftly walked to the door without looking back. You. Lin King's expression dramatically shifted. If you leave then don't ever come back. However, the blonde youth still left. He did not take a single look at Lin King the whole time. Lin King crumbled to the ground, tears flowing out of her eyes, and her ashen face was eclipsed by despair. Men were truly unreliable. Back when she had money, he went along with whatever she said. But now that the money was all spent and they ran into trouble, he fled faster than anyone. However, Lin King had no alternative. She silently stood up, allowing her tears to flow freely. Teacher Fu Ru, I'm sorry. It was only now that Lin King felt guilt. Of course, if it weren't for Yun Luofeng's appearance, she never would have felt that she did something wrong to Fu Ru. It was only because she understood that even if that boss didn't do anything to her, Yun Luofeng also wouldn't spare her. This was why she regretted it. She regretted plotting against Fu Ru. If she could do it all over again, she definitely wouldn't commit the same mistake. At the same time, inside a luxurious mansion, Li quickly hung up the phone with a deep frown. Who called? What happened? Yun Tianqi asked as he looked up at her. Nothing. Yun Tianqi was ignorant about her actions from back then. Otherwise, he would never have allowed her to bribe Lin King with such a large sum of money. Forget it if you don't want to talk about it. Yun Tianqi was in a very good mood and did not want to hound her about it. He was beaming and his mood, which had been repressed for a long time, turned brighter as well. Li quickly sat next to him. What happened today that made you so happy? Do you know about the Godly Doctor's Pharmacy? Yun Tianqi smiled. Soon, that Godly Doctor's Pharmacy will become part of our Yun Pharmaceutical Corporation. Oh. Li Kusui's eyebrow rose. She had heard of the Godly Doctor's Pharmacy, as many companies were interested in acquiring it. Was Yun Tianqi capable of acquiring the Godly Doctor's Pharmacy? Chapter 2217, Another Story of Waxia, 58. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. In truth, it was because I was lucky that I got this opportunity. Yun Tianqi had a satisfied smile hanging on his lips. Perhaps you don't know who is the residing doctor at Godly Doctor's Pharmacy. It is Fu Ru, whose name was dragged through the mud back then. I already had someone publicize this, and I bribed reporters as well. I would like to see how the Godly Doctor's Pharmacy will recover this time. Li Quiqui was taken back. She did not expect that Fu Ru could still go and reside at the Godly Doctor's Pharmacy. Someone would accept a person with such a notorious history. She recalled her meeting with Lin King tomorrow, and her mind unconsciously became jittery and restless. Even she did not understand why. It was merely Lin King, an insignificant ant that she could kill with a pinch. If Lin King didn't possess evidence, she would not have allowed her to live for 5 years. However, she did not waste these 5 years. She had thoroughly investigated Lin King and discovered that she did not have any close friends, nor did she have any family. So where would she hide that evidence? She would have ignored Lin King if she had stayed within her boundary, but that girl dared to come and threaten her. She was clearly seeking death. Husband, since the Godly Doctor's Pharmacy will soon be yours, then I will be at ease. Li Kusui's eyes sparkled and she leaned into Yun Tianqi's arms. Her fingers gently danced over his chest and seductively said, It has been a while since we have. Yun Tianqi's brows wrinkled, disgust flickering through his eyes. Li Quickly was already old and faded, how could she compare to his little girlfriend's youth and good looks? He had already given his provision to his little girlfriend, so where would he get the energy to deal with an old woman? Hence, he impatiently shoved Li Quickly away. I've been very busy these days. I don't have the energy to think about that. Very busy. Li Kusui's expression shifted and she stood up with her hands on her hips. Yun Tianqi, tell me the truth, do you have a mistress? Over this past year, she could count the number of times that Yun Tianqi had touched her with her fingers. People all say that men were like wolves at 30 and like tigers at 40. At his age, how could Yun Tianqi endure it? Li Quickly could not think of any other reason except for the fact that he had a mistress. What nonsense do you speak all day long? Yun Tianqi glanced at Li Quickly. I work myself to death at the company every day, yet you still cause trouble for me as you please. Can't you let me rest? You. Just as Li Quickly wanted to say something else, a voice came from upstairs. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Li Quickly harshly glared at Yun Tianqi before turning to look at the little girl hugging a teddy bear standing at the top of the stairs. The little girl was very adorable and looked like a porcelain doll. Her light pink princess dress further complemented her cuteness. I still have to go to school tomorrow. Why are you arguing? The little girl angrily puffed up her cheeks, her little hand was rubbing her sleepy eyes. There was clear discontent on her face. Li Quickly awkwardly chuckled. Zuer, Mom was just conversing with your dad, did we disturb you? Hurry back to bed. You still have classes tomorrow. Okay. After another glance at Yun Tianqi and Li Quickly, Yun Shuilian obediently nodded and returned to her room, gently closing the door behind her. Li Quickly ruthlessly pinched Yun Tianqi. If I learn that you found another woman, I absolutely won't forgive you. Yun Tianqi merely frowned while looking at her fierce glare and did not say anything. Chapter 2218. Chapter 2218, Another Story of Waxia, 59. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The next day at dawn. Yun Nianfeng accepted his backpack from Yun Luofeng, but he had an unhappy expression. Mother, I don't want to go to school. Why was this place so troublesome, and children had to go to school? He was absolutely uninterested in those brats in the school. The corner of Yun Luofeng's lips twitched. Endure it for a few more days, and we can go back. It was Fu Ru's decision to make Yun Nianfeng and Yun Shutian go to school. She still remembered Fu Ru's expression after learning her children had never gone to school. It was as though he was looking at a stepmother. Her children were this old already, but she did not let them go to school. Hence, Yun Luofeng had no choice but to send them to school. Yet, Yun Nianfeng was wholly uninterested in the other children at school. Mother, even if you were sending me to school, you should have found one with a lot of beautiful women. In this school, whether it is the students or the teachers, none of them are good looking. Yun Nianfeng was pouting, his pitiful expression striking sympathy in other people. However, why did his words sound deserving of a beating no matter how she understood it? To Yun Nianfeng though, his classmates were not nearly as good looking as Yun Shutian, and his teachers could not measure to a thousandth of Yun Luofeng. What meaning was there for him to stay there? I will wrap up my business here in 2 days. Yun Luofeng's eyes glinted. She naturally did not waste her time this past year. She had fully dug up the evidence of Yun Tianqi and Li Kusui's crime from back then. Even her parents were killed by these hyenas. As soon as she thought of that, her heart would ferociously squeeze in pain. She puffed out a large breath in anger. All right, time to leave. Yun Luofeng clapped Yun Nianfeng's shoulders and said, Nianfeng, you are the older brother. You must take good care of Shutian, understand? Mother, don't worry. I won't allow Tian'er to be bullied. Yun Nianfeng took Yun Shutian's hand into his and swiftly pulled her out of the room. After they left, Yun Luofeng turned to look at the man next to her. Yun Xiao, the business here will end in a few days. Before we leave, I want you to accompany me to a place. At Ping City. Ping City was only a few hundred meters away from the capital, but it was a tiny city that could not hold a candle to the capital. At the same time, this was Yun Luofeng's old home. Yun Xiao, my family's mansions and assets in the capital have all been taken over by Yun Tianqi. Only the old home here remained. However, I heard that the old houses around here will soon be demolished and the inhabitants relocated. So if we don't come today, we won't have a chance in the future. 20 years ago, her parents brought her to their ancestral home to offer sacrifices to their ancestors, and this was also where they perished. Now that she thought about it, Yun Tianqi and his wife probably did not want to give up the mansion her parents left behind in the capital, which is why they especially waited for them to arrive at the ancestral home before acting. Thankfully, she survived that day. Yun Luofeng walked along the old-fashioned road and looked at the bright red, demolish, written all over the houses around her. A bitter smile crept up on her face. Perhaps sensing her mood, Yun Xiao tightly pulled her into his arms, his eyes loving and warm. No matter what, I'm here. He would always be next to her and never abandon her. We're here. Yun Luofeng stopped walking. She gently pushed open the shabby door and slowly entered. There was still dried blood staining the floor. The messy room revealed the scene from more than 20 years ago. That day, she hid under the bed and helplessly watched as her parents fell in puddles of blood, so scared that she did not dare to make any sound. Chapter 2219, Another Story of Waxia, 60. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. She was still young at that time, but that event had become a trauma that could never be wiped away from her mind. Feng. Suddenly, Yun Xiao tugged Yun Luofeng and gestured to the front of them with his eyes. Yun Luofeng was startled and followed his line of sight. She saw a husband and wife searching for something in a nearby corner. This couple's expression was very lost, as though they could not walk out of this maze no matter what they did. More importantly, their bodies were transparent. Yun Luofeng hurriedly clutched her mouth, tears flowing down her face. She started lightly trembling. If it were not for Yun Xiao holding her, perhaps she would have fallen. Finally, she pacified her mind and slowly walked toward the couple. Her voice was very light, afraid that she would alarm them if she was any louder. What are you looking for? Hearing Yun Luofeng, the man turned to look at her. He evidently did not recognize her and dazedly said, I'm looking for my daughter. Have you seen her? Yun Luofeng's tears started flowing again. She tightly bit her lips. I have seen her. Really? The man wanted to grasp Yun Luofeng in his excitement, but his hand went straight through Yun Luofeng's body. However, it was like he did not notice it. Then can you tell me where my daughter is? We have been looking for her for a long time, but she never returned. Yun Luofeng was somewhat pale. You've been looking for her this whole time. My daughter doesn't have a lot of courage and is always scared when it gets dark outside. She is a bit of a picky eater and only likes to eat her mom's meals. It's already so late now, I wonder if she ate outside. Her personality is also weak and easily bullied. Unless I find her and can be next to her to protect her, I am worried. Ah, the woman exclaimed. It's already so late. You continue to wait for our daughter, I will go prepare dinner. After saying that, the woman walked straight through the wall into the kitchen, but what food could the house possibly have? So it did not take long for the woman to float back out and furiously asked, Old Yun, where's the food? Where's the pork shoulder and mantis shrimp that I bought? Yun Luofeng tightly clenched her fists. She remembered that before her parents died, they had prepared a table of dishes already and there were her favorite pork shoulder and mantis shrimp in those dishes. Now, their memory had stopped at the night before they died, but they still remembered to look for her. And they persistently continued to look for her day after day. Dad, Mom. Yun Luofeng finally could not control her emotions anymore, and tears freely flowed on her ashen face, covering it completely. The man was startled. You are Feng. How did you grow so big in the short time since I've seen you? Dad, Mom, you don't need to worry. I'm quite brave now and past the age where I'm afraid of the dark a long time ago. You also don't need to worry about me being hungry. This is your son-in-law, his culinary skills are really good, and he's feeding me well. Don't worry about me being bullied. Ever since I left that year, no one could bully me anymore. Yun Luofeng's voice was trembling, and she was only able to say everything by biting her lips with great force. Old Yun, I remember now. Have you forgotten? The woman's eerie voice drifted toward them. We are already dead. We were killed by someone. Chapter 2220, Another Story of Waxia, 61. Translator, Zen_editor, rock. The man's expression turned blank, and he dazedly said, "That's right, that did happen. We are already dead. Then what about our daughter? Is she alive?" "Oh, right." Recalling something, the man turned to look at Yun Luofeng. "You say you are our daughter, then how many years has it been since we died?" Pain gripped Yun Luofeng's heart. 20 years. It's been 20 years, huh? The man looked like he was reminiscing the past, and a smile rose on his face. So time passes by this quickly. It's already been 20 years. No wonder our daughter is so big. His voice contained helplessness, regret, and also deep pain. "You were really Xiao Feng. The woman floated to Yun Luofeng before looking at the man beside her. "He is your husband." "Mom." Yun Luofeng wanted to hold the woman's hand, but she was unable to do so. She took a deep breath before saying, "Wait for me. I will definitely find a way to revive you. I absolutely will. Xiao Mo, come out." The moment she finished speaking, a light flashed, and Xiao Mo's figure appeared out of thin air. He looked at Yun Luofeng with his head tilted. "Master, you want me to think of a way to help you revive these two people?" "That's right. Does the medical code have a method to revive them?" Xiao Mo hesitated for a moment. "This is Waxia, not the 7-province continent. There are many techniques that we could use in the continent but can't use in Waxia." It was quite great already that they were able to maintain their abilities after coming to Waxia. If they wanted to revive someone, they could not do it with the spiritual energy that was still present in Waxia. "You mean that you can't revive my mom and dad? What if we brought them to the 7-province continent? If you aren't afraid that their souls would disperse, you can try it. In other words, she can revive them in Waxia. Also, their corpses had already decomposed a long time ago. Who knows how many years since they died. There's no way we could revive them," Xiao Mo continued. The reason Yun Luofeng was able to revive Hong Luan earlier was that Hong Luan's corpse was perfectly preserved. Moreover, the spiritual energy in Waxia was way too faint. Even if they had the corpses, there was no absolutely safe way to revive them. Xiao Feng. Understanding dawned on the man. He shook his head and said, "Dad and Mom are already satisfied that we were able to see you one last time and know that you are living happily before we leave. We don't have any other requests, so we can contently check in at Yamas Hall 1. After people died, if their wishes were unfulfilled, they would linger in the mortal world. Now that their wish had been fulfilled, it was time for them to leave. However, I want to know, who killed your mom and I? Who caused our family to separate?" Looking at the man's dark expression, Yun Luofeng replied, "Yun Tianqi." When Yun Luofeng was ready to leave, it was already quite late. Her body was very weak, as though all the energy had been sucked out of her. Yun Xiao tightly held onto her waist. "Shao, believe in me. I will think of a method." "Believe in me." Yun Luofeng's expression shifted and she feebly smiled. "In truth, I should have come to take a look when I first returned to Waxia so that my parents didn't need to wait one more year for me. However, this place is my childhood nightmare. If we weren't about to leave Waxia, perhaps I would never have come here. Then, I also wouldn't have known they have been searching for me all along and never left." When her parents were still alive, she was happy. She also grew up delicately under their protection. However, that night 20 years ago would be her nightmare for eternity. She was unable to forget the scene of that night even to this day. Chapter 2221, Another Story of Waxia, 62. Translator, Zen_editor, rock. "I will find a solution." Yun Xiao lowered his head to lay a gentle kiss on Yun Luofeng's lips with a smile. All right. She believed in him. He would accomplish anything that he said. Yun Luofeng tightly embraced Yun Xiao's waist. Capital Elementary. Yun Nianfeng was holding onto Yun Shutian and joyfully darting out of the school. However, he was running too fast and accidentally ran into someone, causing him to slam to a halt. Are you okay?" Yun Nianfeng apologetically asked as he looked at a doll-like girl who fell to the ground. The little girl was very good looking, but, compared to his Shutian, she was still lacking. "Brat, you dared to bump into my daughter." Without waiting for the girl to say anything, a sumptuously dressed mother madly ran over and picked up the girl from the ground. She furiously glared at him. "Who are your parents? Tell them to come out immediately." "Nianfeng." Yun Shutian tugged on Yun Nianfeng's hand and gestured at the shouting mother with her eyes. Yun Nianfeng's eyes also swept over the mother's face, his fair and delicate face full of disdain. "I already apologize. With a mother like you, your daughter is truly unfortunate. Tiana, let's go." He pulled onto Yun Shutian and wanted to leave. The mother suddenly flew into a rage and extended her hand, wanting to push Yun Nianfeng. But Yun Nianfeng dodged and accidentally extended his leg, causing the mother to immediately trip onto the ground and screech. "Auntie, watch where you are walking, don't blame me for carelessly tripping." Yun Nianfeng pulled a face and ran off before the mother could recover. "Mom." The little girl had no regard for her fallen mother. Her glistening eyes were intently watching Yun Nianfeng. "That brother is really pretty. Zuo wants to be married to him. Since that child is so rude, his parents mustn't be anything good either. You mustn't be interested in a beggar child like him." The mother snorted and furiously stared at the direction that Yun Nianfeng departed. Her eyes darkened and she ordered, "Uncle Li, look into this child's background. Also, escort Miss back, I have something else to do." "Yes, madam," Uncle Li reverently responded. Outside the school grounds, Yun Nianfeng saw that there was no one chasing them and frowned. How were we so unlucky to be in the same elementary school as that woman's daughter? "Brother, didn't mother already say that Yun Tianqi and Li Quickly won't live for more than a few days? Let her jump around however she wants for a few more days." Yun Shutian beamed, revealing her cute little eye teeth. That was right, the people they ran into earlier were Li Quickly and Yun Shuilian. Hearing this, Yun Nianfeng's smile grew bigger. "We won't have to go to school in a few more days. I really hate staying with a group of brats. It's so boring." Hearing this, Yoon Shutian rolled her eyes. You say that like you aren't a brat yourself. Let's go, Tian'er, come home with brother. Yoon Nianfeng held onto Yoon Shutian's hand with a little backpack on his back and walked towards their home. Anyhow, they would be able to leave after enduring it for a few more days. He wondered how his mother's plan was progressing. Chapter 2222, Another Story of Waxia, 63. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Inside the cafe, Lin Qing's eyes were filled with worry as she surveyed the people walking past every now and then. She bit her lips, and her face was somewhat pale. Suddenly, an urge to pee hit her, and she stood up to head to the restroom. She finally relaxed after reaching the restroom, but at that time, the restroom's door was heavily closed. Who's there? Lin Qing's expression dramatically changed, and she hurriedly turned around. She saw a woman standing in front of her with a scarf covering her face. Who are you? The woman quietly laughed. Who do you think I am? This voice was very familiar, so familiar that it caused Lin Qing's eyes to widen in surprise. She closely leaned against the sink behind her. What are you doing? Don't forget, your evidence is still with my friend. Li Quickly snorted and pressed closer toward Lin Qing. I was truly stupid 5 years ago and was fooled by a little girl like you. I have already looked into it, and the evidence simply isn't with your friend, it was hidden by you all along. If you die, do you think anyone would see the evidence? Lin Qing trembled, fear filling her eyes. No. Suddenly, she drew up strength from somewhere unknown and slammed into Li Quickly with a bang. She took advantage of Li Quickly stumbling to flee the restroom. However, the restroom's door was utterly locked, and Lin Qing had nowhere to escape. Li Kusui's brows knitted and her lips turned up with a smile. Try running. Today, you can't escape. I originally planned to spare you, but it was you who wanted to court death and threaten me. After saying this, Li Quickly pulled out a knife. The sharp blade reflected in Lin Qing's eyes, making her pupils dilate. The fear of death pervaded her heart, causing her to shudder. She was extremely regretful inside. It would have been nice if she had not borrowed from loan sharks from the start. That way, she would not have listened to Li Quickly and framed her teacher. Swish. Abruptly, the restroom's lights started madly flickering, the restroom becoming suddenly dark and then suddenly bright. Ah! Deeply frightened, Lin Qin screeched and forcefully slammed against the door. However, the door was locked from the outside, and there was no way to leave. What made Lin Qing want to faint though was that she could clearly hear people speaking outside. Hey, weird, is the door of the restroom broken? Why can't I open it? Let's find a waiter in a cafe, and have them find someone to come fix it. The tone of the two people outside the door was very normal, as though they could not hear someone slamming against the door inside. Lin Qing hastily screamed for help at the top of her lungs. Help! Help! Perhaps her voice caused a reaction, it did make the two people outside pause their steps. Did you hear someone saying something? You must have heard wrong, right? Why do I feel like that's the sound of the wind? As the conversation drifted farther away, the footsteps also faded. Lin Qing's legs grew limp and she nearly fell on the ground. Why was it like this? She caused such a large commotion, but why didn't the people outside hear it? Could it be? Those people were sent here by this woman and purposefully ignored it. Lin Qing hastily turned to look at Li Quickly but discovered her eyes were full of fear as well. What in the world is going on? Chapter 2223, Another Story of Waxia, 64. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. She originally wanted to quickly take care of Lin Qing and then leave, so she especially placed a restroom out of order sign outside. Yet, why did people come still? As if it were not enough that people came, Lin Qing had made such a ruckus but no one noticed it. This was too preposterous. Hey! Suddenly, a snort rang in the spacious restroom, causing Li Quickly to jolt from fright. She frantically rubbed her shoulders and asked while biting her lips, "You're about to die, why are you laughing?" Lin Qing's eyes became more frightened. I didn't laugh. Didn't laugh. Besides you and me, could there possibly be someone else inside this restroom? Li Quickly sneered. Wanting to scare her. Impossible. In any case, Lin Qing must die. Thinking to this point, Li Quickly walked toward Lin Qing again and the knife in her hand slashed down. Hey! Another snort was heard next to Li Kusui's ears. This time, she clearly saw Lin Qing's eyes squeezed shut from fear, and her mouth did not move the slightest. In other words, there was a third person in this restroom. Li Kusui's hand shuddered, and she lost her hold on the knife slipping to the floor. Her face was ghastly pale, and her lips were trembling. Who's there? Who is it? At that moment, whether it was Lin Qing or Li Quickly, they could feel that the bathroom air was extremely cold, and the lights were eerie in how they kept flicking on and off. Their hair stood on end. Fu tilde. A cold wind blew past, coincidentally right next to Li Kusui's ears. Her mind finally crumbled, and she shrilly screamed. She promptly picked up the knife and turned around, slashing down. However, there was only air behind her and nothing else. Who's there? Who is pretending to be a ghost to deceive people? I, Li Quickly, have never believed in the supernatural. Immediately show yourself. A figure in white floated past Li Quickly, but it was too fast, causing Li Quickly to stumble from fear and she nearly fell. Just who are you? Could it be that Li Qing knew she wanted to kill her, so she specially hired someone to frighten her? No, this woman couldn't be that smart. Drip, drip. The sound of water dripping stood out in the silent restroom, every drip echoing in their ears. Li Quickly felt something wet dripping onto her head, and she hastily wiped it. With the help of the flickering lights, she saw red on her hands. Blood. Ah. This scene caused Li Quickly to suffer from immense fright. She screeched, but when she wanted to look up, a head full of black hair suddenly cascaded down from the air above her, coming face to face with her. When Lin King saw this, she promptly fainted and limply laid on the floor. Li Quickly also wanted to faint, but she was unable to. Shakily, she asked, "Are you a person or ghost?" "Hey." The long-haired woman snorted. Her voice was eerie, giving people a chilly feeling. "You don't remember me." The woman's skeletal hands pushed aside her long hair, and a bloody and ravaged face was unveiled. Her eyeballs were nearly falling out and hung loosely in their sockets, her mouth was cracked wide, and chilly laughter was coming out of her. "Quickly, I miss you a lot. You promised you would take care of my daughter. Why did you evict her?" Every sentence was like a demand for her life. It also caused Li Kusui's last straw of sanity to collapse. She completely crumbled. She wildly waved her knife with everything she had to chop the ravaged-looking woman. Every hit was like slashing through air, and the woman remained motionless in front of her, ominously smiling. Chapter 2224, Another Story of Waxia, 65. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Li Quickly, I died so tragically. Why wouldn't you spare me? Why wouldn't you spare my daughter? Under the flickering lights, the woman's face was sinister and terrifying. Her miserable voice sounded like it was coming from hell, causing Li Quickly to tremble with fear. Miao Fang, spare me, I didn't do it on purpose. Blame Yun Tianqi. Find him if you want someone. It's all his fault. That was right, it was all Yun Tianqi. If he hadn't coveted his older brother's wealth, then they would not have thought of this method to steal it. You both must die. Must die. The woman's bloody face suddenly zoomed in. There was also a bloody hole in her chest with blood ceaselessly flowing out. Her hands were squeezing Li Kusui's neck, and her expression was malevolent and frightening. Ah! Li Quickly screamed and her eyes rolled to the back of her head, fainting. She had no idea what happened next. When she woke up, she was inside the mansion. She lifted her hand to rub her aching neck, suspicion flitting through her eyes. Was I dreaming? How could there be ghosts in this world? Anyway, if Miao Fang wanted to take revenge, she would have come a long time ago and would not have waited until now. Mom. The timid voice of a little girl came from the side. Li Quickly slowly regained her senses and turned to look at the little girl wearing a princess dress and holding a doll. She frowned. Your dad hasn't returned yet. The little girl nodded. Uncle Police said Mom fainted in the restroom of a cafe, and they sent Mom home. I just called Dad. Dad said he was busy, so he didn't come back. Busy, busy, busy. I have no idea what he's busy with all day long. Li Quickly furiously flung the pillow in her hand away. Her expression was malicious and frightening, evidently scaring the little girl. Mom, did you fight with someone outside? The little girl childishly asked with her large, innocent eyes. Li Quickly was startled. What do you mean? Mom, your neck has handprints. The little girl pointed at her mother's neck with fear in her eyes. Li Kusui's expression shifted. Hurry and bring me a mirror. Okay, the little girl obediently answered. She eagerly ran over to the makeup vanity set and retrieved a European makeup mirror, handing it to her mother. Through the mirror, Li Quickly saw the bloody handprint on her neck and screamed, tossing the mirror away in a split second. Miao Fang. Miao Fang is really back. The previous scene was not a dream. Li Quickly frantically picked up her cell phone and speedily dialed the number. However, no matter how the phone rang, the other end did not pick up. Shuilian, do you know where your dad went? Li Quickly asked, biting her lips. The little girl shook her head. Dad didn't tell me. Tell the chauffeur to come. I need to make a trip to the company. Li Quickly hastily climbed up from the bed and quickly draped a jacket over herself before walking out. Yoon Pharmaceutical Corporation. Inside the office, the lights flashed. A man sat on an office chair and had a young girl sitting on his lap. Chairman, the employees have nearly all left, can we? Her fingers flitted across the man's chest and took off his clothes with great familiarity. A seductive smile was hanging on her lips. Chapter 2225, Another Story of Waxia, 66. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The man's arm was closely looped around the good-looking girl's waist, and he kissed her. This is the office after all. If that old hag of mine happens to charge in, we will be caught red-handed. How about we open a room later? The girl chidingly pushed the man and titillatingly smiled. Chairman, didn't you say Madam was sick at home? Then there's no way she would come here. We haven't tried having fun in the office yet. Ha ha. Yun Tianqi chuckled and impatiently pulled the girl's dress back. Then we don't have to hold back. It's no big deal even if that old hag sees something. My Yun Corporation is getting larger and larger, so she's not that useful anymore. After saying that, Yun Tianqi also took off his pants and charged in. However, a short while after he began, the office door was kicked open with a bang. Tianqi. Li Quickly had just rushed in when the offending scene in the room clashed into her side, causing her to be stunned still. Yun Tianqi did not expect Li Quickly to charge in at a time like this. Panic flashed through his eyes. He hurriedly released the girl he was pressing down and anxiously explained, Quickly, let me explain. AHHH. Li Quickly finally reacted and madly dashed toward the naked girl, her sharp nails mercilessly slashing her face. You BTCH, you dare to seduce someone's man. I'm going to rip your face apart. Quickly. Yun Tianqi shoved Li Quickly away and protected the girl behind him. Don't be so impulsive. She's innocent. Innocent. Li Kusui's widened her eyes. He actually said a vixen like her that seduced someone's man was innocent. Yun Tianqi, I treat you so well, and my Li family is also totally devoted to you, but what about you? Why would you treat me like this? Li Quickly was livid with anger and mercilessly flung a slap on his face. No wonder you didn't touch me all that much this year. It's because of this vixen. Let me tell you, I absolutely won't spare you cheating too. A cold smile appeared on the girl being protected behind Yoon Tianchi. Li Quiqui, serves you right. I didn't come to Yoon Corporation in vain today. Not only will I steal your man, but I will also make you feel so much pain that you will wish you were dead. Enough. Yoon Tianchi harshly shouted. Li Quiqui, don't think I'm afraid of you. Everything will be fine if you complacently be the madam of the Yoon Corporation. Linda's appearance won't affect your position. But if you unreasonably cause trouble, I will divorce you. He originally wanted to explain himself, but this woman did not even take a look at herself. She was simply like a lunatic. He truly could not raise any interest for a lunatic like her. Li Quiqui was trembling as she furiously pointed at Yoon Tianchi. You want to divorce me? He wants to divorce me for a woman like that. Yoon Tianchi, don't forget how much hardship I suffered for you. You also took part in killing Yoon Ling and Miao Fang back then. Shut up. Yoon Tianchi hurriedly covered Li Kusui's mouth, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Although he was close to Linda, he was absolutely unwilling to let a third person know about things like this. However, Li quickly mustered up strength from somewhere and shoved Yoon Tianchi's hand away. She snorted, afraid now. Unfortunately, it's useless even if you are. Mian Fang found us, ha ha ha. She is coming to pick us up. We won't be able to escape from death, yet you have the mood to protect this woman. Chapter 2226, Another Story of Waxia, 67. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Li Kusui's laughter ominously rung in the spacious office, causing Yoon Tianchi's hair to stand up on its end. What nonsense are you saying? He angrily shouted. I'm not talking nonsense. I saw her in the toilet of the cafe. She is coming to seek revenge on us. Perhaps because Li Kusui's voice was too ominous, Yoon Tianchi's heart trembled. Coincidentally, at this time, the lights in the office turned off with a pop, and the entire office turned pitch black. What's going on? Did something happen to the office's power source? Yoon Tianchi gnashed his teeth. Let's go. Let's leave here first, we will talk about it after going back. Li quickly snorted. We can't leave. We won't be able to leave again. Crazy woman. Yoon Tianchi brutally uttered these words and then walked out of the office on his own. When Linda passed by Li Quiqui, she paused and tilted her head to look at her. Li Quiqui, you brought such enormous harm upon my family back then. I will make you experience what pain is today. Li Quiqui shuddered. Who are you? You have forgotten. 2 years ago, your son beat someone to death, but you ended up bribing the police officer and he was declared not guilty and discharged. The person that your son killed. He was my younger brother. You. Li Kusui's eyes widened in surprise. You purposefully approached Tianchi. That's right. Linda snorted. Back then, my aged parents went to seek justice from you, but they were beaten up and chased off by your people. This time, I not only came to take revenge on you, but I will also make the entire Yoon Corporation collapse. Back then, Li Kusui's son beat someone to death, but because she had money, she was able to have her son be discharged without punishment and also sent him out of the country to take shelter. She did not expect that the MN punk's sister to find them. After saying her piece, Linda sneered and walked out of the office, leaving Li Quiqui alone in the office. Li Quiqui could not get used to this type of darkness, so she swiftly pushed the door open and chased after Yoon Tianchi. Yoon Tianchi, wait for me. Although she knew she wouldn't be able to escape from harm if Miao Fang found them, it was still better than staying there by herself. The long hallway was completely dark. Yoon Tianchi could vaguely see a blurry figure in front of him. The figure had their head purposefully lowered, as though searching for something. His back was bent over at an abnormal angle and looked like it could be snapped in half at any moment. Why is there someone in the office at such a late hour? Yoon Tianchi frowned and slowly walked up. Seeing that it was a man in front of them, Li Quiqui was not too scared and swiftly ran up to Yoon Tianchi instead. However, Linda had gone missing since she came out of the office and did not walk with them. At a time like this though, why would Li Quiqui care where that little BTCH ran off to? As long as she left the company, she would have a method to torment her. The company has finished for the day, why are you still here? A cold glint flashed through Yoon Tianchi's eyes. Was it this person who caused the circuit breaker to trip earlier? The person kept his head lowered and continued to search for something. I'm looking for something, have you seen it? Looking for something. Yoon Tianchi's brows knitted tighter together. What are you looking for? I'm looking for. The man's hunched body straightened bit by bit, and his head twisted at an abnormal angle, but his body did not move. Chapter 2227, Another Story of Waxia, 68. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. I'm looking for my eyes. Have you seen them? Ah. A shrill scream echoed through the office. Li quickly felt her heart stop beating as she looked at the man in front of them, her face ashen. The man's face was badly mutilated as well, and his appearance could not be identified. Blood pumped out of his skeletal eye sockets, and his mouth was cracked open, big enough to swallow a person. Oh, my eyes. The man smiled. It turns out my eyes are with you. Return my eyes to me. Hearing the man's creepy words, Li quickly looked down and saw that she had 2 eyeballs in her hand. Scared, she immediately tossed it away and knelt down with a plop. Brother, I beg you to leave us alone. I was wrong. I will definitely burn some incense for you when I get back. I beg you to not come and scare me anymore. Although she could not see the man's face, she could still guess his identity from his physique. Moreover, the hitman they sent back then did dig out his eyes, and even this face of his was cut by the people she sent. I finally found my eyes. Thank you. The man's tone was both very polite and very creepy. However, where's my daughter? I also have a daughter. Didn't you promise to take care of her? Can you return my daughter to me? Return her to me. The man floated to Yoon Tianchi, his face malevolent and terrifying. I want my daughter. I want my daughter. This time, the intensely frightened Yun Tianqi finally regained his senses. He released a scared shout. Brother, is it you? You really returned. Give me my daughter, give me. Another creepy voice spoke. They saw a woman in white floating nearby. Her two hands were squeezing Yun Tianqi's neck. You cruel traitors, you killed us, stole our wealth, and also abused my daughter. Cough, cough. Yun Tian struggled for air, his face flushed. He was fearfully looking at the bloody-faced woman in front of him. Sis sister-in-law, I was wrong. Li Quiqui did not lie to him. They really came back to take revenge. Ha ha ha. The man released a string of cold laughter. Apologize. I will wait for your apology in Yama's hall. Yun Tian's eyes started rolling to the back of his head from being strangled. His mind was also completely blank. An unknown amount of time passed by, and just when he was certain he was going to die, the hands strangling him loosened. Yun Tianqi opened his eyes, only to discover the two ghosts standing in front of him earlier had disappeared. He hastily touched his neck, and feeling the fresh and clean air, he unconsciously took a deep breath. We are still alive. Being alive was truly wonderful. Let's hurry and leave. We won't be able to otherwise. After saying that, Yun Tianqi hurriedly stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the ground floor after Li Quiqui entered. Sensing the speed of the elevator descending, Yun Tianqi breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he finished sighing, he abruptly discovered that the elevator was descending, but the button was still on the 10th floor. What was going on? We can't leave. Li Quiqui snorted. Neither of us can leave today. There's no way they would spare us. Shut up. Yun Tianqi angrily shouted. His eyes were bloodshot as he slammed the button for the ground floor. I don't believe we can't leave. He's nothing but a ghost. How could a dead person fight with live people? Chapter 2228, Another Story of Waxia, 69. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Li Quiqui snorted and closed her eyes. She silently sat in the corner of the elevator, her whole body shivering. Yun Pharmaceutical Corporation. Two transparent figures stood under a nearby tree with the moonlight falling on them. Their faces had lost their earlier malevolence and returned to the usual gentle appearance. Xiao Luofeng, we frightened those two people just now, so their minds will soon crumble. The woman giggled joyously, but her giggles turned into a light sigh in the end. However, we should leave. Mom. Yun Luofeng tightly grasped the woman's hand. I will still go to see you then. Miao Fang chuckled. Our wishes have been fulfilled, and you can't enter the place we are going. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the next life. After saying that, they turned more and more transparent until they completely disappeared. Yun Luofeng continued looking at the spot where they had disappeared, a smile rising on her lips. No one can stop me from going to where I want to in the 7-province continent. Why should I be restricted here in Waxia? Yun Xiao, let's go. Then, she turned around and walked forward. Currently, Li Quiqui and Yun Tianqi had no idea that Yun Ling and Miao Fang had left already. Miao Fang had found some nearby ghosts to play mischief on them and not allow them to leave the elevator. This night of torment would be a long ride for them. Of course, things did happen as planned. When people arrived at the company the next day, they discovered Li Quiqui curled up in the corner of the elevator on the ground floor, and Yun Tianqi was dementedly pressing the ground floor button with fear in his eyes. After realizing the elevator doors were open, he madly dashed out and guffawed. His crazed expression scaring the people who arrived at the company. I'm free. I'm finally free. He continued laughing, and his bloodshot eyes looked savage. Although Li Quiqui did not act, she was muttering to herself the whole time, Miao Fang, don't come to find me. This had nothing to do with me. I didn't kill you on purpose. Kill you. This stupefied the listeners, and they hurriedly called the police. Some people also went to the surveillance room to check what had happened. However, when they saw the events that had occurred inside the elevator last night, everyone was thrown into an array of confusion. The elevator had clearly descended to the ground floor, so why did Yun Tianqi continue to madly press the button for the ground floor? It was like the elevator had some terrifying existence inside. Quickly, the police came. The words that Li Quiqui spoke during her nervous breakdown also became evidence of a crime, and the police launched an investigation into the matter. Originally, with the Li family's wealth, it would not be a big problem for them to rescue Li Quiqui. However, Nangong Yunyi had already informed his grandfather about it, and grandfather Nangong had told the chief of police to investigate this matter like an important case. They would have been in the dark if they had not investigated it, but the results were shocking. First, someone sent evidence of Li Quiqui framing Fu Ru 5 years ago and also sent the scene that happened inside the cafe's restroom to the police station. Of course, the part where Miao Fang appeared to scare them had been deleted. Then, through Li Kusui's words, they discovered that Yun Tianqi and her had hired hitmen to kill his brother and sister-in-law many years ago and seized his brother's assets. They also discovered how they set up the only daughter of his brother, Yun Luofeng, and expelled her from the family. Suddenly, the results spread widely on the internet. Many people requested Yun Tianqi and his wife to be severely punished, or else the people they harmed would be wronged. Chapter 2229, Another Story of Waxia, 70. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. At the same time, Linda also came. Her labor this past year was not wasted. She not only caused dissent between Li Quiqui and her husband, but she also obtained evidence of Yun Tianqi's son killing someone. Yun Tianqi's son was extradited from abroad, and the deputy police chief who covered for him back then was also imprisoned. Not only that, but the Li family that had connections on both sides of the law was also revealed to have given bribes, accepted bribes, and secretly stored guns. Hence, disciplinary inspection commissioners immediately arrived on the doorsteps. Fu Ru's name and crime were washed clean, and his exposed scandal became non-existent. Unfortunately, Yoon Luofeng did not plan to spare those reporters who had been bribed, so she posted the photos of those reporters meeting with people of the Yoon Corporation onto the internet. Since Fu Ru was framed by Lee Quickly anyway, and those people had contact with the Yoon Corporation, the connections were simple and clear. Suddenly, the companies of those reporters became the target of hatred for everyone, and they would not have much progress from now on. Mother, can we finally leave? Yoon Nianfeng asked with anticipation, blinking his large, glistening eyes, as he watched the dust settle on everything. Yoon Luofeng chuckled. I still have to go somewhere and see a person. After saying that, Yoon Luofeng directly left the room and walked out of the front door without telling Yoon Seo. In the prison, Li Kusui's hair was scattered around her in disarray, and she had a wretched expression. She was curled into a ball and was ceaselessly shivering. Number 27, someone is here for you. Suddenly, a biting voice was heard from outside the door. Li Kusui's lips trembled, but she was directly hauled out of the prison by someone. When they reached the door of the meeting room, Li quickly saw Yoon Tianchi coming from the other direction. Her throat was dry, and her eyes were full of regret. Why are you so slow? Hurry. The prison guard behind him kicked Yoon Tianchi. I didn't think there would be someone so cruel in the world. He killed his brother and sister-in-law, stole their wealth, and expelled their only daughter from the family. Tut, I still remember the news from more than 10 years ago. These two shameless scum said they donated all the money and claimed that it was because their niece plotted their son's death that they had no alternative but to send her to an orphanage. I bet it was because they took over someone else's wealth but were unwilling to raise someone else's daughter, so they thought of this plan. Shooting them dead is too easy on them. They should be punished by the 18 tortures. Too bad the Great King dynasty is over and torture punishments don't exist anymore. Hearing this, Li quickly tightly bit her lips. She wanted to say something but was suddenly shoved inside. Inside the room, a woman was sitting on a chair and leisurely tasting some tea with a faint smile on her lips. Perhaps detecting the people walking into the room, she looked up, and her gorgeous face entered Li quickly and Yoon Tianchi's view. It's you. Li Kusui's expression dramatically changed, and she staggered back a few steps. You can't still be alive. Shouldn't she be dead? Why was she here? There's nothing impossible in this world. Yoon Luofeng stood up and walked toward the two of them. Don't you welcome my return? Li Kusui's expression shifted. Were you the one behind this? You can say yes, but also no. Yoon Luofeng smiled. The ones scaring you were truly my parents who you killed. At that moment, those two ferocious faces surfaced in Li Kusui's mind again, and her heart jolted from fright. She subconsciously took a few steps back. Chapter 2230, Another Story of Waxia, 71. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yoon Luofeng, I didn't expect you would come back. If they had known this woman would wreak such destruction upon them, they should not have spared her all those years ago. I came here to inform you that I'm back. Also, Yoon Luofeng paused and smiled, I'm the boss behind Godly Doctor's Pharmacy. Boom. As though thunder clapped in a clear sky, Yoon Tianchi and his wife were stupefied. They were dumbfounded and looked at her, the color leaving their faces. You say you are the boss behind the Godly Doctor's Pharmacy? That's right. I just didn't expect you would come and seek trouble with the Godly Doctor's Pharmacy so fast. Yoon Luofeng smiled. Since we saw each other, then if you were lucky, perhaps we won't see each other again in the future. However, this was merely a perhaps. After saying that, Yoon Luofeng stopped paying attention to the two unhappy people in the room and walked out. Yoon Tianchi felt his soul drifting out. He tightly held his head with a pained expression. It's over. We are completely done. They had committed so many crimes. The law absolutely would not pardon them. HMPH. Li quickly snorted, malevolence in her eyes. Miao Fang, that BTCH, actually dared to frighten me. I will seek retribution from that BTCH after going to the underworld. Led by the two prison guards, Li quickly and Yoon Tianchi went to their own separate prison cells. However, soon, someone came to inform her that her daughter had come. Logically speaking, Li quickly had committed such a serious crime, so family members should be unable to visit her. However, Yoon Shuilian was merely a child and would certainly be sent to an orphanage in the future. This was why the court permitted her one last opportunity to visit the prison. Mom. As soon as Yoon Shuilian saw Li quickly, she sprinted into her mother's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Mom, those people want to send me into an orphanage. I'm so scared. Don't abandon me, Mom and Dad. Shuilian. Li quickly lowered her eyes, a malicious glint flashing through them. Mom won't be able to stay beside you from now on. Remember one thing, your enemy is Yoon Luofeng. She was the one who killed your dad and Mom and turned you into an orphan. Dad and Mom were set up by her, and the people in the police department have all been bribed by her. If you have a chance one day, you must avenge Mom. Yoon Shuilian looked up, her tear-filled face looked very lost. Mom, I don't understand what I have to do. There's a photo in our old home. The woman in that photo is Yoon Luofeng. Remember her face. After you grow up, you must avenge Mom. Mom. The little girl tightly tugged on Li Kusui's sleeves, her cries incredibly sorrowful. No, I don't want you and Dad to leave. I also don't want to go to an orphanage. Those people will bully me. Shuilian, be good. Li quickly lowered her head and patted her daughter's head. She snorted, Yoon Luofeng is the real evil person, she is wicked beyond redemption. If you have the chance, you absolutely can't spare her. Yoon Shuilian trembled and harshly bit her lips. At that time, the visitation time limit had arrived. Two prison guards pulled Li quickly away and back to her cell. Mom. Yoon Shuilian chased after Li Kuoi and accidentally stumbled to the ground and started weeping inconsolably. As she watched Li quickly being dragged away by the prison guards, an intense hatred shone from her eyes. Why did Mom have to suffer like this while the real evil people got away with it? I must take revenge. I must avenge my dad and Mom. Chapter 2231, Another Story of Waxia, 72. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Shuilian got up from the ground, tears drenching her pale, little face as she silently walked out. Yun Luofeng had left the prison already, so she had no idea that Li Quickly would tell Yun Shuilian these things. Even if she knew though, she would not care. Luofeng. Yun Luofeng had just arrived at the entrance of the Godly Doctor's pharmacy when she saw Nangong Yunyi and Hong Luan. They had turned around, saw Yun Luofeng, and happily went up to her. Luofeng, why did you come? Hong Luan joyfully asked, looping her arms around Yun Luofeng's arm. It's about time to leave. I still have some tasks to entrust. Yun Luofeng entered the Godly Doctor's pharmacy with a smile. At this time, there were still some customers inside the Godly Doctor's pharmacy. When Yun Luofeng saw one of the customers, a peculiar glint flashed through her eyes. The woman who was in a dispute with Zhu Dong also discovered someone coming. She looked back and caught sight of Nangong Yunyi, astonishment flashing through her eyes. It's you. Wasn't this the poor boy who she rejected in Waxia University back then? Why did he show up here? The handsome man next to the woman also saw the approaching Nangong Yunyi and pulled Liang Qi into his arms with a frown. He provocatively asked, Kiki, who's he? Liang Qi bit her lips. Merely an admirer of mine. He was also involved in the laboratory explosion case back at Waxia University. When people told me he was still alive some time ago, I didn't believe it. I didn't expect him to really come back. In truth, Liang Qi once had some affection toward Nangong Yunyi, but this affection was shattered by reality in the end. She was born impoverished, so she merely wanted to find a breadwinner to marry. No matter how much she liked Nangong Yunyi, she could not accept a poor man. Oh, so it's an old admirer of yours. I wonder how's his family background. The man arrogantly lifted his head and evaluated Nangong Yunyi, contempt flashing through his eyes. His family background is on the normal side. Normal. So a poor guy. A poor guy like him dares to pursue women. The man snorted. His eyes continually swept over Yun Luofeng and Hong Luan, who was standing next to Nangong Yunyi. Nangong Yunyi's face darkened. Before he could say anything, Yun Luofeng spoke, Zhu Dong, kick these two people out. You. The man's expression shifted. Since the Godly Doctor's pharmacy is open for business, its goal is to profit. I have plenty of money. If they dare to kick me out, I will make this store unable to be open any longer. Liang Qi pulled on the man's arm. Bro Nan, let's not cause trouble. Let's hurry and leave. Why should I leave? The man sent a cold look toward Nangong Yunyi. Punk, you dared to pursue my woman, so you must apologize to me. Seeing that the man was unwilling to leave, Liang Qi kept sending looks to Nangong Yunyi. Nangong, apologize to Bro Nan and make him let you go. Otherwise, I can't help you. She did once have feelings for Nangong Yunyi, so even though she did not accept him, she could not be heartless to a man she used to like. TCH. Hong Luan chuckled derisively. I saw something new today. My man didn't say a single word, yet you are forcing him to apologize. Chapter 2232, Another Story of Waxia, 73. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Hearing this, Liang Qi was startled and turned her to look at Hong Luan. She recognized Yun Luofeng, but this was her first time meeting this woman. The woman was very beautiful. Her red clothes perfectly complemented her figure, and her lips were turned up with a smile that reached her upturned eyes. Nangong, she's your wife. Liang Qi pursed her lips. Why did I never met her back in Waxia University? What school did she graduate from? I never went to school. Because she had always only known how to fight. Never went to school. Liang Qi was startled. Then she said in grief, we were once classmates at least, I truly can't bear to see you fall like this. You were so outstanding and worked hard to achieve great things. Why would you marry a woman like that? She isn't worthy of you. Although Nangong Yunyi was someone who she discarded, she was unwilling to see Nangong Yunyi show off a woman in front of her. Disappointment flashed through Nangong Yunyi's eyes. He suspected that he must have been blind to have liked a gold-seeking woman like that. Nangong. Seeing that Nangong Yunyi did not say anything, Liang Qi wanted to speak again, but Nangong abruptly walked up and gripped Liang Qi by her lapels and fiercely tossed her out. There were quite a few people inside the Godly Doctor's pharmacy. They were startled by Nangong Yunyi's actions and frantically dispersed to the side, allowing Liang Qi to heavily fall into the crowd. You. Liang Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. She dumbfoundedly looked at Nangong Yunyi, her face pale from fright and her body trembling. I have never hit a woman, but I will break my rule for you. Nangong Yunyi snorted. Who do you think you are to dare to criticize Luoner? You won't know the things she knows even if you spent 1,000 years. So what if you went to a university? My Luoner can crush you with a finger. Hong Luan's mouth twitched. Why did she feel like she became a shrew through Nangong Yunyi's description? Bro Nan. Liang Qi shook from anger and aggrievedly called. Her aggrieved voice caused the man called Bro Nan to regain his wits and he furiously charged toward Nangong Yunyi. You dare to hit my woman. You are asking for death. He threw a punch at Nangong Yunyi but before it could reach him, he was stopped by a lily-white hand. When Nangong said I could crush you with a finger, he wasn't lying. However, Luofeng also said that I can't kill people as I please here, so you must thank your laws for letting you keep your life. After saying that, Hong Luan lifted the man up with one hand before mercilessly tossing him away. Bang! The man fell on the ground in a battered state. His face was livid and full of shame. Police. Suddenly, police sirens were heard from the outside, and a group of police officers rushed into the pharmacy a moment later. One of them asked, who called the police just now? Zhu Dong weakly raised his hand. It was me. If he had known Nangong Yunyi and his woman would be so ass-kicking, he would not have called the police. What happened? The leading police officer coldly asked. Zhu Dong pointed at Bro Nan and Liang Qi on the ground. They were causing trouble inside the Godly Doctor's pharmacy. The Godly Doctor's pharmacy currently had an extremely high status in Waxia because the spirit herbs provided by the pharmacy strengthened the military forces of Waxia. As soon as they heard that someone was causing trouble in the Godly Doctor's pharmacy, this group of police did not dare to neglect it at all. Chapter 2233, Another Story of Waxia, 74. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Officer. Liang Qi got up from the ground and grievously said, "It was clearly them who hit us just now. We are innocent." Following the direction that Liang Qi was pointing at, the leading officer saw Nangong Yunyi and his group, shock flashing through his eyes. He hurriedly went up. "Young Master Nangong, why are you here?" "Young Master Nangong." Liang Qi's lips trembled and her face turned pale. What was going on? Since when did Nangong Yunyi become a young master? Nothing, just some people coming to the pharmacy to cause trouble. I already taught him a lesson, Nangong Yunyi dryly responded, his hands behind his back. Good. Do I need to bring these people to the police station? No need. You just need to make them leave, Nangong Yunyi aloofly spoke. I don't want to be disturbed because of them. Understood. Upon hearing Nangong Yunyi's instructions, the police officers immediately started driving Liang Qi and Ronan outside. Liang Qi blankly asked, "Officer, may I ask about the identity of Nangong Yunyi?" The police officer disdainfully glanced at Liang Qi. "You don't know who young Master Nangong is, yet you dare to antagonize him. Young Master Nangong is the only son of the Nangong family, the eldest young master of the Nangong conglomerate and also the grandson of old senior official." Boom. As though struck by lightning, Liang Qi trembled and nearly collapsed on the ground. Yet, at a time like this, she heard Yun Luofeng's voice. Although Yun Luofeng was not talking to her, the contents of her words stunned her in her place. "Zhu Dong, I came to tell you something. Nangong and I are leaving, so our share in the Godly Doctor's pharmacy will be transferred to my teacher, Fu Ru, henceforth." She established the Godly Doctor's pharmacy for one sole purpose, and that was to allow teacher to live worry-free in the future. "All right, I understand. Don't worry, I will manage the pharmacy well." Zhu Dong's voice was full of confidence. Yun Luofeng nodded. "Good. Then I will regularly send someone to bring spirit herbs to you. However, I won't come back again." Zhu Dong was stunned. He had thought Yun Luofeng was only leaving temporarily. He did not expect her to never come back. However, before Zhu Dong could ask anything, Yun Luofeng had left the pharmacy. Her speed was very fast, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye and sending everyone into a daze. Liang Qi looked in the direction that Nangong Yunyi and Yun Luofeng had departed, her expression full of mixed feelings. If she had known Nangong Yunyi's identity, there was no way she would reject him. More importantly, the boss of the Godly Doctor's pharmacy was actually Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng and Nangong Yunyi had always been close like brothers. If she had accepted Nangong Yunyi back then, would that mean she would have owned a part of the Godly Doctor's pharmacy? However, no matter how Liang Qi regretted it, it was useless. From far away, Yun Luofeng saw Yun Xiao waiting for her by the door. After seeing her, a smile spread across the man's cold face. "The death penalty will be in 2 days. After they are executed, I will bring you to a place." Yun Luofeng was startled but nodded, "Okay." After leaving this time, she would never come back again, so she would naturally use these limited 2 days to bid farewell to her teacher. Also, Nangong Yunyi needed to spend more time with his grandfather. 2 days were very short and passed in the blink of an eye. Yun Luofeng had a last dinner with Fu Ru and planned to leave this place afterward. Chapter 2234, Another Story of Waxia, 75. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. However, recalling Yun Xiao's earlier words, Yun Luofeng smiled. "Yun Xiao, where are you bringing us?" "You will find out later." Yun Xiao mysteriously smiled and embraced Yun Luofeng. Meanwhile, Yun Nianfeng and Yun Shutian were standing on each side of them. "Let's go. He should be waiting for us." They had just walked out of the neighborhood when Yun Luofeng collided with a little girl approaching in a frenzy. The little girl was wearing a pink baby doll dress and held the doll in her arm. After this collision, her butt ached from falling, and she nearly started shedding tears. "It's her." After seeing the girl, Yun Nianfeng frowned, suspicions flitting through his eyes. "Why is she here?" "You know her." Yun Luofeng turned to look at Yun Nianfeng, a glint flashing through her eyes. Yun Nianfeng nodded. "She is my classmate. I bumped into her a few days ago, and a crazy woman started yelling at me." "Crazy woman?" Yun Luofeng snorted and turned to glance at the little girl, discovering hatred in her eyes. "Let's go." Yun Luofeng did not pay attention to the little girl and started walking forward again. The little girl silently stood behind them and watched with loathing as Yun Luofeng left. "She is the evil person that Mom mentioned. But why? Why is this evil person the mother of that beautiful brother? However, I promised Mom. I will definitely take revenge. Definitely." The 4 of them had already walked far away when Yun Shutian realized something and blinked. "Dad, Mom, do you know the little girl?" "She is Li Kusui's daughter," Yun Luofeng said after a pause. Yun Shutian tilted her head. "Then are we going to spare her?" "It's not a problem. We will leave soon, so we don't need to care about her." She was merely a little girl. Yun Luofeng did not care too much. "Yun Xiao, just where are we going?" Yun Luofeng turned and asked. Yun Xiao smiled mysteriously. "You will know soon." Indeed, it did not take Yun Luofeng to find out. Under a nearby street lamp, there was a man wearing long, heavy black robes with his tongue hanging out that was looking everywhere. He suddenly saw the approaching family of 4 and shuddered from fright, his already pale face turning paler. You are here." "Hey Wuchang 1, Yun Luofeng was surprised. "What did you do to him that he's so scared of you?" I merely asked him how to get to Yama's Hall, but he wouldn't answer me. Yun Xiao had learned about an entity like Yama's Hall by reading Waxia's books. It was similar to the underworld of the Seven-Province continent. He didn't answer you, so you beat him up. Yun Luofeng blinked. Yun Xiao hesitated for a bit while looking at Yun Luofeng before he earnestly nodded. I didn't use that much strength. Otherwise, he would have turned into smoke and ash. Hearing this, He Wuchang wanted to cry. This guy did not stop at beating him up, he also charged to Yama's location and also beat King Yama up. All of this was to make King Yama find the most important job for two ghosts in the afterlife. However, after the commotion he caused, who would dare to bully those two ghosts from now on? Sir, King Yama is waiting for you. However, I still need to go capture two souls, so I will come and meet up with you here later. Chapter 2235, Another Story of Waxia, 76. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng nodded. Are the two souls that you were going to capture named Yun Tianqi and Li Quiqui? He Wuchang was very astonished. How did you know? Because they just happened to have enmities with me, Yun Luofeng replied with a grin while stroking her chin. He Wuchang shuddered and falteringly said, I understand what I should do. Having enmities with her, didn't it mean to receive them very well? After pondering over it, He Wuchang suggested, how about letting them go through a round of 18 levels of hell? Do as you see fit, and have my parents supervise it at that time. The grievances in the mortal world would be resolved in the afterlife. They had not finished paying her parents back anyway. Right, I haven't asked. How come you have a duty and yet you allowed my parents to drift in the world for 20 years? He Wuchang wiped away his cold sweat. We can only restrain the people willing to go to Yama's Hall to report. We can't do anything to people with unfulfilled wishes like your parents. After all, Yama's Hall is different than the past, we can't forcibly detain souls anymore. Alright, go on then, Yun Luofeng said aloofly. He Wuchang quickly cupped his fists and disappeared in front of their eyes like a breeze. A moment later, he walked toward them, dragging a chain in his hand, and there were two people bound at the other end of the chain. The moment Li Quiqui saw Yun Luofeng, she was dumbfounded for a moment before screeching, Why are you here? Yun Luofeng grinned. It's to go to Yama's Hall with you, of course. What? Li Quiqui was shocked at first and then burst into laughter. It turns out you are also dead. HMPH, evil people do truly get the just desserts. I was wondering why I would see you here. Bang. He Wuchang swung his whip toward her and harshly reproached, What idiocy are you blabbing? These superiors are esteemed guests of our Yama's Hall. Did you think only dead people like you can go there? They're going there to visit their parents. King Yama found a job for their parents on their behalf. As for you, enjoy your stay in the 18 levels of hell. Li Kusui's eyes widened in shock, extreme fear in her ashen face. No, I won't go to Yama's Hall. I want to leave. Release me. Miao Fang and her husband were on duty in Yama's Hall. How many sufferings would she have to experience if she went? Ho ho, it's been a long time since our Yama's Hall forcibly detained souls. But for you, you have to go even if you don't want to. He Wuchang firmly held onto the steel chain in his hand and then looked toward Yun Luofeng. Superiors, let's go then. All right, Yun Luofeng nodded. After she saw her parents, she needed to leave this world. Perhaps because someone had informed Miao Fang and her husband earlier, they were outside waiting for them already. When they saw the four people walking behind He Wuchang, joy flashed through their eyes. These two young ones are your children. Miao Fang's gaze was very gentle. After these many years, their daughter had started her own family too. They could finally be at ease. Dad, Mom, I came. I also brought your enemies here. Yun Luofeng stepped to the side, revealing Yun Tianqi and Li Quiqui closely following after them. Inside Yama's Hall, you can take revenge however you want. You don't need to have too many apprehensions. Chapter 2236, Another Story of Waxia, 77. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Mian Fang was taken back. When she looked up and saw Li Kui's deathly pale face, she suddenly laughed grimly. Li Quiqui, I didn't expect you would also get your just desserts. Li Quiqui pulled back, trying to hide. I really didn't do it on purpose back then. I already paid you back with my life, can't you spare me? You seized my wealth and evicted my daughter, causing my daughter to suffer so many tribulations outside. How can I spare you? Mian Fang coldly smiled. However, we have ample time in the future. I will seek retribution from you bit by bit. In contrast to Li Kui's fear, Yun Tianqi had embarrassment on his face. He anxiously lowered his head, not daring to look at his elder brother. Tianqi, you truly disappointed me too much. Yun Ling shook his head and sighed. Back then, after our parents met an early demise and left us behind, I was the one who brought you up on my own. I also gave up on my studies to provide money for you to attend school. Yet, this is how you treat me in the end. You have the nerve to say that. Back then, Tianqi's company ran into trouble. If you weren't unwilling to lend us money, we wouldn't have harmed you. The Li family believed that a married daughter was spilled water, so they were unwilling to lend them money. To them, the fact that they were willing to give them a hand when Yun Tianqi created his company was already kind of them. Lending them money? No way. This was why Li Quiqui and Yun Tianqi went to Yun Ling. Who would have thought that Yun Ling would reject them? This was why they ended up callously deciding to seize Yun Ling's assets. Yun Ling closed his eyes, not wanting to say anything more. Why did Yun Tianqi need money back then? Was it really because his company ran into trouble? It wasn't because he borrowed money from loan sharks. However, since they would kill Miao Fang and him because of this, then their relationship had reached an end. Dad, Mom, ignore them for now. Let He Wuchang bring them to the 18 levels of hell. We will have a good conversation first. I have to leave soon. Okay. Miao Fang's face turned gentle again. King Yama treats us quite well and also gave us a house. Let's go and sit down at our house. After saying that, Miao Fang pulled onto Yun Luofeng, and they left. Behind them, Li Kusui's sharp voice was heard. Miao Fang, you self-centered BTCH who ignores your family. I already paid with my life, yet you still treat me like this. You will also die wretchedly. Miao Fang paused her steps and snorted but did not say anything and continued walking forward. Because the door to the seven-province continent was about to open again, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao did not linger too long in the underworld. After a short interaction, they left under Miao Fang and Yun Ling's reluctant eyes. After they reached the door location, a light flashed past, and the azure sky of the seven-province continent appeared before their eyes. Inhaling the familiar air of the continent, Yun Luofeng stretched lazily and wickedly smiled. Seven-province continent, I'm finally back. Yun Xiao gently wrapped his arm around Yun Luofeng's waist, happiness on his face. They must have waited a long time. Let's go home. Yes, go home. Yun Luofeng smiled and looked at Yun Nianfeng and Yun Shutian next to them and then at the man who had followed behind her from start to end. Her expression contained satisfaction. Okay, let's go home. Grandfather and the others must have waited for her for a long time, and now, at long last, they were back. The business in Waxia had been arranged nicely, and she did not need to worry about her teacher's life ever again. Yun Nianfeng had already shot into the distance, but when he saw that Yun Luofeng and the others were not with him, he looked back and waved at them. Mother, let's depart. Let's go. Yun Xiao lightly embraced Yun Luofeng's waist and also picked up Yun Shutian. Then, his figure flashed and ran toward Yun Nianfeng. Under the blue sky, only traces of silhouettes streaking past remained, until they disappeared as well. Chapter 2237, Yun Shutian's Return 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Seven-province continent, Jun family. Within the courtyard, peach blossoms could be seen everywhere. A young man that wore white robes and handsome beyond comparison held a jade flute in his hands. The melodious music rippled under the peach tree, stirring up the street beasts to dance along to the tune. All of a sudden, an ice-cold hand covered his eyes and the young lady's lovable laughter sounded from behind. Brother Nianfeng, guess who I am? Hearing her lovable laughter, a smile quirked up his lips. Keeping the jade flute in his hand, his voice was warm and moving. You've addressed me as your brother, so how could I not know who you are? You're no fun. Yun Shutian loosened her hands and walked to stand before Yun Nianfeng while she pouted. She grabbed his lapels and sniffed his body with all her might like a little dog. What are you doing? Yun Nianfeng helplessly asked. Yun Shutian released him after a long time and leaned her head to one side. I'm only checking if you've gone to look for other women. Brother Nianfeng, mother said that you're to marry me. Tian'er won't allow Brother Nianfeng to find other women and it won't do even if it's sparing him a glance. She stuck out her lips and pulled Yun Nianfeng's sleeves, afraid that he would be snatched away by someone else. Yun Nianfeng caressed her head and revealed an indulging smile. You're still young and after you've grown up, what harm is there in marrying you at that time if you're willing? Hearing him, Yun Shutian's face immediately became sullen as she pitifully tugged on Yun Nianfeng's sleeves. Brother Nianfeng, I'm no longer young. You're only older than me by 1 year and there are so many women who are fond of you, plus you're lecherous. What if someone else snatches you away? Yun Nianfeng's lips twitched. Who said that I'm lecherous? Mother said that. She said that you frequently stole the servant maid's undergarments and peeped on other women bathing. Furthermore, you also. Yun Nianfeng's face darkened and his handsome face revealed awkwardness. That happened many years ago. I don't do that anymore, so why does mother remember those so clearly? More importantly, he had already long forgotten about those things. Mother said that you were very lecherous in your previous life. That was why you committed so many wrongdoings after you were born. She also said that she was the one who twisted your personality straight. Otherwise, you would probably be an ingrate and... Before Yun Shutian could finish speaking, Yun Nianfeng pulled her into his embrace and hastily covered her mouth. Woo-woo. She blinked her huge glistening eyes and looked up at the young man before her. Her expression looked pitiful, causing Yun Nianfeng to feel bad. If you stop saying that, I'll let you go, he warned. Having heard him, Yun Shutian hurriedly nodded while looking at him with glistening eyes. Yun Nianfeng loosened his hands after she guaranteed and an arc quirked on his lips. In the future, don't believe what mother says. I am absolutely not as bad as she described. I believe you. Yun Shutian chuckled and all of a sudden, taking advantage when Yun Nianfeng wasn't paying attention, she swiftly kissed his lips. She then rapidly retreated and blinked her huge eyes. Brother Nianfeng, I've stamped the seal on your lips and you're mine in the future. You can never ever escape. Yun Nianfeng was momentarily stunned. His fingers lightly touched his lips and the warm temperature caused his eyes to be filled with smiles. Chapter 2238, Yun Shutian's Return 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Nianfeng, I didn't expect that you'll be marrying a wife so soon. A wicked laugh sounded from behind him. Turning his head, Yun Nianfeng spotted a handsome man slowly walking over. His curved lips revealed a wicked smile as his eyes were filled with congratulations. Uncle Zhu, Yun Nianfeng smiled. Shutian is still young and doesn't know about feelings. I need to wait for her to grow up before discussing this, in case she regrets it in the future. Don't belittle Shutian. This girl is a one-track-minded person and once she decides on you, I'm afraid she will never leave. Yi Exi walked up and patted Yun Nianfeng's shoulders. However, I didn't expect I would become a grandfather so soon. Yi Exi was one of the twins Zhun Fengling had together with Yi Jingchen back then. If Yun Nianfeng had a child, he would certainly have to address him as grandfather. Thinking of the fact that he wasn't even 30 years old, or had a wife, he was about to become a grandfather. His seniority in the family was really high. Let us go and have a drink together. Yi Xe held on Yun Nianfeng's shoulders and walked away. Yun Xiao. Within a man-made rock garden, Yun Luofeng nestled against Yun Xiao's shoulders and smiled while looking at the azure skies. Her voice seemed somewhat distant, as she reminisced about the first time she encountered the man standing by her side, without the slightest change in his appearance. We've known each other for decades. Time passed by very fast. From that year when she was 15, this man had been by her side, accompanied her on the battlefield, and in the blink of an eye, their children had grown to become adults. However, he had never once left her. A few decades isn't long. Yun Xiao hugged Yun Luofeng. We still have many more decades to come, until the end of time. This grim-looking man never knew to say words of love, but whenever he said it, it would be world-shaking. Yun Luofeng's lips quirked and her fingers gently wrapped around Yun Xiao. Once again, looking at the azure skies, she actually felt a whole new different feeling. Mother. All of a sudden, a lovable voice sounded from behind. Turning back, Yun Luofeng saw Yun Shutian running over like a butterfly and dashed into her embrace. Yun Xiao frowned. He was quite lenient towards his daughter. If it was Yun Nianfeng, he would have thrown him out long ago. What's wrong? Yun Luofeng steadied herself and patted Yun Shutian's shoulders. You're already 14 and you can't continue being so reckless. Yun Shutian stuck out her tongue. Father, mother, I came looking for you to discuss something. What's the matter? I want to return to Tianwang City and take revenge. She would never forget that year when she was 5, she had been tied on a pillar by those so-called family members who wanted to burn her at the stake. All the more, she would never forget how her sister snatched all her contributions and framed her. That year, she made an oath that she would personally return to take revenge. She would never let those evil people get away with it. All right. Yun Luofeng hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Mother, don't tell brother Nianfeng about this. I wish to personally take revenge, and if he were to find out, he would certainly exterminate Tianwang City. Back then, Nianfeng was still young and Yun Luofeng did not tell him about this incident. Yun Shutian had also concealed this from him, and until now, Yun Nianfeng was unaware that she had been treated as an evil woman and nearly burned at the stake. If he had known, according to Yun Nianfeng's impulsive personality, Tianwang City would have been exterminated by him at that time. If so, how could she then personally take revenge? Chapter 2239, Yun Shutian's Return, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Okay. Yun Luofeng agreed to Yun Shutian's request after considering for a moment. You can find Nianfeng to help you if anything happens. Thank you, mother. She revealed a picturesque smile as her facial features were similar to a half-crescent moon that was prettier than the bright moon. Father, mother, then I shall not disturb the both of you flirting with each other. Goodbye. She waved her hand and rapidly disappeared from the courtyard like a gust of wind. Yun Luofeng glanced at the direction Yun Shutian had disappeared and helplessly shook her head. This girl. Feng. Yun Xiao's voice was deep and hoarse, while his gaze contained gentle emotions. It has already been 2 days since we. Yun Luofeng was momentarily stunned, and just as she recovered her senses, she was lifted up by this grim-looking man as he took large strides in the direction of the back garden. After Yun Shutian received Yun Luofeng's approval, she returned to her room to pack her belongings in silence. The only unfortunate thing was that Nianfeng had yet to return after going out. She was silent for a long time before she took up the writing brush and left the letter behind before she departed. The distance between the Jun family and Tianwang City wasn't very far, and she arrived there in half a day. Looking at the familiar plants and trees within Tianwang City, she recalled the scene when she was 4. It also caused her fist to tighten as her eyes were cold. However, today's Tianwang City was very festive, and even the masses wore a smile across their faces. Yun Shutian took a deep breath and suppressed her internal rage. Casually grabbing a passerby, she asked, "Can I ask what's happening within the Tianwang City in recent days?" Just as the passerby wanted to get angry about getting stopped, he saw the beautiful young lady standing before him and stuttered, "Me. Miss, recently the second princess and young master of the Prime Minister are getting engaged. Everyone is celebrating due to this, as not only is the second princess beautiful and kind-hearted, she is also perfect and matchless." Upon speaking of the second princess, his stutter disappeared and his speech became clear as his eyes contained reverence. Everyone in Tianwang City had a favorable impression of this second princess. If it weren't for her, the entire city would have been buried by the epidemic 10 years ago. Yun Shutian sneered. She slowly shut her eyes and opened them after a long time while an angry smile surfaced on her lips. Second princess, Ouyang Yue. If this Ouyang Yue hadn't gained her skills by cheating, how could she possibly have obtained her current position? Yun Shutian had returned to destroy her happiness and reveal her true colors before everyone. Do you know where their wedding ceremony will be held? The passerby foolishly stared at the picturesque young lady. Taihei Palace. The second princess's marriage was something everyone celebrated together. A woman wearing a phoenix coronet and red wedding robes slowly entered the hall under all the civil and military officials' eyes that were filled with blessings within the Taihei Palace. In her hand was one end of a red embroidered ball, while the other end was in an extremely handsome man's hands. A faint smile hung on the man's face and he had a gentle gaze. However, under that gentleness, there was an unnoticeable apathy. The Emperor Ouyang Zan and Empress Li Xinzheng seated high above looked at the couple with a deep smile on their faces. First, pray to heaven and earth. The bride and groom lowered their heads and paid respects to the heaven and earth. Second, pray to your parents. Exchange prayers between husband and wife. Following the eunuch's pointed voice, Ouyang Yue slowly turned and once again lowered her head while facing the man who was about to become her husband. Chapter 2240, Yun Shutian's Return, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Lastly, husband and wife shall enter the Before he managed to finish, a heavy voice suddenly sounded from outside the Taihei Palace. The crowd was still unaware of the situation and the bodyguards situated outside the hall had crashed into the crowd with a bang. Men. Wu Yangzun's expression changed and sternly shouted, "Take down the assassin. For having the nerve to cause trouble in the palace, you're simply seeking death." Just as those bodyguards moved, a pink robe that was like peach petals falling had floated in from the door. It was so beautiful to the extent that they could not look away. The young lady had a fair immature face, and her half-crescent moon features were prettier than the moon. A group of bodyguards encircled her and she acted as if she was unaware of their encirclement while she maintained a straight face. Her slightly quirked lips contained a hint of ridicule. "Who are you?" Back when Yun Shutian left, she was only 4 years old and now the 10 years had passed, so how could Wu Yangzun possibly recognize his daughter? Yun Shutian lightly chuckled and her moving face had a smiling expression. "I've forgotten my previous name but my current name is Yun Shutian. If I have to say something to identify myself, then I'm that girl that was tied to the tree on your orders to be burned at the stake." Whoosh. Wu Yangzun stood up in fright, while his complexion became deathly white. 10 years ago, Yun Shutian was supposed to be burned to death in Tianwang City, but at a crucial moment, a dragon appeared and took her away. This had also become Wu Yangzun's nightmare of many years. However, right now, the root of the nightmare had appeared again. "It's you." Wu Yang Yue lifted the veil on her phoenix crown and her eyes coldly stared at the peach-like face of Yun Shutian and she tightly clenched her fist. "You've actually returned. Are you disappointed that I have come back?" Yun Shutian faintly smiled as she looked towards Wu Yang Yue, with a chill within her eyes. "Or perhaps, you're afraid of something." "You." Wu Yang Yue nearly went crazy from rage but she forcefully suppressed her temper as she was in a public place with numerous spectators. "I always thought you were eaten by that dragon. I heard that the dragon race had a habit of eating humans and would travel everywhere in search of humans with trashy talents. That's why I am so shocked at your appearance. How did you manage to escape from the dragon clan?" Her words implied that Yun Shutian's innate talent was trash and would never be connected with the dragon clan. They merely wanted to devour her and so forcefully captured her. Now that she had returned, it wasn't due to the dragon clan releasing her. Instead, she merely escaped due to a fluke. "You can say whatever you want." Yun Shutian shrugged her shoulders. "I will never leave after coming here today unless I thoroughly break you." After she spoke, she turned to the groom and blinked her eyes. "Your taste is very bad. How did you even fancy a woman like Wu Yang Yue?" Looking at her bright and beautiful smile, Wang Haoshan blushed and his heartbeat unconsciously sped up. "I don't wish to marry her. It was my father who forced me. It was absolutely not because his taste was bad." Wang Haoshan. Wu Yang Yue overflowed with anger. As the imperial family's princess, marrying a prime minister's son was considered as bringing about status and wealth for them, allowing them climbing up the social ladder. But as a result, he even said such words before the public. "That year you managed to escape a calamity, yet you actually had the nerve to return to our Tianwang City to be presumptuous." Wu Yangzun angrily stood up and slammed his hand on the table. "Men, arrest this girl." "Yes." Chapter 2241, Yun Shutian's Return, 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The group of guards swiftly unsheathed their weapons and attacked Yun Shutian. Wang Haoshan's expression changed as he hastily said, "Miss Shutian, be careful." However, the next scene frightened everyone to the point that their hearts almost stopped beating. The young lady waved her long sleeves around and a gentle breeze spread out. Not to mention harming her, the guards couldn't even get closer to her than 10 meters. As soon as they had taken 2 steps forward, they were pushed back as she waved her arms. If they wanted to close their distance by force, they would then start bleeding from their 7 apertures. "When will those top elders come out of closed-door cultivation?" Wu Yangzun's expression sank and as he questioned. When did this girl become so powerful? Unless it was those few elders within the imperial family, probably no one would be her opponent. No matter how many guards dashed over, even the general couldn't touch the corner of her robes. "Reporting to your majesty, there's still another month before the elders come out from closed-door cultivation. Furthermore, they said that we should never disturb them no matter what happens." The eunuch wiped the cold sweat on his forehead as he spoke while trembling. "There's still 1 month left." Wu Yangzun's expression darkened. This girl probably obtained some fortuitous encounter outside, allowing her strength to increase several notches. Right now, we will appease her and after the elders come out of closed-door cultivation, we will have them end her life. Thinking of this, Wu Yangzun tightly clenched his fist and sternly shouted. "Everyone, stop your attacks." After he spoke, those guards encircling Yun Shutian dispersed and respectfully awaited for Wu Yangzun's orders. Looking at the numerous guards on the floor who had died, Wu Yangzun's lips twitched. He had expended many resources to train those guards but as a result of this, half of them had met the demise. He took a deep breath and forcefully spoke in a gentle tone. "Shinsa, I was only joking with you earlier on. Since you've returned, then I shall order servants to tidy up the palace your mother previously resided in. As I said before, I forgot my previous name. Right now, my surname is Yun and I'm called Yun Shutian." Wu Yangzun's expression changed. "In any case, I'm still your biological father and I've forgiven your previous mistakes but you actually want to change your name." Her lips quirked up and she retorted, "I only have one father and his name is Yun Xiao." Yun Xiao. Wu Yangzun frowned. That name seemed very familiar, and he seemed to have heard it somewhere else, yet he could not match a face to the name at that moment. "Yun Shutian." Wu Yang Yue took a deep breath and said, "Since father is willing to forgive you, what else can I say? You were evil-hearted since you were young and you even attempted to poison me. Now that you're older, you've become even more evil to have killed these guards." However, no one witnessed how Yun Shutian ended their lives. It was only after those watching had recovered their senses that they witnessed those guards which had fallen on the floor. Of course, Yang Yue's words were spoken for Wang Haoshan ears, to bring to his attention what personality Yun Shutian had. How dare she say Wang Haoshan was blind to marry her? Instead, anyone who took a fancy to an evil woman like Yun Shutian was blind. Yun Shutian laughed with scorn as she slowly walked towards Yang Yue. Slightly lifting her chin, she looked down on her and said, Yang Yue, my dearest second sister. You seem to have forgotten the truth behind the poisoning incident back then. Was I the real culprit who poisoned you, or you the one who seized my credit and framed me? Her voice was not lowered in the slightest, and all the civil and military officials had heard what she said. Chapter 2242, Yun Shutian's Return, 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Wu Yangzun's expression was very unsightly. You mean it was Yue who framed you and seized your credit? You were only 5 that year, so how could you possibly know anything? The treatment method was Yu's idea, but you were so vicious to actually frame her. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Yun Shutian's lively eyes looked mischievous. However, since you're asking me to stay in the palace my mother resided in before, you mean to banish me to the cold palace? Wu Yangzun was stunned. How did he forget that this girl and her mother had spent the days in the cold palace? Then what do you want? I feel that the kingdom palace that Yang Yue is residing in is pretty good. Why don't you yield it to me? Do you know what you're saying? Wu Yangzun gnashed his teeth. That's your second sister's palace. Do you even deserve to stay there? Whoosh. Just as Wu Yangzun finished speaking, an ice-cold long sword was held against his neck. Her speed was extremely fast, to the extent Wu Yangzun did not have the opportunity to react. He was astonished. It was the first time he noticed that his daughter had changed tremendously and there were probably only a few elders who could restrain her. Give me Kingland Palace or else what awaits you will only be death. She was smiling but her tone was extremely cold, causing Wu Yangzun to shiver. Let go of Imperial Father, I'll give you Kingland Palace. Wu Yang Yue's expression was somewhat ashen as she tightly clenched her fist. Her fingernails had deeply pieced into her palms but she didn't notice in the slightest. You didn't give it to me, I obtained it with my own strength. Yun Shutian withdrew her sword and smiled with contempt. She obtained the palace with her own strength, so what right did Yang Yue have to say she gave it to her? I'm hungry. Yun Shutian lazily stretched. Remember to prepare meals for me. Yang Yue, if you wish to poison me, you can try. My parents have bathed me in a medicated bath since I was young and I'm already invulnerable to poison. Yun Shutian was spot on about Yang Yue's intentions, causing her to flush red from embarrassment and feel ashamed. After speaking, Yun Shutian walked out of the palace. Miss Shutian, wait for me. Wang Haoshan removed his wedding robes, thinking of following her. Yang Yue became anxious and pulled Wang Haoshan's sleeve. What do you think you are doing? Nothing, I just don't want to continue this wedding. He originally didn't want to get married, but his father fixed this wedding without asking for his opinion. This was also a marriage that the emperor bestowed and he was unable to reject it. More importantly, he did not have anyone he liked and marrying anyone didn't matter to him. However, the instant Yun Shutian stepped into the Taihei Palace, he finally understood what it meant to fall in love at first sight. That's right, he fell in love with Yun Shutian at first sight. Naturally, he did not wish to marry Yang Yue. Wang Haoshan's strength was much more powerful than Yang Yue as he directly pushed her away and ran out. Wu Yangzun was in shock and he finally recovered his senses after Wang Haoshan left. At this very moment, under the gaze of civil and military officials, Yang Yue felt extremely ashamed and wanted to find a hole to burrow into, while her hatred for Yun Shutian had also increased. The Prime Minister was the first to recover his senses and apologetically said, Your Majesty, your subject failed to properly educate my son and I'll bring him back this very instant. Wu Yangzun sighed and waved his hand, ordering the Prime Minister to retreat. Within the Imperial Garden, the young lady had a smile that was pretty and moving. Her face was like a rosy peach and probably due to her good mood, her pair of eyes became crescent-shaped. Miss Shutian. Wang Haoshan hastily chased over from behind and shouted. Yun Shutian stopped in her tracks and looked at Wang Haoshan in confusion. Why are you looking for me? Chapter 2243, Yun Shutian's Return, 7. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Wang Haoshan blushed. Miss Shutian hasn't returned to Tianwang City for over a decade and I presume you're not familiar with the surroundings. I can bring you out to take a stroll. Yun Shutian was momentarily distracted and she pursed her lips. When I was in the palace, I had never taken a step out of the gates. The only time was when someone tied me up on a pillar on the streets and intended to burn me to death. She did not have the slightest good memory of the 4 years spent within Tianwang City. Therefore, she did not have anything she had recalled fondly of in this place. Wang Tianhao scratched his head. There are many interesting places and good food in Tianwang City. Why don't I bring you out to play? Good food. Yun Shutian's eyes brightened and smiled. Sure, I like desserts. Wang Haoshan smiled. There's a tea house with good desserts. Let me take you there. Yun Shutian sucked her fingers and asked while blinking. Oh, then thank you for that. However, wouldn't it be bad if you abandoned Yang Yue like that? She came here to wreck Yang Yue's happiness but she shouldn't implicate Wang Haoshan, right? In any case, Wang Haoshan wasn't the person she had a grudge with. I don't want to marry her, Wang Haoshan pursed his lips. From the start, I never wanted to marry her. Yun Shutian raised her chin. If you don't want to marry her, why didn't you reject it from the beginning? My mother said that if you don't like someone, you shouldn't give them any hope. With such a marriage, both sides wouldn't be happy. Wang Haoshan stared blankly at the young lady's beautiful face. This was the first time he had heard someone telling him all this. The common ideology was that their match would be decided by their parents and the matchmaker. By being born in this era, they couldn't choose to be with their loved one and so, he had heeded his parents' orders to marry someone he did not love. I don't know. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. No one has ever told me this before. Yoon Shutian raised her chin and said, I am very grateful to my father and mother. They provided me with a good lifestyle and the best education. Furthermore, they also allowed me to decide my own marriage. Wang Haoshan looked at Yoon Shutian in a daze. He suddenly had a feeling that she must have been very happy during the 10 years after she left. Otherwise, how could a little girl who experienced that kind of hardship possess such a bright and beautiful smile? Then, do you have someone you like? Wang Haoshan's heart sped up and nervously gazed at Yoon Shutian. A matchlessly handsome appearance surfaced within Yoon Shutian's mind and her face was similar to a peach, with her cheeks turning red. I do. She loved brother Nianfeng and she would only marry him. Wang Haoshan lowered his head in disappointment. So it turns out, she already has someone she's deeply in love with. However, it would be pretty good to have such an adorable girl as a sister. Wang Haoshan quickly recovered from his disappointment by comforting himself. He then smiled and said, let's go, didn't you say that you were hungry earlier on? I'll bring you out to have some cakes. Okay. Hearing that there would be food, she forgot about everything and happily followed Wang Haoshan as they walked out of the palace. Tianwang City. As the most famous tea house in Tianwang City, it was already packed with people. Fortunately, Wang Haoshan easily managed to book a room with his status as the Prime Minister's son. However, when the crowd spotted Wang Haoshan who was supposed to be in the wedding ceremony and saw that he had even brought a young lady into the tea house, they started gossiping. Who's the young lady following Wang Haoshan? Her appearance is pretty good, but doesn't she know that Wang Haoshan is the second princess's husband? She had actually dared to openly enter the tea house with him. Chapter 2244, Yoon Shutian's Return, 8. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. TSK, could this girl be Wang Haoshan's concubine? It's rumored that the few concubines in his estate are very beautiful. I wonder if she's one of them. However, wouldn't it be bad for him to bring his concubine outside on his wedding day? How did the kind-hearted second princess fancy such a man? All your guesses are wrong. That lady is also a princess, but she attempted to poison the second princess 10 years ago and was seen through by the emperor. Thus, he ordered for her to be burned at stake, but at a crucial time, she was captured by a dragon. I also heard that the dragon wanted to devour her, but she somehow managed to escape. The one speaking was clearly an informed source. Everything he said was what the second princess said in Taihei Palace. I have a cousin on duty in the palace and he told me all this. Furthermore, according to my cousin, she should have been fooling around with Wang Tianhao long ago. Otherwise, she wouldn't have intentionally crashed the scene today. After she arrived, Wang Haoshan left with her, leaving the second princess alone. Aish, why did such a beautiful second princess encounter such a man? Oh right, that girl said that she's no longer part of the imperial family and her name seems to have been changed to Yoon Shutian. Just as he spoke, a white-robed figure suddenly flashed into the tea house and a hand fiercely grabbed his neck. He was frightened to the extent his complexion was deathly white. The instant he looked up, a handsome face was reflected in his eyes. The young man was quite young, around 15 to 16 years old. His eyes had a cold glint as a chilly layer shrouded his surroundings. Where did you say Yoon Shutian was? That person pointed to the room on the second floor. They went into the fourth room. Whoosh. The young man flung him to one side and arrived on the second floor in a blink of an eye. He then raised his leg and kicked the door open. At this very moment, within the room, Yoon Shutian had a big smile as she released an adorable laugh from time to time. Suddenly, the room was kicked open and she turned in shock and saw a handsome young man with an ashen complexion walking in. You. Yoon Shutian stood up and was so shocked that she couldn't form a coherent sentence. Brother Nianfeng, why are you here? Yoon Nianfeng's chilly eyes swept a glance at Wang Haoshan as he slowly walked to Yoon Shutian and forcefully pulled her into his embrace. My fiancé has caused trouble for you. Fiancé? Wang Haoshan laughed and his smile was filled with bitterness. So it turns out, this young man is the one she loves. Brother Nianfeng, Yoon Shutian pouted, I'm not troublesome. Keep quiet. Yoon Nianfeng angrily glared at her, without the usual gentleness. You left without bidding farewell and I haven't settled this with you. You actually dare to say you're not troublesome. If I hadn't pestered mother to ask about your whereabouts, how long were you intending to keep this from me? Yoon Shutian lowered her head, not daring to utter a single word, afraid that she would get a scolding if she said anything. Furthermore, you're already old enough and don't you know how unpredictable human hearts are? You even casually followed a man out. Yoon Nianfeng sneered. I didn't. Yoon Shutian replied weakly. She dared to come to the tea house with him as she knew that Wang Tianhao wasn't her opponent. It wasn't as bad as what brother Nianfeng described. Yoon Nianfeng shot a sideways glance at Wang Haoshan. Since I'm here, she doesn't need your care and I'll be taking her away. Chapter 2245, Yoon Shutian's Return, 9. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yoon Shutian wanted to speak up but Yoon Nianfeng directly picked her up by the waist and jumped out from the window. On the streets, the passersby were shocked by the scene of a young man jumping down through the window with a young lady in his arms. Even after they left, the passerbys had not recovered from their shock. Not far away, a yellow-robed lady foolishly stared in the direction that Yoon Nianfeng had gone. Her eyes were filled with longing and she wasn't able to recover her senses for a long time. Looking at the young lady's current appearance, the servant maid standing behind her was unconsciously nervous as she asked, Miss, what's wrong? The yellow-robed young lady shook her head but her gaze never shifted and a faintly discernible smile quirked on her lips. I've finally found you. Even though 10 years have passed and your appearance have changed, I can still recognize you at a glance. The yellow-robed lady shut her eyes and her expression contained a deep pain. She would never forget how her mother was framed and died. All the more, she would never forget how her mother entrusted her to take revenge. However, after her parents had been met their end, that person had also disappeared. A while back, she followed a team deep into the mountains for exploration and lost her footing while accidentally hitting against a door. Furthermore, after pushing open the door, she arrived in this world. After she woke up, she even became the Prime Minister's daughter. Fortunately, she was feeling unwell today and did not attend her brother's wedding as she was afraid of bringing bad luck. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found him in this sea of people. So what if he was her enemy's son? Ever since meeting him many years back, she swore that she would not marry unless he was the groom. Even if she had to give up on taking revenge, she had to become his wife. Guest house. Yoon Nianfeng pushed open the door and threw Yoon Shutian on the bed. Yoon Shutian weakly shrunk back to the bedside, looking pitiful. Mother promised she wouldn't tell you my whereabouts. Coming to Tianwang City on your own, do you think Mom would be at ease? If you get deceived by some random man, I doubt you'll be returning in the future. I won't be deceived. Yoon Shutian pouted and her eyes suddenly brightened. Brother Nianfeng, are you jealous? Jealous? Yoon Nianfeng's handsome face stiffened and he subconsciously turned his head so that he wouldn't have eye contact with her lively eyes. I'm only afraid that you would get deceived. Furthermore, I asked around earlier and that man named Wang Haoshan nearly married the imperial family's princess. How could a man who is so casual about his marriage be a good person? More importantly, he also has concubines. Perhaps being deeply influenced by Yoon Seo, Yoon Nianfeng naturally only wished to have one partner his whole life. As for a man like Wang Haoshan, he would certainly look down on him. Shutian, you're still young and I'm afraid you would get cheated. When you grow older, I won't be concerned about you then. Really? Yoon Shutian got down from the bed and put her arms around Yoon Nianfeng's neck. Then when I'm older, you'll allow me to marry another man. Yoon Nianfeng's heart tightened. He repeatedly said that Yoon Shutian was too young and he was afraid that she might regret it in the future, and so did not progress any further with her. But if she really married another man, he would most probably end the man's life. Brother Nianfeng, just admit that you're jealous. Yoon Shutian's soft lips approached Yoon Nianfeng's face as she laughed happily. But you can rest assured that I will only marry you, Brother Nianfeng. Other men cannot be compared to you. Chapter 2246, Yoon Shutian's Return, 10. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. It would be a lie if he didn't feel good after hearing what she said. Yoon Nianfeng's expression gradually eased and he pulled Yoon Shutian to sit down by his side. Mother didn't reveal any specific information. Tell me, how did they bully you? Yoon Nianfeng caressed her beautiful hair and asked in a gentle voice. Yoon Shutian turned her head away. Actually, that was something that happened when I was still young. Before I was 5, I had always been staying in the cold palace with my imperial mother and I was very interested in medical skills. Furthermore, I had also imparted much knowledge about medicine to Yang Yue. At that time, she was the only person who would visit me in the cold palace and naturally, I easily trusted her. However, she used the prescription I gave her to save a lot of patients who suffered from an epidemic. Ultimately, she became the savior in everyone's eyes and for fear that I would expose her secret, she intentionally poisoned herself and framed it on me. Brother Nianfeng, did you know, at that time when I learned medical skills, I went to look for the man seated on the dragon chair. But he didn't believe me as he considered that a 5-year-old child couldn't possibly know of any medical knowledge. Furthermore, in those 5 years, I had never been in contact with anyone in the cold palace and all the more, I couldn't become an apprentice to a master. Therefore, you believed Yang Yue firmly without a doubt and the masses spread around the word that Yang Yue was a goddess the heavens sent down to save them, while I was a devil that brought about harm to the goddess. That man didn't even investigate and ordered his men to tie me up to be burned at the stake. Yoon Shutian's voice was very calm. The incident had happened long ago and these memories had long faded. Right now, she had her father, mother and brother Yoon, and that was sufficient. That year, mother and father appeared in time and saved me. Otherwise, I'm afraid, I probably would have met my end. Yoon Shutian lowered her eyes and quirked her lips with indifference. Yoon Nianfeng's heart ached and he pulled Yoon Shutian into his embrace while his fingers gently caressed her head. Tian'er, I will protect you and I will also kill those who had harmed you. A trace of killing intent streaked across his eyes. Although they had been well protected by Yoon Luofeng and Yoon Seo, Yoon Nianfeng was still their child and the bloodthirsty trait in his bones couldn't be erased. In particular, Yoon Shutian was nearly killed by others. As he thought of that, fury gushed from his heart. Brother Nianfeng, Yoon Shutian buried her head against Yoon Nianfeng's chest and looked up at his handsome face. I'm already satisfied right now. Mother and father have always loved me like their own and it doesn't matter to me about other people. She had never regarded that man as her father and Yoon Seo was the only father she had. Tian'er, do you know something? Yoon Nianfeng smiled. This was something mother told me before you came and I've always remembered it in my heart. What is it? Actually, it wasn't completely random when mother went looking for you. You were her daughter in your previous life and even though you weren't her biological child, she was the first person you saw when you opened your eyes. After that, you even gave up your life for her, so she went looking for you after you had reincarnated. Yoon Shutian was momentarily stunned. Looking up, she blinked her eyes. So it turns out, this was how me and mother's fate came about. It's no wonder I like her so much. Chapter 2247, Yoon Shutian's Return, 11. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Do you intend to return to the Imperial Palace or stay together here with me? Yoon Nianfeng quirked his lips and faintly smiled while his eyes were filled with gentleness. Brother Nianfeng, why don't you follow me into the palace? I've subdued those people today and they wouldn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Furthermore, she wanted to cause some trouble through Yang Yue. Okay. Yoon Nianfeng stood up and draped a light jacket over her shoulders. Her cheeks were similar to peaches, looking tender and smooth. Just as they were about to leave, someone collided head-on with them. Yoon Nianfeng frowned and pulled Yoon Shutian to one side. Being caught off guard, the young lady fell on the floor. Miss. Those servant maids standing behind were frightened by the scene and hastily walked up to support the young lady while nervously asking, Miss, are you all right? I'm fine. The yellow-robed lady shook her head and her eyes filled with shame looked towards Yun Nianfeng. Young master, I apologize for my actions earlier on. I wasn't paying attention and nearly bumped into you. Yun Nianfeng tightly knitted his brows and for some reason, he did not have a favorable impression towards her. Pay attention when you're walking in the future. It's fine if you bumped into me, but if you accidentally injured my Tian'er, I'm afraid it wouldn't end easily. Yun Shutian lovably laughed. Brother Nianfeng, what are you saying? How can I be easily injured? You have a thin and weak build, but she's so fat, wouldn't she crush you? Yun Nianfeng indifferently glanced at the yellow-robed lady and a trace of loathing flashed through his eyes. He had seen this type of expression frequently and knew that this woman deliberately came to find trouble without even having to think. The yellow-robed lady's complexion became deathly white due to Yun Nianfeng's words. She tightly clenched her fist and forced a smile on her face. What young master said is right. Shuilian will never repeat this mistake in the future. She was merely well-rounded and was considered quite beautiful in this place. This could be seen from those young, talented, and handsome men who came to the Prime Minister's estate. However, she had become fat when it came out from his mouth. It's great that you understand. Tian'er, let's go. Yun Nianfeng pulled on Yun Shutian's small hands and left without turning back. The yellow-robed young lady dug her nails into her palms and took a deep breath. Xiao Lin, I will be a vegetarian in the future and you don't have to prepare meat and fish from now on. Since he liked thin and slender women, then she would go on a diet for him. In any case, he would ultimately be her man. A trace of a cold glint streaked across her eyes as Wang Shuilian continued asking, furthermore, who is the woman by his side? Miss, the Imperial Palace disseminated news earlier on, saying that the 7th princess has returned. However, she took off with the young master who was in the wedding ceremony. I also asked around in the guest house a moment ago. That woman is the 7th princess. Brother took off with her. Wang Shuilian sneered and her eyes were filled with mocking. How could a half-hearted woman be any good? He must have been blind to be deceived by this woman. However, for my brother to abandon the 2nd princess for her, he must have been led by the nose by that vixen. Since Yun Nianfeng was here, did it mean that her cousin Yun Luofeng was also here? Fortunately, she was no longer that girl in Waxia that was controlled by her parents. Right now, she had become the Prime Minister's eldest young miss, and if she were to locate Yun Luofeng, then Yun Luofeng would definitely be buried here without a doubt. Of course, if Nianfeng was willing to take her as his wife, then she would pardon that woman. Chapter 2248, Yun Shutian's Return, 12. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Recalling the memories of the past, Wang Shuilian returned to the Prime Minister's estate soon after. From afar, she heard her father and Wang Haoshan fighting. Father, I have said before that I will not marry the 2nd princess. Wang Haoshan was very determined and remained unmoved. Wang Yu slapped him in anger and said with overflowing rage, presumptuous. You abandoned the 2nd princess on her wedding day and caused the imperial family to lose face. If the Emperor had not regarded you highly, do you think you could possibly keep your life? Furthermore, Yun Shutian will meet her end sooner or later and following her will only encumber you. Wang Haoshan licked the blood traces on the corner of his lips and said, I don't care, I was ignorant in the past and heeded all your instructions. Right now, I finally understand. One cannot continuously submit and I want to fight for my own happiness. Shut up. You must marry the 2nd princess or else the Emperor will never let you off. Wang Yu bitterly berated. I wonder what that woman Yun Shutian said to have brainwashed my son, giving him the nerve to rebel against my orders and not even respecting the imperial family. This situation cannot be allowed to continue. Father, a sweet-tempered voice sounded from the back. Turning his head, Wang Yu saw Wang Shuilian walking in and his tone became gentler. Lianer, what's the matter? Father, I have some words to say to brother. Wang Shuilian gently smiled but her smile did not reach her eyes. Her gaze towards Wang Haoshan did not contain respect but instead, was filled with contempt. I really wonder how the original Prime Minister's daughter ended up with such a brother. Why doesn't he want a good person like the 2nd princess? If he married her, the Prime Minister estate would also develop accordingly. But on the other hand, it would implicate her if he refused to marry the 2nd princess. Why are you looking for me? Wang Haoshan angrily replied. He didn't know if it was his misconception or not, but he felt that ever since his sister recovered from her illness, her personality had completely changed. In the past, Wang Shuilian would be considerate of him in all aspects, but right now, she gave him the feeling that she was very selfish. That's right, selfish. It seemed as though she had completely changed. All right, I'll leave you to talk. Wang Yu did not notice anything and smiled while stroking Wang Shuilian's head before he left. Wang Zushan revealed a smile and said, Brother, I know you've taken a fancy to the 7th princess. Wang Haoshan stared blankly and frowned. She said that she's forgotten her previous identity. Right now, her name is Yun Shutian and you better not address her as the 7th princess. Brother, Wang Shuilian smiled. Earlier on, I met the Sev. Yun Shutian and there's a man following by her side. Coincidentally, I recognized that man. Traces of doubt flashed through Wang Haoshan's eyes. How do you know Yun Shutian's fiancé? Fiancé. This word caused her heart to fiercely clutch tight and she lowered her eyes to conceal the hatred within. So he's actually her fiancé. It must be that evil woman Yun Luofeng is forcing him to marry Yun Shutian and he definitely isn't willing. That evil woman is capable of doing anything. Brother, Wang Shuilian looked up and smiled while looking at Wang Haoshan's handsome appearance. Do you know the identity of that young man? What about his identity? I'm not clear about the specifics, but I do know that he has an evil mother. Wang Shuilian's eyes were filled with hatred. Previously, I got to know a friend. Her parents were framed which led to their deaths when she was very young and the culprit was Yun Luofeng. She wanted to seize their assets and that was why she committed such an evil act. Chapter 2249, Yoon Shutian's Return, 13. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The friend she mentioned was her previous incarnation. If it weren't for Yoon Nuofeng, she wouldn't have become an orphan and been bullied for so many years. What did you say? Wang Haoshan turned pale from fright. That young man actually has such an evil mother. If Yoon Shutian were to marry into his family, wouldn't she have to suffer? Shuilian, what should I do? I can't allow Shutian to be cheated into a wolf's lair. Brother, Wang Shuilian smirked and said, secretly feed Yoon Shutian this medicine and after you've done the deed with her, she will become your wife. Wang Haoshan stared blankly and frowned. I don't think this is a good idea. Also, Yoon Shutian said that she's invulnerable to poison. Invulnerable to poison doesn't mean impossible to be poisoned. Moreover, this medicine isn't poison and it'll be effective if used on her. Furthermore, Wang Shuilian completely disbelieved the matter of invulnerability to poison. This won't do. I will inform Yoon Shutian about her future mother-in-law's true colors instead. Wang Haoshan knitted his brows. He did not wish to harm such a fine lady. My dear brother, do you think she will believe you? The IQ of a woman in love is a negative number and she'll never believe what you say. Take this medicine with you first and I trust that you will know what is beneficial for you. Wang Haoshan did not understand what she meant by negative number, but he inferred that Yoon Shutian would not believe in him. I have to try, but I can't harm her. Wang Haoshan glanced at the powdered medicine Wang Shuilian passed to him and did not accept it. Instead, he hastily walked out the door. Useless trash. Wang Shuilian watched Wang Haoshan leaving and sneered, since you don't have the nerve, then I'll help you. Her eyes flickered and she revealed a determined smile. Back in those days in Waxia, there was no lack of transmigration novels she had read and people who transmigrated are all leading roles. Since she was a lead, then Yoon Nianfeng would certainly be her destined one. As for the so-called fiancé, she was only cannon fodder stuck between them and she would have to leave sooner or later. Within the Imperial Palace. Holding on to a pastry, Yoon Shutian sat on her bed with her legs raised up. Her bare feet looked petite and adorable and while the corner of her lips was stained with crumbs. She stuck out her tongue and lightly licked her lips. Why hasn't brother Nianfeng returned? She pouted and thought aloud. Miss Shutian. Suddenly, Wang Haoshan's voice sounded from outside. Can I enter? Although he asked, he did not wait for Yoon Shutian's consent and entered. Why did you come in? Yoon Shutian stood up from the bed and asked while being in a bad mood. Wang Haoshan stared blankly. Wasn't their relationship fine just a while back? Why did he feel that? Yoon Shutian was refusing his approach. This feeling caused Wang Haoshan to be flustered. I came here to find you. But brother Nianfeng doesn't like you. Yoon Shutian blinked her huge eyes. I don't want to be friends with people brother Nianfeng isn't fond of. In any case, brother Nianfeng's feelings were of the utmost importance. Miss Shutian, Wang Haoshan became even more flustered. I only came to inform you of something. I heard that the mother of your fiancé is very evil and has committed numerous evil acts. I was afraid you would be kept in the dark and in turn, this would ruin your entire life. Therefore, I specially came here to tell you the truth. Yoon Shutian became angry and a scarlet glint flashed through her eyes as she furiously shouted, I originally thought you were pretty nice and even if brother Nianfeng wasn't fond of you, I wouldn't loathe you. However, I didn't expect that you would actually badmouth my mother. Get lost, get out of my room. Chapter 2250, Yoon Shutian's Return, 14. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Miss Yoon. Not understanding what he said wrong, Wang Haoshan rushed forward as he wanted to grab Yoon Shutian's hand. Unexpectedly, she directly struck him with her palms, causing him to fly out at that instant. Get lost, you're not welcome here. Those who speak badly of my mother aren't good people, so get lost. Everyone had a bottom line and hers was brother Nianfeng and her parents whom she loved dearly. She would not allow it even if it was just a single word that others said to badmouth them. Cough cough. Wang Haoshan fell on the ground and coughed up blood. His complexion was somewhat pale as he looked at her furious expression while he was in pain. Shutian, what happened? Suddenly, a light breeze made its way into the room and Yoon Nianfeng quickly walked to Yoon Shutian's side. Looking at her bright red face, he unconsciously felt HSI heartache. Tell brother, did someone bully you? His eyes swept to Wang Haoshan on the ground and killing intent gradually surfaced in his eyes. Brother Nianfeng, tell him to get lost, I don't wish to see him. Yoon Shutian stuck out her lips and angrily said. All right, I'll chase him away right now. Yoon Nianfeng's gaze was very chilly as he walked towards Wang Haoshan step by step. Shutian has always been good-tempered and wouldn't get angry easily. Since you could cause her to get angry, you're pretty amazing. Yoon Nianfeng sneered. Are you going to leave on your own accord or I shall throw you out? Wang Haoshan supported himself and stood up. He glanced at Yoon Shutian despairingly and ultimately turned away and walked out. His hands by his side had involuntarily clenched tight and he only managed to suppress his suffering after taking a deep breath. That was his first time he liked someone and so it turns out, it was that painful to like someone. Without walking far, Wang Haoshan saw Wang Shuilian waiting for him not far away. The instant she saw Wang Haoshan, she smiled. I said this earlier on, she'll never believe in you. So do you still need my medicine? Wang Haoshan trembled and shut his eyes. I don't wish to harm her. She loathes me right now. Loathing you will only be temporary and after she discovers Yoon Nuofeng's true colors, she'll only be grateful to you. At that time when you and your wife are mutually in love, will she still remember your past mistakes? Wang Shuilian quirked her lips and smiled. You have to know, if you don't help her today, perhaps her whole future will be ruined. Wang Haoshan was silent and looked up after a long time. She no longer welcomes me and I can't spike her food with the medicine. Don't worry about this. I've already tasked someone to do the deed. At that time, I'll get someone to lure Yun Nianfeng away and you'll just have to enter. She did not want Yun Shutian to take advantage of her Yun Nianfeng and so, he had to be lured away. Otherwise, wouldn't her man's first time be snatched away by that wild woman? Towards these matters, Wang Shuilian had a fixated ideology. From now on, Yun Nianfeng's first time must be with her and he could only have her as his only woman. She would never share her husband with someone else. Fine. Wang Haoshan opened his eyes. I'll agree. As long as she won't be deceived, I am perfectly willing even if I am to be hated. Just wait to marry your beautiful and lovable wife. Wang Shuilian smiled complacently. In this place, no one could win against her. Nighttime, the moonlight filtered down. Yun Shutian quietly stayed within her palace and perhaps because those people were afraid of her, no one had ever come to disturb her. Even the second princess did not appear. Chapter 2251, Yun Shutian's Return, 15. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. 7th Princess. A palace maid brought in a plate of pastries. This is the chestnut cake you asked for. I've said before, don't address me as the 7th Princess, Yun Shutian said unhappily. It's fine if you call me Miss Yun. I understand, Miss Yun. The palace maid lowered her head without moving. You can go down first. Yun Shutian pouted and said impatiently. The palace maid straightened her back and withdrew. Within the palace, only Yun Nianfeng and Yun Shutian remained. Brother Nianfeng, that palace maid is suspicious. After the palace maid left, Yun Shutian's expression immediately sank. Oh. Yun Nianfeng turned towards the young lady by his side and asked. What's the problem? I mentioned this to the palace maids of Kingland Palace in the morning that they weren't allowed to call me as the 7th princess, and they can only call me by Miss Yun. However, that palace maid committed the mistake. Yun Nianfeng quirked his brow and asked with a fake smile. Perhaps she had forgotten. No, Yun Shutian shook her head. I lived in the palace for 5 years and I understand the rules and regulations here. As a maid within the palace, they would never commit such a basic mistake. Therefore, that maid earlier on isn't from Kingland Palace, so could it have been sent by my second sister? Earlier on, Yun Shutian had chased out the original palace maids of Kingland Palace and gathered a few servants from the Cold Palace. However, even those maids would never commit such a basic mistake. Yun Nianfeng glanced at the pastries placed before Yun Shutian. There's a problem with these pastries. Hearing his words, Yun Shutian lifted a piece of pastry and sniffed it. Love potion. As she mentioned these words, both their expressions changed. I originally thought that Yang Yue wanted to cause me harm, but after thinking it through, she knows my capabilities and wouldn't do this. Also, it isn't poison added here but love potion. The so-called love potion was an aphrodisiac and Yang Yue did not have any reason to spike her food. Wang Haoshan. A name surfaced from Yun Nianfeng's mind and his eyes revealed a chilly glint. Yun Shutian stared blankly. I doubt it. He said that he thinks of me like a little sister. Shutian, I'm a man and you have to believe in my perception. The way he looks at you is very different, seemingly like looking at a lover. Therefore, he completely has the motive to do this, Yun Nianfeng explained in all seriousness. Then, what should I do? Should I expose him? I have an idea. Yun Nianfeng secretly smiled. Tell me where Yang Yue's palace is located. Yun Shutian hesitated for a moment and held her jaw. Brother Nianfeng, what are you plotting? Of course, it's to carry out the good designs of others. Who allowed Wang Haoshan to have the nerve to peep on Shutian? In that case, then he would prevent him from having these rights forever. Furthermore, this aphrodisiac debt was on him and he had to foot the bill for his actions. Within the side chamber, just as Yang Yue intended to go to bed, a silhouette dashed in. With a bang, something hit her head, causing her to instantly become senseless. Yun Nianfeng looked at the unconscious woman with disdain and after thinking, he lifted the bedsheet on one side and bound it around her before finding a piece of rope to fasten it up. He then used the rope to drag her body. Luckily, he had knocked those patrolling guards unconscious earlier on and so, he did not encounter anyone on the way. After he arrived in Kingland Palace, he threw Yang Yue inside. Chapter 2252, Yun Shutian's Return, 16. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Shutian's eyes brightened up and she said, Brother Nianfeng, should we hide inside here to watch the show? Yun Nianfeng's face darkened. It's better for us to wait outside. Wait, seeing Yun Nianfeng reaching towards Yang Yue, a glint streaked across Yun Shutian's eyes as she happily fished out a bottle of stride liquid. This is an aphrodisiac I concocted using mother's stride medicine and it is much more effective than yours. I'll go and give it to her now. After this, she slowly walked up and carefully fed Yang Yue the liquid. Although Yang Yue was currently unconscious, the liquid still managed to enter her body. A moment later, her body warmed up and even her breathing became hurried. Brother Nianfeng, let's go. This stride liquid's effect is very strong and if you stay you'll definitely be pounced on. Yun Shutian dusted her hands and walked to Yun Nianfeng's side while she forcefully held his arm. You're mine and I won't give you to other women. All these years, Yun Nianfeng had been accustomed to Yun Shutian confessing from time to time and a wave of warmth spread through his heart. However, thinking back to the stride liquid in her hands, his expression sank. Shouldn't you give me an explanation about that stride liquid? Yun Shutian blinked her eyes and used a bewildered expression to ask, I don't understand what you mean. Are you going to continue acting? Why did you bring along such an item with you? This. Yun Shutian carefully shot a glance at Yun Nianfeng. I wanted to give you the liquid. I didn't expect that I would use it on Yang Yue. Yun Nianfeng's expression became even darker. I've said before that after you're 18 and you're still determined to marry me, I will definitely marry you. Wasn't he just afraid that this girl was too young and might regret it in the future? At that time, wouldn't he have harmed her whole life? Brother Nianfeng, I know what I want. Yun Shutian's eyes were very bright as she looked up at the handsome young man before her. I am also very sure of my feelings. As long as you're willing to marry me right now, then I will immediately get married to you and I won't regret this forever. Are you sure? Yoon Nianfeng narrowed his eyes and pulled Yoon Shutian into the underbrush at one side while he tightly held her. Are you sure you won't regret this? Seemingly sensing his sudden change, Yoon Shutian somewhat panicked. Although she had prepared the aphrodisiac, she didn't dare try it, didn't she? However, why was Brother Nianfeng acting as if he had taken an aphrodisiac right now? It made her feel afraid. Brother Nianfeng, hi. There's still time for you to back out. A smile quirked upon his face as he looked at her in all seriousness. Yoon Shutian's heart clenched tight. Looking up and staring directly into his eyes, she pursed her lips. I want to marry you. From the beginning, she had already wanted to marry him. Alright, since you're determined, then what kind of man am I if I don't make any move? Yoon Nianfeng lowered his head. However, I've given you the chance to back out and you didn't value it. In the future, if you want to back out, I will not let you go. He tightly pressed onto Yoon Shutian and fiercely kissed her tender lips. His kiss was very forceful as he bit on her lips, causing her eyes to gleam with tears. Woo, she wanted to struggle free, but his strength was huge, to the extent she couldn't break free. This feeling caused Yoon Shutian to feel anxious. Her fingers clutched the ground and she pitifully looked at the young man before her. Yoon Shutian's return, 16.5. Brother Nianfeng was normally a gentle person, but why was he so wild at that moment? Shutian, Yoon Nianfeng released his hold on her and said, in the future, I won't let you go. Even if you want to leave, you can't. Yoon Shutian nodded. Suddenly, she remembered something and spoke pitifully. Brother Nianfeng, could you refrain from being so forceful when you're kissing me? It's painful. Only now did Yoon Nianfeng notice her reddened and swollen lips, and his eyes were apologetic. I'm sorry to have hurt you. I will be more careful next time. Someone's here. His eyes turned and hastily took Yoon Shutian and pulled her into his embrace. They both looked to the front of the palace. Under the moonlight, Wang Haoshen's footsteps were somewhat rushed as he pushed open the door to Kingland Palace. Looking at him here, Yoon Shutian was disappointed. It's really him. Right now, do you understand what type of people those men are outside? Yoon Nianfeng quirked his brow and his words implied that they were all beastards and only he was the best. Not long after that, sounds of moaning could be heard from the room. Those sounds disrupted the quiet night and resonated throughout the skies. It also caused Yoon Shutian to blush as her ears turned red while she tightly held onto Yoon Nianfeng's sleeve. Brother Nianfeng, should we retreat? There's no need. Yoon Nianfeng smiled and covered Yoon Shutian's ears with his hands. This way, you won't hear anything. As expected, Yoon Shutian's expression became much better without those sounds. She curiously looked towards Yoon Nianfeng and asked, Brother Nianfeng, don't you find those sounds very ear-piercing? She couldn't find any suitable words to describe the sounds and so, she mentioned it as ear-piercing. Yoon Nianfeng's lips twitched. What could he possibly say? Should he tell Yoon Shutian that he was ignorant when he was young and frequently hid under their parents' bed while playing hide-and-seek with their servants? Furthermore, he had heard those sounds for an entire night. If this girl were to know about this, he can be sure how she would tease him. I've automatically blocked out those sounds. Yoon Nianfeng quirked his lips and looked towards the lights that came from the corridor. It seems like the sounds are too loud and attracted other people. This is good too, and saves us from more trouble. Of course. Yoon Shutian proudly lifted her tiny head. I'm the one who produced that liquid, so how could Yang Yue possibly endure it? Yoon Nianfeng touched Yoon Shutian's nose in a tender manner and said, after mother returns, I'll inform her of what you did, and you can explain at that time about why you created that medicine. Ah. Yoon Shutian looked like she would cry. Brother Nianfeng, please don't tell mother about it. I know my mistakes and I won't dare to do so in the future. Are you sure? Yes. I guarantee I won't do it again. Yoon Shutian hastily nodded. That incident could never be found out by her mother, else she would punish her to recite those boring books again. Yoon Shutian recovered her sense all of a sudden and asked, that's right, you mentioned mother is coming. Your mother's foster daughter and soon-to-be daughter-in-law, so how could she possibly not come to back you up? However, Yoon Shutian felt somewhat stifled. Didn't mother agree to let me take revenge myself? Agreeing was a temporary measure. If she hadn't agreed, you certainly would have made an excuse not to go and then found an opportunity to come here later when everyone was unaware. In that case, how is she supposed to support you? Yoon Nianfeng smiled. Mother wants everyone to know that you're her daughter and prevent anyone from Tianwang City from looking down on you. Chapter 2253, Yoon Shutian's Return, 17. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yoon Shutian's mood gradually turned for the better after hearing his words. Brother Nianfeng, don't tell mother you kissed me earlier on. If she finds out, she'll definitely arrange a wedding for us. In that instant, Yoon Nianfeng's expression darkened. Didn't you say you wanted to marry me? You're regretting it so soon. Once again, he bit on Yoon Shutian's lips and evilly said, I won't give you the chance to regret. I do want to marry you, Brother Nianfeng. But once we get married, we have to consummate our marriage. Yoon Shutian's petite face was somewhat pale. They said that it'll hurt a lot during consummation, and I'm scared. Don't be afraid, I will be gentle. Just as he spoke, he felt something amiss. Why did they start talking about consummating when they just started their relationship? Shush, noticing the approaching footstep sounds, he softly said, they're coming. The leader of the group was Yang Zun. His expression was very unsightly and his eyes were cold. He hadn't believed it earlier when he heard news of Wang Haoshen entering the palace in secret. Right now, upon hearing the sounds from within the room, it caused his expression to turn gloomy. Wang Shuilian, you are sure that Wang Haoshen is in Yoon Shutian's room? Yang Zun took a deep breath and spoke in a chilly tone. It was nothing much if someone else was in the room. Why did it have to be Wang Haoshen? He was originally going to marry Yang Yue, but their wedding was wrecked by that woman Yun Shutian. Right now, they were even having illicit sexual relations. How was the imperial family supposed to maintain their face? Your Majesty, I heard from my brother that Yun Shutian sent him a letter late at night to ask for a meeting. I believe that my brother can only belong to the second princess, and so I went to find your Majesty to inform you of this. However, my brother is innocent and I beg of your Majesty to let him off. Wang Shuilian's face revealed unconcealed anxiousness, but while no one was looking, a complacent smirk quirked on her lips. Yun Shutian, you're no longer a virgin and I'd like to see how you can seduce my man now. Wu Yangzan's expression was cold as he sternly shouted, "Men, open the door." 2 imperial bodyguards went up and suddenly kicked the door open. The room was pitch black and they could only faintly hear the movements of the 2 blurry silhouettes before them. Raise the lights. Following Wu Yangzan's orders, a eunuch took out a lantern from the back and placed it on the table. However, after they saw the scene in the room, everyone stared blankly. Wang Haoshen's looked fearful, perhaps not expecting Wu Yangzan to appear at this moment. Just as he wanted to speak to the woman beneath him, he suddenly noticed a seductive face. He was frightened for a moment and quickly separated their bodies as he retreated in haste. Why? Why is it you? Wu Yangyue released a seductive gaze and stood up while swinging her hips. Her torn clothing also revealed kiss marks all over her body. Wu, I still want more. She dashed towards Wang Haoshen, seemingly not noticing the crowd that had rushed into the room. Wang Shuilian was stunned. Why is the woman in here not Yun Shutian, but the second princess? I want more, give it to me. Wu Yangyue tugged Wang Haoshen's sleeves as she leaned over. Wang Haoshen flung her away from shock as his complexion was ashen. Why are you the one in this room? Where is Miss Shutian? After he spoke, a laugh suddenly sounded from the back. You're looking for me. Wang Haoshen hastily turned around and saw the young man and woman walking past the crowd and making their way in. Chapter 2254, Yun Shutian's Return, 18. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Shutian crossed her hands while smiling as if she was looking at a good show. Miss Shutian, please listen to my explanation. Wang Haoshen became anxious, wanting to pull on Yun Shutian's hand as he came up to her. However, before he even managed to walk up to her, he was pushed away by a young man's palm. Get lost, don't use your dirty hands to touch Tianair. Wang Haoshen retreated a few steps and nearly fell on the ground. He looked at Yun Shutian with despair and saw the loathing in her eyes. Even if it was before, she had never loathed him to this extent. Wu Yangzan went up and slapped Wu Yangyue's face. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Wu Yangyue gradually recovered her senses. In that instant, all the previous scenes surfaced in her mind, causing her complexion to turn deathly white, and she suddenly shouted, "Ah! Why? Why was she here?" In addition, she had committed such immoral acts. Wu Yangyue trembled and suddenly, she noticed the young woman standing by Yun Nianfeng's side who was rejoicing at her misfortune. All of a sudden, she pounced over. It's you, it must be you who did this. Was it you who brought me here and got Wang Haoshen to do such immoral acts? Yun Shutian looked confused. What are you saying? Aren't you and Wang Haoshen husband and wife? Earlier on, I was walking past the door and saw you with Wang Haoshen walking in, so I thought you wanted to return to your kingdom palace to consummate your marriage. To think I had good intentions and decided to let you two stay here for the night, but you returned kindness with ingratitude. You. Wu Yangyue turned red from anger and fiercely glared at Yun Shutian. She knew that after tonight, she would have her reputation swept away and everything was caused by Yun Shutian. Yun Shutian, I will never let you off. Wu Yangyue turned towards Wu Yangzan. Imperial father, I was knocked unconscious by someone earlier in my palace and was given some unknown medicine. As a result, I acted in such a way. I'm certain that someone must have framed me. She had always been looking at Yun Shutian and the meaning was very obvious. Who else other than Yun Shutian would frame her? Wu Yangzan had also thought about this point and he coldly glanced at Yun Shutian. Perhaps it was because of her methods that frightened him, but he dared not speak another word. Brother Nianfeng, bring out the item I asked you to search for. Yun Shutian smiled and stretched out her hands while looking at the pale Wu Yangyue with her brows raised. Sure. Yun Nianfeng responded and took out a book that had already turned yellow and handed it to Yun Shutian. The instant she saw the book, a trace of panic streaked across Wu Yangyue's eyes. How did he manage to find the book that she had hidden so deeply? Yun Shutian did not care about Wu Yangyue's panicked expression as she glanced towards Wu Yangzan with her brows raised. Right now, I shall let all of you see Wu Yangyue's true colors. What do you mean? Wu Yangzan frowned as he coldly asked. Yun Shutian blinked and passed the book to Wu Yangzan as she said, as Wu Yangyue's father, you should be able to recognize her handwriting. In that case, please take a look at whether this book was written by her. Wu Yangzan blanked out momentarily before shaking his head and said, no. It's not. He was still capable of recognizing his own daughter's handwriting. This handwritten book was not written by his daughter. Then do you remember all the medicinal ingredients that were required to cure the epidemic? Yun Shutian casually flipped through a few pages. Without even taking a look, she had flipped to the important page. Was it these few ingredients? Chapter 2255, Yun Shutian's Return, 19. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Wu Yangyue looked at the book in astonishment and frowned. I remember it was precisely these few medicinal ingredients. Yun Shutian smiled and took back the book before speaking. Firstly, you've said that this is not Wu Yangyue's handwriting, and secondly, you've confirmed that these are the medicinal ingredients used to cure the epidemic. Then can I trouble Wu Yangyue to explain the problem of this book? A trace of panic streaked across Wu Yangyue's eyes. Imperial father, this book was given to me by my master. However, my master doesn't like being known by others and so he did not allow me to reveal his existence. Her excuse was quite reasonable. After all, Yang Yue was still quite young back then and it was quite reliable to say she had a master behind her back. Your master. Yun Shutian's eyes were filled with smiles. And where is your master located at? I will invite him out as I have a few medical questions that I would like to ask in passing. Yang Yue suppressed her internal jitters and fiercely glared at Yun Shutian. No one was clearer than her about Yun Shutian's attainments in the medical field. That year when she still of a young age, she had already possessed such powerful medical skills and after numerous years had passed, that skill would have improved by leaps and bounds. If she were to randomly bring a stranger, she would be easily exposed. Thinking of this, Yang Yue steadied her senses. My master isn't someone you can meet if you want to. Therefore, you should stop making such useless requests. It doesn't matter. I'm sure you're aware of my strength and this person beside me is my brother. He is much more powerful compared to me and as long as you reveal your master's location, I'll immediately head over to invite him here. In any case, she was dead set on exposing Yang Yue's true colors. Yang Yue bit her lips. No, by doing so, you'll bring about a calamity to our entire imperial family. My master is very powerful and you don't have the ability to withstand his anger. Even if we incur his wrath, it's our own business and he'll naturally release his anger on us if he were to do so. I will never expose that you revealed his whereabouts. Right now, can you tell us his identity? Yang Yue's face became flushed red from anger. Yun Shutian, are you sure you want to oppose me? Yun Shutian blinked her eyes while revealing an innocent expression. I only wanted to meet your master, so how is this opposing you? If your master truly exists, why aren't you willing to reveal his identity? Or could it be that your master's status is too lowly? Nonsense. Out of a fit of anger, she directly said, my master is one of the true gods in this continent, Yun Luofeng. A person like her is not someone you can meet even once throughout your whole life yet you're thinking of finding her. Ever since she was of a young age, Yun Shutian knew that Yang Yue couldn't bear to be provoked. Once she was provoked, she would dare to say anything to prove herself. However, what Yun Shutian didn't expect was that Yang Yue actually claimed that her master was Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng. Yang Zun frowned. Yun Xiao. Whoosh. He suddenly reacted. It was no wonder he felt something was familiar when he heard the name Yun Xiao. Wasn't he one of the two true gods in this continent? Yun Shutian's father was a true god. Impossible. This was merely a coincidence. If Yun Shutian's father was really a true god, she would have returned to take revenge long ago. Even if she only came now, she would certainly bring a group of experts and not come here alone. Therefore, her father merely had the same name. Wang Shuilian was also astonished. Yun Luofeng, one of the two true gods. How could this be possible? How could her master be a true god? Chapter 2256, Yun Shutian's Return, 20. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. She had been bullied by her in Waxia and even after arriving at this continent, she was also suppressed by her. She deliberately lowered her voice and questioned the maid behind her, what is it about Yun Luofeng? That maid answered immediately, Yun Luofeng is one of the true gods in this continent and the dictator of this world. As early as a few dozen years ago, her reputation had spread worldwide and no one wouldn't know that she had broken through to the realm of a true god 15 years ago. Became widely known dozen of years ago. And broke through to true god 15 years ago. However, Yun Luofeng merely disappeared from Waxia 10 years ago. Therefore, it was impossible for the woman they worshipped to be the Yun Luofeng she knew of. At that very moment, Wang Shuilian did not know that Yun Luofeng had indeed arrived on the continent more than a dozen years ago. And all the more, she did not know that she had made a trip back to Waxia 10 years back. Precisely due to her ignorance, she had committed such a low-level mistake. Oh god, what a joke. Yun Shutian held her abdomen and laughed to the extent she could not straighten her back. Brother Nianfeng, that woman actually dared to tell such a lie. Ha ha ha. Yang Yue's expression turned ashen. In fact, she regretted it the instant she said that. Unfortunately, a released arrow couldn't possibly be stopped and she could only grit her teeth and continued with her lie. What you can't achieve doesn't apply to me. My master had said that I am the most talented disciple she had ever seen and someone like you don't even have the qualifications to worship her. Yun Shutian's eyes curved into crescents. Then have you seen her before? Obviously. Though it was only from a painting. That painted portrait was something her father obtained with great difficulty and his intention was so that he wouldn't accidentally provoke the terrifying woman. Therefore, he wanted to remember her appearance by heart. Of course, with Wang Shuilian's status, she could look at that portrait but she did not know of Yun Luofeng's status in that continent. Yun Nianfeng's expression became unsightly. Wang Shuilian was only one of the cases that he had encountered. In other places that he wasn't aware, how many more had made use of his mother's reputation to make a fortune. Perhaps some of their behavior had even soiled his mother's reputation. Your Majesty. Just then, a bodyguard walked in and whispered a few things in Yang Zun's ears. Yang Zun looked happy and suddenly laughed. You shouldn't hurry to make trouble with my daughter but should be worried about yourself instead. My royal elders have been in closed-door cultivation, but when they return tonight, it shall be your doomsday. Is that so? Yun Shutian's lips curled up. She then tugged on Yun Nianfeng's arms and said, Brother Nianfeng, these bad people bullied me. Say, how should I take care of them? Yun Nianfeng stroked Yun Shutian's head in a pampering manner. Do what you like. Be it me, father or mother, we will stand behind you. His smile was exceptionally blinding and his indulgent expression caused Wang Shuilian to be overcome by jealousy as she wished she could dismember Yun Shutian. Who did she think she was to snatch her man? HMPH. Yang Zun coldly snorted when he saw the smile on Yun Shutian's face and sternly said, invite those elders here, and say that someone wants to attack our Tianwang city. Yes, your majesty. One of the guards respectfully cupped his fist before he made his retreat. Yun Shutian did not stop him. She originally intended to settle all the problems in one go and since the elders have come out of closed-door cultivation, then it was time for her to take revenge and wipe out a grudge. Chapter 2257, Yoon Shutian's Return, 21. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Boom. Under the pitch-black night skies, thunder sounded, and at that instant, something even louder than the thunder echoed throughout. Who is so bold as to cause trouble in my Tianwang city? Yoon Nianfeng gently rubbed Yoon Shutian's head and his lips curved into an arc. I'll settle the problems outside and you can stay here. Brother Nianfeng, Yoon Shutian pouted, didn't we agree that I'll avenge myself? I'm afraid that they would dirty your hands. Yoon Nianfeng's tone was filled with pampering and his expression seemed as if one could drown in his love. Yoon Shutian looked at Yoon Nianfeng's handsome features and said, Brother Nianfeng, why do I feel that you're getting more handsome the more I look at you? You're as good looking as father and mother. I love Brother Nianfeng the most. Yoon Shutian had been influenced by her surroundings. Both Yoon Luofeng and Yoon Xiao looked gorgeous, and as she had grown up in such an environment she was very picky with appearances. As to why she liked Brother Nianfeng, that was because he was very handsome and except for her parents, no one could compare. A blush crept up on Yoon Nianfeng's handsome face. Wait here for a few seconds, I'll be back very soon. After he said that, Yoon Nianfeng left the room in a split second. Shameless. Wang Shuilian's expression changed. She never expected that woman to say such vile things and most importantly, right in front of her man. Yoon Nianfeng's departure was not for long and true to what he said, he returned to her side in mere seconds. His expression remained unchanged and after he coldly swept across everyone before him, he shifted his gaze back to Yoon Shutian. They're merely a bunch of ants and I've taken care of it. Wu Yangshuan's expression suddenly changed as he sternly shouted, why aren't the elders here yet? He absolutely would not believe that a young man who still had the scent of breast milk could defeat several elders. Your Majesty. That guard who came earlier to report had hastily walked in once again. This time, he was trembling with fright on his face. Your Majesty, those elders are dead. Boom. Like a bolt from the blue, Wu Yangzun became struck dumb. Everyone within the palace had an ashen complexion as their fearful eyes turned toward Yoon Nianfeng. Impossible. What was the background of that young man? How could he have such strength? Yoon Nianfeng, Yoon Luofeng, Yoon Xiao. The combination of these three names made Wu Yangshuan recall what she said before and his gaze was filled with astonishment. Don't tell me. Yoon Shutian wasn't lying when she acknowledged Yoon Xiao as her father. Wu Yangshuan foolishly stood up and his handsome yet deathly pale face looked at Yoon Shutian along with Yoon Nianfeng. His lips trembled for a second and it was as if he wanted to say something but ultimately did not do so. Young Master Nianfeng. Yoon Nianfeng's fingers gently caressed Yoon Shutian's hair while a gentle and lovely voice sounded by the side. His brows furrowed together while he glanced at Wang Chulian with a cool eye. Fatty, it's you again. Wang Chulian's fingers tightly clenched together. She was merely 110 or so pounds and that was considered plump, not fat. Yet that Yoon Shutian actually called her a fatty. She took a deep breath and said, Young Master Nianfeng, my name is Wang Shuilian. Brother Nianfeng. Yoon Shutian's slender arms coiled around Yoon Nianfeng's neck as she spoke with a giggle. Honestly speaking, I've never seen such a shameless person. You've humiliated her as such, yet she pretended as if nothing happened. Even if Wang Shuilian had thick skin, her face still changed slightly when she heard what Yoon Shutian said. A trace of fury then streaked across her eyes as she looked at Yoon Shutian. Chapter 2258, Yoon Shutian's Return, 22. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Brother Nianfeng, that woman even glared at me, Yoon Shutian pitifully complained as she pouted. Don't assume that she was oblivious. That woman had taken a fancy to Brother Nianfeng and she would never give anyone a chance to stand between them. Moreover, that Wang Shuilian was also Wang Haoshan's sister. Both of them were jackals of the same tribe. I didn't. Wang Shuilian hastily retracted her gaze while she put on a grieved expression. Young Master Nianfeng, I've been dieting these days and soon. Very soon I'll be as slim as her. Furthermore, her relationship with my brother is also unclear and don't you think that she's dirty? A chill streaked across Yoon Shutian's eyes and she walked towards Wang Shuilian with a lovable smile. After that, she slapped Wang Shuilian. Wang Shuilian widened her eyes in shock and said, You. What she said was the truth, yet the woman dared to hit her. I'm not only gonna hit you, I'm also going to kick you. Yoon Shutian's leg kicked Wang Shuilian's chest and slammed her on the ground. She then raised her chin and said, I finally know why mother likes to kick people so much. Cough cough. Wang Shuilian spat out 2 mouths of blood as she turned towards Yoon Nianfeng with an unsightly expression. Young Master Nianfeng, aren't you going to keep her in check? Furthermore, she said that for his own good, didn't she? It's useless even if you look for Brother Nianfeng. He's willing to pamper and love me, so I can be as willful as I want. Since you said bad things about me, then I'll hit you back. She had been pampered and so she had the right to be willful and unreasonable. Enough. Wu Yangzun's expression was back to normal and he coldly shouted. Yoon Shutian, don't forget that Yue's master is Yoon Luofeng, one of the true gods in the continent. Do you think that everything is alright after that boy defeated the elders of our Tianwang city? When Yue brings out her master, I'd like to see how are you going to be arrogant. Wu Yang Yue's expression was deathly white and even her heart trembled. Yet at that moment, she could not expose her inner feelings. You're sure that your master gave you this book? Yoon Shutian turned over and looked at Wu Yang Yue with a chilly smile. I'll give you another chance to speak the truth. Wu Yang Yue bit her lips and said, yes. She would never admit that Yoon Shutian had passed her that book in the past. The problem was, there were a few questions she could not understand in the book and so, had left it around. Supposedly she had hidden it well, so how did that stinky brat find it? Yoon Shutian laughed. Her smile was very lovable and lively. Coupled with her crescent-shaped eyes, she looked very animated. If your master was someone else, then I would have to go through the trouble to locate them. But the person you are speaking of right now, you will probably meet her very soon. Wu Yang Yue's eyes widened. What did she mean by that? Why would she meet her very soon? Just when everyone was in shock, a dragon roar sounded from the skies. The roar was heaven-shocking and caused all the citizens to come out of their homes. Wu Yangzun's expression was deathly white. A trace of fright flashed through his eyes as he ran out of the palace in quick steps. Seeing that Wu Yangzun had gone out, everyone else also ran out in succession as they looked at the massive white dragon in the skies with fright in their eyes. It's that dragon. Wu Yangzun recognized it at one glance, and that was the same dragon that took Yun Shutian away back then. He recalled that a white-robed lady stood on top of the dragon at that time. However, as her face seemed to be concealed by a layer of fog and he had been busy escaping, he did not notice her appearance. The white dragon flew around the skies while the white light on its body had brightened up the night skies. Chapter 2259, Yun Shutian's Return, 23. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Wu Yangzun was astonished, and he also could not understand the motive behind that dragon's arrival. All of a sudden, a eunuch shrieked with a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, there's two people on top of it." Only then did Wu Yangzun see the appearance of those two people. The woman's white robes fluttered with the wind, and she was as beautiful as a painting. As for the man dressed in black that stood by her side, he looked as cold as a falcon, but the moment when he gazed at the woman by his side, there were traces of imperceptible gentleness from his eyes. Both of them were as perfect as an immortal couple and were so stunning to the extent everyone could not look away. Whoosh! Just as everyone was in shock, those two had leaped down from the dragon's head and steadily landed. Wu Yangzun's expression had changed from its initial shock to amazement as he fixed his gaze on that picturesque woman in white. You're Miss Yun Luofeng. That woman who had caused a great disturbance to the entire continent. Wang Shuilian's lips trembled as she retreated backward. She shook her head in denial and was stunned to the extent she could not utter a single word. Even if 10 years had passed, she would never forget that face. However, in the span of 10 years, many had already grown old while she had also matured into an adult. However, why was that woman as beautiful and young as if it was 10 years ago? Moreover, her appearance did not have the slightest change compared to 10 years ago. What Wang Shuilian could not accept was that the woman had ridden here on a dragon, and from what Wu Yangzun said, she could infer that this Yun Luofeng was the true god they mentioned earlier on. It wasn't just the same name. No. How could she possibly accept that fact? When Yun Shutian saw Yun Luofeng, she could not help but reveal a smile. In a flash, her nimble body had rushed into Yun Luofeng's embrace as she looked up with her adorable and lovely face. "Mother, you're finally here." "Mother." Wu Yangzun's face had twitched throughout, and his heart seemed to have been struck heavily by a fist that made him breathless. Of course, Wu Yang Yue was even more astonished. She had never seen Yun Luofeng in person, but she had seen her portrait and it was identical to that woman. However, why was that powerful woman Yun Shutian's foster mother? "Father, mother." Yun Nianfeng also stepped forward with a smile on the corner of his lips. What he just said had caused everyone to be in disbelief. It was fine that Yun Shutian was a foster daughter, but the young man was Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao's biological son. What the heck had they done earlier? They actually wanted to attack the biological son of a true god. Were they trying to court death? "Mother, I have something to ask you. When did you accept the disciple?" Yun Shutian asked as she pouted her tender lips. Yun Luofeng was momentarily stunned before she answered, "Don't tell me you've forgotten that I have a disciple. I even intended to have Xiao Mo and Xiao Bai's wedding together when you and Nianfeng got married. You actually forgot about Xiao Bai." "Mother, I'm not referring to Xiao Bai." Yun Shutian pointed towards Wu Yang Yue. "That woman said that she's your disciple and that you had written this book. The truth is that this was something she stole from me in the past." Wu Yang Yue's complexion had already turned deathly white and she very much wished she could faint. Even so, her mind was extremely clear and she could not faint even if she wanted to. Yun Luofeng took the book from Yun Shutian and looked through it. The majority of the answers in this book are correct, but there are a few mistakes. Chapter 2260, Yun Shutian's Return, 24. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. I was only 5 that year with no one to teach me. I relied entirely on my hard work to learn medical skills. Yun Shutian stuck out her tongue and said, "However, I already understand the correct answer for those few questions. Didn't I ask you about them back then?" At that, Yun Luofeng nodded her head in satisfaction. "Let's keep this book as a memento." The conversation between them had clearly revealed the real owner of that book. Wu Yangzun's expression was ashen as he turned his head and glared at Wu Yang Yue in fury. "What's going on? You said that your master gave you this book and she is Yun Luofeng. You had better provide an explanation right now." Plop. Wu Yang Yue knelt on the ground in fright as she trembled. "Father, your daughter knows her mistakes. Please forgive me." "Forgive you? How am I to forgive you?" Wu Yangzun shut his eyes in pain. If it weren't for Wu Yang Yue, he would not have regarded Yun Shutian as a monster and tried to have her burned at the stake. All the more, he would not have missed the chance to butter up with 2 true gods. That's right, the last sentence was Wu Yangzun's real intentions. Being an emperor required him to be a heartless person, so how could he honestly care about his daughter? What he really cared about was merely himself. "Shutian," Wu Yangzun's line of sight turned to Yun Shutian once again while the tone of his voice had also softened. "Your father was wrong back then, and since you've returned, I will treat you well." Yun Shutian revealed a disdainful smile. "I still remember how you wanted to burn me at the stake back in those days. If mother hadn't saved me, I would have been dead. Moreover, there have always been rumors in Tianwang City saying that Wu Yang Yue is a goddess while I'm a witch that brought about misfortune. I believe those rumors were all the efforts of your people, right?" Wu Yangzun's complexion became increasingly pale. He tightly clenched his fist while he felt endless regret. "Goddess. Witch." Yun Luofeng faintly smiled. A rumor stops when it comes to a wise person, but it seems like everyone in Tianwang City is foolish. Since that's the case, there's no need for it to continue to exist. However, there is one thing correct, and there's indeed a goddess in Tianwang City. Only, that person is Shutian. She slowly walked toward Ouyang Zun. If you had treated Yun Shutian well in those 5 years, Tianwang City would also have flourished along with her. However, you were the ones who gave up this opportunity. Ouyang Zun looked up, and as he looked at Yun Luofeng's calm expression, his eyes were flooded with regret. Do you know why I took Shutian away? Yun Luofeng's lips curled. She was my daughter in her previous life, and she had died to protect me. I waited 5 years for her before I found her in Tianwang City, but I did not expect that you would have treated my daughter like that. Ouyang Zun shut his eyes. He had regretted it. If he had known that Yun Shutian and Yun Luofeng had such a relationship, he would have never committed such a mistake. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Nianfeng, Yun Luofeng turned to Yun Nianfeng and said, Shutian will be your wife in the future, and you shall be responsible to protect her. Don't let off a single person that harmed her back in those days. Even if you have to burn the entire Tianwang City, you have to let those foolish people pay the price. She found it hard to believe that if she had been slightly late, then she would have been separated from Yun Shutian once again. How could she possibly forgive those that hurt her in the past? Even if they merely gathered to watch the show, she would never let a single one of them off. For example, back then when she merely wanted to prevent those people from humiliating her mother, she had dyed the entire city in blood. Since rumors are unstoppable using gentle means, she did not mind using ruthless methods. Chapter 2261, Yun Shutian's Return, 25. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Mother, rest assured that I won't let those who harm Shutian to continue living. A trace of killing intent streak across Yun Nianfeng's eyes. 10 years ago, Shutian was merely a 5-year-old child. Can you imagine the despair that a 5-year-old child experienced when she was bound to the stake to be burned to death? Moreover, those people did not even investigate and had determined her crimes. He could never ever forgive those that had harmed her. The moment he heard what they said, Ouyang Zun went soft and collapsed on the ground while his eyes were filled with despair. He knew that he was doomed. You're Yun Nianfeng's mother. Wang Haoshan foolishly looked at Yun Luofeng. His gaze contained mixed feelings, regret, and fury. Of course, his fury was directed towards Wang Shuilian. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow as she looked at Wang Haoshan. Who are you? When Yun Nianfeng heard his mother's question, he stood up and said, Mother, that guy wanted to poison Shutian, but I saw through his plans. Ultimately, we dragged Ouyang Yue here to fulfill his wish. Poison. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes as she radiated killing intent. Wang Haoshan felt extremely regretful. I know my mistakes and I am willing to accept any punishment you have for me. However, my initial intentions were for the good of Miss Shutian, and now that I have seen how you care for her, I can be at ease. An astringent smile curled on Wang Haoshan's lips as his eyes swept to Wang Shuilian. She was the one who told me that she knew of a friend whose parents had been killed by you. In addition, you had stolen their assets. However, now that I know your identity, I understood that you're someone who would disdain to do so. The joke was that he had believed Wang Shuilian and committed such a huge mistake. Yun Luofeng slowly looked toward Wang Shuilian, who hid behind the crowd, and a cold glint flashed through her eyes. What's her name? Wang Haoshan replied. Wang Shuilian. Wang Shuilian. Yun Luofeng sneered and said, I think it's Yun Shuilian instead. When Wang Shuilian heard of her name, she became even more flustered. How could this be? How could she possibly recognize me? Yun Shuilian. Everyone was in a daze as she turned towards Wang Shuilian, who had a flustered expression. Yun Shuilian. The daughter of Yun Tianqi and Li Quickly, the traitorous couple. Yun Shutian immediately jumped out and said with fury, I didn't expect that you would also arrive in this continent from Waxia. You even dared to slander my mother. When has my mother ever seized your family assets? It was your parents who caused the death of my mother's parents in Waxia and even stolen their assets. Not only that, they even kicked my mother out of the family. However, right now, you dared to twist the facts. The other people who did not understand what Yun Shutian said and inferred something from their conversation. So it turns out that Yun Shuilian was not Wang Shuilian. Wang Haoshan looked at Yun Shuilian in shock, and his gaze was filled with astonishment. I should have guessed it. My sister was such an obedient girl, so how could she possibly change so much? The joke was that I had never once suspected you weren't my sister. So that was the truth. In that case, everything became clear. He was only worried whether his father could bear the shock when he knew of that. Wait, this is wrong. Wang Shuilian desperately shook her head as her complexion was deathly pale. The situation shouldn't be like this. I transmigrated from another world, and as it's depicted in those stories, I should be the lead character. Since I'm the lead, then everything should work out for me. Moreover, in those novels, those people who are engaged to each other before they were born should be stepping stones for the lead. However, why did things change when it came to her? Originally, if you hadn't been so stupid and continued to live well in Waxia, perhaps you could have kept your life. But since you're courting death, then don't blame me for that. Chapter 2262, Yun Shutian's Return, 26, End. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Nianfeng sneered and his lips curled. Mother, Shutian is tired. You should take her back to rest and leave things here to me. I will settle everything, and I don't want Shutian to dirty her hands. Shutian was such an adorable girl, so how could he bear for her hands to be stained in blood? Some things should be left for a man to do. All right. Yun Shutian smiled. It seemed like their feelings for each other had progressed rather quickly during this trip to Tianwang City. Shutian, let's leave first. Nianfeng shall follow us shortly. Okay. Yun Shutian turned around and looked at Yun Nianfeng. Brother Nianfeng, I'll wait for you back at the inn. There was no need for her to stay inside this palace anymore. That night, numerous people were frightened awake from the dreamland in Tianwang City. In particular, they had heard heart-wrenching screams from some distance away and all of them felt dread. No one knew what exactly happened. The next day they finally managed to learn of the massacre that happened in Tianwang City. None of those who had once harmed Yun Shutian had been left alive. As for Wang Shuilian, she had also died a miserable death. To allow Wang Shuilian to reunite with her family, Yun Nianfeng had sent her soul to the underworld of Waxia. The moment Wang Shuilian saw her parents who were tortured in the 18 depths of hell, she cried and wanted to escape. However, it was not that easy to leave after arriving in the underworld. Because of that, Wang Shuilian hated Li Quiqui to the core. If she hadn't filled her head with all those stories, perhaps she might not have committed such a huge mistake. It was great being Ath, daughter of the Prime Minister. Why was she so foolish to have provoked Yun Nianfeng and Yun Shutian? But regardless of how she regretted, it made no difference. 7 Province Continent. A storyteller was currently talking about the incident that happened not long ago and the people around him listened with great interest. Rumor has it, the 7th princess of Tianwang City was extremely gifted and could learn medicine skills without the need of a teacher. Unfortunately, she suffered in the hands of scourges and not only did the 2nd princess seize her credit, she even framed her of poisoning the 2nd princess. As a result, the 7th princess was nearly burned to death. Oh, then how did she manage to survive? One of the audience asked. The storyteller smiled. It's a long story. Just when the 7th princess was about to be burned at the stake, a woman similar to a god descended from a dragon and rescued the 7th princess. That person is the monarch of our continent, Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng. Why did Yun Luofeng save her? I heard that her sights are very high and only a handful of people could catch her eye. Haha, I'm sure you don't know of this. That 7th princess was Yun Luofeng's daughter in her previous life. Yun Luofeng had searched high and low several years for her and finally managed to find her reincarnation in Tianwang City. Otherwise, why would she save a girl who she was unacquainted with? The storyteller waved his fan while his eyes were filled with longing. Moreover, I heard that the 7th princess who had changed her name to Yun Shutian is mutually in love with her childhood sweetheart, Yun Nianfeng, who is also Yun Luofeng's son. They will be getting married soon. This is a good story, everyone praised in succession. Only Yun Luofeng's godly son was worthy of the 7th princess who was unequaled in beauty. Yun Nianfeng, the son of Yun Luofeng, has a very deep love for Yun Shutian. Back then when they went to Tianwang City, their prime minister's daughter threw herself into his arms but as a result, she was humiliated by young Master Nianfeng. In his eyes, there is only Yun Shutian. There's a saying that goes like this, those that are loved always feel secure in the knowledge that they have their lover's backing. That saying is extremely fitting to describe Yun Shutian. The storyteller shook his head and the surrounding audience had also released gasps of admiration. However, they did not notice that the 2 lead people in this story were currently seated in the back as they listened to the story with interest. Hey, Yun Shutian cracked a melon seed and turned to look at Yun Nianfeng. Brother Nianfeng, they said that you're the only one that deserves me. Yun Nianfeng quirked his lips. Isn't that true? Yun Shutian summed up her courage and said, but I feel like escaping from the wedding that is in a few days. Yun Nianfeng's expression immediately darkened. What did you just say? Brother Nianfeng, isn't there a type of wedding in Waxia called the destination wedding? I don't wish to hold one of those wedding banquets. Why don't we have a destination wedding? Ever since she went to Waxia, Yun Shutian had learned many things. Even though she rarely went to Waxia, she would occasionally think of the delicacies there and would also beg Yun Luofeng to bring her there. As for this so-called destination wedding, she learned about it while she was there. Alright. When he understood that Yun Shutian still wanted to get married to him, his expression turned for the better. We'll listen to you. We'll do whatever you wish. Brother Nianfeng, you're so nice to me. Yun Shutian nestled against Yun Nianfeng's shoulders and laughed excitedly. There's a saying that the storyteller said earlier. Those that are loved always feel secure in the knowledge that they have their lover's backing. No matter how headstrong or unreasonable you are, it doesn't matter since I'll be spoiling you. I am willing to clean up the mess for you. Everything is fine as long as you remain by my side forever. He did not request for much. As long as she was by his side, it was enough. For real. Yun Shutian's eyes brightened up. Then let's write a letter for mother and father right now to tell them we won't be holding the wedding banquet. Let's get married while we travel. Sure. Yun Nianfeng's smile was gentle. Throughout his life, he was willing to let her cause all the trouble she liked and he would still love her the same. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Genre. Action. Adventure. Anime and comics. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Fan fiction. Fantasy. Game. Games. Gender bender. Harem. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. Lit RPG. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo I. Shonen. Shonen I. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Thriller. Tragedy. Urban. Video games. War. Wuxia. Xiangxia. Xuanwan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes no. No line break. Yes no. Login, sign up. Novel. Action. Ghost Emperor Wild Wife, Dandy Eldest Miss. Novel info. Ghost Emperor Wild Wife, Dandy Eldest Miss. Reading. Plan to read. Completed. Dropped. Ghost Emperor Wild Wife, Dandy Eldest Miss. Rating, 8, 7/10 from 2,387 ratings. Alternative names. Gui Dai Koang Chi, Warn Ku Da Cog, Kwai De Konga, and Choi Trage Tank Dai Tiu Tu, Gui Dai Koang Chi, Warn Ku Da Cog. Author. Cog Ye. Genre. Action, drama, josei, martial arts, romance, shoujo, xuanwan. Status. Completed. Publishers. Killian International. Tag. Based on a song, beautiful female lead, bestiality, broken engagement, delinquents, doctors, early romance, female protagonist, gouge, homunculus, loyal subordinates, magical space, medical knowledge, modern knowledge, multiple transported individuals, nationalism, pets, politics, power couple, racism, revenge, ruthless protagonist, SXSAVs, sexual abuse, shameless protagonist, slow romance, strong love interests, time skip, transmigration, transported to another world. Trap, weak to strong, world travel. See more. Year of publishing. 2016. Read now. Latest chapter. Chapter 2262 Yoon Shutian's Return, 26, end. 2 years ago. Description. Chapter list. More from author. Comments. Yoon Luo Feng, who a Chia Medical School's genius, died from an accident and her soul attached to Long Chia Mainland's general family's useless eldest miss. This waste of an eldest miss not only can't read or practice martial arts, but is big-chested, has no brain, is arrogant and self-willed. Since having the crown prince as a perfect fiancé isn't enough, she actually snatched a pretty boy in public, leading to the crown prince annulling the marriage. But she couldn't stand the annulment and hanged herself. Opening her eyes again, she is no longer the previous useless miss. She contracted a god's puppet and carries a spiritual space. With wonderful hands that can rejuvenate and medical skills that overturn the world. Both for the royal descendants and nobles above and the merchants below, all compete to curry her favor. Even His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, who previously broke the engagement, came knocking on the door wanting to reconcile. In regard to this, a mysterious man finally couldn't endure. Whoever dares to come and harass my woman, let them come but never return. Chapter 1, Yoon Family's Eldest Miss, 1. Chapter 2, Yoon Family's Eldest Miss, 2. Chapter 3, Yoon Family's Eldest Miss, 3. Chapter 4, Yoon Family's Eldest Miss, 4. Chapter 5, Medical Gods Code, 1. Chapter 6, Medical Gods Code, 2. Chapter 7, Medical Gods Code, 3. Chapter 8, The Crown Prince's Visit, 1. Chapter 9, The Crown Prince's Visit, 2. Chapter 10, The Crown Prince's Visit, 3. Chapter 11, The Crown Prince's Visit, 4. Chapter 12, The Crown Prince's Visit, 5. Chapter 13, Yoon Family's Number 1 Genius, Yoon Kingya, 1. Chapter 14, Yoon Family's Number 1 Genius, Yoon Kingya, 2.